Invincible in the flesh, everything is possible. Today, on my way to take a beating, I successfully endured another day. A century ago, a great change occurred in the star domain. Advanced civilizations appeared in this star system, trial checkpoints appeared out of nowhere, and everyone could participate. By using the star key, one could match and enter the trial star, searching, exploring, and killing, constantly improving oneself and developing the level of their civilization. At the same time, the advanced civilizations established brutal rules for racial slaughter. All civilizations and intelligent races in this star domain are participants. The rules are simple: by any means or methods, eliminate all other civilizations and intelligent races, leaving only one remaining. Chapter 1. The blood moon hung high above, dyeing the entire mirror lake maze a strange dark red. Mu Hanchuan was covered in blood, with at least 10 visible large wounds on his body. The E-grade void stomach armor he wore was tattered and nearly scrap, and the other 2 defensive shields were already damaged. Summoning his last bit of strength, Mu Hanchuan smashed his fist into the distorted mirror blocking his path and rolled toward the outside of the mirror lake. Finally, he broke free from this bizarre mirror lake maze. Behind him, 3 blood-red tentacles reaching out from the web-like cracked mirror fell into a pool of black-gray. In the distance, thousands of mirrors standing over the mirror lake buzzed simultaneously, with all reflections in the mirrors performing different actions. Some were running wildly, some were shooting, some were fighting with weapons, and others were staring intensely at Mu Hanchuan. Even one reflection made a throat-cutting gesture towards him. Gasping heavily, the exhausted Mu Hanchuan collapsed onto the smooth ground, the sound of his Adam's apple moving clearly audible. Inside the mirror lake maze, there was one last female challenger holding on. She was strong, the strongest among the 330 participants from various races, but she ultimately could not survive this final challenge. With the death of the last challenger in the mirror lake maze, all mirrors returned to normal, suddenly turning in unison towards Mu Hanchuan, and countless versions of Mu Hanchuan appeared in the mirrors, all stretching out their blood-red fingers to point at him. Chapter 2. This is truly an S-grade skill. How is this possible? As far as he knew, to obtain a combat-type S-grade skill, one must enter the black checkpoint. The difficulty is akin to climbing to the heavens. But what is happening now? Mu Hanchuan was perplexed. The only possibility was that this S-grade skill, teleportation, did not belong to the combat category but was an auxiliary S-grade skill, with a small chance of appearing in the purple checkpoint. In the past 3 years on the Yingyang planet, 5 continents, a total of 47 countries, and with those more special regions, the total population exceeded 8 billion. The number entering the Forbidden Trial Star for challenges was in the millions, yet only one S-grade skill had emerged, reportedly obtained by someone from the Chen-Yi Kingdom on the Xing-Su continent, which caused a sensation worldwide. Mu Hanchuan had a conjecture, perhaps that S-grade skill was also an auxiliary type, not necessarily one in the black checkpoint, but like him, obtained by chance in the purple checkpoint. This level sounds impressive, but this ability doesn't seem too powerful. How much could it sell for if auctioned? Will I still need to work hard in my life? Instinctively looking at the requirements section, this is the most important part. If I can't learn it, what's the use of keeping it? Chapter 3. S-grade additional death contract. Must forcibly enter the Forbidden Trial Star once every 3 months and participate in a death battle. The opponent's race is random, and strength is based on your previous death battle's combat power. Mu Hanchuan looked at this death contract, silently contemplating. Since he had learned it, regretting it was useless. He should study this skill well. This should be the side effect of the S-grade. Must participate in a death battle every 3 months. Isn't this forcing you to work hard? If you don't work hard, you die. Fortunately, the next opponent will be based on the combat power standard at the end of this death battle, allowing 3 months for growth in between. Those 3 months may not count for much in the later stages, and the improvement won't be significant, but in the early stages, they are crucial. As long as one seizes the opportunity, the increase in combat power can be quite noticeable, and perhaps during this time, one will just happen to cross into the next level, with his own toughness. Mu Hanchuan was confident he could survive the first 10 years, as for what comes after, just leave it to fate. It was time to go back. From now on, I am also a supernova with an S-grade skill, even if no one knows. Mu Hanchuan, go for it. There are 2 ways to return. One is to go back to the original point of entry, and the other is to return to a random area within a 20-kilometer radius of the entry point.
Chapter 4. It's the end of the month. Today is only the 14th, with half a month left. I should be able to recover my body by about 80%. The ordinary star keys can only enter solo trials, and one can enter twice a month at any time, as long as it's within this month. The special silver and gold star keys, on the other hand, can enter team trials. The silver one allows up to 5 people, while the gold one allows up to 20. Regardless of whether it's silver or gold, one can only choose one type each month and enter once. Of course, the rewards for these team trials are more abundant, mainly because there is a greater chance of obtaining exploration trials. These tasks have a higher chance of acquiring materials, resources, technologies, and secrets from advanced civilizations on the trial star. If one gets lucky just once and manages to obtain some rare items, they might just strike it rich. If ancestors bless you with a potion formula or high-tech blueprints, you could directly create a massive family business, and selling that could fetch a sky-high price. In the new era, many families and forces have risen to prominence this way. It is understood that after 100 years, only 10 of the forbidden trial star has been explored, with 90 still in an unresolved state. Chapter 5. The Mu family he was born into is one of the 4 major families in Qianlan City, the capital of Lu Province. Lu Province ranks 3rd in the national economic total, so Qianlan City naturally cannot be lagging behind. The Mu family is substantial, with assets certainly in the tens of billions. His mother's family, the Zhu family, is rooted in Fujian City, the capital of the Western Bailing Province. Although Bailing Province ranks only 12th among the 19 major provinces and cities in the Qinghang Kingdom, and has a medium economic scale, the overall strength of the Zhu family is by no means inferior to the Mu family, and may even be stronger. They are one of the 3 major forces in Bailing Province, and under the leadership of that uncle, they have developed rapidly in recent years. Sai. His family background cannot be considered bad. He shouldn't have fallen to the current state. It's all because of his bizarre parents. His father, as the eldest son of the Mu family and the new generation's heir, is proud and arrogant by nature. The other female lead, as the second daughter of the Zhu family, is even more self-centered and controlling. When these two were in love, it was passionate, inseparable, and no one could ruin it. They would sacrifice everything for love. But once their relationship faced a crisis and they started arguing, it was like a landslide, shaking the earth, like a volcanic eruption. Nothing could hold it back. Chapter 6. 1 hour later, Mu Hanchuan disguised himself and appeared in box number 7 of an underground bar in the west of the city, wearing a mask. There's nothing mysterious about it. This is an open communication place for trial participants, with no surveillance in the venue. And the surrounding area is an old urban district with complex terrain, making it easy to escape. There are 3 people in the box, 2 men and 1 woman. All disguised as well. 4 people like them. The first priority is to hide themselves well to avoid unnecessary trouble, and they use code names for communication. Mu Hanchuan's code name is simply Mu. After glancing at the others, Mu Hanchuan decided to stay, as each of them is quite strong and skilled. Did you just come out of the personal trial? The speaker is a tall man, about 1.9 meters, around 30 years old, with the code name Whitebone. He is a strong attacker, with a power attribute of E level, conservatively estimated to be over 400 points, possibly not far from 600 points at D level. He is the organizer, and also the team leader entering the trial star. Mu Hanchuan's injuries are not light, which is evident. He offered a cigarette box. Mu Hanchuan didn't take it. He never smokes, no matter where he is, as it easily leaves traces and could expose him. Whitebone didn't insist. Withdrew the box and said, Chapter 7. Qingling City, the capital of the Qinghang Kingdom. Although Qingling is just a city-level area, it ranks 2nd in economic volume among the 2 major special cities of the 17 provinces of the Qinghang Kingdom, and is also the political and cultural center of the Qinghang Kingdom. The Su family is one of the top 3 political families in Qingling City, and at this moment, the main branch of the Su family is holding a serious small internal family meeting. Qingyu has reached the right age. The Mu family should give our Su family an explanation. Originally, Mu Hanchuan and the youngest daughter of the Su family, Su Qingyu, should have held an engagement ceremony at this age, publicly announcing the union of the two families, but the situation with the Mu family seems a bit complicated. The Su family feels that revealing this engagement to the public is somewhat embarrassing. Father, I specifically checked, Mu Hanchuan hasn't been at the Mu family these years. Ever since Zhu Muning left the Mu family and followed Yang Yu, their son also left the Mu family and has been wandering alone outside. He was brought back twice, but managed to escape both times. Responding is Su Han, the eldest daughter of the Su family. She finds it hard to understand why Mu Hanchuan, as the legitimate eldest son of the Mu family, would run away. How old was Mu Hanchuan back then? She doesn't believe it was his own choice to run away, it's more likely he was forced out, with key factors still within the Mu family. Chapter 8 Today, the small bar was booked out by Zhu Hua, with no outsiders. A group of people had no reservations, playing happily, and the atmosphere was great. Su Qingyu had a small drink, but didn't sing, remaining quiet throughout. Zhu Hua stayed by her side, trying hard to find topics to talk about. Rarely interacting with other women. An hour later, Su Qingyu excused herself to go to the restroom and left the box. She declined the good intentions of her female companions to accompany her, saying it was fine to have her personal female bodyguard follow her. Entering the restroom, Su Qingyu slightly fiddled with a few strands of hair in front of her forehead, looking at herself in the mirror, quietly revealing an unusual cold expression. Then, she loosened the hairstyle she had tied up, letting it fall completely. Miss? Behind her, a female bodyguard, not much older than Su Qingyu, handed over a few items with a cold expression. A lightweight coat that covered her whole body, a sword-handled style handle, a strange mask, and an earplug. Su Qingyu first took the earplug and inserted it into her right ear, and immediately a female voice came through. The target has been confirmed, both sides are in contact. Everything is ready, and we can move in 3 minutes. Not paying much attention, Su Qingyu then put on the black lightweight coat. Which was not an ordinary coat, but a piece of trial-star equipment that not only perfectly fit her figure, allowing her to exert her full strength, but also provided a power boost and a certain degree of defense. Chapter 9 10 days later. Mu Hanchuan appeared in Long County, a neighboring city. A dilapidated scrap car suddenly appeared out of nowhere, landing in this desolate mountainous area. This was marked from Taizi County, 100 kilometers away. He specifically came here to try it out, and as expected, everything was fine. In these days, while recovering from his injuries, he has been experimenting with his teleportation skills, which will be the foundation of his future. He must understand and master it thoroughly. For now, everything is going smoothly. Since he can teleport scrap cars, he can certainly teleport luxury cars. This is a good no-cost business. He just needs to casually wander around high-end entertainment venues, mark the cars when he finds the opportunity, and then teleport to another province after half a month to sell them to local car dealers. A month is not too much. Doing 3 deals would be enough for him to live on. 0 risk, 100% safety, a huge profit, hehe, it's perfect. Mu Hanchuan doesn't consider himself a good person. Having experienced all the hardships of life since childhood, he feels no guilt in doing such things. As long as he can make money, there's nothing he won't do. Being broke is truly terrifying. Without hesitation, he decides to head to the city to scout the supply market. Chapter 10 Ding. With only 3 days left until the end of the month, Mu Hanchuan finally receives the long-awaited news. The team trial must be entered within these 3 days, or he will waste this month's qualification. 8 p.m. Hanyu Auction House, box number 7. This message is from Bai Jiyu, confirming the final entry date. And that young lady who booked the car should also make an appearance. After putting on some makeup, Mu Hanchuan heads out. He is currently in Taiyas County, part of Lannan City, and the Hanyu Auction House is in the city center of Lannan, the largest auction house in the area. Naturally, Those who go there are somewhat reluctant to show their faces, so a bit of concealment is allowed as long as no weapons are brought inside. This is also the main reason Bai Jiyu chose that location, safe and discreet. In Mu Hanchuan's view, Bai Jiyu and Midnight Black Tea must come from a decent background. Without a certain family support, it would be difficult to achieve such strength at their age, but their background is not too prominent. Otherwise, they would not be so diligent in taking orders. The taciturn Heiyu is likely the same type of person as him, someone who relies on his own efforts. The two share a similar air of poverty. At exactly 8 p.m., Mu Hanchuan arrives at box number 7, not a second late, to avoid dealing with meaningless pleasantries. Chapter 11. Everything is settled, and they each disperse. Mu Hanchuan doesn't rush to leave, but lingers a bit longer in the auction house. Looking at the auction stage where an elderly man is hosting, which is quite unappetizing. The next auction item, a blue random attribute point card, starting bid 3 million. Wow! A small gasp rises from the audience, consisting of young men and women who have never seen such things. Mu Hanchuan's eyes show a hint of desire, as he stops to admire this blue random attribute point card. He has never obtained one and has never had the chance to use it. It's too expensive, he can't afford it. The lowest tier white random attribute point card adds only 1 point of random attributes, starting at 1 million, and this blue one is even more expensive at 3 million. He simply doesn't have the money to buy it. The trial levels are indeed the main place for trialists to gain attribute points, but they come with immense dangers. The random attribute cards are different, although they have a time limit for use, as long as you have good talent. You might not be worse off than those trialists even without participating in the trial levels. Chapter 12. The night after tomorrow, he will enter the team trial. If luck is on his side, he might win a reward of several million. And then he can splurge a bit to get a random attribute item card from the underground market. He can't go to a legitimate selling point, as that would require recording his real identity, which he cannot reveal. Despite Mu Hanchuan hiding his identity every day and using a code name when going out, his real identity has long been recorded in the National Archives. Entered personally by his grandfather. He belongs to a relatively important batch, and there's not a shred of possibility to change it. A fake identity is useless. Modern technology cannot hide the truth. If someone truly investigates, they will find out. The only way is to stay low, avoid public places, and not engage with any legitimate channels, steering clear of the official. Sigh. He is just a poor kid. After the trial, he still needs to find time to check on the old man. It has been a while since he heard from him. And he hopes he isn't out causing trouble again. At his age, why can't he just enjoy retirement? Mu Hanchuan walks out of the secret base. First, he checks to see if his void stomach armor is repaired. That piece of equipment is too important to him, and he can't afford any mistakes. If it isn't ready yet, he needs to urge Old Wang to hurry up. It must be completed in the next 2 days. Chapter 13. The next evening. At 7:50 p.m. Mu Hanchuan is in his secret base, fully equipped and ready, just waiting to be teleported to the team trial. On the other side, Bai Jiyu has met with the bosses early and is meticulously reminding that young lady about everything to pay attention to once they enter the trial worrying excessively. In there, we will generally handle the situation, you just need to stick close to Mu, don't worry about anything else, okay? Don't worry, I understand. If the opponents aren't too strong, we won't summon Mu to leave. But if we encounter a powerful opponent, don't worry, just stay in your hiding place. If something uncontrollable happens, use that defense item card to protect yourself. Once the issue is resolved, we will come to find you. Got it? If we get separated, just follow Mu and listen to his arrangements, don't panic. He will protect you, and you must not leave his side. Understood? To sum it up, just stick close to Mu and don't worry about anything else. She's not stupid. How could she not understand? Great. Then let us prepare to start the team trial. Okay. Chuyu's heart races quickly. This is her first time participating in a trial. Yes. She has never even participated in a solo trial before, so she is extremely nervous and excited, about to witness a new history. Chapter 14. 10 minutes later. Bai Jiyu returns, holding a vial of thick blood, which makes Chuyu feel a bit nauseous. Apply it, we need to move. We have to find a safe hiding place before nightfall. Her midnight black tea applies it to herself first, then to Chuyu. Even though she is extremely reluctant, she doesn't resist and cooperates well. Mu Hanchuan, of course, applies it to himself. 2 minutes later, Heiyu also returns. Already smeared with the blood of the shadow-singing spider, having done it himself, well prepared. Bai Jiyu asks Heiyu, how is the surrounding area? No other teams were found. There is a small mountain to the southeast, and to the south, there are many ditches of varying depths. There is not enough time. Heiyu only managed to scout that much. Let us go south. Very decisively. Bai Jiyu chooses not to go to the small mountain, but opts for the more complex ditch area, which is much safer compared to the mountain. The group, now smeared with the blood of the shadow-singing spider, quickly sets off. Heiyu leads the way. Bai Jiyu is at the front. In the middle are Mu and Chuyu. Finally, at the back is Midnight Black Tea. This formation is ready for battle at any moment, with Mu Hanchuan responsible for taking down Chuyu first if they encounter a fight. Haha. Chapter 15. On Mu Hanchuan's side, an unexpected surprise occurs. Just as Bai Jiyu and Midnight Black Tea leave for a brief moment, a fierce creature, 3 meters long and covered in terrifying black and red exoskeletons, suddenly lunges down from above, its front limbs equipped with 2 retractable blade-like appendages that extend to 1.5 meters, fiercely slashing toward Mu Hanchuan. The blade cluster race of the Langxing, with just one glance, Mu Hanchuan recognized this race. They also belong to the intelligent races, but prefer to rely on their physical instincts in battle, making them extremely fierce. There was no time to think. Mu Hanchuan raised his shield to block. Bang! Chuyu, who was still in a daze, suddenly heard a loud crashing sound, and then saw Mu Hanchuan being swept away by 2 blade limbs, crashing heavily against a black wall several meters away, causing a thick layer of black ash to fall. After a brief moment of shock, Chuyu recovered from her fright, clamped her mouth shut tightly, pressed herself into a corner of the cave, curled up her body, and drew out her small axe for self-defense, silently praying that Mu Hanchuan would be okay. Otherwise, how could she follow him? Follow him to the underworld. Don't get me wrong, this axe is an F-grade weapon and can enlarge during real combat. Chapter 16. Inside the cave, Mu Hanchuan remained calm, showing no extra expression, fully focused on the enemy, while Chuyu was trembling all over from fear. It was so dangerous just after entering the trial star, and the appearance of that monster outside was horrifying. Could Mu Hanchuan hold his ground? Would they really die here? She knew the trial star was fraught with danger, but it shouldn't be this perilous. They had only been inside for just over an hour, and she didn't want to come back again. After holding firm for a minute and blocking dozens of charges from the blade cluster race, Mu Hanchuan received a signal from the insect, and the fastest black feather arrived, ready to launch an attack. Mu Hanchuan quickly crouched down and gestured for Chuyu to lie flat. Chuyu hadn't fully grasped the meaning yet. She was just about to lift her enlarged axe to help when, in the blink of an eye, a gravity cannon fell from above, moving at an incredible speed, striking the injured blade cluster race member, who was charging toward the cave entrance. He was in mid-air and had no way to dodge. Boom! The tremendous force obliterated half of the defenseless blade cluster member, also injuring another more powerful blade cluster race member nearby. Inside the cave, Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu were also affected, but with the large shield blocking them, they were unharmed, albeit covered in black ash. Chapter 17. Midnight Red Tea. Have you ever had a companion die inside? Of course, more than one, haha, if you choose this path, you must be ready for this at any time. It's terrifying. Then why would you, a girl, come? Bored? There's nothing fun outside anymore, look how exciting it is here. Chuyu didn't he quite agree. Your skill is to enhance strength. Yes? Then remember to buff us before the next battle. Okay. Blackfeather seemed to have finished and served each person some on stone plates, distributing it to a few. The bone didn't move. Mu Hanchuan took it. Drank the small amount of viscous liquid on the stone plate to replenish moisture, and didn't eat the crushed grass bits, as he wasn't very hungry. What is this? Chuyu's eyes widened. She just saw Mu Hanchuan and Blackfeather eat it. Is this something edible? Midnight Red Tea handed a portion to Chuyu and explained, Ying grass, a relatively common plant on the trial star. Contains a very small amount of liquid that can barely serve as moisture replenishment, and these crushed grass root bits can be eaten. They taste a bit bad, but can restore a little stamina. Upon entering the trial star, besides carrying some non-balance affecting clothing, masks, etc., nothing else can be brought into the trial star, let alone food or seasonings, so anything that can keep you alive must be eaten. Chapter 18, at 3 o'clock in the morning on the trial star. Mu Hanchuan was still chatting with the enthusiastic Chuyu. She really wasn't tired at all. After running around for 2 to 3 hours with no gains, the three from the bone returned to that small hill in the southeast. Abandoning the camp they had set up. Chirp! A series of insect sounds came, and Blackfeather finally made a discovery. Not far away. The bone and Midnight Red Tea immediately sneaked toward that direction. 300 meters away, the three met up. What is going on? There are people fighting on the mountain. They might have encountered each other or are competing for the mountain's possession. At this late hour, with no place to hide, they can only fight to seize it. It's normal. Move closer. After advancing 150 meters, they could see clearly. At that moment, two teams were engaged in battle on that hill. One side consisting of 3 people, who were humans from an unknown country. The other side had 4, the armored G tribe from the Bai Star. With thick shells on their backs and incredible defensive power. Midnight Red Tea said, there's a human team. For the blood trial. Teams of the same race are the easiest to deal with and have the best chance of success, because they know each other best. If there's a chance, they might target us first. I remind you, if we're going to act, we must eliminate them all at once, don't show mercy. Chapter 19, a little over a minute later, the 3 from the bone returned. They made a huge profit this time, killing 7 trial participants, plus the previous 3. Their small team had already killed 10 targets, equivalent to 2 complete teams. Not to mention first place, they should at least rank near the top now. Chuyu was the most excited. You guys are amazing. Mu Hanchuan didn't expect their gains to be so substantial this time, it was a bit overwhelming. And perhaps there was a real chance to grab a spot in the top 3, and the rewards would definitely be plentiful. With this large wave of kills, our plan needs to be adjusted. While ensuring the team's safety, we should try to compete for more. Do you have any objections? Bone was still very respectful of his teammates. Although he knew no one would object, he still had to show his attitude. Unity is the primary fighting force in team trials. Agreed. Blackfeather was the first to express his firm support. It's worth a try. Midnight Red Tea had no objections. Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu naturally wouldn't have any objections either, instead, they were a bit excited. All right. There are 3 hours until dawn, let's get some sleep, and we'll set off in 3 hours. Mu Hanchuan leaned against the cave entrance and entered a light sleep. Finally, he could rest a bit after being pulled into conversation by Chuyu for 3 hours. Feeling mentally exhausted, if he wanted to, he might have even discussed her birth date. Chapter 20, Go. After gathering the spoils, the team set off to move. There were too many monster birds outside, making it very dangerous, but it also contained huge opportunities. These monster birds not only attacked them, but also indiscriminately attacked all races. As long as they hid well enough, there would certainly be opportunities to pick up the scraps. There were 57 teams, even though 10 had been lost yesterday. There were still 47 left, and many teams would inevitably be attacked by these monster birds. Whether it was picking up the corpses of the monster birds or encountering isolated trial participants, it would be a significant gain. If they accidentally came across two teams that were mutually injured, it would be a blood profit. Still, Blackfeather led the way. Scouting a section and stopping for a while, Bone and the others followed closely behind. Once it was confirmed that there were no monster birds ahead, they immediately moved forward. At a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, prioritizing stability. The terrain of the silent ashen wasteland is complex, with hardly a flat piece of land. It is filled with winding small hills, deep ravines, and clusters of black rocks, making it very suitable for concealment. This is also the main reason they dare to come out in search of opportunities, otherwise, they would be surrounded and beaten to death by the monstrous birds. They slowly advanced, and after running for more than an hour, they managed to kill 3 isolated monstrous birds together, but unfortunately, they did not encounter any trial teams. Chapter 21, an hour later. Blackfeather stopped in front of a deep underground ravine, where the 2 fleeing Flame Feather clan members had escaped. The monstrous birds were too large to enter. So they clawed at the entrance for a while before flying up into the air to circle and screech for several minutes before reluctantly leaving. Blackfeather had carefully explored the area. Inside the deep pit, besides the 2-meter-high large entrance, there were several smaller holes that could be crawled into. However, the Flame Feather clan could only enter and exit through the large hole. They were also unable to pass through the smaller holes due to their size. Fortunately, those smaller holes posed no trouble for humans and were sufficient for sneaking in. This was an excellent environment for an ambush, allowing for a surprise attack from behind without needing to launch a frontal assault, minimizing risk. Now, he just needed to wait for his teammates to arrive. The 2 Flame Feather clan members were heavily injured and focused on healing. Unwilling to shift their attention unnecessarily, there was no need to rush. He just needed to keep an eye on the surroundings. Another 2 hours passed, and it was 11 o'clock when the Bone Squad finally arrived. They had encountered another organized team on the way, seemingly also searching for targets, and had to hide for half an hour before continuing their journey. Chapter 22, seconds later. Bone emerged, dragging his injuries. He had several long scratches and claw marks on his body, but fortunately, he wore an E-grade defensive suit. So he was not in serious trouble. This also indicated that the battle inside had ended, and Mu Hanchuan put away his large shield. Do you need a medical kit? The medical kit could only be used twice, making it very precious. No need. The injuries aren't severe, Bone can still hold on. It's only the first day. I won't easily use the medical kit unless it's serious. Mu Hanchuan nodded, said nothing more, and walked into Pluck Feathers. Inside the cave, Midnight Red Tea was sitting on a small rock. She had also sustained some injuries and was cleaning her wounds. Upon seeing Mu enter, she turned around and changed direction. You make me want to see. Mu Hanchuan ignored her and approached one of the Flame Feather clan corpses to start plucking the most valuable feathers. On the other corpse, Blackfeather was also plucking feathers. Let me try too. Initial Rain squatted down, showing interest. All right. If she wanted to work, let her do it. The feathers beneath the Flame Feather clan were the most vulnerable, and here were the softest, most exquisite, and most beautiful feathers, possibly more than a dozen. Plucking these would be enough, the rest were not worth much. Chapter 23. The sky outside was pitch black, and the ground had been completely eroded by black liquid, with only the black rocks remaining intact, barely providing a place to stand. Blackfeather moved cautiously, unknowingly venturing further away. It was unrealistic to expect the team to take huge risks for obvious gains. After all, this was just a team hired by the boss, and everything should prioritize stability. If they really wanted to compete, they would have to find those desperate teams that would stop at nothing just for results. Blackfeather certainly wanted to join such teams and was willing to take those risks, but it was difficult to gather a team of skilled individuals. It might take half a year to assemble a satisfactory team. Going to the underground and nest to form a temporary team would lead to uneven strength, and could not guarantee the team's competitiveness, which was also very dangerous. Moreover, he did not have the financial means to repeatedly gather the money for the Silver Star Key. Since that was the case, he could only rely on himself to put an extra effort and do his best to help the team compete. At 3:30 in the morning, Blackfeather returned. Mu Hanchuan glanced at him, but did not pay much attention. It was clear he had gained nothing, otherwise, he wouldn't look so dejected. In the morning, the red remnants of the rainbow reappeared, and the Bone Squad began a new day's actions. Chapter 24, the first target of the day. The team did not stop and continued onward. Around noon, they successfully killed a solitary target, but after that, there were no further discoveries. The difficulty of the day had clearly increased by more than one level. They had been floating yesterday, and their set goals were completely unrealistic. What now? Midnight Red Tea asked Bone. If it doesn't work, let's give up. It's a waste of time and exhausting to continue like this. At this moment, there were only 4 people in the team, and Blackfeather was still searching. Bone understood a bit about Blackfeather's situation, and knew why he was trying so hard. He had no intention of denying his approach, but the premise was that it shouldn't drag the team down and attract danger. All right. Mu Hanchuan said nothing, letting them decide. In fact, he wasn't familiar with anyone in the team, and he had talked the most with this young lady. Continue the mission. Initial Rain felt less tense than yesterday. There had been no danger today, and she felt relaxed all over. Mu, what do you do in reality? I perform. HMPH, you're lying to me. No? Then don't perform anymore. Come work at my house, responsible for protecting me, and I'll pay your salary. Chapter 25. This time, Blackfeather came out earlier and ran farther. This was the last opportunity. If there were no gains tonight, there would be no chances during the day tomorrow. At 1 o'clock in the morning, he found nothing. Blackfeather did not get discouraged and continued to work hard. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he still found nothing. Blackfeather felt that this direction might not be lucky, so he turned and headed toward the cliff where the daylight was, hoping for a change of luck. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the entire earth was so quiet it felt eerie. Blackfeather arrived at the cliff in daylight, standing silently in place. Having another fruitless night. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to return. By 4 o'clock, most of the black rocks would be covered by black liquid, making it hard to return. Blackfeather was still clear about the priorities. He couldn't let his own situation affect the entire team, otherwise. Who would be willing to team up with him in the future? Just as he turned to leave, a sudden dull sound echoed, powerful and impactful. From over 500 meters away. Blackfeather's eyes instantly lit up with a sharp light. A team was fighting. He quickly rushed in that direction. Let's go. A group of Shay clan members was ambushed in a cave high on the cliff. 2 of their teammates were killed in the initial surprise attack, leaving only 3 of their clan members. Chapter 26. In a cliff cave, the exterior was covered by some strange grass. One of the few types of plants in the silent ashen wasteland that were not affected by the black liquid. The 2 sisters of the Shay clan temporarily hid here. There was no choice. The evil owl beast had appeared, and there was no time to seek a better hiding spot. Nessa collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on, while Xena urgently treated her wounds. Sister, you will be fine, we must return together. The clansmen are all dead, and so is Ellie, leaving only the 2 of them. Xena, remember what I said, if something happens, don't worry about me, just escape by yourself. No, there's only half a day left, it's very concealed here. The evil owl beast definitely won't find us, sister, we can hold on. I hope so. Just as the words fell, there was a sudden attack from above the cave entrance. A large amount of rocks shattered and rolled down, making a huge noise. Ignoring her injuries, Nessa suddenly sprang up from the ground. It's a distortion bomb, we've been discovered, run. Xena was taken aback. She had clearly checked the surroundings carefully. Sister, I'll carry you. Don't worry about me, run quickly, otherwise it will be too late. This is an attack deliberately launched by other alien races. They don't intend to attack us directly, they want to deliberately lure the evil owl beast. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to escape. Chapter 27, 8 o'clock, the remaining rainbow falls, the strange bird flies away. The group led by Gu is preparing to relocate, in the last half day. Any team wanting to compete for the top 3 will undoubtedly spare no effort. This tunnel is too obvious and no longer safe. They need to find a more hidden place. Where's Blackfeather? It's just that she was too hungry, and to conserve energy. Mai took a good nap, and didn't he notice Blackfeather's absence? Something might have happened. Chuyu was shocked, soul-searching, he didn't come back last night. HMPH, men who don't come home at night really don't have a good end. I don't know who taught Chuyu this kind of ideological education. This kind of thinking is a bit extreme. The team is not prepared to wait any longer. Just as they exited the underground tunnel, a hurried figure jumped down. A group of people simultaneously drew their weapons, and even Chuyu's reaction wasn't too slow. Seeing the newcomer clearly, the group wanted to curse. Midnight Red Tea was the first to exclaim in surprise, Blackfeather. Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward, and checked him out. He only had a few light scratches, nothing serious. Are you okay? No? Did you gain anything? I ambushed too. Midnight Red Tea was overjoyed. You're awesome. Chapter 28, to enhance our power. Huh? Chuyu was momentarily stunned. Understood. Oh. She hurriedly activated her skills. In the next moment, the vengeful Spine tribe rushed in. The large shield behind Mu Hanchuan was drawn out and raised to the sky. Bang! A heavy punch came crashing down, forcing Mu Hanchuan back 2 meters and knocking Chuyu down behind him. The huge collision sound pierced the eardrums. Another series of heavy punches were all withstood by Mu Hanchuan, making the vengeful Spine tribe even angrier. Chuyu crawled up, still unsteady, and was knocked down twice in succession by Mu Hanchuan, dizzy. She didn't even know where her axe had fallen. On the high slope, the Tiger Marten tribe charged down with astonishing speed. The round shield suddenly returned to Mu Hanchuan's right hand, and he threw it towards this Tiger Marten tribe. This Tiger Marten tribe was very tough. Not dodging or evading, charging directly with its body, he didn't believe that the thrown round shield could have much power. Slap! He was knocked away by the round shield, rolling several meters on the rocky ground before getting up. With Chuyu's power enhancement, Mu Hanchuan had now broken through to F-level strength, with an additional 20 attack boost, plus the powerful impact from the migration. He was not to be underestimated. Chapter 29, the round shield damage rate is 80, it can't hold on much longer. Mu Hanchuan struggled to support his body, holding the round shield high to resist the continuous attacks, while also keeping an eye on Chuyu's condition. Ready to throw the round shield to rescue her at any moment. At this moment, that Tiger Marten tribe was quickly charging over. Chuyu had lost her weapon, her confidence plummeting to 0. Looking at the charging Tiger Marten tribe, she could only scream desperately. Suddenly, hundreds of meters away, Blackfeather issued an urgent warning. Red Tea, be careful. The distortion bomb in his hand was also fired at this moment, targeting not Midnight Red Tea, but the charging Tiger Marten tribe heading towards Chuyu. Calling so affectionately, Mu Hanchuan's first thought was this. Look again. The charging Tiger Marten tribe suddenly made a sharp turn, abandoning Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu, heading straight for Midnight Red Tea, who was fighting on another hillside, behind him. He had pulled out a big guy. The opponent realized that Chuyu was just an empty shell carrying a big pot, easily pierced. And didn't he need to care about her, The real experts of this team were the other few people, prioritizing midnight red tea for a single-point breakthrough, resolving them one by one. Before the opponent could shoot, Mu Hanchuan suddenly exerted force, smashing the ground with the round shield, bracing against the Spine Tribe's attack. Bursting out from the ground, using all his strength to throw the round shield in his hand. Chapter 30. The team clearly got closer this time. Not daring to be arrogant anymore, even the original route was changed to choose a more hidden rocky path, with towering rock peaks on both sides, over 10 meters high. And the slightly shorter ones being 6 or 7 meters high, leaving only a narrow path about 3 to 4 meters wide in between, filled with scattered rocks, making it difficult to walk. Mu, are you okay? I see you limping. Do you need me to help you? No need, thank you, just take care of yourself. I'm fine too, except my head hurts a bit. Chuyu's hair was very messy, holding a small axe. And didn't he even have time to tie her disheveled ponytail? Thank you for protecting me today. When we get back, I'll give you a big gift. I feel like your family has already given me a yellow random attribute item card. I feel embarrassed to accept another gift. No way, I'm the king. What I, Chuyu, say must be given. Almost revealing my real name, Chuyu is too reckless. Do as you wish. Mu Hanchuan had no mood to chat with her. He didn't feel pain during the fight, but now that it was over, his whole body hurt. That Spine Tribe was too ruthless. He urgently needed to find a place to rest. Not far ahead, Black Feather was carefully observing the surroundings. He always had a strange feeling in his heart. How to put it, it was that kind of very familiar yet indescribable instinct. Chapter 31. Bang, bang. Bang. Chuyu's sandstone barrier endured wave after wave of attacks. Although it was only F level, the defensive strength was exceptionally strong, withstanding the big man's dozens of attacks. Her whole body was trembling. The small axe had already grown large, ready for a fight to the death at any moment. I hope Gu and Midnight Red Tea come to rescue them soon. Otherwise, they might not hold on. As the user of Sandstone Barrier, she had already felt that if there were 3 or 4 more blows, it would definitely be breached. By then, she would really have to rely on herself. Mu, are you dead? If you're not dead, get up and fight alongside me. The battle started abruptly and ended very quickly. This human team still underestimated Gu's squad, even though they had just experienced a bloody battle. With the furious Midnight Red Tea forcefully slaying that fat ugly woman, Gu also killed an enemy, and the remaining 2, no matter how unwilling, had to give up and immediately flee. The 2-meter-tall man couldn't break Chuyu's sandstone barrier before escaping. He was just a little short. If he had a few more seconds, he could have killed the 2 inside, but it all ended in failure. Still delayed by Black Feather. Otherwise it could have been broken through earlier. Chapter 32. Exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 3-day team trial ended, not a second more, not a second less. The Bone Squad held on until the end. Fortunately, there were no more accidents this time. There was only a minor incident when a tall Zelta tribe team of 3 appeared nearby. Black Feather kept a close watch the whole time, and if anything was off, he would immediately notify the Bone Squad to evacuate. Fortunately, that team did not come over to their side, instead searching in another direction. So it was a close call, but no danger. In this team trial, Mu Hanchuan lost a large shield, a round shield, and a support item card. His E-level void stomach armor was almost destroyed, which was quite unfortunate. Luckily, the void stomach armor was preserved, otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. Though he could still endure the injuries. Thinking of the void stomach armor, he recalled Old Wang and Song Heng, who took his money but did not do the job, almost getting him killed because the void stomach armor was not repaired properly. He must take revenge if they break the rules. They shouldn't blame others for not following the rules. Next came the reward distribution, and everyone in the team was very anxious, unsure if they would make it into the top 3. After putting in so much effort and taking such big risks, almost getting killed. If they couldn't make it into the top 3, it would be a huge loss, and it would have been better to hide away from the start. Chapter 33. Reappearing. It was already noon on the second day in real time. The flow of time in the trial star was not consistent with reality, roughly a ratio of 1 to 4. Meaning the 3 days inside equated to 18 hours outside. Mu Hanchuan returned to the original point he entered, back to his own secret base. He walked to his bedroom, took off his tattered clothes, removed the damaged mask, and unfastened the void stomach armor, collapsing heavily onto the bed. This team trial had some unexpected events, but fortunately, the outcome was perfect. His injuries were not light, and he would need to recuperate for half a month before entering the personal trial. First, dealing with the 2 personal trials. The personal trial would be much easier for him, and he wouldn't sustain serious injuries. As for next month's team trial, he would see. It was not certain he would still be able to join the Bone Squad since they had already made arrangements months in advance. Unless there were personnel changes, adjustments would be made temporarily. Perhaps they had already made plans with others for next month, finalizing their team. His right hand reached into the air, and in the next moment, the round shield that was transported to the trial star reappeared in his right hand, mostly undamaged. No problem, he could move to the trial star and also return. Great. Chapter 34. A day later, Mu Hanchuan went to retrieve his 8 million guarantee deposit. Plus 6 million in rewards. The account wasn't his, it was provided by Chai Long. His account could be set up, but he didn't dare to use his name. He also handed over the flame gloves, E-level, he obtained to Chai Long to handle. It could probably sell for around 3 million, it was offensive and slightly more expensive. Other types were priced lower, and rare equipment like control types would be even more expensive. Like Chuyun's Shadow Cloak, E-level, which would at least double in price. He also gave him the skill slot reward, primary skill slot 1. Mu Hanchuan had no use for this, but it was quite valuable outside. The more skills learned, the safer it was on the trial star, which was normal. Like Chuyun, although she hadn't reached E-level, she might have used a primary skill slot item card to unlock a second skill slot, but left the position unused, waiting for better skills that suited her. What type was this team trial? How did they get so many good things? For Chai Long, these items were already very impressive. Bad luck, blood red trial. My goodness. With such bad luck, you could still get so many rewards. Chapter 35. Mu Hanchuan did not go back, he found a more reliable E-level repairman, giving an extra 10% of the price, asking him to ensure the void stomach armor was repaired within half a month. Then he went alone to the riverside to daydream, not far from Old Wang's sludge processing station. He was injured and did not plan to act now. He would wait until his injuries healed a bit, and he got back his repaired void stomach armor before taking action. But it wouldn't stop him from gathering some information first. Old Wang was back. Song Heng hadn't left either. With 2 E-level repairmen here, their reputation and business would surely improve, but he didn't know what their capabilities were like. Wait half a month to talk to them, and try it out. In the sky, a drone flew by, flying along the riverbank, real-time cameras scanning all visible personnel, directly transmitting back to the police station for screening. Cracking down on all possible crimes. If wanted individuals appeared, they would be captured directly. Nearby, patrol officers appeared. Mu Hanchuan pulled up the hood behind him, lowered his head, and quickly left. It was best not to have his identity recorded in the official system, especially since the Mu family was still secretly looking for him. With the appearance of trial participants, the crime rate had significantly increased, and the police were also enhancing their crackdown efforts year by year, showing no mercy. Chapter 36. Lannan City, next to the Taizi County where Mu Hanchuan was located, was Couture County. He arrived at an old 3-story building. This building had 4 units on each floor, with 1-bedroom apartments on the sides, and the 2 middle units were 2-bedroom apartments, but they weren't very spacious. There was no kitchen or bathroom in the units. Cooking had to be done in the hallway. And bathing and using the toilet had to go to the shared facilities at both ends. During the day, there weren't many people around, everyone was out at work. Mu Hanchuan stepped onto the middle staircase of the building, heading to the second floor. His home was the two-bedroom apartment on the right side of the second floor. Ever since the old man adopted Dai Xiaoyan and she got married, it was just the two of them left here. Of course, he had also returned less since he turned 18. When he was adopted by the old man, it was the year he had just escaped from his grandfather's house. At 13. That year, Dai Xiaoyan was 19, 6 years older than him. She had been adopted by the old man when she was very young. Raised like a daughter and accompanied him in performing. Mu Hanchuan always felt that the old man didn't take him in out of pity. It was purely because Dai Xiaoyan was getting older and needed to get married, so he chose to keep him to help her. Otherwise, he would never have bothered to look at him, he was so stingy. Chapter 37. Arriving at Shodong Mountain, Sister Yang and her husband had already found a place. The greenhouse was being set up, and a coffin had been prepared inside in advance. Members of Mu Hanchuan's band had come specifically to help set up the venue, providing free performances for the next few days. My condolences. My condolences. It was too unexpected. A few people came to Mu Hanchuan's side to comfort him one by one. Thank you. Dai Xiaoyan rushed to her old man's corpse, her voice hoarse from crying. Her husband comforted her, and their son, who was just 6 years old, was taken aside by the elders, not allowed to see this scene. Mu Hanchuan gave the two, who helped carry the body a fee of 1,000 and then stood aside, remaining calm. After years of wandering in the trial star, he had long gotten used to life and death partings. More than 10 of his teammates in the team trial had died. You have parents, grandparents, and maternal grandparents. But the only relative you have is this bloodless stranger. His gaze fell into the distance, and the commotion here attracted 2 patrolling officers who appeared on the scene. The 2 officers did not approach, but released drones from behind to collect information on the personnel at the scene. These drones were directly connected to their brain neurons. Controlled by thought alone, requiring no operating devices, once airborne, they began their work immediately. Chapter 38. Downstairs, a large crowd from Huiying City rushed upstairs. When they arrived at the scene, what met their eyes was a ground covered in corpses, blood and flesh everywhere, a scene of unimaginable horror. And among them was the VIP, who had the most tragic death. This was a disaster. Huiying City was in big trouble. In the back alley, Su Qingyu disappeared at the end and returned to a rather inconspicuous literary cafe on the second floor. Her personal female bodyguard had already prepared to change clothes. And in an instant, she completed the transformation, becoming the frail and delicate second miss of the Su family again. Miss, the eldest lady has sent word for you to return immediately. What is the matter? We have found the whereabouts of your fiancé. What does he look like now? She had seen photos of Mu Hanchuan when he was a child, but none later. The eldest lady hadn't sent anything. All right. Looks like I need to take a trip. Su Qingyu looked at the street below, muttering to herself, is it Qianlan City? The funeral did not last long. They found a feng shui treasure for burial just over 2 days later, and Mu Hanchuan had kept vigil for 2 nights. The next day, Chai Long came over to express condolences, bringing Mu Hanchuan a yellow random attribute item card, along with a transfer of 4,500,000 to his account. Chapter 39. Dai Xiaoyan was busy again. She always had endless tasks. The shop had no customers, and Mu Hanchuan was eating alone slowly. On the street, 2 black luxury cars suddenly turned in and parked not far from the entrance. 2 young women got out and walked into the noodle shop. Mu Hanchuan instinctively turned to look. It wasn't that the 2 women were particularly beautiful, but their extraordinary aura clearly indicated they were not ordinary people. Such nobility and attire should not appear in such a small county, let alone in this small noodle shop. Mu Hanchuan felt something was off. Sure enough, the two women did not call for the owner and went straight to sit opposite Mu Hanchuan. They did not speak, instead, they both sized him up. Mu Hanchuan was not lecherous, but these two women were indeed attractive. One had a mature charm, while the other looked like a little white rabbit. You could tell from their outfits and demeanor. Mu Hanchuan did not speak, nor did he deliberately observe them, quietly eating while waiting for them to reveal their intentions. You are the eldest son of the Mu family, Mu Hanchuan. The mature woman sitting on the outside spoke. Mu Hanchuan paused, looking at her in surprise. These two didn't seem to be from the Mu family, nor did they seem like people from his maternal family. How could they know his background? Chapter 40, a day later. In the provincial capital of Lu Province, ranked third in the country economically, Qianlan City. 3 luxury cars drove into the Mu family estate. Are you really willing to cancel the marriage? Suhan still found it hard to believe this Mu Hanchuan. She felt she couldn't see through him. The two sisters sat on one side, while Mu Hanchuan on the other replied, "This is a good thing, beneficial for both parties, isn't it? You have quite a bit of self-awareness. Recognizing reality is not a bad thing." Mu Hanchuan looked faintly at the estate outside, a place he once lived in, and felt very uncomfortable. He did not like it here, nor did he like this city, where pomegranate flowers were everywhere. His biological mother loved these flowers the most, making the whole city feel polluted. Do you really have no thoughts about the Mu family? None? If possible, it would be best to never get entangled with his parents again. If they want to let me live in peace, I wouldn't mind killing their current child. We can all suffer together. Good, I hope you don't change your mind halfway. The head of the Mu family, Mu Chiming, and his mistress, Huang Yang, had already received the news and came out to welcome them. Other than Mu Hanchuan's biological father and his stepmother, no other Mu family members appeared. Today's discussion was quite subtle and of great importance, so it was not suitable to be too prominent. They would talk behind closed doors later with their own family members. Chapter 41, Mu Chiming almost laughed in anger. This was truly a good method. Yusu family are really bold, playing a good game, bringing Mu Hanchuan here. Casually finding an excuse to simply want to break off the engagement. Suhan's niece, Yusu family are thinking too much. Mu Hanchuan is not qualified to represent our Mu family. Our Su family believes the Mu family should respect Mu Hanchuan's own wishes. Suhan turned her gaze to Mu Hanchuan. What do you say? Mu Hanchuan understood that it was his turn to perform, discarding the last 2 small carrot sticks. He declared his final statement, I have no interest in the Mu family. If you let me leave the Mu family now, I will leave immediately and never show up again. Mu Chiming's face turned extremely ugly at that moment, almost smashing the entire dining table with a slap, food scattered everywhere. How much benefit did the Su family give you that's worth betraying your own Mu family? He was genuinely furious. The Su family had indeed come prepared. But instead of acting themselves, they sent their own son to take the lead. That's too harsh, it can't be called betrayal. After all, I'm not a true Mu family member, it's better for everyone to part ways amicably, right? Huang Yang, who was beside Mu Chiming, was now completely stiff, unable to believe that this Mu Hanchuan was serious. Chapter 42, stepping out of the door, Mu Chiming did not speak. And no one in the Mu family dared to move. Mu Chiming's eyes were dark and cold, filled with rage, and he thought of that crazy woman, Zhu Munning, who gave birth to such a mad son, clearly cut from the same cloth, with a similar temperament. The Su family was too overbearing. Both sides had quite a bit of cooperation, yet they were so merciless. Was it really just to cancel the engagement with Su Qingyu? Send someone to follow Mu Hanchuan. Since he has appeared, he cannot be allowed to leave again. He must stay in the Mu family. Dream on if he thinks he can leave. We will lock him up for life. Can the Su family protect him for a moment? Can they protect him for a lifetime? The servant beside him quickly responded, yes. The 3 luxury cars of the Su family drove over voluntarily, the doors wide open. Before the owner could get in, from a distance, 2 young people ran over. The younger one, possibly still underage, pointed with his right hand, that's him. The slightly older one, with a birthmark on his face, angrily shouted. He really dares to come back. Doesn't he know that now there is only Mu Chao as the young master of the Mu family? He brought people with him. He must have bad intentions. Who cares? Curse him out, what if he brought people? Does he dare to act in the Mu family? All right. The older one with the birthmark shouted from afar, Mu Hanchuan, you bastard, how dare you come here? This is not a place you can come to. Chapter 43, Leaving the Qianlan city area, Mu Hanchuan suddenly jumped out of the car, landing in the dense thicket below. The 2 people in the car quickly slammed on the brakes. By the time they chased after him, he had already disappeared from sight. What is going on? One person's complexion was very bad, and you want to get out of the car. Jumping out like a ghost. We can't stop you from leaving. At least we sent you off. If he wants to leave, let him go, it has nothing to do with us. Go back. Oh? The one who jumped out. Mu Hanchuan did not leave Qianlan City, but turned back to the city center. Huang Ji and Huang Ji also left the Mu family at this time. Not daring to linger, their uncle's face looked as if he had eaten something terrible, so how could they stay? Bro, are we going home? What home? I have an appointment with Brother Bin tonight. Huang Ji frowned, didn't he second aunt tell us to stay at home for a few days? What are you afraid of? This is Qianlan City, our territory. What can the Su family do? We haven't provoked them. Besides, they came to cancel the engagement, not to help Mu Hanchuan. How could they specifically come after us? Don't worry about it, just do what you need to do. Huang Ji felt a bit shaken inside, all right. Coincidentally, he also had an appointment tonight, although it was his one-sided wish. Chapter 44, A major injury incident occurred in Shuxiang Alley, resulting in 3 deaths. The identities of the deceased are quite special, and the target involved is a trialist who is fleeing towards Ginkgo Road District, requesting urgent assistance. While reporting to headquarters, he was also quickly pursuing. He was a main force, a frontline attacker, his speed was not fast, and chasing was not his strength. Received. Gathering nearby riot police for support, please hold on. In the next moment, the large screen in the Defense Department's dispatch center displayed real-time footage from the reporting personnel's drone and robotic dog, clearly showing the intense chase scene at the incident location. He saw the ghost-faced man running at high speed suddenly turn, his back violently crashing against a mall entrance, while he hurled the round shield as a weapon. This was standard tanking technique. Many trialists, who had a main body, would throw their shields at enemies in critical moments, or use them to protect teammates, nothing unusual. Confirmed. This was a defensive-type trialist. Who? The mechanical dog performed a side flip, smoothly dodging this attack, and the round shield grazed its metal body, crashing against the stone railing behind it, sending fragments flying. Chapter 45, Hundreds of people rushed out of Churfing Courtyard, many injured from being trampled or bumped into by others. 2 headless corpses were also thrown out from inside, terrifying everyone at the scene, and the emergency calls were almost overwhelming. A gang fight occurred inside Churfing Courtyard, resulting in deaths and trampling incidents. Nearby officers, please rush to the scene. Several callers reported this way. The dispatch center was particularly busy tonight, with another pursuit ongoing. Using the faint light from their phones inside the box, Ning Bin, Huang Ji, and others saw the newcomers. Huang Ji's eyes widened, it was actually a woman. And her figure was stunning. Ning Bin's expression changed dramatically. Having mixed in the underworld for years, he immediately recognized her, Blood Fox from the Fox Heaven workshop. This was the notorious killer organization active in the Qingling area, Blood Fox from Fox Heaven workshop. Why had they suddenly come thousands of kilometers away to Luosheng? And why were they in Qianlan City? They had even come to his territory. Ning Bin's mind was in chaos, he couldn't figure out the situation. This group of killers had a fearsome reputation, whenever they struck, they left no survivors. There was no time to think about the reasons, escaping was the most important thing. Chapter 46, Bang. Another corpse crashed through the outer wall, falling out of Churfing courtyard. The death was tragic, almost unrecognizable. A few familiar faces noticed some clues. Look at those golden claws, they seem to belong to Boss Bin. Boss Bin is dead. Who did this? So fierce, good thing we escaped quickly. No need to think, it's definitely an enemy seeking revenge, it happens a few times a year. The first arriving riot police drove away the crowd and went to check. He had been there for a while but didn't dare to enter, only sending his mechanical dog inside to check the situation. In the dark, the mechanical dog was instantly taken out by a sword, unable to gather any information. Then he didn't dare to move, waiting for other colleagues to come for support. What a joke, this is Ning Bin's lair, even he and his men were wiped out, how could he dare to enter casually? The situation is serious. Ning Bin from Churfing courtyard has been killed, the criminal is extremely powerful, requesting special police support, requesting special police support. He immediately reported to headquarters. Ning Bin was not an ordinary person, his reputation in Qianlan City was significant, reportedly at D-level strength. The fact that such a person was killed in his own lair showed how powerful the murderer was. Special police teams had to be called to act. These riot police were just there to deliver food. Chapter 47, on the western side of Qianlan City, in the Ginkgo Road district. Bang bang bang. Mu Hanchuan abruptly dove to the right, almost simultaneously. A row of bullets accurately struck the metal wall where he had just been. He crashed through the scaffolding blocking his way and burst into a slightly ajar, rusted iron door. Inside was an abandoned small maintenance workshop, filled with dusty mechanical wreckage and tool racks, with only a few rays of moonlight filtering through the broken high windows, forming murky shadows. The mechanical dog entered through the high window, appearing on the second-floor metal floor, its electronic eye instantly locking onto the target. And the gun barrel on its back adjusted slightly, unleashing a torrent of fire. Mu Hanchuan rolled on the spot, hiding behind an old machine. Sparks flew. The distribution box exploded, bursting forth a series of blinding sparks and metal fragments. The hanging steel cables snapped and fell, crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Various scattered tools flew everywhere. The firepower was really intense. Mu Hanchuan was suppressed and couldn't lift his head. The round shield suddenly returned to his hand. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his head out towards the mechanical dog and then turned to charge, smashing through the glass window to escape. Behind him, the metal shelves collapsed under the overwhelming firepower, bringing down the entire wall structure. Chapter 48, at the Cheonghua Hotel. Lying in bed, Su-Han, who had just prepared to rest, suddenly sat up, her pupils constricting, looking incredulous. Is the news confirmed? Yes. It's official news from the local authorities. Huang Ji and Huang Ji have both been killed. What is going on? There was a conflict during the day. And something happened at night. The Su family hasn't even left Qianlan City yet. Isn't this clearly making them the prime suspects? Is someone deliberately trying to create conflict? The four major families of Qianlan City don't have good relations with each other. So it's not ruled out that one family got the news and wanted to sow discord. Of course, the greater possibility is still targeting their Su family. A mere Mu family wouldn't cause such a big commotion. The dead were far more than just those two brothers, over 20 others were killed. Even in Qingling. This is a major incident with serious repercussions. Have the killers been caught? No, the criminals at both murder sites have escaped, their strength is formidable. Such killers are generally not raised by ordinary families. Let our people also track the case, every detail must be understood. Yes? Upon hearing the news, Huang Yang fainted directly. She had never experienced such a thing. Her own nephew was dead, and not just one, both brothers were dead. Chapter 49. Yang family in Qianlan City. Upon learning the situation, Zhu Muning's expression changed significantly. Mu Hanchuan is back. And he went to the Mu family. Yes. The Qingling Su family came along as well, and it seems the two sides had a very unpleasant quarrel. The Qingling Su family. Zhu Muning whispered softly. It was time for the Su family to appear given their age. Did the Su family come to support Mu Hanchuan? No. Yang Yu, with a complex mood, smiled bitterly and said, they came to break off the engagement. Break off the engagement. Zhu Muning paused, her gaze lowered, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. Yang Yu noticed her poor mood and came over to comfort her. Shall I accompany you to see the situation? No. After all, he is your own son. The Mu family won't take responsibility, but you can't really ignore him. When Zhu Muning came to find him back then, they agreed that no matter what happened in the future, she must have a son for herself, and she agreed and did it. She just didn't expect to have stayed all along. She has always done what she said she would do, and Yang Yu didn't want to see her sad, as her sadness would make him sad too. Just because he has the surname Mu, it can't work. This is a matter between the Mu and Su families. And we shouldn't interfere. With her current identity, it's impossible for her to take the initiative, especially since she now has a son who is already 15 years old. And he has the surname Yang. If she really brought Mu Hanchuan back, let alone that the elders of the Yang family wouldn't agree, the trouble it would bring would be even greater. Chapter 50, Mu Family. The direct descendants of the Mu family gathered urgently at night for a heartfelt discussion, holding a secret meeting that lasted 2 hours. After it ended, Mu Chiming talked alone with his father for a long time. Did Mu Hanchuan really say that? Yes. Mu Bin sighed lightly. He should be angry, but ultimately, it's still the fault of you parents. You did a poor job. Mu Chiming was unconvinced, no matter what. This is our own Mu family's business. He has the surname Mu and shouldn't be helping the Su family deal with his own family. Sigh. His temperament is really just like his mother's. Since he left, he can't possibly come back. He will never turn back. I advised you back then. Choosing Zhu Muning means you can't have regrets, and can't do anything out of line. How did you promise me back then? Isn't all of this caused by yourself? Mu Chiming had no words to refute. Mu Bin spoke again. Huang Ji and Huang Ji are dead, so it's just that. 2 dogs at most, not worth our Mu family deepening the conflict with the Su family. We can investigate, but don't meddle in the Su family, understand? Understood, father. What if the Su family insists on breaking off the engagement? If the Su family truly wants to break it off, it's not impossible. Back then, our Mu family put in so much. The Su family must return everything and also provide compensation. Otherwise, it can't be cancelled, it will just be dragged out. Chapter 51. After changing his bandages, Mu Hanchuan lay down and fell asleep on the spot. He was too tired from running last night. And coupled with the injuries on his body, he couldn't hold on any longer. He slept until 6 in the afternoon, and the sky darkened. Strange sounds echoed into the cave. Outside the mountain, countless pairs of enormous eyes and large-headed red crawling creatures crawled out from various places underground. Their bodies were only 1 meter long, but they had huge sharp teeth and looked extremely ferocious. It seemed they had caught a whiff of something special, a scent not belonging to this ruin, and one by one, they began to crawl in all directions and up the mountains. Mu Hanchuan looked up at the cave entrance. It was dark. Those strange sounds were getting closer, and many were heading towards this cave. They are coming, the blood-scaled beasts. One crawling beast with thin red scales was the first to poke its head in, its big eyes looking into the cave. This cave was 4 meters wide and 3 meters high, completely dark inside, with nothing found. It jumped into the cave, its limbs touching the ground, claws scraping across the rocks with a harsh sound. It sniffed the air, its head slightly raised, nostrils flaring. As if it had caught a scent, but couldn't he be sure, swaying its head left and right as it walked inside. Chapter 52, Qianlan City. In the City Hall building, a group of high-ranking officials gathered. The deputy mayor was furious, no discoveries at all. A city-wide investigation, and a massive manhunt overnight. 3 crime scenes, over 30 people dead, 3 groups of criminals, and these useless people didn't catch a single one. Not even a clue was found. The deputy director of the Defense Department forcibly explained, "I suspect they likely entered a trial. And there's a high chance they are a group that entered the team trial simultaneously at different locations." The deputy mayor did not accept this explanation, the same group. How could they have so many people? How did such a large group of experts get into Qianlan City? Are you all blind? Perhaps a big family is assisting them in the city, otherwise, it doesn't make sense why they specifically targeted Huang Ji and Huang Ji. Another old man disagreed. 2 inconsequential people shouldn't warrant such a risk. I think there are 2 groups. The ones who killed Huang Ji and Huang Ji are one group. And the ones who robbed the Whale Tide Capital Bank are another. Agreed, this deduction is more reasonable. The group that robbed Whale Tide Capital Bank shouldn't have sent extra manpower to specifically deal with those 2 brothers. Especially since they were so close to the Whale Tide Capital building, only a few streets away. Chapter 53. In the trial star, 2 days had passed. And 12 hours had gone by in reality, just half a day. The time was now 6 in the evening, with the sky grey and looking like it might rain. After checking the surroundings and finding no unusual situations, Mu Hanchuan went to the mountain's edge and found that the checkpoints on the main road were still in place and even more strictly checked. What the hell? Mu Hanchuan hated this. The Mu family wouldn't give up until they caught him. Just wait, he would definitely take revenge in the future. Next time he would deal with that Huang Ji. He retreated back and headed to the arms hiding spot. Half an hour later, he returned to the hidden arms location, and was pleasantly surprised to find dozens of light rifles and 10 boxes of ammunition still there. The Qianlan city officials were still too incompetent to discover this place. Originally, Mu Hanchuan didn't plan to deal with these things, but now that he couldn't escape, he had to make use of them. It was better than smashing with his fists. The durability of the shield was limited and couldn't be completely relied upon. A round shield appeared. A large shield appeared. A medical kit appeared. A heavy machine gun with 500 rounds of ammunition appeared. These were all the items he had marked, all summoned by Mu Hanchuan. Along with the round shield on his back, the arm shield on his left arm, and the armor he was wearing, this was all of his equipment. Chapter 54, City Center. After 10 o'clock at night, Suhan and her group prepared to leave Qianlan City. Today, Qianlan City was a bit chaotic, their identities were special. And Suhan didn't want to draw unnecessary attention, so they only left at this time. Su Qingyu looked at the many police cars rushing by outside and curiously asked, "What happened?" Suhan replied irritably, "Don't you know something big happened in Qianlan City last night?" "Of course, I know a little. Your brain is somewhat useful. They found traces of a fugitive in the southwestern mountains, but it's unclear whether it's the murderer of the Huang brothers, or the one who robbed Whale Tide Capital Bank. Qianlan City has mobilized most of its police force to head there." "Huh?" Su Qingyu widened her eyes, looking adorably foolish. "The Huang brothers are dead." She didn't care about Whale Tide Capital because that was their doing. She was concerned about the Huang brothers, and she clearly only killed one, right? Suhan rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with her. She had just praised her for having some brains, but it turned out she was overthinking it. Su Qingyu rested her chin on her hand, quietly gazing out the window, even more curious now about who helped them take the blame. They must be a good person. Chapter 55. Mu Hanchuan didn't rush to shoot. He focused intently, listening carefully. When they reached halfway through the cave, he confirmed that a special police officer was in front. with a Tianren-class mechanical warrior slightly behind him. Without hesitation, he gently raised his gun a little, aiming at the target on the left in front. Suddenly, da. The moment the gunfire erupted, instead of dodging to the sides, the special police officer abruptly braked and stepped back, while the mechanical warrior beside him surged forward, pulling its master towards itself and blocking in front. Puh. Even with a quick reaction, the special police officer was still hit by 3 bullets, all in the chest. Even with protective gear, he was still knocked back several meters, blood seeping out. Unable to fully shield himself, the remaining bullets hit the mechanical warrior that rushed to protect its master, forcing it to step back. After being pushed back 2 meters, the massive mechanical warrior stabilized its form, lowering its body with its sturdy arms protecting the front, shielding its master, taking all the bullets. The powerful heavy machine gun fired, causing its metal parts to explode and scatter everywhere, yet it didn't move an inch. After firing 100 rounds, Mu Hanchuan gave up, tossing 2 grenades far away, and turned to leave along the tunnel behind him. Chapter 56. Outside, the battle police received orders to storm the cave, forming groups of 3 to systematically search each area and build a complete temporary signal source internally for further searches. They were warned that the fugitive was extremely fierce and armed with heavy weapons, and a special police officer had already been injured, so they had to be extremely cautious. Yu Yang, Ling Yu, could the person inside be the one you were chasing in Book Fragrance Alley? One of the battle police asked his teammates. Since even the special police were injured, it's very possible. Yeah, that person is really strong. With my defense, I couldn't hold up even when fully defending. I was knocked back directly. These 2 special police officers were the ones who had pursued Mu Hanchuan in the Ginkgo Road area. So they had to exaggerate Mu Hanchuan's strength. If he wasn't strong, wouldn't that make them look incompetent? Look, even the special police team was attacked and injured. We can't blame them now, it's just that the opponent is too fierce. Then we 3 need to be more careful. We don't seek to achieve merits, but we must avoid mistakes. Let the special police team take on the burden, we can just focus on building the signal source. Right? What you 2 said makes sense. We are all getting paid, why risk our lives? The special police earn more and have better benefits, let them fight. Chapter 57. Mu Hanchuan now had 2 choices. One was to immediately enter the dark lake to find a passage connecting to the outside, with the risk that the outside was still blocked and he might not be able to escape. The second was to create a bigger commotion, causing greater chaos, forcing the authorities to send more forces into the cave, weakening the blocking power outside, and then descend into the dark lake to find a way out. This choice was riskier, but it offered a greater chance of escape, provided he could indeed find a way out. With the bullets loaded, Mu Hanchuan stood up. In a short while, he made his decision, choosing the second option, even though he might fall halfway. Snap! Water droplets fell from the inverted stalactites, ticking every few seconds in a regular pattern, but at that moment, a sudden sharp sound rang out, causing the droplets to splash against the rock wall and roll down. This sound was infinitely magnified, making it particularly startling in the dead silence. Mu Hanchuan suddenly froze in place, his muscles tensing up instantly, cold light flashing in his eyes. A bone-chilling coldness surged from his spine to the top of his head. Mu Hanchuan abruptly turned around, a round shield appearing in his right hand, raised towards the top. A sharp blade stabbed down, blocked by the round shield, producing a resonant clang. The attacker was clearly surprised, his ambush had actually been blocked. Chapter 58. On the western edge of Qingling, at the Baoping Bay bordering Tongdong province, deep within the mountains, hundreds of meters down, there lies an abandoned cult relic that has been deserted for decades. Inside, it has several layers, each covering an area of up to 20,000 square meters, with various abandoned items scattered throughout, as if time has stopped here, with not even a speck of dust having moved. The damp air is filled with the smell of decay and rust. After being eradicated, it was abandoned due to its remoteness, and the overwhelming number of deaths. In the lowest layer, it is extremely clean yet utterly empty, with nothing but 10 thick pillars. In the center, dozens of the most advanced electronic devices of today are casually set up on a platform, with only one person sitting in the middle, a young woman, 159 meters tall. Slightly plump, weighing 190 pounds. She is Jinhu, Chao Wan. At this moment, she is reclining on a rocking chair, swaying left and right. Her long legs resting on the stone platform, munching on snacks while watching a show, thoroughly enjoying herself. On the long stone platform, 5 computers are set up. 4 of which are playing dramas from different eras and genres. She is simultaneously watching 4 shows. In other directions, even more equipment is arranged. Chapter 59. Li Ming is not actually from Qinghuang, but from the Chugwa people in the western part of Qinghuang, specifically from some mountain valley, he isn't sure exactly where. And with no family to trace, he has gradually come to terms with it over the years. Li Ming. A female voice called out as someone quickly approached him. It was Niu, the owner of this children's rescue center, not just a person in charge, as this land and building belonged to her. They have known each other since childhood, but they don't talk much. Li Ming is not a talkative person. During the 2 years he hid here as a child, he spent most of his time alone, without a single friend. Perhaps the one he communicated with the most was Niu. Li Ming nodded slightly, his expression neutral. Busy with work lately? Not bad, just a lot of overtime, he replied, clearly a bit fatigued. Niu knew he often participated in trials, but never brought up that topic. Her parents had participated in trials, but never returned, a permanent pain. In the new month, he might have just gone in again, having just come out. She smiled gently, her eyes softening slightly. Then, you're not busy today, come have lunch at my place. Li Ming hesitated for a moment. Instinctively, he didn't want to get too involved with anyone, but he also didn't want to refuse directly. Chapter 60. 13 days later. Mu Hanchuan appeared in a semi-official trialist trading market in Nan'an City, located on the edge of the city near an abandoned industrial area. During the day, it was almost deserted, but at night, it was bustling with various underground forces, solo trialists, and merchants gathering here to engage in trialist trading activities that the local government tacitly permitted. Since it couldn't be completely eliminated, why not simply provide them with a semi-legal trading venue? This way, they could collect taxes and monitor the movements of underground forces, while occasionally selling some goods themselves. It's a win-win situation. Stability was the priority. Local officials feared nothing more than trialists causing trouble. Mu Hanchuan's injuries had healed somewhat, and his recovery would speed up, as long as no further accidents occurred. He should be able to participate in a solo and team trial by the end of the month, especially the team trial. He had come out this time to buy equipment. After the last incident, he understood clearly that he couldn't rely solely on his physical strength. He needed sufficient firepower and to stack attributes. The fear of the fallen armlet, F grade, he had obtained last time. He decided not to sell it, but to keep it for himself to stack strength attributes. During this time, he had been closely following the developments in Qianlan City, which helped him understand the situation clearly. Chapter 61. The next day, in the evening, Mu Hanchuan was preparing to buy some more equipment, this time a shield, and to retrieve his void stomach armor. Ah Chuan, you look a bit weak. Have you been in trials again? Chai Long, smoking and drinking, thought Mu Hanchuan appeared frail. No. I had a bit of a conflict with the Mu family and got a little hurt. What? Chai Long was startled, the cigarette in his mouth falling out. You went back to Qianlan City? Yeah. Why did you go back? You don't look like you just got lightly injured. You didn't go back to the Mu family to settle scores, did you? Just a minor issue. I got shot a dozen times and stabbed 4 or 5 times. Mu Hanchuan wasn't exaggerating, it was relatively light, but he had been shot 3 arrows by that female archer, and it still hurt a lot. Man. It's a miracle you didn't die. Just barely, luckily I had a medical kit with me. Getting stabbed while applying medicine. Is that effective? Well, it worked. All right. I'll give you credit for that. What are your plans now? Just lay low. If Yenjie contacts you, just make up a reason and say I'm out adventuring and want to be back for a while. Dai Xiaoyan had Chai Long's number. If she couldn't reach him, she would definitely contact him. It was best for him not to get involved with them right now to avoid dragging them down. Chapter 62. I spent another 3 million. I'm running low on money. I must keep 8 million on hand just in case a boss needs to charter a vehicle. I also need to get 5 points of agility, otherwise, this lousy leaf shield won't even be usable. It's blinding me, I need agility. After wandering through the last few areas, as Mu Hanchuan was preparing to leave, he discovered another shield. This one is even weirder. It's just 2 big cutting boards that combine to form a shield. Can this thing really be a shield? Hey, take a look. This is a shield. Yes. A strong defense, but weak attack shield. Mu Hanchuan was slightly surprised. Strong defense, weak attack. What does that mean? The salesman immediately stepped forward to promote it, displaying its attributes. Yang Yin defense, E-grade requires 360 physique, 110 strength shield, combined into a shield, reduces 12 attack, maximum impact resistance 6000 joules. Split for attack. Can cause single target penetration damage, or large area shock attacks. Wow, it really is strong defense and weak attack, both offense and defense in one. I've learned something new. Shields can be used this way. Mu Hanchuan had a confident instinct, he couldn't afford it. Hey, this thing is pretty good, right? Thanks, but don't tell me the price. Chapter 63. 3 days later, Chai Long brought good news. He found a team composed entirely of E-grade members for Mu Hanchuan. What kind of team is this? It's a guild created by the offspring of high-ranking officials in Nan'an City, called the Mistbeak Guild. It was established only 2 years ago, but it's quite strong. Consisting of children of high-ranking officials who far exceed ordinary trialists in terms of resources and abilities. What a weird name for a guild, why does it sound so awkward? Have you ever read a book? With the rapid development of technology and the increase in human lifespan, the trialist system has undergone a leap in development. Trialist families and forces have gradually formed a complete structure, with countless new trialists emerging in recent years, making management increasingly difficult. To address this situation, the Qinghuang Kingdom started establishing and fully supporting trialist guilds 5 years ago, promoting and encouraging new trialists to join or create their own guilds, bringing in fresh blood, and working with the trialist ranking system to jointly supervise domestic trialists while recruiting outstanding individuals into government departments. Since then, guilds have become the only officially recognized trialist organizations in Qinghuang, sprouting up crazily across the country like mushrooms after rain. Chapter 64. On the 4th day, Mu Hanchuan received a call from Chai Long, informing him that he had obtained a blue random attribute point item card. This time there were some twists. It took a long time to find it in a neighboring city. There were actually none for sale in Nan'an City. The price of this card is as high as 3.8 million, including commission. What a loss, a huge loss. Now I'm really broke. Just a few days ago, he had just purchased some auxiliary item cards and specifically bought a blue star key needed for personal trials. 3 durability cards, 10,000 each. 4 repair kits, 10,000 each. 3 medical kits, 30,000 each. In total, he spent 160,000, and he got the blue star key for only 800,000, but now with this 3.8 million, he only had 88,000 left. That's quite an auspicious number. He had promised to save 8 million, and now he only had 88,000 left. Mu Hanchuan felt a bit depressed. his self-discipline was still lacking, and he needed to work hard to strengthen it. How could he achieve great things in the future like this? After resting for another 2 days and recovering to 70%, he planned to take the personal trial first. And after that, meet with someone from that Mistbeak guild. Thanks to Chai Long, he saved on the team star key fee, which would have been around 700,000 to 800,000, money he couldn't afford right now. Blue Star Key Personal Trial activated, Chapter 65, wearing the Void Stomach Armor, E, on his body. Putting on the Fear of the Fallen armlet, F, on his left arm and the Lava armlet, E, on his right arm. Redonning his outer clothing. The Thunderstrike leg guards, F, on his left leg and the Guardian leg armor, F, on his right leg. Putting on his outer pants again. With 2 E-grade and 3 F-grade pieces, his armor was fully equipped. The extra attribute points from the equipment had taken effect, and his agility attribute met the requirements. The last piece of equipment, the 1000 Lotus Pool Crossing, E-grade, was summoned. All 6 marked items were gathered, and the 7th marked item was Song Heng. He originally intended to try summoning him when the personal trial ended. If successful, he would take him out, and if not, it would be fine. But what now? This is the Forbidden Star Ring, a virtual place, not on the trial star. It's not possible to summon him with a 99, even if it could be done. It doesn't seem dangerous. What if he sends him back again? What should I do? This possibility is not non-existent. Decisively give up and let him go this time. Wait until the next team trial to recruit him again. After all, it's just wasting a marked position. Full body equipment is complete, except for shoes. A full set of defensive gear. With a 25 increase in physical defense strength, 15 damage absorption, and a 3 speed increase, Mu Hanchuan feels invincible. Who can break my defense? Chapter 66. At the same time, the other 35 teams are struggling to capture the glowing little creature, which is actually a jumping little fluff ball that can leap dozens of meters in one go. Various jumps make it extremely difficult to catch. Either they need to be faster than it and catch it directly. If they don't have that speed, the 3 team members must rely on tactics to outsmart it. A full team is manageable. With some time, they can eventually catch it. But how can those individual players with unique styles handle such a creatively designed level? There are 99 participants, but 36 teams, 30 fully equipped teams, 3 2-member teams, and 3 unique individuals who rely solely on their own abilities, thinking they are strong enough to not need a team. Great, now they are dumbfounded. They could chase it for a lifetime and still not catch it before the trial ends. In the 5th second, a 1 meter tall Cluza tribe member caught the glowing fluff ball. This fluff ball was over 200 meters away from him. He exerted all his strength, fully utilizing his jumping ability, and after dozens of jumps, he finally succeeded in the 5th second, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the first level. Amazing! Impressive! The 2 strong teammates he called over couldn't help but express their admiration. The first level was passed just like that, easily and simply. Chapter 67, in other locations. 5 teams had already bravely advanced to the 3rd level before Mu Hanchuan and his partner. The fastest was still that Cluza tribe team, which had already reached the halfway point. They successfully secured the first kill in the 2nd level and prepared to continue their efforts in the 3rd level, but unexpectedly got stuck. The arrows flying towards them became increasingly dense, and occasionally, powerful 3-meter-long giant arrows shot at them, forcing them to dodge. The tank in their team is strong, but he is not a pure tank, and his equipment does not focus on tanking, which makes things awkward. Relying solely on him is impossible, and he cannot protect the entire area. Moreover, the rickety suspension bridge is shaking, and if they are not careful, it will tilt. They must constantly adjust their positions. One Cluza tribe member attempted to break through alone, leaving the other 2 to slowly grind through, but that didn't work. When he charged into Area 34, golden arrows appeared, all shooting towards him. These golden arrows seemed to predict his position, no matter how fast his jumping speed was. The rain of arrows always appeared just in time. He failed to dodge one and got hit by an arrow. Helpless, he had to retreat and join his teammates. At least the three of them could share the burden, greatly reducing the number of arrows they had to deal with. The advancement speed might be slow, but at least it was safe. Chapter 68. Just 10 seconds later, the strongest team, the Floating Light Tribe, successfully passed the level. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the third level. The three of them couldn't maintain their surprised expressions for even a second. The fourth level opens, escape from the ruined city. Damn, didn't he get it? We didn't manage to grab the first even with our speed. They entered earlier than Mu Hanchuan's team, but their completion time was 29 minutes and 55 seconds, which was quite a difference. Team leader Serene's expression changed. He didn't expect that there were hidden talents among this batch of trials. Could it be that Cluza tribe team? Their strength is decent but not comparable to us. They can't compete with us in this level. What's going on? Let us go, we will give it our all in the next level. We can't hold back any longer. If our strongest team can't secure a single victory in the first 3 levels, we will have no chance at all. The Cluza tribe team passed the level 8 minutes after the Floating Light tribe team, taking a full 13 minutes longer than Mu Hanchuan's team. This level really didn't suit their team's attributes. The first place was snatched away. It's no surprise that it was snatched. Just look at how much time we spent. Chapter 69, Inside the huge ruined building. A sneaky little head peeked out from the upper floors of the ruins and shot a crossbow bolt at a 3-headed, 8-legged crawling creature 100 meters below. This was an ice thunder crossbow. It charged 1 shot per minute, with a maximum of 7 shots. Hitting the target not only caused damage, but also inflicted a freezing effect, which depends on the opponent's strength. The 3-headed, 8-legged crawling creature shot at was pierced and completely frozen. Done, let us go. Gnarly dealt with the obstacle and waved her little hand, fluttering her wings to fly across. Mu Hanchuan, on the other hand, had to climb his way over, completely exhausted. Their progress could hardly be described as slow, it was more like crawling. Since they were on the outer edge, for safety, Gnarly led the way, avoiding all monsters, if they couldn't avoid one. She would use her ice thunder crossbow to deal with it. After a minute, she could charge another shot, wasting nothing and efficiently managing their resources. The monsters on the outer edge were not strong. Once hit by her, they couldn't even make a sound before being frozen solid, very useful. The Shei tribe generally carries 2 ranged weapons, and 1 defensive piece. It's unknown what her other ranged weapon is. Chapter 70. The Floating Light tribe team looked a bit dazed at this challenging level. Asking a bunch of fighters to use their brains. What a terrible design. A brain-dead level. They felt disheartened that Hidden Strong team truly had the advantage, and this level was another opportunity lost for them. What to do? Calculate. What else can we do? How do we calculate? How would he know? It was still team leader Serene who spoke up. Listen to me, Zayla calculates the middle 3. Olensa calculates the last 3, and I'll calculate the first 4. No problem, but the key is how to calculate. Hearing this, Serene felt a pang in his heart. Like this, then like this, and finally like this. Half an hour later, the Cluza tribe team entered the 5th level, rushing towards the 11 massive axles. Captain, what kind of level is this? Raiken asked happily. This level is simple, he said to the 2 of them, you don't need to worry. Just rest on the side and conserve your strength. When the time is right, listen to me, when I say run, you follow me and run, understand? Understood. Got it. Did they really think they were stupid? Of course, they understood. The 5th level was fiercely contested, while Mu Hanchuan's 2 teammates were still lagging behind. As they hadn't even passed halfway through the 4th level. Chapter 71, gradually, more teams surpassed Mu Hanchuan and his partner, successfully passing the quite challenging 4th level and entering the 5th level. In this level, several challengers had already fallen, dying in this virtual space. If the subsequent teams didn't give up, there could be even more. Mu Hanchuan and his partner were still slowly climbing, holding the first place in 2 levels. They were not worried at all, but they were also picking up speed, having reached Area 34 with only the last segment remaining. Mu, since we are no longer competing, why continue to clear the levels? Wouldn't it be better to find a place to rest and wait for the end? This is also a valuable experience. Under the premise of ensuring safety, why not continue? Moreover, treasure chests can be found in the Forbidden Star Ring, not just during level completion, if we are lucky. We might find one, and the level won't be low. Alright, then let's hope we get lucky. It's fine, even if we don't find anything. Reaching the 7th level still brings an extra reward, which is also a gain. Oh. 3 hours later. Amid the ecstatic cheers of the Floating Light tribe, they successfully cleared the level and received their rewards, becoming the first team to clear the 6th level. In this level, where they had an absolute advantage, they successfully snatched victory from a hidden super strong team, boosting their morale. They knew they could do it. Chapter 72 Mu Hanchuan placed the so-called energy core at the designated location. The bottom of the tower lit up, then spread to the tower body, and finally surged into the tower top. Subsequently, a strong beam of light shot into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds and clearing the gloom. Congratulations! Successfully cleared the 6th level, 7th level unlocked, beginner ancient tower trial finished. Mu Hanchuan felt uneasy. He understood this level well. It's very difficult. I hope it's not mandatory, allowing us to exit at any time, otherwise, it could be dangerous. The 2 figures disappeared and appeared at the last level. At the moment of their appearance, both Mu Hanchuan and Nali opened their mouths wide in surprise. How did they come back? White floor, white walls, white ceiling. Congratulations on successfully entering the 7th level. Receiving an extra reward, Reward 1, Auxiliary Item Card. Antidote, can effectively dispel harmful substances remaining in the body. Mu Hanchuan was a bit confused. What is this? What good is this to me? Reward 2, 1 Blue Star Key. Wow, Mu Hanchuan turned his frown into a smile. This is useful, worth 800, 000 to 1, 000. 000, a small profit. Nali didn't know what reward she received. Her expression was a bit strange, probably not very good, maybe also an auxiliary item card. Chapter 73 Wow, 3 teams have snatched 2 levels. Mu Hanchuan and Nali were even more surprised that they ranked first. If they cleared this level, they would definitely be first, and if they couldn't, they would still securely be second, not deviating from their initial expectations. But can they hold on? They are just 1 step away. Can they not compete? Clearing this level not only grants the rewards of this level, but also the final reward for first place. And what's more, it's still their main focus. They must fight. Mu Hanchuan felt hopeful. Although he was alone, he had 10 pieces of equipment, which was about the same as the other teams combined. There was a chance. Nali had already been automatically ignored by him. The other 9 teams were surprised that this first-place team was just those 2 who were the weakest in the entire arena. 2 unwanted individuals formed a team and actually managed to take first place in 2 levels, and also ranked first overall. Wow, so deeply hidden. Wow. 3 teams competing for first place. This level is exciting. Who would have thought that the human and Shay tribes were so strong? No wonder they only teamed up with 2 people. If they had teamed up with 3, they might have snatched another level and gone straight to first place. That wouldn't be interesting, right? Now it's so exciting and intense. Chapter 74 Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps sounded as 3 massive creatures over 4 meters tall charged in. They were covered in rough and tough scales, with sharp fangs exposed. And their fierce faces glowed with a savage light from their yellow-white pupils, continuously emitting low roars. Gnarly didn't choose to shoot her crossbow arrows immediately. She thought they might not die from a shot. One of the massive creatures suddenly accelerated and charged fiercely at Mu Hanchuan, creating a gust of wind. Mu Hanchuan remained still until a massive paw came crashing down, at which point he suddenly raised his banana shield. Mu! Gnarly exclaimed. This heavy slap was not to be taken lightly. Bang! With a fierce impact, Mu Hanchuan stood firm, blocking the blow, and with his right hand, he swung the round shield, smashing the creature's head and causing it to retreat several steps, landing a few meters away. Gnarly covered her mouth and gasped again. This is too strong, right? Purely brute force. Mu Hanchuan glanced at the banana shield in his hand. Indeed, its melee defense was formidable. But it had obvious shortcomings. It couldn't defend against ranged attacks. However, he still had a cutting board. The cutting board could defend against ranged attacks. While the banana shield handled close combat, perfect. Two more creatures charged in from behind, and Mu Hanchuan faced three without any burden. Chapter 75. 11 strong tiger leopard monsters roared collectively, and pounced out one after another. The 10-meter-wide passage was indeed a bit narrow, allowing at most three to stand side by side. 100 meters away, Mu Hanchuan remained still. 50 meters away, Mu Hanchuan still did not move. Beside him, Gnarly, holding her crossbow arrows, felt her hands trembling slightly. 15 meters away, just as Gnarly couldn't bear the fear inside her, and was about to run, Mu Hanchuan finally moved. He took 2 steps forward, high-held 2 cutting boards, and smashed them heavily onto the ground. With 2 loud rumbles, the ground shattered, and the floor flew up, creating a seismic wave that crashed toward the 11 tiger leopard monsters. The 3 leading tiger leopard monsters were hit first. Their speed was too fast, and the inertia caused their massive bodies to tumble into the air. The 8 behind didn't fare any better, all being thrown into the air, tumbling around in disarray. Gnarly seized the opportunity and shot out 3 crossbow arrows in quick succession. Her job was done, and now she could start running. The 3 tiger leopard monsters at the front were all hit by arrows, their lower halves frozen and unable to move. Mu Hanchuan strode forward, with 2 muffled thuds. 2 tiger leopard monsters were directly struck down, their heads exploding, blood gushing out, and then came the 3rd. Chapter 76. The floating light tribe team, which had been holding the 10-meter-wide path, was sailing smoothly, facing the 41st layer without any difficulties, but they had to retreat and disperse to divide their firepower. The cruiser tribe, on the other hand, chose to actively abandon guarding the wide path's exit, and instead fought in the central large square. The Zetata and Star Devourer tribes each held one side, focusing on attracting hate as much as possible. As for Raiken himself, he sought opportunities to harvest quickly. Achieving high combat efficiency, even in this layer of levels, he could not be stopped. His leaps perfectly avoided the attacks of these flowers, directly penetrating to the rear, making it the easiest among all levels to resolve. The 44th layer. The team composed of the Spine tribe and Scale Abyss tribe voluntarily gave up, and was eliminated. Another team was out. In the 47th layer, another team was eliminated. Mu Hanchuan used the auxiliary item card antidote. His body was starting to struggle. The toxic gas that had been absorbed into his body was all expelled, and the remaining waste was cleared out, instantly refreshing him. This thing really detoxifies, expelling all the harmful substances that have accumulated in the body. Wow, it's a great item. Chapter 77. Boss Titanus moans as it slowly falls. Unable to get back up, its body beginning to disappear. Mu, we did it, we succeeded. Mu Hanchuan also falls. Mu, how are you? Gnarly, startled, rushes over in a single step, pressing close, flapping her wings to send powder into his body to restore his health points. At this moment, Mu Hanchuan really wanted to push her away and tell her to go away, but he held back, still needing her support. Mu, why aren't you talking? Are you about to collapse? Mu Hanchuan couldn't be bothered with her, and took out a medical kit card he had on him, decisively using it. The time for this level is half an hour, with 29 minutes left, enough to recover a lot, and he can also regain some health during the subsequent battles. Mu. You still have medical kits, I want to use one too. Her support skill consumes her own energy to replenish Mu Hanchuan. And the medical kit can also provide some recovery effect for her. Mu Hanchuan didn't want to bother with her and directly tossed it to her. Nali happily used the second healing ability of the medical kit, which shattered and disappeared. The two lie on the ground, resting quietly. After resting for less than 5 minutes, she spoke up again. Chapter 78, the 61st level opens. 7 large flying creatures appear, each 5 meters long with a wingspan of 10 meters, resembling griffins. Mu Hanchuan instantly relaxed. What is there to be afraid of? They can't fly in. Even if they did, at most only 2 could come in at once. And they would have to fly vertically. This level is problematic. Isn't it supposed to be easy? It turned out Mu Hanchuan was overestimating things. These griffins weren't preparing to rush in. Instead, they opened their massive mouths and began to spit saliva into the narrow passage. The liquid solidified in midair into sharp spikes, turning into numerous pointed cones that could be shot out in bursts, indiscriminately targeting the inside without caring about accuracy. Mu Hanchuan raised his arms to shield his head. Poof! Poof, poof! After just one wave of attacks, Mu Hanchuan was hit by a dozen sharp spikes, each with great force, piercing into his body. Mu! Nali exclaimed in shock, folding her wings in, afraid of being hit by these spikes. I'm fine. No need to panic. Mu Hanchuan was fully equipped. Even his face was protected by a faceless mask, and all those spikes hit his gear, not causing much damage to his body. So why get so excited? Chapter 79, the 70th level opens, with 17 griffin monsters appearing. The 3 members of the Floating Light tribe stood at the 10-meter wide exit. At the moment the 17 griffin monsters appeared, Zayla suddenly charged forward, releasing his last E-level attack item card into the passage. Half of the 17 griffins hadn't even taken off before they were in trouble. After one wave, only 3 were left alive, and they were no longer a threat. The 3 were overjoyed. They had passed the hardest part of this level. Next, it was a gamble, betting that the human team wouldn't be able to pass this level. Within the 70th level, the wooden board only lasted half a minute before its durability hit 0. Mu Hanchuan quickly stowed it away, the banana shield appearing. Crouching down to protect his upper body, and began to endure. Nali genuinely couldn't get up. Hiding behind Mu Hanchuan, the two pressed tightly together. Crack, crack, crack. The banana shield absorbed most of the damage, but Mu Hanchuan also took quite a bit. Since this was a ranged attack, the defensive effect of the banana shield was greatly reduced, and its durability and integrity dropped rapidly. This wouldn't do, he was left with only the banana shield. And if it broke, he might not be able to hold on any longer. Reluctantly, Mu Hanchuan stowed the banana shield again, and decided to endure with his body. After 2 minutes, the right leg guard shattered first, losing its protection. Chapter 80, the rewards for this critical level were distributed. And instead of immediately returning to that large space, a new voice sounded. Congratulations, due to outstanding performance in this preliminary Ancient Tower trial. You are specially invited to participate in the elite competition for those under 25 bone age. The elite competition is a randomly matched duel mode, held once a month. Does not occupy personal trial attempts, and the higher the round won, the richer the rewards. Not death type, can voluntarily give up midway. And each trialist can only participate once per bone age category. Giving up is considered a failure. 1. Agree. 2. Refuse elite competition for those under 25 bone age. Mu Hanchuan knew about this, having specifically researched it. Only those under 25 years old from various races can participate, and it is a fair duel mode. The winner enters the next round next month, while the loser is eliminated. Each bone age category has only one opportunity to participate, once eliminated. There are no further chances until the next invitation for those under 35 bone age. Anyone who has the opportunity to enter such an elite competition can report to the national level for full funding, receiving support in all aspects. As it is a key training program for talents by various countries, ensuring a good position in government departments in the future. Chapter 81, back in his secret base. Only 12 hours had passed. The Forbidden Star Ring and the Forbidden Trial Star were somewhat different. The unified return time after leaving that virtual space was 12 hours. Regardless of whether one cleared it early, late, or not at all. No matter how many days one spent inside. The return time to the real world was unified at 12 hours. Even if I spent 7 days to clear it while other teams took only an hour. The time returning to the real world was the same, 12 hours. Mu Hanchuan lay comfortably on the bed, not wanting to move anymore. Inside. Gnarly support made his cells highly active, but now that effect had completely faded, and the after effects were significant, he felt like he was falling apart. Unable to muster any strength. He definitely needed to rest for 3 to 5 days to recover, moving was out of the question. With a week until the team trial. He had to recover in these days. Unexpectedly, just going in for a personal trial resulted in entering the Forbidden Star Ring, and the difficulty was so high. Fortunately, the outcome wasn't bad, all the effort was worth it. He took off his gear, made an effort to get up, went next door to grab the medicine box, and returned to the bed to apply the medicine before resting. Chapter 82. After resting for more than a day, he finally used a medical kit item card. And at last, he truly began to recover. This medical kit item card could still be used once more. So he planned to use it again in a couple of days. At 11 in the morning, Chai Long specifically drove over to pick up Mu Hanchuan. The two headed to Linghu City together. Linghu City is close to Qianlan City, and its overall economic strength is definitely stronger than Nan'an City. Ranking among the top 4 in the entire Luo province. It is said that the Challenge Duan Yu ranks 7th among those under 30 in the province. The 6th is Yang Dang from Luxia City, while the top 5 are all from the provincial capital Qianlan City, leading by a significant margin. The challenger from Ningxiang City, Zhu Pengyuan, ranks 11th in the province. These are basically the strongest of the younger generation in Los Angeles, all at D level. Of course, the rankings in each age group below will vary significantly, with new stars occasionally emerging, sometimes surpassing Qianlan City and taking top spots, but overall, Qianlan City still holds absolute dominance. Each province only has a few true prodigies, the gaps widen significantly after that, and perhaps only the capital, Qingling, will have a notable advantage. Inevitably, there are some terrifying geniuses among them, such as Ling Xiao from the Ling family in Qingling, who reached D level at just 23 years old, terrifying indeed. His talent must be extraordinary, he can probably use a skill card for attribute points every 4 to 5 days. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to progress so quickly. Chapter 83. Chai Yuni took out a ranking list and pushed it across the table. Xiao Chuan, with your current strength, what do you think your ranking would be among your peers in Los Angeles? Mu Hanchuan casually glanced over, not looking at those under 21. As he felt he could at least rank in the top 5 there. He looked at those under 25, thinking that with his own advantages, he should be compared with those under 25. First, Qianlan City, Bone Crusher Guild, Yu Tai Ching, 25 years old. Mentality D level. Strength E level, very close to D level. Agility E level, Physique F level, approaching E level, wow, D level. A 25-year-old at D level. Although only one attribute has reached D level, that's impressive. Such strength wouldn't rank low even among those under 30 in Los Angeles. This should be a control-type frontline fighter, with physical attributes leaning towards mentality, which aligns perfectly with the skill he obtained, Kaleidoscope Stop Domain, D, allowing for a strong kill in an instant. However, his physique is a bit too low, showing a significant specialization, making defense a major weakness. Such detailed information. Generally, people can only see ranks and tiers in the ranking system and can't access detailed data like this. Chai Uni really has some connections. Chapter 84. Yun Shu bought positions that weren't in a private box, but were quite close, in the first 3 rows. However, only Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long were there. His seat wasn't there, as he had other matters to attend to in a private room with some friends. Chuan. These two are among the most outstanding of the younger generation in Los Angeles. My old man wants you to observe closely. Naturally, such a good opportunity. Hey, Chuan. Didn't you just return to Qianlan City? Do you know why the Mu family is looking for you? I do. Chai Long became interested. What is up? I have a fiancé, they can't afford to provoke the Mu family. What? Chai Long's expression became quite exaggerated, his eyes almost popping out. Chuan. When did you get a fiancé? If even the Mu family can't provoke her, she must be quite something. Tell me what is going on. It's like that. She's busy asking the Mu family for a divorce now. You can agree to that. Even if you have to marry in, you should rush to make it work. Mu Hanchuan was speechless. Does your dad know about this thought of yours? I think he would bless me and be happy for me. Your mindset is really good. It's okay, how about you? How does your fiancé look? Chapter 85, Ding. The match began, and the scene became lively with drums and gongs. With all sorts of characters participating, it was truly intense. In the arena, neither side held back, they fought head-on from the start, exchanging several fierce blows. With both sides almost evenly matched in strength. Mu Hanchuan initially thought that this Duan Yu would be a speed-type assassin, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a dexterous type. His agility attributes didn't focus on speed, and he was quite calm in direct confrontations, not losing ground at all. His movements were extremely agile, and his reactions were even quicker. Even if he acted later, he could still attack first after discerning the opponent's true intentions. In this case, Zhu Pengyuan, who focused on strength and physique, undoubtedly had a slight disadvantage. He could better showcase the advantages of his physique in group battles. But in this kind of one-on-one, Duan Yu's strength and agility would give him a significant edge, allowing him to maneuver more freely. Of course, these attribute leanings are just hard conditions and cannot truly determine victory or defeat. In cases where the differences are not significant, the skills learned become extremely important. Whoever's skills are stronger and more suitable for them will showcase greater power. Moreover, martial techniques, combat skills, and sword techniques, these additional abilities in reality also play a significant role, greatly enhancing one's capabilities. Chapter 86. Chai Long's car drove into a guest house. Chuan, get a good rest tonight. I'll call you in the morning to go to Yangchang City. Okay, I'll go out for a stroll. Why go out at night? How about I accompany you for a few drinks? Boring, just walking around. All right, be careful, there are a lot of patrol officers in the city. Understood. Mu Hanchuan walked alone through the city in the night, heading towards the southern suburbs. On the way, he logged into the underground and network, spent some time, and found a small group in the neighboring Bailin Go city that dealt in second-hand cars, and directly sent them a message. After doing this, Mu Hanchuan began searching for good hiding places for goods, abandoned ones, rarely frequented by people. At 4 a.m., Mu Hanchuan appeared by a small river at the border between Linghu City and Bailin Go. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a small boat appeared with 4 people on board. Is it you? Mu Hanchuan, wearing a faceless mask, nodded. Come aboard. Mu Hanchuan jumped on. Where to? Pier number 7. That abandoned pier. Yes. Without further ado, the small boat turned and headed directly to the location Mu Hanchuan mentioned. A quarter of an hour later, following Mu Hanchuan's guidance, They entered a small dock, and there indeed was a nearly new luxury sports car, without a license plate, and it was clean inside. All the clutter had been thrown out by Mu Hanchuan. Chapter 87. At 3 p.m., Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long entered Yangchang City. After reviewing the information, Mu Hanchuan felt somewhat speechless. 3 strength-type members and 1 focusing on physique and mentality as a secondary tank. Was this team composition too bizarre? There's no choice. This is the strongest lineup our guild can muster. If we weren't struggling to find a suitable support, we wouldn't have looked for a tank. All right. Fortunately, Mu Hanchuan didn't have high expectations for this team trial, just aimed to get by. They agreed to meet at a somewhat informal location. Where they met members of the 0 Degree Plan Guild, there were only 4 of them, all straightforward people, not needing to hide anything. They introduced themselves to each other. And Chai Long spoke first. This is Mu, our main tank. All 4 turned to look at the man wearing the faceless mask. They had specifically learned about him from the Ant network. There wasn't much information, but he indeed had some ability, though his physique seemed a bit weak. Hello, welcome. I'm Zhou Juanja, the captain for this team trial. Mu Hanchuan nodded in acknowledgement. He was a frontline fighter focusing on strength, E-level, 33 years old. Hello. I'm Jin Rui. This is also a power type with a positive combat style, E-level, 29 years old. Chapter 88, 10 o'clock sharp. The 2 are ready. And the closed prison doors around them shut. They really look like 2 death row inmates about to fight in prison. After a brief standoff, they don't know what they've exchanged, but Hanshui strikes first. He moves like a rabbit, the weapons in his hands flashing cold light under the strong illumination. His moon-white attire fluttering in the wind, and his gaze is sharp, exuding a cold aura. This is a speed type with strong agility. On the other side, Kubo remains calm upon seeing this. He takes a deep breath, his muscles tense instantly, and his solid waist rises and falls slightly with his breathing. Hanchi closes in, and Kubo steps on the ground, explosively retreating half a step, barely avoiding the sharpness of the short dagger. At the same time, he raises his right arm, the iron chains wrapped around it clattering, as they meet the sword edge sweeping horizontally from Hanshi's other hand. Metal collides, sparks fly. The sound is dull yet crisp, echoing in the closed space. Hanshi's figure flashes like a white crane soaring through the sky, once again closing in. His dual blades crossing and slashing, cold light flashing. This time, Kubo does not retreat, but actively meets him, the iron chain and dagger, sword clashing continuously, producing a dense sound of impacts. One move fails to achieve a good effect, and Hanshui decisively changes his tactic, pushing off the ground, leaping into the air, crossing his weapons to try to break through Kubo's defense from above. Chapter 89. After waking up, Mu Hanchuan begins to organize his equipment. He first puts on the Flying Star Speed Boots, F, as the 5 points of agility are very important. The second item is the newly purchased Dragon Skeleton Wrist, E, which goes on his left arm, also providing 5 points of agility, plus 7 points of strength. This way, the required 100 points of agility for Qianlian Pool Crossing, E, is reached. The last piece he wears is not the Void Stomach Armor, E, but the Thundershock Leggings, F, which add 8 points of strength, bringing his strength to 105, also meeting the requirements for Qianlian Pool Crossing, E. These 3 pieces are the equipment brought into the team trial, and he carries a repair kit card. He is tightly wrapped. His white glowing shoes dyed black to minimize his presence. When he enters the trial star, he will need to summon Qianlian Pool Crossing, E. As for the Void Stomach Armor, E, it will be considered later. Summoning Qianlian Pool Crossing, E, has already brought 4 pieces of equipment. And even if he is well concealed, he may still be discovered. If the danger is not great, it is better not to wear the Void Stomach Armor, E, if possible. The other 4 markers are a large shield, a round shield, a durability item card, and a medical kit item card. Chapter 90. In 5 minutes, their team rushes to the underground pit group. In this vast area, the pit surface is covered with hundreds of caves, forming a complex underground twisted maze. The wind blows up from below, carrying a nauseating odor. All 5 team members are injured, with Mu Hanchuan being the most severely injured yet appearing the most relaxed, standing tall without showing any signs of trouble. The other 4. The deputy tank is slightly better, following at the back, as he was not attacked much and can resist if bitten. The other 3 power types are not doing well, each having at least a dozen wounds. Mu, do you need to rest? Left Juinja asks with some concern. Yeah, why don't you use the medical kit? They 4 brought a medical kit, along with an attack item card, a defense item card, and a repair kit, which is quite thoughtful. No need. Mu Hanchuan replies curtly, leading the way into a large pit below. The 4 exchange glances. This person's defense is strong, how is he unscathed? Without insisting, they follow him down the hole. Inside the vast, deep cave, the damp rock walls are covered with glowing moss, casting an eerie green fluorescence in the darkness. Chapter 91. Mu Hanchuan fans several times, fiercely slapping the large flesh lumps on the walls, smashing dozens of them, then rushing to Sun Yang, grabbing his collar and forcefully pulling him up from the ground. Sprinting deeper. Thank you, Sun Yang gasps, his face pale and lacking energy. Thanks for what? Seeing the food about to escape, these large flesh lumps seem anxious, shrieking ferociously from all directions, not very sharp. Mu Hanchuan suddenly lunges forward, his left hand shielding his face, crashing heavily onto the rocky ground, his mind blank. Yet the strength in his body remains, unlike Sun Yang, who has already fainted. After about 4 or 5 seconds, Mu Hanchuan is awakened by the heat. The temperature in the cave has risen further, with the floor reaching at least 70 degrees and still rising quickly. Mu Hanchuan gets up and quickly chases after the other 3. In the following seconds, 2 consecutive shrieks knock Mu Hanchuan to the ground, but they fail to break him. He quickly recovers from the heat and drags Sun Yang towards a lighted exit, where left Juinja and the others are guiding him. Chapter 92. Congratulations. You have become the 9th team to kill the mothership of the Empty Ray Beast. Successfully clearing the level, there are still 8 motherships of the Empty Ray Beast remaining after spending more than an hour delving over 100 meters deeper and fighting dozens of battles. Their team has finally succeeded, with a massive mothership of the Empty Ray Beast lying on the ground. The 4 team members display expressions of joy. It has gone relatively smoothly this time without any accidents, and importantly, they did not encounter other trial teams, which is quite fortunate. They are all quite fatigued, with not much injury, except for Sun Yang, who is suffering a bit, with several holes in his back. Jia Yanghao is using him as a meat shield. Despite this, Sun Yang has not regained consciousness. The kind-hearted Jia Yanghao is not completely devoid of compassion. He specifically uses the medical kit on him, at least ensuring he doesn't die, and they can rescue him slowly when they return. This team trial is relatively simple, and the time is short. However, some still must die. Mu Hanchuan estimates that about 15 to 14 trialists will perish, with many likely to fall to the strange creatures of the thermal tumors. Soon, the rewards will be distributed. Reward 1, Attribute Point Reward, Physique 12, Physique 36612, 12 points. Not bad, after all, they are only the 9th team to clear the level. Chapter 93. At 5 a.m., Mu Hanchuan returns to the vicinity of Lannan City, having delayed quite a bit on the way back to Taiyai County, which will take another hour. He looks around, changes his mind, and decides not to wait until he returns to take action. That would delay another day, so he decides to act right here. At this time, Song Heng and his master, Old Wang, have already separated, making it a good opportunity. The dragon skeleton wrist E is summoned and appears on his left arm. The Thundershock leggings F are summoned and appear on his right leg. The void stomach armor E is summoned and worn. The banana fan is not summoned. Instead, He brings out the newly acquired Qingyuan blade, F, as it must taste blood today. As for the equipment in other parts, without markers, they cannot be summoned. It's about the same. Having gathered so much equipment already shows that Song Heng is quite esteemed. Mu Hanchuan's right hand thrust forward, demonstrating a few times in advance. After not using the weapon for a long time, he recalled how to use it and moved his body a bit, feeling ready. At the same time, inside Tai's county, Song Heng had just returned home. After a tiring night, he planned to take a shower and get a good sleep. Intending to go out tomorrow afternoon to have some fun, having already arranged to meet several girls. Just as he took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom, for some reason, he suddenly covered his chest, feeling an extremely bad premonition, his heart racing, and his mind seemed to be warning him that something was about to happen. Chapter 94. At 8 a.m., Mu Hanchuan returned to his secret base. He first took a shower, then retreated all his wounds and used a support item card for a medical kit. Today is the last day of the month, and he felt fine. Ultimately making up his mind to enter this month's elite competition for those with a bone age under 25. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, and wanted to see what rewards there would be. After all, it's just the first round. The opponents he might encounter would probably be at the level of Nali. Fully equipped, what is there to fear? Even if he could only exert 60 to 70 of his strength, the equipment would be sufficient. He felt completely confident. He made up his mind. With a wave of his hands, the dragon skeleton arm guard, thunderstrike leggings, void stomach armor, azure kite blade, and banana fan all returned to him. He took out 2 durability support item cards to fully replenish the durability of the dragon skeleton arm guard and banana fan. After preparing everything, he needed to get 6 hours of sleep. Once the medical kit's effects ended, he could retrieve the other 2 pieces of equipment that was still being repaired and enter the elite competition. Mu Hanchuan turned over, stopped thinking about anything, and within a minute, fell into deep sleep. Chapter 95. Qiu Zhu found Dao Qianhe and quickly explained the situation to him. You're saying 3 assassins came to kill you, but the real target isn't you, it's to kill Chuan. Yes, that's about the gist of it. It doesn't have to be too precise. Dao Qianhe raised his eyebrows, thinking that running fast had its advantages, 3 assassins chasing him, and he hadn't been hurt. He was a bit suspicious since Qiu Zhu often exaggerated. They didn't catch me, now they're coming to find you and Yang Wei. We need to hurry and notify them to run. How do you know they're definitely coming to look for us? Qiu Zhu tilted her head back, facing the 1.82-meter tall Dao Qianhe, confidently replied, Isn't it obvious? Why wouldn't they come to catch you after they caught me? Dao Qianhe wanted to deny her viewpoint, but didn't know how. Saying it was unreasonable felt a bit right, and saying it was reasonable felt off. Fine. I originally planned to enter the second personal trial on the last day, but now that I've run into you, I don't feel good about it. So I want to go. Yes, if it feels wrong, you mustn't force it. In our line of work, that's the most taboo. It might be a sign of great danger. It's best to respect your instincts. Chapter 96. Mu Hanchuan retrieved the last 2 pieces of equipment. Yin-Yang Guard, E, and Lava Braces, E. The Yin-Yang Guard, E, was fully repaired, while the Lava Braces, E, were only repaired to 90. He still took them back early. The elite competition was more important, especially since it was his first time participating, so he wanted to be cautious. On the way, he received a message from Chai Long, saying he had transferred 150,000 to him, which was from Zhujianja via Chai Long, as a dividend from the empty ray beast's mother body. Mu Hanchuan was a bit surprised. He hadn't thought about wanting this money. Chai Long then mentioned another major event, a really big deal. The Misty Beak Guild that had rejected him in the last team trial, except for the support Xian Lan. All 3 main forces didn't come back. As for the tank who had replaced Mu Hanchuan at the last moment, he actually ran away. Mu Hanchuan was left dumbfounded. What was going on? According to Xian Lan, who returned alive, their team trial this time was a slaughter trial. Originally, everything went smoothly, and they were about to hold out until the end, but unfortunately, at the last moment, they encountered another powerful Flame Heart Clan team. During the most critical moment of the battle, the tank who was supposed to be at the front suddenly ran away. Chapter 97. This Flame Heart Clan member was spitting blood, seeing that the human side was still calling for equipment. He was really done for. How could they fight? He felt he had already lost. Is this guy using hacks? I refuse to accept this. What is the point of this elite competition? He was very angry and cursed the dark forces in his heart. However, his feet didn't stop, suddenly charging forward. Refusal or not, he had to give it a shot. Before the bone age of 25, there was only this one chance. If he failed, there would be no possibility of being invited again. He was indeed good, but the elite competition for those under 35 might not have another chance for selection. And such rich rewards must be fought for. He started with a big move, directly using his attack skill, Killing Strike, E. This skill was not a direct attack skill, but significantly enhanced his physical attributes, greatly increasing his attack strength, acting on himself. After a high-speed leap, he performed a back attack, with 3 rows of vertical black spikes violently crashing down. So this was how to attack. Mu Hanchuan didn't use his shield. Both arms raised, he braced himself. Bang! The massive force knocked Mu Hanchuan back 4 to 5 meters, with dozens of small holes poked in him, all blocked by his equipment. However, the impact was strong, and he almost couldn't stabilize himself. Chapter 98. In a desolate mountain area, at a burial site, Mu Hanchuan arrived. Qiuzhu and Dao Qianhe had arrived early. Qiuzhu joyfully ran up. Chuan, are you all right? Mu Hanchuan was confused. What could be wrong with me? Dao Qianhe then approached and said, Qiuzhu said she was chased, and those people are looking for you. Mu Hanchuan's brows tightened as he looked at Qiuzhu. You were chased. He already had a rough guess in his heart. It was the Mu family. Yes. They offered me 3 million to inform them of your whereabouts and information. Since I'm so righteous, I naturally wouldn't say anything. So they attacked and chased me all the way. Luckily, I ran fast, otherwise, you wouldn't see me alive now. Qiuzhu, Dao Qianhe, and Yang Wei knew about his Dai Shaoyan, but they didn't actually know his true identity. Mu Hanchuan asked, what about Yang Wei? Can't get in touch. He should be in the trial. Mu Hanchuan nodded. They were all unfortunate people, having been mixed up for so long and knowing each other for years. He wouldn't betray them. He took out 1 million, gave each of them 500,000. I've implicated you, recently, go hide for a while. Chapter 99. After waiting near the cemetery for only half an hour, a comfortable white business car arrived. 2 people appeared, walking directly to Mu Hanchuan and inviting him to get in the car. Without much hesitation, Mu Hanchuan followed and sat in the spacious back of the car. The journey was smooth and fast. In less than a day, around 6 o'clock the next afternoon, they entered Qingling. He was not taken to the Su family, but was instead arranged to stay in a relatively remote and elegantly designed villa. It was small, just a single building, but surrounded by various flowers. Inside the villa, there were 2 guards and 3 maids who came out to greet the guests. Young Master Mu. This environment is very elegant and relatively quiet. Dinner is ready, so please settle in here for a few days. Mu Hanchuan had no interest in staying here for long. The security in a country's capital must be extremely tight, and it was difficult to go shopping. He directly asked, where is Suhan? The young lady will come to meet you once she finishes her work. Not even an exact time. Mu Hanchuan became more annoyed. He didn't want to waste time here. He just wanted to discuss the plan, cooperate, resolve the issue, and leave. There was no need for all this trouble. Tell her I will stay at most 3 days. After that, I will leave, no matter what her plan is. Chapter 100. A car drove into the villa. Second Miss Su Qingyu arrived. Everyone in the villa hurried out to greet her. This was merely a place for receiving distinguished guests, and the Su family seldom came. No one expected that Second Miss Su would come personally, and they were unprepared. Su Qingyu got out of the car. Everyone spoke in unison, Second Miss. Su Qingyu nodded slightly, showing no airs. You all go back to your business. She only brought He with her and walked into the villa. Mu Hanchuan stayed in his room and did not go out, resting quietly. He heard some noise and thought it might be Suhan coming. But that shouldn't be the case. Would his threat have an effect on her? The possibility was probably negative. It definitely wasn't her. He only stayed at the door and did not enter, while Su Qingyu arrived in the hall. Just then, Mu Hanchuan walked out of his room. Upstairs, downstairs. The two locked eyes. Mu Hanchuan frowned slightly. Why is it her? These two engaged individuals had hardly exchanged a few words, even though they had each other's contact information. They had never sent a single message. It was fine when Suhan was around, but now that they were alone, it felt oddly awkward. Long time no see. Mu Hanchuan spoke first. Chapter 101. Mu Hanchuan was suddenly surrounded. His expression was not good. He was already unhappy about accompanying someone for a walk. And now he was being surrounded. What was going on? Qingyu, who is he? Zhu Hua asked eagerly, directly inquiring without any preamble. Others approached to greet Su Qingyu, their eyes drifting toward Mu Hanchuan. This person looked a bit ordinary. Oh? You all know each other, it's a misunderstanding. Su Qingyu smiled lightly, glancing at Mu Hanchuan beside her. If he weren't there, she wouldn't mind casually making up an excuse to brush them off, but since he was there, it was absolutely impossible to lie, otherwise, it would be inconsistent with her own image. Moreover, these people were never really important. Hello, he is my fiancé, whom I have been betrothed to since childhood. It's rare for him to come to Qingling, so I brought him out for a stroll. She didn't even mention Mu Hanchuan's name, speaking with poise and not looking down on them just because of her higher status. Mu Hanchuan pressed his lips tightly together, his facial muscles twitching. Was she really that foolish? Did she really have to announce their relationship so blatantly? He was there to discuss how to break off the engagement. Couldn't she just find an excuse to brush it aside? Chapter 102. Swish. On the trial star, in a cave filled with brown rocks. The Qingyuan blade appeared in his hand and was thrust fiercely. With a whoosh, a half-meter-long monster resembling a cockroach was pierced, and thick, milky white liquid splattered everywhere. The Qingyuan blade was pulled out and thrown violently. Su Qingyu let out a light exclamation, as another cockroach monster was pinned against the wall behind her. Mu Hanchuan walked over, pulled it out, and struck a few more times. Behind him, Su Qingyu displayed an expression of, as expected. Knowing from his fierce demeanor, that he was someone who had participated in trials for years, decisive in killing. Observing how he exerted force, it was clear he was an E-grade. But she couldn't tell in which aspect. Mu Hanchuan turned around and glared at Su Qingyu several times in anger. It was definitely a move from the Su family's opponents, who had used a forced trial item card to send them to the trial star. A forced trial item card was not cheap, whether used actively or being tricked into it, it was once every 6 months. Now that they were transported to the trial star, the forced trial item card would not take effect again for 6 months. This was something that generally no one would actively use, as it was mainly used to trap others. Uncertain whether she was truly innocent or just playing dumb, Su Qingyu surprisingly turned the tables first. Is your enemy targeting you? Chapter 103. In the early morning, chaos erupted in the Su family, as Suhan immediately rushed back upon hearing the news. Her younger sister was in trouble. And along with her were Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu's bodyguard, all missing. Who was it? Who dared to target the Su family? Nothing had happened before Mu Hanchuan arrived, yet on his first day, such a big incident occurred. No Su family member would believe it had nothing to do with him. Was it the Mu family that learned some news and acted first? Or was it other local political opponents in Qingling? The Shi family? The Minute family? Or the Meng family? This matter was getting troublesome, and the original plans were stalled due to this unexpected event. The immediate priority was to find Su Qingyu as quickly as possible and ensure her safety. Everything else was secondary. The Su family urgently issued orders to seal all information regarding Su Qingyu, immediately mobilizing official forces to retrieve all surveillance footage from all areas and venues in Qingling that night. No location was to be missed, preventing any alterations by other interested parties. That night, everyone who was near the incident, including the entire flower exhibition venue, was to be investigated meticulously. The Defense Department also urgently mobilized to conduct a large-scale search throughout Qingling, with actions highly confidential and strict orders not to leak any information. Chapter 104. The first cockroach monster fell from a height, severely injured, and then more cockroach monsters jumped down one after another, countless in number. Damn it! He cursed angrily at Su Qingyu, grabbing her with his left hand, as if he were picking up a puppy, and sprinted outside. The first several dozen cockroach monsters that jumped down either died from the fall or were crushed, while even more cockroach monsters crazily pursued the two. Fortunately, Mu Hanchuan had been prepared and left an escape route. After running for about 100 meters, he arrived at a small hole about a meter high, threw Su Qingyu in, and blocked the entrance. He didn't have time to squeeze in himself, and was soon chased down by dozens of cockroach monsters climbing onto him. Mu Hanchuan's body shook violently as he flung off the cockroach monsters clinging to him, the Qingyuan blade swinging relentlessly. Su Qingyu turned around, urgently saying, "Mu Hanchuan, hurry up. I won't be in any danger." The Qingyuan blade was thrown out, pinning a cockroach monster crawling toward the entrance of the hole, and a large square stone fell, crushing it and two other cockroach monsters, blocking the entrance. Mu Hanchuan was furious and went all out. Void stomach armor, E. Cod scales battle knee, E. Thunderstrike leggings, F. Lava braces, E. Dragon bone wall wrist, E. appeared one after another, and the faceless mask he carried was also put on, covering his whole body. Chapter 105. Between the evening smoke and twilight, there was no noise, only a gentle breeze brushing by, creating a faint rustling sound that hit the surface of the tombstones. This grave forest was vast, densely packed with countless dilapidated and mottled tombstones, their edges smoothed by wind and sand, casting long shadows in the sunset glow. With no end in sight and no starting point to be found, the nameless tombstone group stood quietly, each one towering 10 meters high, without any inscriptions. Only various depths and winding patterns intertwined like snakes, unclear in their meaning. Mu Hanchuan looked around, slowly walking into this oppressive place with Su Qingyu, which felt eerie and terrifying. He wondered what kind of large-scale battle had occurred back then to create such an extensive graveyard. This trial was of red level, a challenge that Mu Hanchuan had never participated in and had never seen in the data, and the difficulty could not be low. He just had not yet discovered how the danger would manifest. "Hey!" Su Qingyu looked over at the sound. "If anything happens, don't worry about me. Just run towards the exit. If you're lucky, you might get through." "Okay." She was quite straightforward. The two set off, officially starting their challenge journey. Chapter 106. Ignoring the group of monster birds, the next leg of the journey went surprisingly smoothly. Aside from the temperature continuing to drop, there were no further unexpected situations. Although it was already night, there was still some dim light. After more than 4 hours of travel, they had covered half the distance. How nice it would be if they could keep going like this until they reached the end. "Hey! Can I still cancel the engagement when we go back?" "No. It's chaotic out there now, and the Su family has no time to deal with any marriage contracts, at least not in the short term. Mu Hanchuan felt annoyed. So did I come to Qingling for nothing this time? Can't you put in some effort to help me get away from the Mu family? The Su family could do it, but wouldn't do it easily. Mu Hanchuan coaxed, this is for your own good, you should also put in some effort. Otherwise, when you go back, will you just cry? I won't cry, I've never cried. Mu Hanchuan didn't believe it. Which woman wouldn't cry if she threw a tantrum? If you just cry a few more times, won't your family step in? You just don't want to help. Don't you want to find a suitable husband and marry early? Why do I need unnecessary things? All right, since we are at this point, let's just stick to our guns, neither of us should back down or regret it later. Chapter 107. It's not surprising that Mu Hanchuan was so frightened, the opponent's level was too high. If she's E-level, then isn't she D-level? Is she really D-level? A weak girl who can't take care of herself is D-level. So throughout this journey, did he not look like a fool being played by her? Or was it his instinct that led him to misjudge? Even if there was something hidden, he could never have imagined it could be to such an exaggerated extent, causing him to lose basic vigilance. The sky is falling. Mu Hanchuan still couldn't quite believe it. He'd rather believe there was a problem with his skills. Su Qingyu could no longer maintain her facade. Her eyes were no longer as foolish as before. She understood that Mu Hanchuan had realized, though she didn't know how he discovered it. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind came, and a two-legged monster pounced down from above, targeting Su Qingyu. The sharp leaf-like surfaces covering its bony skin fully extended, emitting a violent tremor that made one's scalp tingle just by listening. Whoosh! Mu Hanchuan suspected his eyes were deceiving him. A sword hilt had appeared in Su Qingyu's hand out of nowhere, a flash of silver-white light. And that strange and terrifying two-legged monster was split in half, crashing far away, and dying in a mournful cry. Chapter 108. Reward 2. 1 red star key. Good. Keep it for now. Once I get all my equipment to E-level and gather the puppets, I'll go for the red personal trial. Reward 3. Equipment. Shadow gun, E, charges for 5 minutes for 1 shot, can charge up to 3 shots, powerful, ignores part of the target's defense, and briefly reduces enemy movement speed upon hitting. Requirements: E-level, strength 400, mind 300. What a useless thing, it takes 5 minutes to fire a shot. I could dig a 10-meter deep grave in that time. However, it can be sold for money, anyway, I won't be able to use it. Reward 4. Item card, Fire Mist Egg, E, when thrown to the ground, within 1 second, it forms a 10-meter long, 20-meter wide flame belt with a temperature of up to 500 degrees. A thick mist of fire reaches over 10 meters high, affecting a radius of 100 meters. Suitable for escape. Requirements: E-level, physique 200. What is this? A high-end smoke bomb for escaping. This thing only requires physique. I really can use it. I'll hold onto it for now instead of selling it. As a large destructive weapon, it might be useful someday. It's over, it's finished. The things gained this time are all quite ordinary, not worth much. I'll go back, rest for a few days, heal my injuries, and then enter the personal trial to get the puppets. Chapter 109, 8 p.m. Mu Hanchuan appeared in Wushan, a sparsely populated area to the west of Bailin Gorge. After another hour, he found Xiao Zhu and Dao Qianhe hiding inside. Are you guys running too far? Dao Qianhe sighed helplessly. I also think we ran too far. Xiao Zhu insisted on hiding in here. Xiao Zhu was unhappy, feeling that these two were just naive bumpkins who had never seen the dangers of the world. How do you know they haven't chased us here? We must be careful and cautious, we can't make any mistakes. What if we are being watched? Mu Hanchuan, you're right. Dao Qianhe, what you said is correct. I checked the royal calendar, tomorrow is not suitable for going out. Ah Chuan, why don't you come with us to hide in the mountains? Mu Hanchuan, Dao Qianhe, that thing is unreliable, you can't trust it. Who said that? I've lived this long without mishaps. I've never had an issue during trials, it's always been calculated. Otherwise, how could I still be standing here safely? Mu Hanchuan was convinced and thought he should find another helper. He thought of Heiyu, as long as he paid, he would be willing to work. And his abilities were many times stronger than Xiuzu's. Dao Qianhe had long gotten used to it and asked about the main issue, Chuan. What are you in such a hurry to find us for? Chapter 110, Qianlan City. Vigo was discussing team trial matters with a big businessman from Saigu City. For this kind of contract with the boss, it must be arranged in advance, so he could contact his teammates ahead of time. He couldn't wait until the end of the month to hurriedly arrange things, as he might not be able to reach skilled people by then. Last month, their team trial went very smoothly, and although they only placed second, the rewards were substantial. The price can be negotiated, but we have one request. This large enterprise has 4 or 5 companies under its name, and its scale is quite decent. A talented trialist has emerged from the family, only 19 years old, and can use a stat point item card every 9 days. The family wants to cultivate him into a promising trialist, aiming to break into the rankings of Lu province and better inherit the family business in the future. In this world, without being an outstanding trialist, how can one grow the company and have the right to inherit the family fortune? Of course, you can make requests. Bones are no problem, as long as they are not excessive. Among the team trial members, we want to arrange for one of our bodyguards to enter, whose strength will certainly not be lacking, to ensure my son's safety. This request shouldn't be too much, right? No? Bai Guo showed no hesitation, refusing very decisively without room for discussion. The members of the team trial are arranged by us, and no one can be added except for the protected target. Chapter 111 Red Personal Trial starts, Challenge Type, Climb the Eternal Sleep Bell Tower, Number of Participants, 47, Non-Death Type. The Eternal Sleep Bell Tower has a total of 17 floors, with a maximum of 5 floors opened, when a higher floor is opened. The corresponding lower floor will be closed. The top 10 to reach the tower's peak and ring the bell will succeed in passing the trial and receive rewards. Mu Hanchuan appeared on the first floor of a dilapidated super-large bell tower. The area was unimaginable, and he couldn't see the end or any other trialists. There were some unknown trial star creatures, which were very weak and fled upon seeing Mu Hanchuan. Looking at the scene before him, Mu Hanchuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. He was on the trial star. Upon first hearing the name of this level, he thought it would be a virtual space on the Forbidden Star Ring, and his heart skipped a beat in fright. The red level would definitely not be low in difficulty, with a total of 17 floors, and a maximum of 5 floors opened, meaning that once the 6th floor is opened, the first floor will close, and when the 17th floor opens, the 12th floor and below will all be closed. If you want to survive, you must at least reach the 13th floor. With a total of 47 participants and only 10 spots for passing, it would be tough to navigate, and fighting was inevitable. Chapter 112-25. When the number at the gate reached 25, Mu Hanchuan moved and walked towards the gate. No other trialists contested with him, it was just the first floor, and there was no need to waste energy fighting for it. Conserving strength for the later levels was key. He pressed both hands against the cold, heavy red door. With all his strength, he pushed. The 5-meter-high door began to move, slowly creating a small gap, releasing a chilling breath. Mu Hanchuan let out a low shout, not stopping. Pushing harder with his feet, his arms bulging with veins, muscles tensing. The gap slowly widened, but every inch of progress consumed a lot of energy, and the resistance became more significant and apparent. Just halfway through, Mu Hanchuan stopped, turning to step towards the 5-meter-long staircase. Behind him, the door began to close slowly. He had to climb up before it closed completely, or he would be bounced out. As soon as he took the first step, a powerful resistance surged in, as if something was firmly blocking him from advancing. Taking the second step, and reaching the first layer of stairs, immense pressure surrounded him from all sides. In an instant, Mu Hanchuan's veins bulged, the bones in his hands creaking under the pressure, and every muscle trembled violently. Chapter 113. In the central area of the 7th layer. The fighting was even more intense. Some were directly involved, some were waiting for the right moment, and others were secretly waiting for opportunities. 5 dark green crystal coffins were present, but only 2 had been seized, while the other 3 remained open. The difficulty was increasing. Those who could truly reach the 13th floor might not even be half. Those daring to attempt the red level were unlikely to be weak. They must have been outstanding in some aspect, and the results reflected that. The red level was indeed not comparable to the white, yellow, or blue levels. It reduced speculation and randomness, while greatly enhancing the test of overall capability. Merely having a standout specialty did not guarantee survival. This served as a warning to Mu Hanchuan. He belonged to the category of having a singular outstanding trait, even more extreme than other trialists, making his weaknesses very obvious and easy to target. Next time, he would still enter the blue personal trial. Without assurance, he wouldn't risk his life in the red trial. Chapter 9. Bang! A swift knife came at him. And Mu Hanchuan was ambushed. He couldn't react in time, and could only block with his left arm, the powerful strike forcing him back 4 or 5 steps. Another tail struck at his back. Chapter 114. As soon as Mu Hanchuan reached the 10th layer, a trialist immediately attacked, throwing a defense item card and forcefully seizing a crystal coffin. The other trialists were quick to react as well, with 4 of them launching counterattacks, determined not to let him succeed. A great battle was about to erupt, while 2 other trialists did not act. Among them, a member of the Scale clan was the first to approach the gate and began to climb the stairs, as he had almost recovered. Another one was also preparing to ascend. Chapter 11. Mu Hanchuan threw the banana shield, repelling the approaching Tag clan member, then turned to block with the large shield, fending off a heavy hammer strike from behind. He was attacked again, still surrounded by 2 Tag clan members, each only 1.5 meters tall. Their bodies covered in black scales, with blue eyes and sharp, thin mouths. The 2 Tag clan members had been battling for 5 minutes. Unable to take down this incredibly strong human with formidable defenses, their frustration growing. The slightly older one shouted something, and the 2 Tag clan members simultaneously summoned their shadow clones. This was a unique ability of their clan. Shadows could transform into physical clones, identical in strength and abilities to the original, but could not exist for long. They needed careful nurturing, and the better they were cared for, the longer they could exist and fight each day. Chapter 115. On the 10th layer, there were still 3 trialists left. When they heard the bell toll, their eyes suddenly dimmed, the last shred of fighting spirit lost, waiting for death to arrive. The bell's sound was heavy and long, like a death knell from hell. Chapter 12. The number of monsters had clearly increased significantly. After walking a short distance, he encountered several. Mu Hanchuan primarily focused on driving them away and intimidating them, only attacking when absolutely necessary, throwing the banana shield to injure them and actively avoiding confrontation, especially with other trialists. After spending more than 3 hours reaching the central area, all 5 crystal coffins had been seized, and the number displayed on the gate was 10. 10 trialists had passed the 13th floor. They had truly escaped the crisis, and could slowly challenge the 17th floor. The ones behind would find it more difficult, without the crystal coffins as a fallback. It was either climb the stairs or wait for death. Tragic. Brothers, it's time to unleash our potential. Nearby, 3 trialists were fully recovering, one of whom was seriously injured. Gesturing towards Mu Hanchuan, seemingly asking for a medical kit. What do I have? Brother, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. It's just that there aren't any spare markers. Otherwise, I would have really given it to you. Chapter 116. Central area of the 15th layer. Mu Hanchuan didn't have much hope, and as expected, the 5 crystal coffins were snatched away. Damn it. I'm used to it, just keep burning myself. And this time take a longer break. The next layer is the last hope, and it will definitely be the most difficult one, with E-level monsters for sure. No matter what it is, I have to catch one and bring it back. I can't leave the red checkpoint empty-handed. A red star key is worth 3 million. 3 hours later. After experiencing 5 consecutive defeats, Mu Hanchuan felt a bit dejected. He had burned enough, and couldn't ignite himself anymore. No. I need to rest a bit more. I still have to burn myself. In the next 3 hours, he charged 3 more times. Finally, on the 8th attempt, just as there was a tiny crack left in the great door, Mu Hanchuan successfully reached the other side a fraction of a second before it closed, completing his self-redemption. As expected, life has infinite possibilities. I think I can still burn a bit in the 16th layer. 16th layer. Mu Hanchuan thought it would be very unsettled here. It must be the hardest level. However, the reality was the opposite. At a glance, he could only see some of the most low-tier biological entities. With no high-level monsters at all, and not even a formed group, completely devoid of danger. What the hell? This isn't scientific. But there is also a possibility that the reason there are no other high-level lives is that there are stronger life forms inside. Chapter 117. The Tag Tribe, surrounded. Looked over, including that avatar. Is it him? The human race. The young Tag Tribe was shocked. How dare he show up after they had beaten him like a stray dog? He actually has the ability to reach the 16th layer. He's seeking death. The older Tag Tribe was furious. How dare he come to disrupt them at this critical moment? You go stop him. I'll deal with this silver cluster beast first and then eliminate him. Good. The young Tag Tribe charged forward with a big knife. The banana shield returned to his hand and was thrown out again, moving faster than an ordinary round shield. Ha! He slashed and punched Mu Hanchuan in the face. Mu Hanchuan didn't dodge at all. He raised his left arm high, taking the punch head-on. And the banana shield in his right hand transformed into a banana fan and fiercely fanned out, creating a violent wind. The Tag Tribe swung his knife. Crack! Sparks flew. And neither of them gained an advantage. After a brief separation, Mu Hanchuan lunged forward again, fanning with the banana fan. The Tag Tribe was unyielding, clashing with his knife. But his consumption seemed quite large, and his attack power wasn't too strong. He might not be using his full strength. Just trying to hold Mu Hanchuan back while waiting for his side to resolve things. Mu Hanchuan charged fiercely, stepping forward and crashing into him. The banana fan again transforming into a shield, smashing down hard. Chapter 118. Mu Hanchuan felt an extreme danger. More? The blade-piercing heart, shot out. He could no longer care about the avatar that was binding him tightly. The rapidly exploding great shield was pulled out once more. And he didn't dare to retract the banana shield. Both arms protected his heart. I don't believe it, this can't be blocked. Bang! In an instant. The attack item card struck. The great shield exploded, completely destroyed. The close combat defensive banana shield was powerless against this kind of ranged attack, and it was breached. Leaving a large gash, and its integrity plummeted to 3 points, almost exploding. The left arm's dragon bone wall bracelet, was pierced. The right arm's lava wristband, was also pierced. Mu Hanchuan was greatly shocked. The penetration ability was so strong. It even had a defense-breaking capability. Such a powerful single-target attack item card. Finally, the last layer of defense, the void stomach armor, blocked the final residual force. Though it was also breached. It only pierced the thick flesh of his chest and couldn't go deeper. Phut! The big meatball spewed out a high-pressure energy blast from behind, shattering the avatar that was holding him and sending Mu Hanchuan flying out. The 2 Tag Tribe members paid a huge price for this battle. Their 2 attack item cards were gone. Their 2 avatars were also lost, not withdrawn voluntarily due to exhaustion, but killed. requiring a long time to recover before they could reappear. Chapter 119. Protecting the big meatball, Mu Hanchuan arrived at a safe area, ensuring there was no danger around, and lay down himself. The excitement hadn't faded yet, so he chatted with the big meatball to build some affection, and took a few hours to rest and heal before going to check the central area. The single bell had already rung 7 times, indicating that 7 trialists had successfully reached the 17th layer. There were still 3 slots left, but Mu Hanchuan didn't have high hopes. He originally found it difficult to push open that big door, and it was 90% likely he wouldn't make it up. After building some affection, his arms had no major problems for now. 5 hours later, Mu Hanchuan arrived at the central area. Just 2 hours ago, another bell rang. The 8th trialist cleared the level, leaving only 2 slots. From a distance, several kilometers away, Mu Hanchuan already saw those 2. They were guarding near the big door. What the hell? This truly shocked Mu Hanchuan. These 2 didn't even ascend to the 17th layer, and were just guarding at the door. Trialing? Isn't it normal to have some fighting and commotion? They chased him for 10 kilometers and cut him all the way. Did he say anything? Is it really necessary to be this angry? Besides these 2 tag tribe members, there were also 2 other trialists. One from the Spine tribe and one from the Fire tribe, who had come over one after another, and were currently recovering, preparing to challenge the highest layer. Chapter 120. Returning to the real world, the first thing Mu Hanchuan did was use a medical kit to treat the wounds on his body, especially his arms and chest. This trial lasted 3 days, and 18 hours had passed in real time, significantly exceeding the originally estimated time, arriving at around 9 p.m. He definitely couldn't make it to his sister's place tonight, and with the injuries on his body, the original plan would have to be delayed until tomorrow night. The meatball was also in a weakened state. Recovering for another day would increase its combat strength. Later, he would send a message to Dao Qinhe, Xiaozhu, and Heiyu to notify them. His equipment was severely damaged, and he didn't have time to repair it. Mu Hanchuan took out the remaining 4 repair box item cards. The repair box could only restore items to 40 points of integrity, which was fine for now. After solving this matter, he would properly repair everything. First, he picked up the banana shield, which had only 1 point of integrity left, used 2 repair boxes, and restored it to 40 points of integrity. Then he took the void stomach armor, which had 23 points left, used a repair box on it, and also restored it to 40 points of integrity. The last repair box was used on the left arm's dragon bone wall bracelet. The right arm's lava wristband was also heavily damaged, and there were no more repair boxes. So he would need to go out and buy a few. Chapter 121. Everyone was stunned. 5 million. This price was double the market rate. Mu Hanchuan was extremely displeased. They had already agreed on a price, and yet they were robbing him. Don't they understand the rules? With the equipment gone, Mu Hanchuan couldn't hand over his money either. Boss? What do you mean? Mu Hanchuan questioned so angrily that the pretty boy had already thrown out money, scattering it all over the ground. And with a flick of his hair, he left. Damn. Ha, brother, forget it, it's all a small matter. Here. Take this little money and go have some tea. The boss excitedly picked up the money, stuffed 10,000 yuan into the gaps. Then tidied up the shop and quickly left, changing the battlefield. Why leave? Looking at the 10,000 yuan in his hand, Mu Hanchuan held back, and didn't mark the other equipment in this shop. He had already marked that helmet, planning to follow up and find an opportunity to take it back. It was unnecessary to mess with this shop again, fearing it would expose him. He decided to be cautious and deal with this boss next time they met. Mu Hanchuan glanced at the pretty boy, and took a different route to follow him. The boss and the fat man also left, heading in the opposite direction to other places. In just a few minutes, the fat man's account received a 50,000 yuan share. The fat man instantly became unhappy and immediately sent a message questioning why, having raised the price to 5 million, he only got this little tip. Chapter 122, Mu Hanchuan woke up at 4 in the afternoon. All equipment was repaired to 40 durability, and durability was fully replenished. He carefully checked all kinds of equipment, and finally used the remaining medical kit to change the medicine on the wounds on his body. Fully armed and with everything ready, it was already 5 o'clock. It was about time to set off. It would take more than an hour to get to Kituo County next door. Stepping out of the secret base, a series of messages popped up, and Mu Hanchuan replied one by one, confirming the approximate time, action signal, and asking them to prepare in advance. The last message was from Baigu, inviting him to the team trial. After reading the message, Mu Hanchuan was extremely surprised. Was it that Xinlan from the Mist of the Beak Guild? Mu Hanchuan had seen the data. This Xinlan was a good support. Was she scared after being beaten, and didn't dare to participate in the team trial with her guild mates? Baigu didn't know that Mu Hanchuan had a bit of a connection with the Mist of the Beak Guild. They were very untrustworthy. They had almost agreed on everything and were just waiting to meet to confirm, but in the last few days, they stood him up, which almost made him miss last month's team trial. His impression was not good, and Mu Hanchuan didn't really want to take this job, especially since the prize was only 3 million. Chapter 123, Swish. The moment he landed, a silver-white long sword suddenly appeared, swinging out, and a head rolled off. It was too sudden. The appearance of the blood fox surprised both sides. Mu Hanchuan looked at her deeply. She was actually the blood fox. Why was she here to help him? He glanced again at the group of assassins. Their moves were vicious, all cold-blooded killers. This group was not here to capture him, but to kill him. The Mu family wanted to kill him. He had help. Hold them off. Wait until we deal with the target. A few people split off and rushed toward the suddenly appearing blood fox. But they had no ability to resist and were all slaughtered. The group of assassins changed color in unison. The newcomer's strength far exceeded their expectations. She was a master, and it was troublesome. Get the employer's people to take action. Too strong, this woman was too strong. The originally tense battle was broken the moment the blood fox appeared. She moved like a ghost, extremely fast, before one could react. A line of blood appeared in their throat, blood sprayed out, staining the ground. Another person swung a knife, but she easily dodged it, countering with a sword that severed the upper body. The ferocity of her strength made the assassins shiver in fear, unable to help, but want to flee. Even Mu Hanchuan felt horrified. Chapter 124, Fully armed, Mu Hanchuan took the initiative to step forward. This battle was inevitable. The Qingyuan blade shot out, and he initiated the attack. The speed of the Qingyuan blade was fast. 50 meters away, Jingru casually raised a fist, smashing the Qingyuan blade away, burying it deep into the left wall. Just as the collision sound echoed, Mu Hanchuan felt something unusual behind him, and quickly raised his left arm to block. Swish! 2 crescent-shaped daggers simultaneously plunged into the dragon's skeleton wall wrist. Turning back, a small figure had already floated away. 3 crescent-shaped daggers of different sizes shot down from above. It was that underdeveloped Yang Ding. The round shield appeared and was violently thrown upward, consecutively knocking away 2 daggers that crashed into the right side 4th floor wall. He blocked the last one with a punch. Huh! Heavy footsteps sounded. Just a few strides, Jingru had already charged in front of Mu Hanchuan. Another round shield appeared in his left hand, blocking straight ahead. Bang! With a heavy punch, Mu Hanchuan's pupils shook violently, and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps. Greatly shocked, this woman had such strong power. Swish! An attack came from behind. Yang Ding had somehow appeared behind Mu Hanchuan again, stabbing him with 2 knives. His intention was to stab the unprotected neck, but Mu Hanchuan dodged just in time. Chapter 125, Materialize. Mu Hanchuan suddenly shouted loudly. He was numb from the beating and couldn't hold on any longer. He had dozens of crescent-shaped knives embedded all over his body. One side of the round shield was shattered, and if this continued, he would definitely lose. Escape was impossible. A large meatball appeared out of nowhere, and was fiercely thrown at Yang Ding by Mu Hanchuan. In mid-air, it spewed out several times, all aimed at Yang Ding. Both Yang Ding and Jing Ru were startled. This person actually had a materialization prop card. This thing was not easy to handle, quite rare, and could only materialize up to 50 of the target's strength. It had to be someone he had fought before to materialize. It was impossible to imagine it out of thin air. This life form was E-class, so he must be using an E-class materialization prop card. This was a consumable. Once used, it was gone. He had revealed his trump card. After just 2 days of rest, it was impossible for the large meatball to fully recover. It was still in a weakened state, and probably only had about 50 of its strength. The series of attacks from the large meatball failed to hit. But it caused massive destruction to nearby buildings. Each attack could collapse half a floor. Yang Ding felt the pressure and shouted, "He is strong, don't hold back. Use all your strength." "All right, husband." Chapter 126. Mu Hanchuan quickly removed all the hidden weapons and curved swords on him and fled. After running a few kilometers, 2 people rushed to his side to assist him in leaving. After a chaotic run, they finally entered a repair shop. Soon, an old emergency vehicle drove out of the repair shop, speeding toward the county town. 2 people were in the front of the car, and Mu Hanchuan was hidden in a dark compartment under the vehicle. They were people Mu Hanchuan had arranged in advance to help him escape. He had spent quite a bit of money to hire them. Their strength was decent, and if necessary, they could take action, but if they did, it would cost extra. In the current situation, it seemed there was no need to pay extra. Bang! With a sword, a mechanical dog was severed. Drones in the sky opened fire. And the ground firepower was also dense, all aimed at Su Qingyu. Her opponent not only wasn't attacked, but was also protected. The figure moved quickly, dodging the firepower net. And with 3 more sword strikes, 3 charging mechanical dogs were reduced to scraps. Abandoning the original target, she turned her attention to the group of defenders surrounding them. HMPH. Seeking death. Su Qingyu was angry. The Defense Department only targeted her, and did not take action against another person. She didn't intend to deal with them. If they wanted to die, she would fulfill their wish since they were just a bunch of bought-off lackeys anyway. Chapter 127. The city government of Lannan exploded. Not long ago, there was a minor incident that mobilized the entire city's police force. Today, a massive event occurred in Ketuo County, where a rare large-scale brawl among testers took place, resulting in over 30 deaths, half of whom were local Defense Department personnel, including the local Defense Department captain. This was too big to suppress. The numerous houses that were damaged were just a minor issue, with only a few civilians sustaining minor injuries. The city's Defense Department immediately dispatched 2 SWAT teams to Ketuo County and also sent reinforcements from nearby counties, sealing off all routes and making every effort to capture the group of rioters. Did a member of the Yang family die? Mayor Hong's expression was serious. How did the Yang family from Qianlan City get involved? Hong Xiao was a member of the Hong family, one of the 4 prominent families in Qianlan City. And he understood the Yang family's background well. If it was indeed the Yang family causing this chaos, such a huge commotion could not be a trivial matter and needed to be handled with caution. The 4 prominent families of Qianlan City were renowned and their influence extended beyond just Qianlan City. They were deeply intertwined throughout the entire Luo province, wielding significant power. Luo province was quite unique, with Qianlan City being a top-tier city that far surpassed other municipal areas in various aspects. Other cities were more like subsidiaries and support for Qianlan City, essentially propping it up. The 4 prominent families of Qianlan City were essentially equivalent to the 4 prominent families of Luo province, but given the vastness of Luo province, there were indeed those who could rival them. Chapter 128. He had not been disturbed by anything in the past few days and had recovered quite well, with his injuries healing by 50%. All the wounds on his body had healed, but he still felt weak and did not want to move much. The white random attribute card had been used up, and Chilong sent him 3 yellow random attribute cards. He had used 1 during this time, adding a total of 3 points to his physique. It was too slow, it took 12 days to improve by 3 points. If he had used blue cards, it could have doubled. He had 2 yellow cards left, enough to last until the end of the month, but he only had 2 million left. He still needed to make money. He had transferred the skills, Dark Commander, E, Gale Step, F, and Instant Shadow Spear, E, to Chilong, hoping to quickly recover his strength. He had spent too much during this time, and was close to running out. Mu Hanchuan turned over, got up, and prepared some food to stretch his body in preparation for the death contract battle in 5 hours. He also sensed the big meatball. It had been under the water and mud for 9 days without moving, and it didn't intend to move either. Even if it stayed there for a year and a half, it wouldn't care. Its adaptability was extremely strong, it could survive anywhere. As for food, it was an omnivorous creature, and could eat any type of organism, so it wouldn't go hungry. Chapter 129, he wanted to escape, running around in a panic. But there was no way out, everything was completely sealed off. He was going to die, really going to die. He turned to look at the human, thinking that if he was going to die, he would drag him down with him. His 6 tentacles pulled out 2 weapons and charged toward Mu Hanchuan. Thud! The big meatball sprang into action, having recovered 80% of its condition, filled with combat intent. A stream of acidic liquid shot out, and the fluctuating light clan member barely dodged this sudden attack. The slime hit the ground, instantly corroding a large pit that emitted green smoke. What immense power! What is this thing? While observing from the side, 2 more attacks came in. And the big meatball's 2 mouths simultaneously unleashed attacks, one with acid and the other with high-pressure energy. The fluctuating light clan member dodged and instead charged forward. Using his speed to rush at the human, he had to kill him, as that was his only hope of survival. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the big meatball, but did not attack it, instead. He suddenly turned his body with a fierce momentum and lunged toward Mu Hanchuan. The 6 tentacles danced wildly, and 2 bone blades glimmering with cold light flew in the air, stabbing down simultaneously. The fluctuating light clan member was strong. It was too fanciful to think he could kill Mu Hanchuan with just the big meatball. Mu Hanchuan summoned the banana shield to block 1 bone blade, standing firm, and raised his right arm to barely block the second stab. Chapter 130, back in the real world, an excited Mu Hanchuan took off his gear, stepping out of the secret base for the first time in 10 days. As for the big meatball, it wanted to stay there and didn't need to be called back. Mu Hanchuan was quite astonished, it could survive in such a deadly place. It was almost invincible. Not far from where he left, in a corner of a nearby park, Mu Hanchuan replied to a message from Baigu. 111, the message was replied to instantly. Baigu must be scrolling through his phone. Mu, I haven't been able to contact you for so many days. Did you encounter some difficulties? My difficulties have not been for just a day or 2, but the biggest one is lack of money. No worries, everything is fine. That's good. If you have any trouble, feel free to say, I might be able to help. Okay. Have you set up your team trial team? Mu Hanchuan countered. Not yet, are you all full? No, we've been waiting for you. Is your body okay? It's fine. All right, then we'll go together, it's settled. I will contact you after a while. Okay. Good luck. Their team wasn't fully assembled yet, which solved a major problem, allowing him to go back and rest for a while longer. There were some other messages from Dao Qianhe and Xiuzhu. They were very anxious, never expecting such a big incident to happen after they left that day, with so many people dead? Could it be that a Chuan was responsible? They were genuinely shocked. Chapter 131, a week passed. Just a few days ago, he was still feeling weak, but suddenly he felt much better, and was recovering rapidly. He received a gathering message from Baigu, and the team members met to confirm their equipment, item cards, and the Silver Star key. The boss was in Lannan City, so they would naturally gather there. Mu Hanchuan was still evading pursuit, and had to be cautious of the Mu family and the Yang family. How could he dare go into the city center? He sent a message to Baigu, casually finding an excuse, and arranged to meet him separately. Baigu agreed and said he would come to find Mu Hanchuan after finishing in Lannan City. They also confirmed that they would enter the team trial on the 24th, which was the day after tomorrow, so he needed to prepare in advance. The team trial definitely couldn't T-mark that many pieces of equipment, and wouldn't T-dare to use them. It was better to get a weakness card and a puppet card marked, in case there was an opportunity, he could get the puppet back. His brain domain capacity was still at 2, just enough. This was feasible, relying solely on the big meatball wasn't enough. He needed to hurry and get another creature, with strong attack power. Future solo trials and one-on-one trials would be a breeze. There might also be opportunities to deal with the Mu family and the Yang family. He would go for a stroll and see if the equipment was repaired. He didn't ask Chilong for help. It was better to rely on himself for such important matters. Chapter 132, at 8 p.m. 2 days later. After eating and drinking enough, everything was ready. Baigu crushed the Silver Star key in his hand. The Shin family, with Shin Lan accompanied by her mother, and Baigu beside her. In a 5-story residential building, Black Feather, Gui Ming in the black market, and Mu Hanchuan in the secret base at the foot of the mountain. All 5 marked individuals from different areas simultaneously disappeared, entering the team trial. Shin Lan's mother sighed softly. Just then, Director Shin walked in. Don't worry, Baigu and their team are strong, nothing will happen. You too, she didn't want to, why must you force her? That's how it is in this era, she chose the path of a trial taker, so she must endure. If she can't handle a little setback, how can she even enter the trial? But Shin Lan's mother wanted to say that she is just a girl, but held back. In a flash, the 5 appeared in a greyish world, amidst a vast forest. The surrounding trees were tall and twisted, with dark green vines entwined around the trunks, resembling winding giant pythons. The ground was soft, dark soil that creaked slightly underfoot. The wind was strong, making the group a bit disheveled. Baigu tightened his grip on his weapon, scanning the surroundings warily. Chapter 133. After resting for a short while, the 5-member team carefully made their way through the rubble and thick mud, cautiously advancing into the ruined city. Along the way, there was hardly a complete structure, everything had turned to ruins. Was there really anything of high value left to search for here? Black Feather said, the city probably hasn't left anything. Baigu shook his head, not necessarily. I've participated in search trials. Some things can be stored in closed spaces, and even after countless years, they can still be well preserved. Don't underestimate the technological level of a secondary civilization. They are more advanced than we imagine, with many things we can't understand. Let's hope so. However, most of our trial area is in the outer forest, and the city is a smaller part. I wonder if we'll have the luck to find something good. Their trial area just happened to be near 2 towering 100-story buildings in the distance, beyond which they couldn't go. It's up to us. Tomorrow morning, we'll search the area. If we find nothing, we'll head to the outer forest to look for that life pool. Okay. In this dead silence, the team moved cautiously. Just as they entered the city, a strange blue hue quietly bloomed. A pale blue flower poked out from a crack in a tall building. Gently trembling as if sensing their presence, its petals glowing with an eerie blue light. Chapter 134. Baigu led the way while Mu Hanchuan protected Shin Lan as they sprinted. Gui Ming moved extremely fast and efficiently, clearing away dozens of roots behind them with each movement, greatly relieving the pressure on Mu Hanchuan and Xinlan. Ahead, a blue flower silently emerged from the cracks between several large stones, its petals slowly opening, emitting a ghostly blue glow that suddenly shot out. Baigu reacted quickly, dodging while slashing with his knife. With a poof, the petals exploded. A banana shield suddenly appeared in Mu Hanchuan's right hand, hurled violently, smashing a large piece of metal several meters away from Xinlan, and from the broken piece of metal, a blue flower emerged. Be careful. Those poisonous blue flowers are coming out. No need for Baigu to remind them, everyone had already seen it clearly. All around, the ruined walls of buildings, collapsed stone pillars, and even rusted metal crevices were filled with countless flower buds rapidly swelling, flashing blue light like ghost fires. The ground trembled, cracking beneath their feet, as roots spread out in pursuit of them. The entire city seemed to be activated, with blue flowers emerging from various crevices, continuously attacking along with the sharp, waving roots. Burning, E. Chapter 135. The passage was deep and spiraled downward, circling around a central point in large loops, with no stairs, only a gentle slope, and occasionally blocked by some debris. Inside, there was not a single sound, eerily quiet and oppressive. The group walked for a very long time without reaching the end. There were no rooms, doors, or even windows, yet there was always a faint light. From these dim lights, they could occasionally see some large images and texts on the surrounding walls, the meaning of which was unknown. Where does this lead? Xinlan whispered, her voice swallowed completely, with no echo. I don't know, Baigu replied softly, but since there's this path, there must be an end. Mu Hanchuan thought to himself, that's obvious. Could there be no end? Black Feather excitedly said, there must be good things down here, let us hurry. Damn it, Mu Hanchuan was annoyed, didn't you consider my feelings? Xinlan agreed, okay, let us move faster. After walking for more than an hour, their legs were numb, but fortunately, their wounds had mostly healed thanks to the medical kit, and Xinlan's individual treatment, which was quite effective. Chapter 136. This time they only walked for a little over half an hour. A new large door appeared, 6 meters high, intricately carved with complex runes and strange biological patterns, resembling neither human nor beast, still half-closed. Mu Hanchuan consciously moved to the front. Be careful. This time everyone was more cautious, fully prepared, certain that there would be danger inside. Xinlan was ready, able to release group support skills at any moment. Mu Hanchuan was influenced by the atmosphere, taking every step very lightly, trying to push the door. After a while, he only managed to push it a few dozen centimeters, feeling that the resistance was odd. Something's wrong. Mu Hanchuan suddenly stopped, his brow furrowed, sensing something behind the door, as if it was deliberately blocking him, making it exceptionally difficult to push. Everyone held their breath, nervously staring at the half-open door, feeling that the shadow cast was becoming distorted. Indeed, something is amiss. Prepare for battle. Baigu came to Mu Hanchuan's side. Gui Ming took a deep breath, gripping his black knife tightly. Black Feather retrieved his energy gun and slowly raised it. Xinlan focused intently on the door, ready to release her support skills at any moment. Chapter 137. In fact, they could also take these back and sell them directly for a share, thus avoiding many unnecessary disputes. But the opportunity was rare, and injecting such gene serums required registration, real names, and a series of strict requirements, which was very troublesome. Now they could directly exchange these materials. Big companies were willing to bypass the regular processes. So why not? After all, the other team members wouldn't lose their share, and there would be opportunities for future collaboration. It was a good thing for teammates to get upgrades. They collected all the small crystals without missing a single one, and the team continued downward. Just at the old position above the statue's left side, there was another small door, still the same passage, continuing downward. This door was even older. It wasn't from the same era, It turned out the second layer was also built later. Mu Hanchuan couldn't help but speak up. I feel like there must be great horrors below. He said this, and the originally calm Xinlan inexplicably felt a bit scared, instinctively getting a little closer. We have gained a lot, why not avoid taking risks? Heiyu had a different opinion, saying that there was no danger above, and the time below was much older. Even if there were traps, they might have been damaged long ago. Chapter 138, The Goddess Descends. After all their hard work, was it really opened like this by her? Mu Hanchuan understood, pulling out 2 cutting boards that transformed into a large shield, slowly approaching the giant door. The skeletons and Guiming stood guard on either side. Slightly behind. Xinlan quickly got up and followed behind Mu. She didn't expect that a strange attempt would actually work. With such a bizarre scene, Heiyu didn't dare to act recklessly anymore and carefully observed from the back. Arriving at the door, they slowly pushed open the heavy giant door. There was no foul smell of decay or dust, instead, a faint fragrance wafted out, like some strange flower slowly spreading through the air. The group furrowed their brows. A serious look rising in their hearts. This place shouldn't have flowers, let alone a fragrance. The giant door was pushed open a little, revealing a corner inside. Completely different from the 2 upper levels, the corner they saw had no debris or thick dust, instead appearing somewhat clean. Continuing to push it open. The wall had a 3-meter-high vivid image, with 4 legs and 2 heads, roaring towards the sky. It was too bright, as if just painted. Completely different from what appeared in the upper 2 levels and exactly opposite to the scenes the group had imagined. Chapter 139, As the giant door closed. The light inside the space dimmed, no longer as bright as before, making the surrounding environment even creepier. Anyone staying with thousands of ancient corpses wouldn't feel good. Then, Guiming rushed back first. There was no door in the upper left corner, this was the lowest level. In just a moment, Heiyu also rushed back. There was no room in the upper right corner, but I found an intact booklet on that broken statue. This was a tattered little booklet, very plain, ancient. Covered in a dirt yellow, with only a dozen pages, unsure of what it recorded. The skeleton excitedly took it and checked. It indeed contained a lot of unknown text. Everything here was well preserved, even the corpses showed no signs of decay, so it wasn't surprising that a small booklet was well preserved. But this was a booklet left behind, who knows how many years ago on the Forbidden Trial Star. Such a complete and undamaged booklet had high research value. And many countries and large companies would compete for it, with an estimated value starting at least in the tens of millions. If it recorded any special content, it would be even more valuable, and their team could become wealthy. Mu Hanchuan couldn't help but voice out again, saying that the priority now was to find a way out. Perhaps these strange creatures that accidentally wandered in were trapped and died here. Chapter 140, Mu Hanchuan was not far from Xinlan, but it was too late. He had to throw the banana shield immediately. The attack came too suddenly. Xinlan was still halfway running, and the attack reached her back. The ghostly blue light moved at high speed, and it was unclear what it was. But upon hitting the target, it transformed into deep blue flowers and exploded. Blue flowers? Mu Hanchuan was very surprised. The blue flowers outside must be related to this place. No wonder the team abandoned their attempts once they entered the underground passage. The banana shield shook violently, withstanding the blow, flying out several dozen meters. And the damage was not too great. He understood that these blue lights were not long-range attacks. They transformed into blue flowers for close-range attacks upon approaching the target. Xinlan was knocked to the ground by the impact, looking back in fear and discovering that it was Mu who saved her. Her combat skills were strong. Without time to think, she immediately used a skill to enhance the team's attack. The skeleton slashed down with a knife, clashing hard with the blue flower. The blue flower exploded, and he slammed heavily against the giant door. Such strong power, thankfully, it wasn't poisonous. Heiyu and Guiming dodged the attack. Those ghostly blue lights did not turn into blue flowers without hitting a target, and simply dissipated into thin air. Chapter 141, After losing Mu Hanchuan, the living target. All of the over 100 fallen two-headed creatures were quickly disassembled. Confirming that there were no enemies left, the attack of the giant statue ceased, its 6 arms lowered, and its 4 heads retracted into its twisted body. The light in the space gradually dimmed. Following local customs, the 5 team members kept their heads low, bowing perfectly. Except for Mu Hanchuan, with Xinlan pressed closely together, while the other 3 kept a considerable distance, no one daring to speak. Minutes later, when the light completely faded and everything returned to silence, Yu was the first to speak, asking what to do now. The skeleton said, "Don't move. Use your peripheral vision to observe the paintings on the surrounding walls and look for clues." Xinlan felt frustrated. She was pressed against the wall behind her. With Mu blocking her head in front, how could she observe? Guiming said, "I can't see from my back." Yu replied, "I can see a little." Mu Hanchuan felt he should also voice his opinion. "I can see a little bit." Yu felt a bit hopeless. The door had 36 patterns, and they needed to confirm which 36 first, then determine the order. In their current position, could they do that? Guiming and Xinlan thought this made sense. It was harder than killing them. Chapter 142. Over 100 two-headed corpses had already exploded, and nearly 100 more lay on the ground, still absorbing the damage. The skeleton's speed was not too fast. He endured 3 blue flowers, spitting blood, and sustaining several wounds. But he was the first to find a good position and kneel down. Guiming was the second to find an opportunity and kneel down, suffering minor injuries. Xinlan, "You kneel first, I'll handle it myself." Sigh. Still trying to help Mu Hanchuan resist, Xinlan immediately turned around, kneeling with her back to him, facing the direction of the mural at 7 o'clock, while simultaneously using a single target healing skill for her other teammates. The banana shield returned to her hand. Since the blue flowers were close-range attacks, the banana shield offered better defense than the cutting board. Holding the transformed cutting board as a large shield in one hand and the banana shield in the other, Mu Hanchuan was about to start taking hits. Yu urged, "Quickly find an opportunity to kneel, Mu can't hold on much longer." Yu felt frustrated. He wanted to, but that thing kept chasing and shooting at him. Bang! Bang, bang. Mu Hanchuan pressed down as much as possible, his entire weight resting against the cutting board and banana shield, straining to defend. Even so, the heavy blows still pushed him backward, dragging Xinlan, who was behind him with her raised hips, back as well. Chapter 143, Start moving. The skeleton moved first, charging toward the giant door, leaping heavily onto the 17th pattern. Yu and Guiming quickly rushed toward the kneeling corpses, which totaled about 400. They planned to push down 200 while leaving some just in case. Mu Hanchuan brought Xinlan to the door, guarding the skeleton. Xinlan stayed beside him, first casting a speed-up skill for the team, then continuing to kneel, avoiding attracting blue light so as not to hold everyone back. The space inside suddenly became bright, and 4 heads were lifted out by 6 arms for the 3rd time, releasing blue light and launching a frenzied attack. Immediately, the sound of roaring filled the air, and the breakout battle began. Snap, snap. The banana shield blocked 2 attacks in a row, and Mu Hanchuan retreated 2 small steps before pushing forward again. Anxiously looking back at the chaotic nebula pattern slowly sinking down, but at a very slow speed, taking a full 10 seconds to completely fall into the gate. Then, the white bone jumped high and pressed down on the second piece. The pattern began to sink again, and another 10 seconds passed, exceptionally slow. The white bone below was going crazy, and Mu Hanchuan almost cursed. So sluggish. 1 piece takes 10 seconds, 36 pieces would take 360 seconds. A full 6 minutes. Could they hold on that long? Chapter 144, Mu. Mu? Yu, Bai Jiu were astonished. Mu? Xianlan's eyes widened, her right hand covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. He wanted to take it on himself, to buy time for his teammates. Sitting on the ground, Gui Ming was collaborating with Mu Hanchuan for the first time, and had not realized how tough this person was. As soon as he came out, Mu Hanchuan threw the banana shield, blocking a blue flower aimed at the red barrier. The cutting board stood up, blocking 2 blue flowers in succession. And he was almost knocked back into the red barrier by the immense force. Mu Hanchuan gritted his teeth, his figure unwavering, and pushed forward again. His appearance actively took on half of the firepower, significantly reducing the pressure on the precarious red barrier, temporarily holding it up. The banana shield returned to his hand. And he threw it out again, straining to resist, relying solely on the cutting board in front of him. The 34th piece pressed down, and the red barrier was left with only a very faint layer. Heiyu bandaged his wounds, took a deep breath, and at that moment, he suddenly rushed back into the arena, immediately coming under attack. Heiyu! Bai Jiyu couldn't stop him in time. Xianlan looked back at the rushing Heiyu, anxious and impatient, feeling like time was dragging on. Chapter 145, very good, at least everyone came out alive. Outside the giant door, 4 people lay down, temporarily limping. And Mu Hanchuan was trying hard to stand, clearly indicating that this tank was still functioning. Mu, are you okay? Bai Jiyu and the others had no time to care about Mu Hanchuan, only Xianlan expressed slight concern. Of course, I can't be hurt. You are too strong. Compared to last month's team trial with Taituo, Mu was clearly much stronger and more responsible. If they hadn't changed members last time, their team wouldn't have been backstabbed. And those teammates of hers would definitely have survived. Lost in thought, she silently shed tears, feeling very sad. Mu Hanchuan was bewildered by her reaction. Was she made of water? Surviving shouldn't make her so emotional. After resting for a few hours, the team quickly left this strange place, heading to the uppermost level. It should be dawn outside now. The originally 2-day trial could no longer continue, and there was no way to look for that pool again. They aimed to find a safe place on the top level to hide and wait for the trial to end. Fortunately, their gains were significant. They had passed this level with mandatory rules, and after reporting it, they would receive a large sum of money, overall not a loss, but not a huge profit either. Chapter 146. Xianlan was utterly shocked and couldn't accept it. In her life, she had only ever had other boys asking her for contact information. And this was her first time taking the initiative only to be rejected. This blow was quite significant, fearing that Bai Jiyu and the others would see her embarrassment. Xianlan immediately returned to reality. Bai Jiyu shook his head. Mu's personality was too reclusive and not smooth enough, just like last time with the first rain. Hey you, this is a steel straight man. Why refuse something given for free? Now he was sure that Mu really hated women, and might not be from Fox Qianfang. Gui Ming, he did the right thing. Bai Jiyu, let's go back. Once the Gene Company contacts are settled, I will notify you both. And remember to prepare the money for the others in advance. Hey you, got it. Gui Ming, no problem. Withdraw. Bai Jiyu returned first, and the other 2 didn't linger. Xianlan, you're hurt. As soon as they returned, Xianlan's mother rushed over. She was always the most worried one during team trials. They had spent 2 days inside. And it had been 12 hours since then. It was now exactly 8 a.m., and everyone was at home, including Director Xian, who looked over with concern. I'm fine, just a small injury. Chapter 147, on the 4th day. The 3rd batch of dividends arrived. And that small booklet was sold at a large auction in Qianlan City for 22 million, significantly higher than their estimated price. It was said that 3 international companies were competing for it, and relevant national departments had also made bids, all wanting to obtain it for research. Even if it was just a religious manual, it had substantial research value. It was eventually acquired by Nora Global, an international company in Qinghuang, involved in many industries. 4 million, not bad, At least they got back a bit for medical expenses. The information about the underground symbiotic routes and the rules of the large space on the third underground level had been reported in detail to the National Trialists Association. They would report it to the Global United Star Council, and once the authenticity of the level was confirmed, bonuses would be issued, resulting in additional income. At 10 p.m., Mu Hanchuan was fully equipped and entered the 25-bone age round elite competition. Qianlan City Government Building. Governor Kiao. The report from the Lannan city government has come in. Most of the identities of both parties have been confirmed. But the blood samples of Blood Fox and Red Fox could not be collected, while the blood sample from the male accomplice has already been sent over. Chapter 148. On the last night of the month at 10 p.m. The medical pack's treatment had just concluded, and overall, his body injuries had recovered by about 80. Nearly there. Mu Hanchuan crushed the blue star key in his hand and entered the blue personal trial. Blue personal trial started Forbidden Star Ring, Extreme Negative Pressure Type, Challenge Type, Participants, 99 Time Limit, 2 days, total of 10 levels, Initial Double Weight Pressure. Each level increases by double weight pressure. Non-death type, can give up midway by go, another Forbidden Star Ring. This time he had brought an E-level puppet card. But it was still useless, feeling frustrated. Fortunately, this time the level was simple, at least relatively simple for him. Reaching the 7th or 8th level was definitely not a problem. Not in a hurry to break through, Mu Hanchuan waved his right hand. A paper box, less than 1 cubic meter in size, appeared on the ground. Summoned. Excited, Mu Hanchuan quickly opened it to see. Inside was only a bottle of wine. Damn! Before entering the trial, he had packed a lot of things in this box, including wine, meat, snacks, and a pack of napkins. As a result, he ended up with a bottle of wine. Wait, he remembered that when he was hiding from pursuit in Qianlan City, that whole box of bullets could be transferred together. And the whole box of grenades also made it over. Why couldn't he do it this time? Chapter 149. No matter how unwilling he was. And even using an attack item card, the 1.5-meter-tall tag tribe member was still knocked down into the sea of fire by Mu Hanchuan, leaving him empty-handed from this trial. In the following levels, he took down more than a dozen alien trial participants mercilessly, enduring a barrage of insults. On the second day of the trial, in the last hour, Mu Hanchuan successfully reached the 8th level. That's it, he had no ability to go further. And there was no time left. He hadn't seen any other trial participants ahead, so he might be the first. He sat down and rested for over half an hour. Blue personal trial ended, number of clearances, 73. Oh, how pitiful. Such simple levels actually had 26 that didn't receive rewards, too weak. Reward 1, Blue Star Key, Reward 2, Physique 8, Physique, 3,708, very good, it's the highest reward for the blue trial. Even if he wasn't first, he was definitely in the top 3. With all the equipment put on, his physique attribute was nearing 380, still quite high. Reward 3, Blue Random Attribute Point Item Card, awesome. Mu Hanchuan was thrilled for a moment, good stuff, this personal trial was worth it. Reward 4, F-level puppet card, Chapter 150, Chuan, do you want to go buy something together? This is Chilong's favorite, otherwise, why come to watch the gambling fights? Not interested, you go ahead. Mu Hanchuan was completely disinterested in this. Gambling fights had a maximum win rate of 50. No matter how accurately you watched, it was useless. Winning and losing were inevitable, and in the end, it was impossible to actually make money, purely wasting energy. You can't stand it if you don't gamble a bit. Learning. What the hell? Chilong ignored him, letting him go to his seat first while walking to the other side. This gambling arena was not small, with 5,000 seats. It was called an underground gambling arena, but it was actually sanctioned by the authorities. Perhaps the officials above had some interests in it, which was quite normal. Mu Hanchuan walked to his position, scanning around with his peripheral vision. In the distance, he seemed to spot Chiuzu, such a short figure. In a place mostly filled with men, it was hard not to notice. What was she doing here instead of hiding in the mountains? Could it be that she also came to make money? He decided to go over and take a look. Seeing a living person like him would surely scare her silly. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on his shoulder from behind. Mu Hanchuan's eyes narrowed, slowly turning around. Chilong wouldn't be back so soon. Who was it? It couldn't be someone he recognized, and they surely wouldn't recognize him dressed so stylishly today. Chapter 151, Mu Hanchuan instinctively took 3 or 4 steps back. Knowing the old man hadn't actually attacked, but was merely testing. Your nickname in the Ant network is Mu. What's your real name? The old man was genuinely interested now. Mu Hanchuan didn't answer, wanting only to leave, indifferent to what they wanted to do. Chuyu was a bit anxious. Mu, I'm asking you a question, hurry up and answer. Who is this old man? Mu Hanchuan wanted to smack Chuyu, he couldn't be bothered with her. He is one of the highest-ranking masters of our Qinghuang Western sect. One of the 3 top experts of Luoxingmen. In his youth, he traveled the world, undefeated. And is the only one among the 3 peers who has never taken any disciples. Now that he was older, there was nothing in the outside world he was attached to, wanting only to take on a close disciple to enjoy his later years and pass on his legacy. How about it? Are you excited? Happy? Thrilled? Why don't you hurry up and serve tea and call me master? Saying this, Chuyu pried open Mu Hanchuan's fingers and handed him a cup of tea. What the hell? Mu Hanchuan was indeed startled. He absolutely did not want to get involved with such a large force. I'm excited. I can't wait to slap you right now, and I'm not happy at all. Chapter 152. After parting with Wang Qinyu, Mu Hanchuan did not immediately return. Since he had finally come to Nan'an City, he decided to take this opportunity to get an E-level weakness card, something he couldn't find in his small place. He spent 2 hours specifically to go there. With a clear goal, and after spending 800,000, it went quite smoothly. He ignored everything else and left. That night, Mu Hanchuan returned to Taiyu's county. Planning not to go out for the next couple of days, to complete the 2 personal trials and then leave for a while. He marked Wang Qinyu's car, planning to handle it in half a month to avoid her discovering anything unusual. Daring to scam me, this is just interest. Damn it. I went out and inexplicably got a master, and a silly junior sister, and was forced to join a sect. What the hell is this? This involvement was significant. It was better to stay as far away as possible, and try not to get entangled. His cheap master was very strong, but definitely unreliable. Just from the way he casually took on a disciple, it was clear that everything was based on mood. He might not even be able to find someone when things got tough. No matter what, one should never place hope in others, once that luck arises. The danger level would at least increase by 30. Lying in bed, he immediately searched for information on Luoxingmen. Chapter 153. After searching for a long time, he encountered several trial participants. In survival trials, there was no need for mutual consumption, and both sides deliberately avoided each other. He didn't find any E-level life forms. Only F-level life forms, which Mu Hanchuan was completely uninterested in. He found a cave and quietly rested for 2 days, and without any accidents, he cleared the level. Congratulations on clearing the blue personal trial. Remaining trial participants: 65, Reward 1, Blue Star Key, Reward 2, Physique 6 Physique, 3786, Reward 3, Skill Erasure Item Card, F-level, 6 points of Physique could still be tolerated. But an F-level Skill Erasure Card? What a useless item. This kind of item card is used to erase F-level skills you have learned to free up space for better ones, and it might sell for about 500,000. Reward 4, Red Star Key. This time he actually received a Red Star Key as a reward. It seemed pretty good. Wasn't this encouraging him to enter the red trial? Passing this trial without any consumption, Mu Hanchuan felt no pressure at all. He picked up the red star key, thinking why not go for the red trial. After all, it didn't cost anything, it was free. He was getting a bit anxious about not being able to get the E-level puppet, and if he didn't encounter an E-level life form in the next personal trial, he would have to wait until next month. It would be a bit difficult to enslave E-level life forms in team trials with teammates watching. Chapter 154, he was about to make a move. Let them go first, let's test this human strength, and I'll observe from the shadows. Just wait a bit longer. That spider demon mother, E, is really troublesome. For ordinary E-level life forms, they would have already turned into corpses by now. Once that human descends, I will look for an opportunity to deliver a deadly strike to the spider demon mother, E. The three alien races below all have their own thoughts. Just waiting for this human to come down, and if they can kill him, they will. Above, Mu Hanchuan has finished warming up and sat back down. Should I use the weakness card first? If I use the weakness card, I'm afraid it won't escape, and then what is the use of truly enslaving it? But if I don't use it, what if I fail? Forget it, I'll take a gamble and directly use the puppet card. The weakness card cannot be used. If I fail, I will just kill it and leave after passing the trial. With 47 challenges, the competition is too fierce, and at my speed. I cannot catch the spider demon mother, E, alone. No matter which spider demon mother, E, I find, I will encounter other challenges anyway. It's all the same. It's better to just fight here. Mu Hanchuan stood up again, but still did not plan to make a move. He needed to wait a bit longer. His gaze swept around. Could there be someone lurking in the dark? Chapter 155, Puppet Success. Without needing to look back, Mu Hanchuan, although knocked away, was still aware of the situation behind him. The perspective of the giant spider was his perspective. The Cruiser clan, Karuna clan, and Flameheart clan simultaneously charged at it. The Flameheart clan was the fastest, with their spiky weapons piercing into the giant spider's head. In their excitement, they wanted to go deeper. But the prey suddenly vanished into thin air, and the Cruiser clan and Karuna clan that followed behind also missed their target. The three turned their heads in unison, only to see the giant spider had appeared in the hands of that human. It was really in his hands. A 1.8 tall human held a giant spider over 3 meters tall and more than 5 meters long, and just like that, he swung it hard, sending it flying over 100 meters away, rolling into the dense jungle and scrambling off to escape even further. What the hell? How did he do that? This human is really here to cause trouble. He had the chance to kill that spider demon mother, E, and instead covered for its escape. Is he even here for the trial? Doesn't he want to pass? The Karuna clan and Flameheart clan were completely confused by Mu Hanchuan's actions. Is this human out of his mind? The Cruiser clan reacted the fastest, leaping after it. The more it escapes, the easier it would be to catch up with its speed. Chapter 156, just a mere dozen kilometers. Mu Hanchuan flew all the way, and arrived in just a few minutes. On the way, he saw two challengers from a distance. Their expressions were indescribable. Arriving at the target nest area, he discovered that a glimmering light clan member, with strong tracking abilities, had also arrived here. Surveying the surroundings and preparing to enter the nest, he couldn't let it steal his beast head. Mu Hanchuan shouted from mid-air, "Come and get your life." The axe swung down from above. The glimmering light clan member was startled and looked up abruptly, a human. Instinctively, he took a few steps back to avoid the axe. A competitor had arrived, and what was that thing beside him? And helpers. He originally wanted to deal with this human first, but upon seeing the giant meatball, he immediately changed his mind and charged forward, wanting to rush into the nest first. 150 meters away, the giant meatball activated its ability. Leaping at high speed and landing right in front of the glimmering light clan member, causing the ground to shake violently. It was just a tiny bit faster. And its massive body perfectly blocked the entrance, leaving no gap whatsoever. The distance was too close. The glimmering light clan member's head was stunned for a moment. And he furiously swung a hammer at it. Chapter 157, Returning to the secret base, Mu Hanchuan immediately tidied up the hall, barely clearing out a space, and quickly summoned the severely injured giant spider. A large mass of shadow appeared, occupying the entire hall, leaving no room to move. It was too big, and only now, under intense mental strain, did it dare to truly relax, lying still on the ground and falling into a deep sleep. For now, it would be settled here. Its master would soon run away to find a good place for it to rest and heal. After taking off all equipment and lightly treating his minor injuries, Mu Hanchuan left Qianlan City. Wrapped in black feathers, Heiyu and Guiming were secretly taken to a research base. Under the operation of professionals, gene injections were administered to both of them to activate their agility and dormant genes. Heiyu was very unwilling to come, demanding that the gene injection be given directly to him for self-administration, but was refused by Baigu, who assured him there would be no issues. Only then did Heiyu agree to come here. There were concrete data indicating that with professional administration and activation, the effects were often over 10 better. Self-administration would waste such a good opportunity. Activating the dormant gene is irreversible. After injecting the first phase, one can only inject the second phase in the future. And the lost part can never be made up. Unless there are special reasons, it is naturally best for professionals to administer the injections. Chapter 158, at 10:30. The concert ended, and Mu Hanchuan, who had been wandering aimlessly for 2 hours, returned to the main square. The crowd surged, lights flickered. And the square still retained the warmth from the concert, bustling with activity. Mu Hanchuan stood by the fountain pool, looking down at his phone while keeping an eye on the exit of the underground parking lot. There were 3 exits in total, but it seemed that those of some status parked their vehicles at the eastern exit here. Initially, dozens of cars left directly without stopping, while the subsequent vehicles had some parked by the roadside, not leaving immediately, possibly waiting for friends or having appointments. Gradually, more and more cars gathered by the roadside, with many young people clustering together. Being young himself, Mu Hanchuan also moved at this time, putting away his phone and walking towards the roadside. His target was that deep blue luxury car, the vehicle belonging to the Mu family that had 2 girls with it. At that moment, only the driver was waiting by the car, waiting for his master to come out. Mu Hanchuan approached the roadside, following other pedestrians forward, deliberately veering towards a group of lively young men playing around, and lightly bumped into one of them. Taking advantage of the momentum, he gently leaned against the deep blue luxury car, lightly touching it before quickly retreating, as if afraid of scratching the vehicle. Chapter 159, a week later. In Sholing, Tongdong Province, east of Luo Province, Mu Hanchuan had just dealt with star mark number 0, which had been marked 10 days ago. It was produced 2 years ago, with a market price of 4.7 million, but it only sold for 1.3 million as a second-hand vehicle, and that was in good condition. It was below his expectations. Well, at least it belonged to the Mu family, which would annoy them a bit. Meanwhile, in Seigu City of Luo Province, Mu Hongwen was furious. In the dead of night, was his vehicle stolen from his garage. He wasn't a car enthusiast, just having that one dedicated vehicle for travel. And it was stolen. How could he not be enraged? He had reason to suspect there was an insider in the family, and began a thorough investigation. Mu Hanchuan was not in a good mood today. He received news from Chailong. I found Yang Wei's family in Ningxiang City. His fingers lingered on the screen for a few seconds. He let out a soft sigh, did not reply to Chailong's message, shoved the phone back into his pocket, and turned to look out the window. The night view of Sholing County appeared particularly blurry in the rain, the halos blurred by the raindrops. Did you go to Ningxiang City? Chilong noticed that the matter of Yang Wei's family weighed heavily on Mu Hon Chuan's heart like a giant stone. They had known each other for quite some time, probably around 6 or 7 years. Back then, Mu Hon Chuan was still just a teenager. And the old man had assigned him tasks, letting him follow Yang Wei and other adults to perform and conduct funerals to make a living. Chapter 160, 3 days later. Mu Hon Chuan returned to Luosheng province, entering Ningxiang city. Nice car. We can offer 1.5 million, how about that? The convertible sports car marked 10 days ago was stolen by Mu Hon Chuan, with a market price of 3.6 million. Offering 1.5 million is a high price. This car is only sold in Qinghuang, only 100 units produced, already sold out. This group must have good channels to sell it abroad, or have a target audience that loves this car and is willing to pay a high price. Mu Hon Chuan did not hesitate, he was very satisfied with this price. Sure. All right, brother, take care of it, there will definitely be business in the future. And the price is absolutely fine. After receiving the 1.5 million, Mu Hon Chuan turned and walked away, stepping into the woods, blending into the darkness. He earned another 1.5 million, this month he sold 3 cars, making a total of 3.8 million, and got 3 yellow random attribute point cards, which was quite good. Today is the 17th, and he needs to go back to prepare for the team trials and the elite competition for those under 25 bone age. He can't waste marking slots to look for cars anymore. He will finish his personal trials early next month, and then come out to expand his side business. Mu Hon Chuan felt that this pace suited him well, not tiring and safe, and he could make money, though it wasn't too much. Chapter 161, the two fought without any words, engaging in close combat, with every blow drawing blood. The sounds of the fight alarmed most nearby residents, who dared not approach, instead peering out from their windows or watching from a distance. After participating in trials for so many years, Yang Wei was still just an F level, his strength, physique, and consciousness had all reached F level, still some distance away from E level. This is the reality, your efforts are worthless in the eyes of the upper-class youths, making no waves at all. Even Yang Wei himself had already despaired, otherwise, why would he choose to betray Mu Hon Chuan? The night wind stirred up dust, blowing between the two, as if separating them. The fight did not last long. Within a few minutes, Yang Wei fell first, his entire body soaked in bright red blood. A photo was handed over, it was one he had secretly taken. Don't blame me. Mu Hon Chuan's heart felt like it was being pressed down by something heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. He gently took the blood-stained photo with his right hand, it was a picture of a man. And he understood that this was the person who had approached Yang Wei. You are not wrong, and don't blame me, I am not wrong either. Perhaps the only one at fault is this world. With that settled, Mu Hon Chuan turned to leave. His injuries were not too severe, and he ignored them, with small drops of blood falling all the way. Chapter 162, by Jiyu, lying on the hospital bed, learned about the news of his companions in the guild today. On the 16th, the president and others of the Golden Large group came out today. They had stayed in the trial star for 4 days. This time, the Golden Large group lasted a long time. It is said that this Golden Large group was a resistance level, and they lost 3 people here, while their allies in Yusheng lost 2, with even more injured. They did not clear the level, and this Golden Large group ended in failure, which is a bit regrettable. Bai Jiyu was glad he didn't go. Such large groups are too dangerous, especially for someone like him who is more of a direct combat type. After a week, he can get out of bed and look for a team for the trials. Any team will do, as long as they are in the 25 to 30 age range. He can make do with it. 4 days later, Mu Hon Chuan returned to Tai'as County. Just now, he used the 4th random attribute point card, consuming 2 yellow and 2 blue cards, improving his physique by a total of 10 points. Without wearing equipment, his physique reached 381, which is a satisfactory improvement rate. Chilong sent a message, asking him to gather tomorrow, as he would accompany Muhon Chuan to Langfeng Autonomous City. At the same time, he also sent information about the person in the photo. Chapter 163, he handed over the Skill Erasure card, F, Skill Seal card, E, and Shadow Extreme Sword, E, to Chilong, asking him to help deal with them, as these three were useless to him. He only had 2 yellow random attribute point cards left and needed to prepare ahead. He only had 2 million left, which wouldn't he be enough for next month. Life is tough. A good sword costs at least over 7 million. Brother, you are really lucky. Muhon Chuan just smiled. Could he say that this was obtained from entering the Red Personal Trials? It would be astonishing for someone his age to enter the Red Personal Trials. And he was afraid it would scare Chilong. Next month I will need 5 random attribute point cards. Can you help me collect them? Don't worry, I remember. Chilong kept these items safe. Ah Chuan, you've changed during this time. What has changed? Muhon Chuan looked at him. Did he notice something? You've become rich. Haven to you. Did you find a rich woman? This track, I have several friends who also chose it, but their development isn't as good as yours. Get lost. Setting off from the central western part of Qinghuang to the far southeast, it wasn't convenient to take a plane. It would take 2 days. Today is already the 23rd. After the team trials, they would probably be around the 26th, and after a few days of rest, he would have to enter the elite competition once again. Chapter 164, a luxurious 5-story building covering a large area. Muhon Chuan and Chilong were brought here. The first floor was a service and rest hall, with various alcoholic beverages and drinks available. The second floor was an entertainment area, very luxurious, early in the morning. There weren't many people, but in the afternoon and evening, there should be quite a few beautiful women. The third floor was an exercise area, fully equipped. The fourth floor had 4 large suites, each suite featuring a large living room and 5 bedrooms, with food, drinks, and bathrooms fully provided, even stocked with healing items. There was also a fully equipped high-tech medical room outside. This was for the team trials, accommodating 4 teams simultaneously. The elegant woman guiding them noticed the curiosity of the 2 guests and explained that she was actually a member of the Jing family, though a side branch. Named Jing Zhui, about 25 or 26 years old, standing around 1.75 meters tall, wearing a black suit jacket, finely tailored to accentuate her curves perfectly. Paired with high-waisted black pencil pants that tightly hugged her slender legs, clearly an outstanding individual. Chilong had already stolen glances at her more than once. She was indeed quite beautiful, especially with her poised and graceful demeanor, exuding a unique charm that made one want to look a few more times. Chapter 165, Let us do it this way. We'll each go back to our rooms and prepare, and enter the trial in a quarter of an hour. After marking on the silver star key, the 5 were each assigned to their own individual rooms. Muhon Chuan was led to his room, checked around, confirmed there were no issues, and locked the door. Muhon Chuan had no time to rest and immediately took out his phone to check the detailed information about this team. Jing Li, 22 years old, E-grade, dual attributes of strength and physique, agility, and a decent mental awareness, ranked 107th nationwide under 25. This future successor of the Langfeng Autonomous City is quite strong. No wonder he has such big ambitions, as he indeed has the confidence. At just 22 years old, his ranking will likely improve significantly by the time he turns 25, and it's not impossible for him to break into the top 10 nationally in the future. Feng Ju, 25 years old, D-grade, primary strength, ranked 9th nationwide under 25. He should be the top among those under 25 in Langfeng Autonomous City. Jing Li's eagerness to recruit a group of experts for the Golden Team likely stems from wanting to participate in as many Golden Team events as possible before Feng Ju turns 26. Without such experts, who wouldn't feel intimidated entering the Golden Team? Jiu Yuan, 25 years old, E-grade, primary strength, secondary agility, ranked 97th nationwide. Chapter 166. The top of the cave was covered with stalactites of various shapes, shimmering with a glistening sheen under the light of transparent orbs. An underground river ran through the center of the cave, its waters rushing and making a gurgling sound, eventually merging into a large pool, the destination unknown. The hissing sound came from the opposite bank of the dark river, where there was a thicket of low shrubs, appearing shadowy in the dim light. Something's moving, Ji Yuan said in a low voice, having keenly sensed a creature moving in the bushes. It should be a trial taker. A glint of excitement flashed in Jing Li's eyes. He slightly drew out the Mingju flute in his hand, brushing across one of the holes, producing a soft sound. This flute was dark purple. With 9 holes in total, it was a powerful weapon that could also be played to ignore defenses and attack the body directly. Suddenly, several figures sprang out from the bushes, moving at incredible speed. They were not human, but 4-legged creatures over 4 meters long, covered in hard scales, with a flat head and rows of long white spikes standing on their heads and backs. Their eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, and they constantly emitted hissing sounds. Exactly what Mu Hanchuan and the others had heard earlier. Chapter 167. The stones beneath his feet swayed, making Mu Hanchuan's heart race, as he feared losing his balance and falling into the bottomless crevice. The stone spikes around were still dense, and he swung 2 stone boards to block the incoming spikes one by one. His teammates were lacking in care, didn't they know his legs were short? Hey! Mu! Hurry up! Xiao Shanshan's voice came from the entrance, sounding somewhat distant and a bit urgent. Mu Hanchuan felt quite touched, only this girl still had a bit of conscience. I'm coming. Mu Hanchuan shouted, approaching the stone cave, suddenly pushing off with his feet, using the inertia from moving the stone board to climb up and out. This place was no longer the narrow passage from before but a properly structured corridor, much wider, with smooth and flat stone walls, primarily straight. Mu Hanchuan accelerated to catch up with the few people ahead, and the team reassembled. The passage seemed long, the small team walked for a long time. Possibly over half an hour, before they gradually felt the light brighten, and were accompanied by faint rumbling sounds and the crisp clashing of weapons. As the group got closer to the exit, the light became increasingly bright, and the noise grew louder. Suddenly, Xiao Shanshan spoke up, "There's a human team." Chapter 168. The underground maze was vast, and they encountered another trial team over 2 hours later. But it was not a full team, only 3 remnants, which were from the Jia Kai clan. Mu Hanchuan was quite happy. It would be best to keep searching for another 10 hours. He didn't feel tired at all, letting this group tire themselves out. They clearly had the opportunity to enter the second level early, but they chose not to. Unfortunately, this wish did not come true. Within 15 minutes, they ran into another team of remnants, only 4 members. Not knowing whether the extra blood symbols could be carried into the later levels, Ji Yuan and the others did not force it. They killed 2, successfully obtaining 2 blood symbols, and let the other 2 escape without pursuing any further. Not wasting a bit of effort, Xiao Shanshan gathered the 5 blood symbols together. 5 are complete. Okay, let us go, enter the second level, hope it's more fun. The team had not consumed much energy and chose to enter the second level directly without resting. This pace was a bit too fast for Mu Hanchuan to handle. The 5 blood symbols dissipated, and the 5 individuals disappeared from their spot. Swish! When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in the center of an abandoned main road, surrounded by an entirely unfamiliar environment, in a towering city that had been abandoned for many years. Chapter 169. Mu Hanchuan struggled to keep up with the main group. They had rushed to the 10th floor of this abandoned high building, and the number of instant prison lizards had not decreased but increased, becoming more concentrated. They moved along the walls as if they were on solid ground, pouring in through every broken window and every shattered wall hole. These beasts are like they've gone mad, Ji Yuan cursed angrily, not slowing down much. swinging his long sword to create a flurry of afterimages, with a very high killing efficiency. Jing Li was like a god of war. Each swing of the Ming-Ju flute bringing with it a sharp killing intent, white blood splattering, severed limbs flying. He was going crazy, a battle maniac. Fighting fiercer as he went, completely unafraid of injury, each swing of the flute clean and precise, without a single unnecessary motion. There are too many, this is exhausting. Let us hit them hard and quickly find a suitable defensive position. The women's stamina was still a bit lacking. Xiao Shanshan had stopped recklessly using her speed, and was now following Feng Ju to maintain her condition. Her control skills had cooldowns. Heart Lock, E, required 1.5 minutes, Ice Soul, E, needed 2 minutes, and Earth Split, F, required 30 seconds. She also had a Stun, F, skill that could effectively intercept the opponent's charge, which could be released every 10 seconds, making it the skill she used the most. Chapter 170. The leader of the instant prison lizards was several times larger than the ordinary ones. It was not the size seen in the underground traps. Measuring over 6 meters in length and about 4.5 meters high, clearly much stronger and definitely at E grade. It roared madly below, frightening the surrounding instant prison lizards into submission. After roaring for a while, it suddenly exerted its limbs like a dark red lightning bolt, charging towards the building. Wherever it passed, the ordinary instant prison lizards scrambled to avoid it. Those that didn't were directly knocked away, either dead or injured. It's coming. It's charging into the building. Mu Hanchuan immediately relayed the observed situation to his teammates. Feng Ju spoke, "I'll handle it, Jing Li, deal with the surrounding instant prison lizards." No problem. No one was worried or expressed concern for him. Mu Hanchuan certainly wouldn't he care, having no time to do so, with injuries all over his body. He could hardly stop the gaping wound on his side. The leader of the instant prison lizards was incredibly fast, in just a short while. It had already charged up to the 20th floor. Feng Ju drew his knife and stepped out from the breach. Jing Li carefully wiped the Ming-Ju flute. Lifted it again to blow, this time without using a skill, possibly because the cooldown hadn't finished yet, but its power was still considerable. Affecting all the instant prison lizards on the upper half of the floor, causing chaos in the scene. Chapter 171, In the Blink of an Eye. The five entered the third stage, and arrived at a gigantic metallic platform that radiated brilliant starlight. The platform was completely empty, just a simple large platform. With a diameter of 3 kilometers. It floated in a void of space, surrounded by endless darkness, occasionally illuminated by streaks of meteoric light, but the deep space remained unlit. The five were awestruck by this shocking scene, and after admiring it for a while, Jiu Yuan directly collapsed onto the ground to rest. Jing Li sat cross-legged, maintaining his composure. Xiao Shanshan sat upright, carefully tending to her injuries. Only Feng Ju remained excited, standing there watching. As for Mu Hanchuan, of course, he was half lying on the ground, continuing to pull out the bone spikes from his body. Damn it, it just won't end. Mu, are you really okay? Xiao Shanshan couldn't help but ask as she looked at all the spikes on him, her obsessive-compulsive disorder kicking in, wishing she could pull them all out in one go. Making everything neat. Of course I'm fine, how could I have any issues? He shivered, this one is a bit deep. Doesn't anyone have a medical kit? Let me use it. You really can take it. Xiao Shanshan finally managed to say something nice after holding back for a long time. Chapter 172, Jiu Yuan and Xiao Shanshan quietly spread out. Feng Ju finally showed some movement and slowly stood up. Suddenly quiet. After turning around, Mu Hanchuan opened his eyes and looked, what the hell, is it coming to life? His teammates had already assumed their battle poses, and he quickly got up, crossing his arms and striking a relatively cool pose. In the central area, 7 figures appeared a few hundred meters away. Mu Hanchuan almost thought he was seeing things. He counted carefully again, and confirmed it was indeed 7. What the heck? As the strong light faded and the protective mechanism was lifted, 2 of them immediately broke away and jumped far away, increasing the distance from the other 5. It was only then that Mu Hanchuan and the others truly saw the opponents, their pupils constricting as alarm bells rang in their minds. All quickly entering the highest state of battle readiness. The Clusa tribe. 5 of them. Fully equipped, a complete Clusa tribe team. They were all 1.2 meters tall. Dressed in uniform black clothing adorned with maple leaf patterns, clearly belonging to the same family or faction. A strong team, this was a real strong team. The oppressive atmosphere instantly spread. Unbeknownst to them, the banana shield had already appeared in Mu Hanchuan's hands, not by his own volition, but driven by instinct. Chapter 173. The 2 severely injured members of the Qo tribe joined forces to resist the attacking Clusa tribe member. Having been in despair, they regained hope upon unexpectedly encountering a powerful assembled human team on this platform. Helping this human team eliminate the enemy was their only hope of survival. This Clusa tribe team already had several blood symbols, and with the lives of these Clusa tribe members, they certainly had enough for 10 blood symbols, making it unnecessary for the humans to deal with them. Xiao Shenshen moved swiftly, hindering F. The Clusa tribe member engaged with Jing Li slightly hesitated. With just that minor delay, the power of his attack decreased by more than 10%. Causing him to fall behind in the clash with Jing Li and sustain some minor injuries. Frustrated, he turned around and lunged at Xiao Shanshan. Under attack from both sides, Xiao Shanshan unleashed Crack the Earth, F. It failed, the large platform couldn't be cracked open. She had to retreat quickly toward Mu's direction. And the panting Mu Hanchuan rushed to assist, combining his cutting board into a large shield to block in front of her. Bang! The Clusa tribe's metal rod was incredibly powerful, knocking the cutting board away with a single strike, but it also blocked that attack. Another Clusa tribe member approached. And the banana shield appeared in his hand, the leaves fluttering. Chapter 174, Mu. Xiao Shenshen exclaimed, rushing towards him with urgency, hoping he wouldn't die just like that. She knew Mu's defensive power was strong, but he was clearly injured this time. The Clusa tribe member wielding the metal rod leaped and closed in on the motionless Mu Hanchuan. Dream Cocoon, E. Without time to think, Xiao Shenshen immediately activated her defensive item card. A thick, white cocoon-like substance wrapped around the downed Mu Hanchuan. Bang! The immense force of the rod did not achieve the desired effect and was blocked by this cocoon material. Undeterred, the Clusa tribe member struck down several more times. In the central area, Jiu Yuan was furious. How dare this Clusa tribe member interfere in his battle? He entered a frenzied state and launched a mad attack on his opponent. Not dead. The Clusa tribe captain raised an eyebrow, wondering why his attacks could be so high. It was because among the 4 skills he learned, 2 passively increased his attack and 2 actively boosted damage, all stacked on his own strength. He had no flashy skills. Just extreme jumping ability and absolute speed, enabling him to maximize his attack without needing useless skills. Chapter 175. The Clusa tribe member wielding the rod was greatly frightened. This attack item card was clearly extraordinary, and his defensive ability could not withstand it. He also carried an attack item card, disregarding everything else, and activated it. Crushing the light volume /E in his hand. A burst of intense light exploded, crashing towards the falling meteor hammer. Just as the 2 attack item cards were about to collide, the Clusa tribe member wielding the whip had already reached, engaging in a fierce clash with Jing Li. The whip's shadow moved like a snake. After a hard clash, it quickly changed direction, turning into a sharp blade that pierced from behind. Jing Li, protected by armor, was unafraid. He transitioned from defense to offense, unexpectedly sweeping out with the Ming-9 flute. The whip-wielding Clusa tribe member was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood and falling several meters away. Jing Li was also not in good shape. The whip, transformed into a blade, was incredibly sharp, penetrating his armor and deeply embedding into his body from behind. Ah! Jing Li grabbed the whip and yanked it out forcefully, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Chapter 176. This? Jing Li and the others felt that Mu was basically gone. How could he possibly endure for 15 minutes against that Clusa tribe member in his severely injured state? His tanking ability was average, but he truly had a fearless spirit, willing to step up without a hint of hesitation. Xiao Shanshan felt inexplicably moved. He was really willing to give everything to protect her when she asked him to. She didn't even know if he had family, but regardless, she had to find out after returning. His sacrifice couldn't be in vain. Mu Hanchuan disappeared in this space. The sixth healing target shifted to another Quo tribe member, who was so moved he cried tears of joy, realizing he had also received human healing and became even fiercer in his attacks. The remaining 4 members of the Clusa tribe had gone mad. The human female was not teleported in, but instead, the least important one was brought in. Not only did the healing skill not interrupt, but their side also lost a major general. The human female was very weak. In a confined space, no matter how fast she would die. They initially wanted to let Matigdana go in to quickly eliminate this human female and then come out to help, which would have turned the situation around. Now, however, the one teleported in was a human male, who was nothing but a meat shield, and it would take some time to kill him. Unable to come out in a short while. Chapter 177. The big meatball and the big spider did not move. Mu Hanchuan raised the banana shield and actively took on a fierce strike, testing how much he could withstand against such a high-level expert with only one piece of leg armor missing. A tremendous force came from the banana shield, causing Mu Hanchuan's arms to go numb, and he involuntarily stepped back several paces, secretly shocked that his stacked defensive bonuses were so high yet nearly failed to block it. The Clusa tribe was indeed extraordinary. Their seemingly small bodies contained such astonishing explosive power. Of course, it might also be due to his injuries. So he decided not to play with him anymore. Mu Hanchuan ordered the big meatball and the big spider to attack simultaneously against the Clusa tribe. Matigdana's figure moved like a black lightning bolt, rapidly darting through the confined space. His speed exceeded Mu Hanchuan's expectations, almost circling around the big meatball and the spider mother in the blink of an eye, once again charging directly at Mu Hanchuan's face. The big meatball moved slowly, but that didn't mean Mu Hanchuan couldn't dodge behind it. With a single leap, Mu Hanchuan jumped behind the big meatball. Matigdana's strike left a huge wound over a meter long on the big meatball. Chapter 178. In the killing space, the cooldown time for skills ended, and Matigdana transformed into 2 afterimages, moving so fast in the small space that it was almost impossible to see his real body. He no longer hesitated or tested. His eyes turned crimson, and every muscle in his body tightened to the extreme, launching a frenzied attack on Mu Hanchuan. Clang! 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 After a series of over 10 strikes, the banana shield only blocked half, and one of the strikes broke through the protection, injuring the main body. Mu Hanchuan gasped for breath, feeling quite uncomfortable. Xiao Shanshan's healing only restored a small amount of health. Fortunately, Matigdana was not in a much better state. As the afterimages he created were shattered, and the big spider seized the opportunity, piercing Matigdana's shoulder with a sharp spider leg. With the toxin injected, Matigdana's speed and mobility would be reduced to some extent. This was good news for Mu Hanchuan. The toxicity of the big spider was very practical, especially against these Clusa tribe members, though it needed some time to take effect. Hey, you little short legs run pretty happily, huh? Aren't you tired? Do you want to take a break? Mu Hanchuan was suffering, but the taunts couldn't stop. A psychological and physiological double blow would only make Matigdana panic more. Matigdana roared and suddenly leaped up, holding his knife with both hands, aiming to cleave Mu Hanchuan and the shield in half. Chapter 179. Whoosh! The forced killing space shattered, and all team members' gazes turned toward one point. Mu Hanchuan, holding a Clusa tribe corpse, appeared in everyone's sight. The venue fell into dead silence. Everyone's pupils constricted, their breaths halted, as if an invisible hand was choking their throats, unable to make any sound. Their gazes were all fixed on the dead body. Then shifted to the blood-soaked figure standing tall. Mu Hanchuan's combat suit was already tattered, his right arm hung unnaturally, his left eye was covered in dried blood. And there was not a single intact place on his body, he was drenched in blood, with only a piece of banana shield left on his back. The Clusa tribe member, who could not wield dual forks, staggered back a step, stunned that Matigdana was dead. How could he have lost? How could he possibly lose? The Clusa tribe captain's already weak body trembled violently, as he stared intently at the corpse Mu Hanchuan was holding. He was dead, just like that, which was so disappointing. He had let down everyone's trust in him. The cursed Jing Li's Mingju flute almost fell. How could it end up like this? It was clear that Mu Hanchuan had been hiding his strength all along, never revealing his true capabilities in front of them. Chapter 180. Having only obtained 2 blood symbols, which was far too little, they did not attempt again, and decided to rest on the spot. There were no unexpected incidents along the way until 6 hours later, when the third team opened the blood box, and all other testers returned. Xiao Shanshan and the others let out a heavy sigh of relief. The 5 of them returned together. Mu Hanchuan got back to his room, and shortly after, there was a knock at the door. Mu? How are you? There are medical staff outside waiting. Open the door so they can help treat you. It was Chilong's voice. No need, I can manage myself. Mu Hanchuan did not want outsiders touching his body, he didn't need their healing. His recovery ability was strong, at most, he would rest for a few more days. There were medical supplies in the room, so he picked up a medical kit item card and used it, then bandaged his wounds to treat himself. Can I come in to help you take a look? Chilong still felt uneasy. Jing Li and Xiao Shanshan were sent to the emergency room. Feng Zhu and Jiu Yuan are also not in good shape. Are you really okay? Why can you be stronger than them? You can't even see anything useful. No need. I just need to rest for a while. All right, he should really be fine. Our Chuan is still impressive. Outside, chaos reigned as the whole building learned of the news. And everyone rushed to the 5th floor. Jing Li and the others, who had just returned from the team trial, were all heavily injured, with severe wounds. Chapter 181. Inside the attack equipment storage, there were hundreds of E-grade weapons, all neatly arranged, entirely offensive types, with various types available, and detailed parameters noted below. After a long inspection and careful selection, Mu Hanchuan chose 3 items. Breaking Hammer, E-Strength 500 increases strength by 5. Increases damage by 5. Special ability. Strike the ground to create a shockwave, causing massive physical damage, and pushing back enemies within a 20-meter fan-shaped area in front. And increases own damage by 10 for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 90 minutes. Mu Hanchuan quite liked this hammer, but was it really 500 strength? He could indeed increase his strength, but that didn't mean he wanted to wait for years. Zhuan Kuei Knife, Strength 300, Mind 300 increases strength by 5. Can restore a bit of health every 15 minutes. This was more suitable for him, as he could heal while fighting, growing stronger the longer he fought. Able to last 3 days and nights without tiring out the opponent, or wear them down. But was it really 300 points of mind? It might also take 2 years. This was just torturing himself. What are these items? Is there not a pure offensive weapon that requires physical strength? Chapter 182. The night wind swept across the river surface, bringing a hint of coolness. With a half-empty bottle, Mu Hanchuan tilted his head back and took a big gulp, muttering to himself, 22 years old now. Today was indeed his 22nd birthday. He hadn't told anyone and didn't he feel much, spending it alone was just fine, as he had done in previous years. There were dozens of cigarette butts on the ground. He picked up a cigarette box and lit another one. Boring life, boring days. I wonder if my relatives still remember my birthday. I'm really curious. Suddenly, my phone vibrated with a notification. A message from the Bone Clan came in, stating that the United Star Realm Association had issued a bonus, with an income of 1 million deposited. Mu Hanchuan smirked, almost laughing out loud, but held it in. After risking life and limb to clear the rule levels, this is all it's worth. How cheap? In the future, I'll sell it to other big companies or major forces. Even if it's cheaper, it won't be to the United Star Realm Association. I don't need to be a beggar. Not just big companies and major forces. But there are also some factions in the underground and network that specialize in selling trial star information, ranked by levels. As long as you pay, you can access the corresponding data, and if you're lucky, you might find a lot of useful information. They also collect data on these special levels. Chapter 183. In the car, Xiao Shanshan spoke up. Mu, at the end of August, the Zhuyuan reflective competition will start. Will you participate? Zhuyuan reflective competition. Mu Hanchuan had never heard of it, and Chai Long next to him also looked puzzled. Today is June 28th, so it's an event in the month after next. Yes, this is an A-level trial item card obtained by an elder recently, which can be used 5 times. All trialists from our Xinglan continent can participate. But this item card has an age limit of 25 bone years, and is opening for the first time this year. The plan is to open it once every 5 years, showcasing the overall strength of the young generation from various countries. Mu Hanchuan was astonished. Such an item card could create a trial venue. Xiao Shenshen nodded. Of course, you can treat it as an official trial, which requires the consumption of a blue star key, deducting 1 personal trial opportunity for that month. Wow, so formal. Are there any other requirements? Of course. In the 13 countries of Xinglan continent, only those with official identities can register at the designated locations. Mu, is your identity registered in the official system? If not, you can come to our Langfeng Autonomous City, and we can help you arrange a brand new identity, connecting you to the Qinghuang Kingdom identity system. Chapter 184, Qingling. At the edge of Baoping Bay in the west, deep underground, in the spacious bottom layer, Su Qingyu and Chao Wan sat comfortably together, imitating Chao Wan's posture, with their long legs crossed, snacking, and binge-watching the hottest drama. Based on the various materials you provided, combined with his combat style, we have basically determined the hidden identity of your fiancé. Chao Wan pointed to the computer on Su Qingyu's right, which contained detailed information. Su Qingyu turned to take a quick glance. Alias in the Ant network, Mu has been active in Nalan City for years, very low profile, rarely interacts with other trialists. Occasionally joins teams to participate in protecting the boss's trial, earning commissions, with a success rate of 100, never failed. In reality, escaped from the Mu family at age 5, was captured by his grandfather at 6, escaped again at 7, captured again by his maternal grandfather at 12. And escaped once more. During this time, he was wandering alone and was later taken in by an elderly street performer, living off performing arts. At age 15, joined a funeral team, responsible for playing the Swona, 500 a day, and occasionally participated in joyous events, responsible for playing the Erhu, 300 a day. Chapter 185, Please wait. The patrol officer walked aside and spoke a few words with another officer, who glanced at Mu Hanchuan and quickly left. Getting into a police car. Mu Hanchuan sensed something was off. He hadn't done anything wrong in the official records, he was a model citizen. Were they trying to notify the Mu family? Can I leave now? Mu Hanchuan stepped forward, deciding not to wait any longer. Please wait, we are confirming your identity. Isn't it confirmed already? Please wait a moment. The 3 patrol officers surrounded him, clearly not letting him go, while the surrounding ordinary people took detours, thinking he might not be a good person. I'm not a criminal, I'm in a hurry, I don't have time to wait here, I demand to leave now. The 3 patrol officers insisted, please cooperate, it won't take long. Mu Hanchuan had no equipment on him. The cutting board he just got from Chai Long was stored in a nearby temporary safe. He didn't plan to force his way out. His public image was still very positive, with no criminal record, and he didn't want to cause trouble at this stage. These officers merely wanted to notify the Mu family. And perhaps their leader belonged to the Mu family faction. He didn't want to make things difficult for them. Jumping into the river might be a solution, right? He shouldn't be chased down as a fugitive. Chapter 186. Watching Mu Hanchuan's distant figure disappear, Hong Lu sighed deeply. He couldn't manage this and couldn't do anything about it. Since he carries the Mu surname, he shouldn't have been so willful and left the Mu family back then. Soon, another group of people rushed over. Hong Lu ordered. Take them back, don't let them die, investigate thoroughly who made them act. Yes. Yang family, Yang Qi, 29 years old, ranked 9th in Luosheng under 30. One person came to his side and whispered a few words. How is his strength? Unable to find out, Hong Lu arrived in time. Could the person who fought with Yang Ding and Jing Ru in Kato County last time be him? Uncertain, he wasn't carrying trial equipment. Yang Qi gently rocked the chair he was sitting on, growing more curious about Mu Hanchuan. He must be extraordinary. How could an ordinary person possibly request help from someone from Fox Heaven Square? What is his connection with Fox Heaven Square? Could he be one of them? He is not ordinary, keep investigating. Understood. At 9 p.m., Mu Hanchuan returned to Taiyas County, sitting alone on the ground, feeling extremely low. He wasn't injured. Nor was it because of another ambush from the Yang family, but because of his mother. Chapter 187. Chatting with these outsiders was quite interesting. There were no psychological burdens. And there was no fear of exposing anything, which lifted his spirits. Congratulations on winning the third round of the elite competition for those under 25 bone years. Reward item card, Compassion E, Group Healing, targets 3, lasts for 2 rounds, 1 minute each, with a 5-minute interval, recovering a large amount of injuries. Better for internal injuries. Oh! E-level reward. This surprised Mu Hanchuan with group healing. Awesome, this kind of item card is quite rare and valuable, worth at least 3.5 million, he hit the jackpot. Indeed, the higher the round, the better the rewards. If he could last until the last round in the last month before turning 25. Would he have a chance to get an S-level reward? Dreaming is fine, time to go back. Returning to reality. Mu Hanchuan removed his equipment and used a red random attribute point item card. Physique, 38-34, adding the attributes from his equipment, it reached 400, the improvement wasn't slow. In just over 2 hours, it will be next month. Take a good rest for a while, heal your injuries, and prepare for the red personal trial. First, try to unlock the purple star key. Whether to proceed with the purple trial can be decided later. Mu Hanchuan left the underground secret base without wearing any equipment. Chapter 188. This month, Director Shin did not make an appearance, and Shin Lan contacted Baigu herself, wanting to invite him to team up for the team trial. Baigu declined, saying he had plans for this month. Shin Lan then asked Mu if he was available, promising good rewards. The next day, Baigu replied that he couldn't be reached. Shin Lan was a bit disappointed. Their organization couldn't find a suitable and reliable tank in Lannan City. As a support type, she must be equipped with a strong tank. Otherwise, she was unwilling to participate in the team trial. Wang Qinyu was quiet this month. Her injuries hadn't healed. And her family wouldn't let her participate in the team trial unless there was a good team. 2 days later, on the 14th, Mu Hanchuan entered Yangchang City in the west, arriving at the desolate mountains at midnight, taking care of that 10 million market price Ghost Shadow, which was not too high. At 3.8 million. It was still a significant income for him, as it was zero cost, and it also cleared the marked location. His injuries had mostly healed. And he planned to enter the red personal trial the next day. On the way back, he checked his phone messages, finding nothing important. He saw that Hayu said they would gather around the 28th to enter the team trial, and he should adjust his state during this time. Chapter 189, Sure enough. 4 Live 3, Another One Must Die. Among the 48 trial participants, the first round divided them into 16 battlefields in 16 enclosed spaces. In the first round, 10 people were to die, and in the second round, they merged into 8 enclosed spaces, resulting in another 8 deaths. Both sides understood the rules of this round and eyed each other. Mu Hanchuan was smart enough to take a few steps back and summoned his large meatball to appear in front of him. The 2 trial participants across from him were obviously surprised for a moment before collectively turning their attention to another member of the floating light race. After all, they had just fought side by side in the previous round, so their trust in him was certainly a bit stronger than in the opponents. Since they only needed to kill one, it was obvious who to target. The floating light race was horrified. He had just finished a fierce battle, and his skills were still on cooldown. The 2 were quicker than him to enter this place and had gotten some rest. If they targeted him, he would have no chance of survival. He dashed towards Mu Hanchuan, needing to pull this human into the chaos. Only by creating confusion would he have a chance to live. The large meatball shot out a stream of acidic liquid and high-pressure energy to stop his approach. Then closed its mouth, only caring that they wouldn't affect Mu Hanchuan. Chapter 190, Mu Hanchuan had no time to think. He raised the banana leaf shield. Bang! The light knife struck the banana leaf shield, producing a dull thud. The leaves fluttered, and Mu Hanchuan stepped back 3 or 4 paces. Fully armored, his defense intensity increased by 40, damage absorption by 15. And with the banana leaf shield blocking most of the melee damage, while additionally reducing the melee weapon's attack by 10. The real damage dealt to Mu Hanchuan by this light race was negligible and easily deflected. Is that all? This light race was far weaker than those from the cruiser race he had encountered last time. How dare they act so arrogantly? The other 14 trial participants, who had been vigilant of each other, now turned their attention to him in unison. So strong. It was so easy to block. This previously low-key human was indeed powerful. This was good. With the 2 strongest fighting, their chances of survival increased. Crazy. Mu Hanchuan muttered under his breath, raising his right hand. And the large meatball crashed to the ground, blocking in front of him. Its sticky surface immediately bulged with acidic sacs. And high-pressure energy was ready to unleash from the other mouth's throat. This light race could easily withstand his full-strength attack. The light race was only slightly surprised. Its black pupils constricting to needles, letting out a low growl, not retreating but advancing. Its silver skin glowed brighter, and the dark currents within it suddenly accelerated, turning the whole person into a flash of lightning, pouncing again. Chapter 191, Returning to Reality. Mu Hanchuan didn't even take a break before rushing outside to get a primary item slot 1 for the large meatball, trying to see if it could be brought into the trial. The primary skill slot 1 was quite expensive, costing 1.5 million each. But the primary item slot 1 was cheap, only 500,000. Mu Hanchuan easily acquired it, not returning immediately, but heading to a desolate wilderness by a big river. Summoning the large meatball to bite and crush the primary item slot 1. He then equipped it with the item card, Weeping Cracked Bell, E, and instructed it to jump into the riverbed and hide. With that sorted, Mu Hanchuan hurried back. He glanced at his phone. Chilong sent a message saying that Mu Haoyan, a marginal figure from the Mu family, who had previously come to Couture County to investigate him, was back in Lannan City. Mu Hanchuan could guess that he had sold his information to the Yang family, leading to his being hunted by them. As for who was behind him, it was probably those few people. Maybe he could ask him later. What was he doing back in Lannan City this time? Here to investigate him again. Giving him face. He really wanted to die. Mu Hanchuan didn't believe that such a marginal figure from the Mu family could have experts protecting him. Chapter 192, The Skull Race sprinted wildly, crossing the bone bridge and landing in the empty space near Mu Hanchuan. In the next moment, he used the momentum to charge forward, his massive body leaving deep footprints on the crystallized rock layer. With a shake of his left arm, the scythe whistled out along the metal chain, slicing through the air in a curved trajectory and emitting a piercing shriek as it shot towards Mu Hanchuan. Mu Hanchuan's pupils constricted. Here it comes. He quickly dodged to the side, feeling the scythe graze his armor, while the rock layer behind him was scraped away, creating a jagged crack. At the same time, the skull race leaped high, its right claw open, 5 sharp claws interlaced as it flew down to strike. Half squatting, Mu Hanchuan pulled out the banana leaf shield, pushing both arms up. Slap! Thousands of leaves danced wildly, and the powerful impact caused Mu Hanchuan's feet to slide back, the ground's rock crystal layer shattering. Just as the skull race landed, its left arm's chain suddenly yanked back, and the scythe came down from below like a boomerang. Mu Hanchuan flipped backward, the blade narrowly missing his chest. The skull race was like a shadow, following closely. Thud! 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 The heavy footsteps crashed onto the rock crystal, each step making the ground tremble slightly. Another heavy claw came crashing down. Mu Hanchuan was in a terrible state at this moment, not daring to take it head-on, and quickly rolled backward to escape. Chapter 193, the skin on his shoulder began to move abnormally, blood seeping from the wound and coagulating on the surface to seal it. But the severe poison inside could not be expelled. He had to speed up to resolve the battle. Sharp spines erupted from various parts of the skull race's body, making its already terrifying form even more fearsome. It no longer hesitated and directly activated its strongest state. Clue, the leader of the Clue tribe, suddenly stomped his foot, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, causing the crystallized rock layers to tremble. The ground in front of him cracked with fissures. His massive body carried an unparalleled sense of oppression as he charged directly at Mu Hanchuan. This violent aura was 50 stronger than before. Was he really going to fight for his life? The last piece of defensive equipment, the shaking mountain battle knee, appeared and was equipped on his right leg, raising his defense by 10. The strongest defensive form was established. If this couldn't hold up, he would have to reconsider his future. A flash of brilliance passed through Clue's eyes as another piece of equipment appeared on this human. The scythe in his hand was swung toward Mu Hanchuan, his movements faster than before, the chain transforming into a scarlet storm. A spear was thrown on the way, targeting the giant spider. Chapter 194, Congratulations on clearing the red personal trial, red star key unlocking progress 55, purple star key unlocking successful the great. I have successfully cleared the red trial 5 times, and the purple star key has been unlocked. As for whether to enter or not, that will depend on the situation. We can discuss it later. Mu Hanchuan took off all other equipment in advance, leaving only 2 pieces that enhanced his physique. Reward 1, Physique 13. Automatically supplemented due to insufficient agility and mental awareness strength, 140 physique, 420 agility, 106 mental awareness, 106 brain domain carrying capacity, 19 0 remaining. Reward 2, Li, B weapon form self-defined, no rank requirement. Total attribute points 800, can be allocated freely, once confirmed, permanently unchangeable. Choose 2 of the following special abilities. 1. Teleport to ambush within 300 meters. Cannot penetrate obstacles. Charges once every 8 hours, maximum of 3 charges. 2. Call down heavenly thunder to strike the target area, dealing massive damage and stunning all enemies within for up to 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 18 hours. 3. Rapid slashing, speed increased by 30, attack power increased by 30. Can release 3 consecutive slashes, each slash inflicts penetrating damage, lasting 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 15 hours. Chapter 195. 3 days later. Mu Hanchuan and Chilong were dining at a small restaurant, a very ordinary meal of 4 dishes and a soup. This is the Qianlian Pool crossing, you wanted. Plus the commission, a total of 3 million. Okay. Mu Hanchuan directly transferred 3 million to him, leaving 300,000 for equipment repairs. He got another banana fan. The last one cost 2 million, which was quite a profit. He decided not to keep the cutting board, he was out of money. He dug out an F-rank large shield from home to use instead. It's old and broken, and my heart can't take it. Among all the trial equipment, the durability and integrity of defensive gear consumed the fastest. I truly couldn't afford it. I would consider re-equipping after participating in the Red Personal Trial next month. Provided I have enough funds. Skills: Wind Dance, E. Weapon, Octagonal Flying Claw, E. Armor, an extra piece of F-rank armor. Item cards: Quicksand Pit, F. Puppet Card, F. Mu Hanchuan emptied his savings and handed everything over to Chai-Long, hoping to recover as much health as possible. Chai-Long couldn't bear to watch, bro. Are you clearing out the redundancy? I'm short on money. Why do you sound so weak? Did you get beaten up in the trial again? Chapter 196. 8 days later. On the 26th, Mu Hanchuan set out alone without any equipment, heading north to the Kailan mountain at the border with Shigu province. To meet with Heiyu and others in advance and confirm the equipment and item cards each was carrying. Before leaving, he checked the giant spider's injuries. It hadn't moved for days, remaining in a deep sleep, digesting the Clue tribe member it had swallowed. Its 2 severed legs had grown back a little. By the end of next month, they should be fully healed. As for whether it could fight, that was uncertain, but running was definitely not a problem. To Mu Hanchuan, the giant spider was just a temporarily enslaved life form. He never considered long-term companionship. He planned to replace it when he found something better, and had not paid much attention. After observing closely these days, he discovered that consuming trialists and those powerful life forms could enhance its strength, and the stronger the opponent, the greater the enhancement. No wonder it loved to swallow them whole. Unexpectedly, it was quite surprising, these spider demon mothers, were actually growth types. Late at night, inside Kailan Mountain. With a slight limp, Mu Hanchuan arrived at the designated location to meet the other 4 members of the team for this trial. Besides Heiyu, there was a familiar face. Gui Ming, who was also in this trial team. Chapter 197. After getting everyone sorted, they didn't stray too far and stayed nearby to rest. Heiyu approached Mu Hanchuan curiously. Mu, why are you regressing? You're back to using an F-rank large shield. His equipment had all been upgraded to E rank. The F-rank light energy bullet wasn't due to a lack of ability to change it, he just hadn't found anything better. Either the cooldown time is too long, or the power is unsatisfactory, so I've been using it like this. That one is still being repaired, so I couldn't bring it. Oh, that's normal. Heiyu didn't think much of it. Wouldn't it be better to find an attacker for your team? Still need a pure tank to cover the bottom line. What if we run into a strong team? Looks like I won't be doing much, you guys just work hard, I'll follow along slowly. No problem. As long as we don't run into a strong team, leave it to us. Looking at your state, you're not in great shape either. Exactly 2 hours into entering the trial star, 5 clusters of flames fell from the sky, particularly eye-catching. Including Mu Hanchuan. All 5 members of the squad stood up and looked at the sky. Here it comes. Heavenly fire fragments. The 5 clusters of flames tore through the grey sky like falling stars, each landing in different directions and crashing into the depths of the forest, igniting 5 towering flames. Chapter 198. The next day, the team trial ended. Mu Hanchuan and his team failed to seize the last round of heavenly fire fragments, their luck was poor. As they were a bit too far away. By the time they arrived, another team had already seized it, and their strength was not bad. Likely capable of competing for the top 3. At that point, there was no need to force a fight. Their team gave up on this fragment and ended up with a total of 120 heavenly fire fragments, concluding the team trial with 25 fragments. Based on their years of experience in team trials, they were confident of securing first place, with a 90% certainty. They wouldn't dare to make such bold claims about 100. This team trial has ended. Remaining teams: 49, first place, Human Race Ming Jiao Team, seized 25 heavenly fire fragments. Heiyu raised his fists high in excitement. We did it. Kang Feng said, everyone worked hard. The tension in Hu Jiaoming's heart finally eased. Mu Hanchuan and the other four sighed in relief. There were no unexpected surprises. Although they had anticipated it, they still felt some anxiety, and only now could they truly relax. A few people high-fived each other in celebration, and Mu Hanchuan, who was just there to make up the numbers, was naturally the happiest. After putting in the least effort, he still got the same rewards. Who wouldn't be happy? Chapter 199. After having a meal with Chai Long, he returned to Tai'as County, took his Chenli, B, and 2 important pieces of equipment, and decisively left. In the past few days, he prepared to go to the mountains to find Qiushue, to seek refuge with her and hide for a few days. He had just received news that the 3 counties under the jurisdiction of Lannan City were going to launch a strict crackdown again, and the specifications were very high. Intending to use advanced instruments to detect deliberately hidden life forms. Damn it, how long has it been since the last crackdown? What's happened again? Is it that Mu Haoyan's doing? He had only just arrived in Lannan City a few days ago when it started. Could it be that he's looking for me again? He had originally planned to kill him after the team trial, but now he decided to avoid him for a while, waiting until next month to find him and check out who was behind him. On the way, he looked at the insider information he had obtained from Uncle Yun about the Zhuyuan reflection competition. Among the top 10 in the continent's ranking for those under 25. It has been confirmed that 5 will participate, including the number 1 in Qinghuang, Ling Xie from the Ling family, who reached D grade at the age of 23. The top person from Qinghuang is going to participate. Haha, for the sake of face, he must go, he's under a lot of pressure. First level, wind. Such a hasty description, no detailed introduction. It must be a strong wind or a storm. Chapter 200. Qiushue was really busy. She didn't return during the day. And it wasn't until 10 p.m. that he saw her. You, as the master, are really incompetent. I can take care of my own food. But I still have to make yours. Haha, who are we kidding? We are brothers. This is your home, no need to be polite. Qiushue was in a good mood. Taking out the equipment she had just bought, which was an F-grade helmet that increased speed. Her other 2 pieces of equipment were armor and speed shoes. What? Are you sure you don't need a weapon? Even a ranged one would be good. The white and yellow compulsory kill type levels are very rare. With a white death rate between 10 and 20, and a yellow death rate between 20 and 30. But you can't go in with this configuration, right? As long as others can't catch up to me, I've already won. You still want me to fight? Who can I beat? What if I get hurt? That makes sense. But why don't you switch the armor to something that increases speed? I couldn't find one. If you see any defensive equipment that increases speed, let me know. And I'll go buy it. Mu Hanchuan turned back to the bed. All right. Qiushue casually ate some food and checked everything. She was already fully prepared. Chapter 201. Inside the trial star, 2 days later. Mu Hanchuan was still squatting on top of the Bell of Death. Not far from him, another member of the Shay clan and a member of the Chilean clan flew up, dividing the entire top space. None of the 3 sides bothered each other, after all. It was just a survival trial, and there was no benefit to fighting. They didn't dare to leave easily, fearing that other trial participants would occupy such a good spot. So they quietly stayed in their small area. Blue personal trial ended very good, passed easily and without damage. The expressions of the Shay and Chilean clans clearly relaxed. They finally made it to the end. Reward 1, Blue Star Key. Reward 2, Physique 6, automatically supplemented due to insufficient agility, and mind consciousness, 6 points, that's not bad. Given by pure white, without any effort. Physique, 4244, agility, 1071, mind consciousness, 1071, adding the blue random attribute point card used yesterday, he gained a small boost. Reward 3, skill, spirit harmony, E, requirement, E grade, mind consciousness 350, brain domain capacity 5, single target healing, can be cast once per hour, restores a large amount of injuries. Damn. Why isn't it group healing? All healing skills, but the price differs by several times between single target and group. Not feeling too good. Chapter 202, Returning to Reality. He glanced at the night outside. It was 8 p.m., just in time to go out and get a yellow star key for Churshue. He didn't have such a thing in hand. After searching around, Churshue was still not there, she was so busy every day. He had completed the 2 personal trials this month, solved a big problem, and hadn't gotten hurt. Very good. Next, he just needed to enter the elite round once. And everything would be settled. Just as he was thinking, Mu Hanchuan suddenly widened his eyes, as if he remembered something. Damn! The Juyuan reflection competition, at the end of the month, requires reserving a personal trial opportunity, and consuming a blue star key. I was careless and used them all up, what the hell? After preparing for more than a month, one mistake, and now he couldn't go. It's all the fault of those old fossils at the top of the continent, setting such a broken rule. This kind of level should have the time set on the first of the month, not at the end of the month to harm people. So annoying. I wonder if there will be any changes. The continent is so big, there must be others who make the same mistake. Many people probably completed their personal trials at the beginning of the month. There might even be some top-tier geniuses among them. They would definitely cause a ruckus. And someone at the national level would have to step in. The more people make a fuss, the more likely there will be adjustments in timing. Chapter 203. At 12:30 a.m., Mu Hanchuan and Churshue sat across from each other, not sleeping at night, clinking glasses, and having some snacks while eating late-night food. When are you leaving? Churshue knew he wouldn't stay here for long, he couldn't sit still. On the 5th, going back to the county. Yes. I need to go back to the county to get some things, then head to Qingling. Churshue was extremely surprised, going to the capital. Yeah? Churshue became a bit anxious. What are you going there for? That kind of place is not like our small county, there are many rules, and all kinds of people. If you're not careful and step on the wrong toes, you might offend a big shot that you can't mess with. It's not easy to get by. Even if you want to go out and venture, just go to Lannan City or Linghu City. No need to aim too high. If things develop well in the future, you can go to Qianlan City. I'm going to take care of serious business. I have no intention of causing trouble there, so don't think too much. You work in funerals, right? What serious business do you have there? You don't understand anything. HMPH, I definitely know more than you. Listen to me. Our Luo province is so big, can't you find space to develop? There are too many enemies here, I can't stay. Churshue then remembered that there were people chasing him. Who exactly did you offend? Who are those people looking for you? Chapter 204. Mu Hanchuan was drinking alone, appearing calm. But inside he felt quite apprehensive. He didn't have much confidence. If he couldn't trick them, he would withdraw. He didn't wait long, about 10 minutes. Young Master Mu. The funds have arrived. Should I help you with the necessary procedures now? Sure. Mu Hanchuan was in high spirits and very cooperative. He casually asked how much funding there was, and was a bit disappointed to find it was only 15 million. This was a one-time deal. And if the Mu family found out, he would be blacklisted. To have only managed to deceive them for such a small amount was disheartening. Sensing the dissatisfaction from young Master Mu, a younger brother quickly flattered him, assuring him that their boss had already contacted several business peers, and that together they would definitely solve young Master Mu's funding issue. Mu Hanchuan straightened his back again. thinking it might work out after all. I really appreciate your boss. Not a bother at all, it's our honor to relieve young Master Mu's worries. It's the least we can do. Next came the thumbprint, signing the contract, and shooting a video to prove his identity. After 15 minutes of fuss. Seeing the 15 million arrive, Mu Hanchuan felt a strong sense of accomplishment. I'm truly a genius. I came up with this idea out of nowhere and actually pulled it off. Chapter 205. At 10 o'clock at night, young Master Mu personally made an appearance. Introduced by the local boss, Sha Chu, and met with Boss Mu from the west side of the city, who was willing to lend 20 million. Boss Liu from the east side was willing to lend 18 million. Boss He from the north side, the most powerful of them all, was willing to lend 37 million. Which was favored by young Master Mu the most. The five of them toasted each other, drank heartily, and after some tea, completed all the formalities, successfully receiving 75 million. In the end, they took a group photo, which was very harmonious. Ah, this world still has more good people. The Mu family was never short of money. They shouldn't be lacking in this regard, which would allow him to feel more at ease. Young Master Mu, our brothers have prepared a fresh little star for you. Very pure, with a top-notch figure. Do you want to stay another night? No, I need to go home first thing in the morning, I have to leave tonight. Can't delay. All right, then brothers will see you off. You all continue to eat and drink well, no need to see me off. I don't want outsiders to see and it would reflect poorly. Understood, young Master Mu, safe travels. Before leaving, young Master Mu felt quite reluctant. Shaking hands with each of them in farewell before stepping out the door. Chapter 206. 5 days later, after a bumpy journey, Mu Hanchuan finally arrived in Qingling. But he did not rush in immediately, instead, he temporarily settled outside to recover from his injuries. That was a close call, he almost got caught in Segu City. With 4 D-level pursuers chasing him, which scared him quite a bit. 2 of them were from the Mu family, and the other 2 were unknown. Damn it. Thankfully they didn't dare to go all out, as that area happened to be a densely populated residential area. He exploited the complex environment of the city and fought his way out with sheer determination. He wasn't in a hurry to find Su Qingyu. He planned to rest well for a few days and focus on recovery. He had to be more careful in the future, avoiding exposure until he had the strength to protect himself. This time, he was risking it all for that 90 million. After feeling frustrated for several days, Mu Bin returned to Qianlan City. Father, didn't you catch him? Mu Qiming was somewhat speechless. The old man personally went to catch Mu Hanchuan and mobilized so many people. Yet he still couldn't bring him back. I underestimated his determination to escape, and also underestimated his strength. I should have let old Chu take action from the start. The old attendant beside him was very strong, but his main task was to protect the old man, so he wouldn't act lightly. Chapter 207. Su Qingyu looked at the messages on her phone in surprise for quite a while. Her physical activation level had surprisingly reached a rare 88. So strong. Her own first-stage physical dormant gene had only activated to 59, but her strength had barely reached 80. She underestimated him once again. She had originally estimated that he could only reach 70 at most. On the way back, still excited, Mu Hanchuan looked at the huge LED screen on the building, revealing the latest and hottest current events. Sure enough, the time for the Zhuyuan reflection competition was changed as he expected, now set for next month. Just postponed by 1 day, starting at 8 a.m. on September 1st. Great, he could compete again, aiming to get a gene serum for strength dormancy back. Documents. Just as he was feeling happy, Mu Hanchuan was targeted. What do you mean by documents? I'm just out for a walk. Is walking a crime? Do I look like a bad person? Big cities are so annoying, small cities are much more comfortable. I don't have them, Mu Hanchuan replied curtly. These 2 patrolling officers were not easy to deal with, They roughly conducted facial recognition and quickly obtained Mu Hanchuan's identity information. Chapter 208, S-Grade Additional Death Contract Completed. Congratulations on winning S-Grade Death Contract Special Authority. Obtain the right to convert attribute points. Can only convert from high attributes to low attributes. A maximum of 50 points per conversion. 1. Convert. 2. Refuse. Mu Hanchuan embraced the ground, lying down and breathing in the air of the sky comfortably. This death contract battle had gone through some twists and turns, but the process and result were as expected, successfully completed without wasting any item cards. Without hesitation, he chose to convert. Strength, 14,050. Physique, 45150. This is the raw attribute, not including the equipment bonuses. Immediately returning after half a month, he finally waited for this moment. The first thing he did was pick up his prized Swana, Qianli B, which could now be used. He couldn't wait to assign attribute points and choose special abilities. Strength, 190. Physique, 400. Agility, 105. Mind, 105. Perfect, 800 attribute points allocated. Next, he selected the special abilities that came with it. 1. Teleport up to 300 meters away to launch a surprise attack, cannot penetrate obstacles, can charge once every 8 hours, a maximum of 3 charges. Chapter 209. Leaving the trading market building, he planned to head straight back to rest for a day, and then go find Su Qingyu the day after tomorrow. This time he came to Qingling. He had also contributed to the local economy by spending 2 million. Passing by a high-end building. Only 5 stories tall, but extravagantly decorated, it was clear it was not ordinary. Mu Hanchuan stopped and looked up. It only had 2 characters on it, Boyi. Is this the Boyi Group building? This is an international company specializing in luxury goods and high-end consumer products, very powerful, belonging to a top international brand. Based in the first largest country on the Xingsu continent, Sheng Bailey. The Mu family and the Yang family are simply incomparable. Looking at the large screen on the wall, it displayed 9 precious items, each worth a fortune, even showing an A-grade item card. Which was the main selling point of Boyi Group, detailing its extraordinary abilities. Item card, reset, A, usage requirement, level B. Requires the consumption of any 10 attribute points, designate one person, restoring their current state to the initial value state, resetting combat power, defense, stamina. And emotions to the beginning of the battle. Chapter 210. Yang Yu discovered Mu Hanchuan, his surprise hard to conceal, never expecting to see him in Qingling. In such an occasion. This time, the couple specifically brought Yang Zishuan to Qingling for university. The 16-year-old Yang Zishuan had already been accepted into the best university in Qingling. Also one of the most renowned institutions in the Xinglan continent, carrying great expectations from the family. Just waiting for him to turn 18, to see how his talent unfolds. As long as he could reach the level of using a random attribute point item card within 7 days, he would receive strong support and nurturing from the Yang family. Beside him, the keen-eyed Zhu Muniang naturally also noticed Mu Hanchuan, her mind buzzing, breath halting, her wine glass shaking slightly in disbelief at seeing him here. How did he come here? And how did he get into tonight's event? Mu Hanchuan. She nearly spoke his name aloud, but her lips moved slightly, ultimately making no sound. Before her stood her own son, yet she found it hard to call out to him. 17 years had passed in a flash. As if it were just a big dream from yesterday. Zhu Muniang stared intently at the tall, pine-like young man several meters away, his brows and features cold and stern. She had seen him in photos, but the feeling of seeing him in reality was completely different. He had grown up. And those once familiar eyes were now filled with depths she couldn't comprehend, coupled with a sense of unfamiliar distance. Chapter 211. Sir, Ms. Zhu has a reasonable request. To ensure fairness and justice, on behalf of the Boyi Group, I ask you to present proof of financial capability. If verified, Ms. Zhu will be deprived of the right to continue bidding on this item. The steward's words were very polite, even bowing deeply. Mu Hanchuan's pleading gaze turned towards Su-Han and Su Qingyu. It was their time to step in, as long as they said a word. The Su family could provide proof, and even the Boyi group wouldn't dare to make a fuss. The 90 million on him was meant for half a year's living expenses. He didn't want to really buy this thing back. Su-Han turned her head away, not wanting to get involved. It had nothing to do with her. Let him act. Did he really think this was just an outdoor market? Su Qingyu had a blank expression, detached from the situation, forgetting that she had just encouraged him to bid higher. What the hell are you two doing? Ignoring me? It was Su Qingyu who just stirred things up and prompted me. Sir? The steward urged again. This is an event hosted by the Boyi group, and those we let in naturally need to take responsibility. If this person cannot provide proof, it won't be as simple as just being kicked out. He will need to bear the consequences. Su-Han, Su Qingyu, I will remember you too. Just wait until the day you fall into my hands. I won't spare you. Chapter 212. Mu Hanchuan checked his attributes. The people around him dispersed, each returning home. Of course, they wouldn't let outsiders know what specific abilities were awakened. This was top secret. Everyone understood, and no one would ask further. It was just curiosity about what color would be awakened, and once the results were out, they would scatter. Galactic Dew, C, able to awaken ability. Moonlight, instantly restores 40 of injuries, 40 of stamina, 40 of moisture. Dispels most toxins within the body, for personal use only. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Each use requires consuming 1 point of physique. What the? Mu Hanchuan was shocked. He originally just wanted to be a violent output, but heaven forced him to take the tank route. With this ability, who could kill me? This ability isn't particularly strong, but it's strong because it appeared on me. Being a tank already, this made it even more perverse, especially in terms of endurance. Even if I don't eat or drink, using this ability once a day, I can exhaust the opponent for a year. Why only exhaust for a year? It requires consuming physique. Using it once consumes 1 point of physique. No matter how strong I am, I can only exhaust a little over a year. Chapter 213. Everything was ready. Su Qingyu crushed the golden star key in her hand, and the 20-member team collectively disappeared. Golden Team trial begins. Forbidden Star Ring. Energy Core Competition. Participating teams. 51,000 trialists from 50 teams are randomly assigned to 100 independent areas, each area interconnected with varied geographical environments. 3D level cracked claw beasts and 10E level late stage cracked claw beasts will randomly appear in the independent areas, slaughtering all trialists. Each area hides a green energy core. Obtaining this energy core will cause the independent area to disappear, and the trialists within will be randomly assigned to other independent areas. The time limit is 2 days, and rankings will be determined by the number of energy cores obtained, with only the top 3 being selected. Mu Hanchuan appeared on a patch of scorched black land, the air filled with a sulfuric smell, and in the distance, a few volcanoes were faintly visible, billowing black smoke. Looking far and wide, he found nothing. It was very barren. What kind of broken trial is this? It was completely different from the golden cluster he had imagined. He had envisioned a chaotic melee among various teams. How could there be such a form of challenge? Chapter 214. This challenge was really uninteresting. 3 hours passed without encountering any other trialists or finding the so-called energy core. The efficiency of the big spider was countless times faster than Mu Hanchuan. It had already searched all the higher peaks in these few hours and found nothing as well. What the hell? Arriving at a giant pit, over 100 meters deep, he wondered if it might be hidden in there. He glanced down. The sides were relatively smooth. Going down would be easy, but coming up might be quite difficult, perhaps hiding dangers. It wasn't suitable for him to personally go down. In the next moment, the big meatball appeared and was thrown down. You are me, I am you, indistinguishable, big meatball. Go down and search well, inform me of any danger. Looking around. Just as he was thinking about which direction to continue, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Mu Hanchuan's eyes brightened. gripping the Swoner tightly. There was going to be some fun. He quietly approached the source of the sound, sneaking around a giant rock. Took some effort to climb to the top of the rock, and looked down from several dozen meters away. There was a 2-meter-tall Zerg fighting against a massive crack-claw beast, which he could tell from its aura was an E-level late-stage beast. Chapter 2:15. They were fighting. The stone monster launched a frenzied attack, all targeting the big meatball, while Mu Hanchuan himself was mostly unharmed. The big meatball took all the hits. And thankfully it was tough and thick-skinned. It simply closed its eyes and let the opponent pound away. In just 3 minutes. With the big meatball helping to bear most of the attacks, he easily got through. The Zerg brother also went from being tense at the beginning to completely relaxing later. If he also had a puppet like this, how enjoyable would that be? Who would he be afraid of? The sky grew dark, and the stone monster stopped attacking. Becoming lifeless stone once again. The green light cluster dispersed, and the regional energy core on the ground vanished, entering Mu Hanchuan's body, indicating a successful collection. This thing couldn't be plundered. Taking it meant helping one's team successfully obtain a regional energy core, a significant achievement, and completing one's task. The space lost the regional energy core and began to collapse, with the remaining challengers being teleported to a new independent area where they could compete for the regional energy core again. Whoosh! Mu Hanchuan disappeared from his spot. Along with the large meatball, the giant spider, and the cell tribe, all vanishing from this independent area and being transported to a region that had yet to collapse. Chapter 2:16. The giant spider displayed high intelligence, not rushing to attack, but instead taking a battle stance and roaring fiercely at the hidden challengers, waiting for its master to arrive. The hidden challengers were not in a hurry to reveal themselves either, waiting for the human to enter. Once he stepped onto the island, there would be no chance of escape. It was unclear how this spider demonis, had appeared, and whether it had any relation to the human. But none of that mattered, they only wanted the human's corpse. Originally, Mu Hanchuan was quite anxious, but as he approached the small island, he became less hurried. The hidden challenger seemed unprepared to deal with the giant spider. He slowly walked along the connecting muddy path towards the island. And just a step away from the island's edge, Mu Hanchuan suddenly stopped and did not step in. The hidden one surely didn't know that he had already grasped the rules of the island, right? Was he anxious now? The more anxious he was, the less anxious Mu Hanchuan could be. First, he would give him a funeral tune. The other races might not understand that emotion, but it didn't matter. As long as the sentiment was there, it was fine. Mu Hanchuan sat down at the end of the path, at the island's edge, and began to play the Swoner, intending to make the one inside spit blood before going in to hammer him to death. Chapter 2:17. The battle on the island was intense. In the lake, a seaborne race, the Spine tribe, secretly swam in from the shore. Being quite clever, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos on the island to steal the regional energy core. However, upon reaching the vicinity of his destination, he found he couldn't ascend. After circling around, it was still impossible, which was quite awkward. Unable to do anything, he had no choice but to swim to the small island where the battle was taking place, stepping onto the small wooden bridge that connected them. Even more awkwardly, the bridge was incomplete, still requiring 4 challengers' corpses. Forget it, he thought, he'd retreat and come back once they finished fighting. But when he tried to leave, he found himself trapped on the small island, forced to join the battle. Now he finally understood why the fighting here was so fierce. They weren't going over to grab the energy core. Looking back, he saw 4 challengers engaged in exceptionally intense combat, none of them unscathed. If these few died, wouldn't the bridge be completed? Mu Hanchuan, who had been sent flying a distance, got up. His body felt strange, it was numb, he couldn't straighten his waist. He had thought he was invincible, but was severely injured. That hit on his back almost pierced him through. Fortunately, the void stomach armor, absorbed half of the damage. The tiger ferret tribe charged at him again, determined to kill this human who had ambushed him. Chapter 218, in a severely polluted wasteland. Mu Hanchuan waved his hand to disperse the grey toxic gas drifting over. The land was very moist, filled with mutated plants and swamps hidden among dense vegetation. Most of these mutated plants were toxic, causing various poisonous gases to fill the air, posing significant danger to anyone entering. Mu Hanchuan stood before a small red tree with 9 pink and purple flowers blooming on its delicate branches. With such a seductive appearance, who would believe it wasn't poisonous? One of the flowers seemed to sense a creature approaching and suddenly sprayed some pink pollen in that direction, floating gently. Mu Hanchuan quickly covered his nostrils and retreated. Damn it, how could he find the energy core in this terrible place? A slight misstep could lead to poisoning. Being cautious still meant risking poisoning. No wonder this independent area had persisted for so long. The challengers assigned here might have dug holes to hide underground or left this area entirely for others. Who would dare risk their life to search for some energy crystal core? He had originally wanted to take a chance, but now he decided against it. With a wave of his right hand, the giant spider appeared. Mu Hanchuan wouldn't go searching, but the giant spider could, as it wasn't afraid of poison. Chapter 219, it was close, very close. Just moments ago, he saw the green light shot into the sky, and he was very near the target area. Only a few minutes away. Not only Mu Hanchuan, another light race, who had just been teleported to this independent area, was also heading towards that region. He too noticed the green light shooting into the sky, and he was even closer, arriving a step ahead of Mu Hanchuan. Upon reaching the vicinity of the regional energy core, this light race did not dare to be careless. He first used his abilities to scan the surroundings. His brows furrowed deeply, he found no targets. What was going on? This shouldn't be happening, since the green light had been emitted. It meant a challenger had tried to seize it, triggering something. But where was that challenger? He cautiously advanced, taking over a minute to reach the green regional energy core. Looking at the traces of the battle nearby, he confirmed that a challenger had been there not long ago, but where were they? Even if there had been a fight, they shouldn't have gone too far. Forget it, he would sneak a grab, and if it didn't work, he would retreat. He reached for the energy core. And a green light shot up into the sky. Damn, someone was trying to intercept it. Mu Hanchuan was furious. The giant spider had lured that rock lizard tribe member away. It couldn't be the rock lizard tribe, so a new challenger must have appeared. And someone was attempting to rob him. Chapter 220, a pink petal bloomed within Suqingyu, healing her wounds. How is it? The Huozu had fled. He didn't force it. He had exchanged blows for a few rounds and confirmed that the opponent was indeed a strong one, so he decisively gave up. It was all right. Even in front of her companions with whom she shared a blood contract, Suqingyu remained stubborn, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. Just a few seconds left, and she would successfully obtain this energy core. After that, it was time to rest well. It was about time for that lazy Chawan to get moving. As this area collapsed, the two figures simultaneously disappeared from the cable bridge, being teleported to different independent areas. Their team's 8th regional energy core was secured, surpassing the 3rd-ranked Huozu team, and rising to 3rd place. With less than half a day left in the trials, the independent areas that had not yet lost their energy cores at this point must be the most difficult, most dangerous, and challenging zones. The most intense and thrilling competition was about to begin, and the top-ranked teams would undoubtedly sprint with all their might, striving to compete. In the underground maze, Mu Hanchuan was quite relaxed, having found a semi-enclosed space of several dozen square meters, with only one passage connecting to the outside. If any enemies came, they would be detected immediately, and he wasn't afraid of being blocked. He had teleportation. Chapter 221, the team dispersed, each returning home. Each finding their own business. Those who needed to work did so, and those who needed to recuperate took care of their injuries. The Golden Team this time is not particularly friendly to Fox Qianfang. They have the strongest brain and the greatest advantage in teamwork, but this round has separated them, leading to many unexpected incidents in between. Fortunately, the final outcome is good, and the loss of members has been minimized. Yang Hu walked over, quite flirtatious, saying, "Little brother, come play at the Nanmian Haifeng Palace sometime. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Get lost, how could I possibly associate with you, especially someone like you? I'm not that shallow." Li Ming, with his tall and strong figure, came to Mu Hanchuan's side and slapped his shoulder heavily, saying, "I'll find you for drinks tomorrow night." Gui Hu glanced at Mu Hanchuan from a distance and turned to leave. Zhuan, who seemed to have something to ask Gui Hu for help, and ran after him. Su Qingyu didn't have time to pay attention to Mu Hanchuan. She was injured quite badly and couldn't go home for a while. So she needed to find an excuse to play outside for a bit, hurrying away with Kai Hu. Mu Hanchuan took a closer look. She was limping, deserved it. Others also left one after another, leaving only Jin Hu, who walked over and friendly offered her snacks, asking, "Want some?" In Chapter 222, in the afternoon, the robust Li Ming really came to find him, agreeing to meet at a local cuisine restaurant. Of course, Mu Hanchuan couldn't go to Suhan's mother's place. One excuse wasn't enough, he could come up with 10 if needed. They booked a private room, ordered 7 dishes and a few bottles of wine, and Li Ming brought a few good bottles himself, so the two big men started drinking and could party all afternoon. Eating and drinking, 2 hours passed in a flash, during which they just chatted aimlessly, and the topic eventually turned to Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu. "I heard the Su family is not satisfied with your marriage to Su Qingyu." "That's normal. If they were satisfied, that would be strange." Li Ming picked up some food, swallowed, and lowered his voice. "Aren't you going to put in some effort and fight for it?" Mu Hanchuan wasn't drunk yet. He would rather break it off as soon as possible. "Bro, a girl like Su Qingyu is hard to find outside. You have to fight for it no matter what, or you'll regret it for a lifetime." Mu Hanchuan was speechless. Regret for a lifetime? What was so good about her? Apart from that innocent facade used to deceive outsiders. What else was there? Only you guys, this group of teammates, would cherish her. "Thanks, but this matter can't be fought for. It's just that the previous Su family needed the Mu family, and now Su Qingyu's value has risen. The Mu family's role and influence can't match the current Su family. They just want to find someone more suitable for Su Qingyu, someone who can showcase her value, that's all." In Chapter 223, after parting ways with Yang Hu and Li Ming, Mu Hanchuan returned to the villa and slept until the next day. He began to seriously prepare for the Zhuyuan Yingjiao competition 10 days later, checking the props, cards, and equipment. He sent the equipment that needed repairs for fixing and replenished durability. This time for the Zhuyuan Yingjiao competition, he planned to bring a shield instead of an axe for more security. The banana leaf shield wasn't suitable for defending against ranged attacks. And he didn't bring the Qingling, so he decided to get a large shield. An ordinary E-grade large shield costs only about 1.8 to 2 million. And in Qingling, it was about 2 million, which was quite reasonable. He decided not to get an expensive cutting board this time. It was too costly and painful to break, so he went for something cheaper. Saying it was done, he went to handle this matter. He went to the largest trialist trading market in Qingling, taking a walk that took 2.5 hours. Stopping in front of the large screen outside the building, Mu Hanchuan paused as it was promoting the Zhuyuan Yingjiao competition, showcasing the massive lineup of participants. 8 of the top 10 under 25 on the continent would participate. And they had already registered. The first place was Mu Bin from the Mu family of the Zhejiang Kingdom in the eastern continent, ranked first overall on the continent. In Chapter 224, on the 30th, he used the last yellow random attribute point prop card, raising his Naked Soul attribute to 430, still 170 away from D-grade. Which was not easy to achieve. He decided to bring the Swana, the Void Stomach Armor, E, and the Juying Shield, E, into the competition. A balanced choice of offense and defense. Apart from the big meatball and the big spider, the other 5 marked pieces of equipment were all defensive gear. And he would summon them as needed. He adjusted the props, carrying the time reversal inkstone, E, himself, while the big spider carried the illusory pen, E. The mirror realm prisoner, E, on the big meatball, was removed since this was a trial for breaking through, and that item was useless. He replaced it with a mid-level repair box, E, as it was his only E-grade item. Everything was ready. Tomorrow was September 1st. And he could enter in full condition at any time. Suddenly, he heard a sound. The door on the first floor was opened. Mu Hanchuan knew only Suhan would be so reckless. After all, this was her home. On the second floor, he peeked out to look down. You, Suhan. Point at Mu Hanchuan upstairs, come down. Sigh, being dependent on others gives me no say. Mu Hanchuan came down. The Juyuan Yingjiao competition was at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And she wasn't preparing properly at home. What was she doing here? In Chapter 225, executing an aerial flip, Mu Hanchuan landed steadily on a slanted rock ridge. His feet burning. He quickly adjusted his center of gravity, and was about to throw the big meatball again, when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Hiss! A long red shadow shot out from a rock crevice, resembling a giant snake, covered in condensed fiery scales, with crimson eyes and spewing high-temperature flames from its mouth. The fire snake's tail swung violently, causing the rock wall to explode, sending debris mixed with lava flying, forcing Mu Hanchuan to retreat with no escape. A huge head charged at him. He swung the Swona, colliding head-on with the fire snake's massive head. Bang! With a violent crash. The fire snake didn't disband, but was pushed back a few meters. The snake coiled again and lunged, its tail striking first, accompanied by a whistling wind. Retreating to the edge of the rock ridge, time was precious, he couldn't be delayed by it. Mu Hanchuan glanced down, no longer counterattacking, and simply stepped back. Voluntarily falling off the cliff. In mid-air, he threw the big meatball, which carried him to another rock protrusion over 100 meters below. The fire snake still wouldn't give up, suddenly charging with a build-up of energy, diving from the high altitude straight toward Mu Hanchuan. Damn, that's fierce. Let's go. The big meatball took Mu Hanchuan and quickly took off, not wanting to engage with it. In Chapter 226, he chose the cloak, Burial Feather D, a torso armor piece. Meaning he couldn't wear armor while wearing this, it was a choice between the two. However, it didn't matter to him, as he was planning to sell it. After a successful first challenge, Mu Hanchuan's enthusiasm soared. The next challenge was the Earth Vein, testing physical strength and perception. His perception was average. But his physical strength was definitely strong. However, he didn't need to rely on himself. He already had a mature strategy in mind and was determined to achieve a better ranking, aiming for the top 3. The rewards for positions beyond the 4th were significantly lower than those for the top 3, so he had to strive for the top 3. Then he sat down to rest and wait. What kind of broken competition was this? Chapter 2, the second level is not directly unlocked, instead. It must wait until the first level is completed. Only after the first level ends can all the challenges collectively unlock the second level. The time limit for clearing the first level is 5 hours, so they can only wait and rest here. The advantage that Mu Hanchuan had painstakingly gained was completely erased. And in the next level, he would have to return to the starting line and start over. This was the first time he encountered such a situation in all the trials he participated in. It was simply shameless. He originally wanted to create some time advantage in the earlier levels so that he could have a greater chance of competing for the top 3 in the final levels. Now, every level was forcibly brought back to the same starting line, giving no opportunities at all. Chapter 227, the stone giant chased after Mu Hanchuan and the others for 4 kilometers, showing great persistence. In the end, it seemed to run out of energy and self-destructed, turning into countless small stones. The big spider, which had been running very fast, immediately slowed down when the pressure was gone, and its entire body began to sink. This round of running had consumed a lot of its stamina, and it couldn't lift its legs anymore. Big Spider, hang in there. Once we reach the finish line, you can rest. After we go back, I'll take you to find the young family so you can eat more. The big spider let out a weak response. Cool. Mu Hanchuan had a feeling that this level might not go as smoothly as he had expected. Its massive body was still under too much gravitational pull, adding several times its weight, which the 6 legs had to bear. Continuing forward, dodging left and right, they covered 10 kilometers in about a quarter of an hour. The speed was not too slow, at least faster than Mu Hanchuan running alone. Of course, it was nothing compared to the speed of the previous level, where they seemed to fly. Halfway through the journey, Mu Hanchuan looked ahead and saw 2 bare little hills 100 meters away, with a 10-meter wide winding path in between. 3 kilometers long, leading directly to the other side. Passing through would save a lot of time. Chapter 228, Garbage Ling Xiao, only ranked 15th in this level. Embarrassed our Qing Huang. Indeed, thanks to the emergence of Mu Hanchuan, our large Qing Huang managed to save face. I don't know if we can maintain it later. I'm just worried he might exhaust himself too much in the front and drag down later. At least he's better than Ling Xiao. Our Qing Huang's first is really garbage. To put it bluntly, we are our own garbage. Around 1 p.m., during the lunch break. It happened to be the moment when the second level of the Zhuyuan reflection competition had just revealed the top rankings. The discussions in Qing Huang were very heated. For the newly emerged Xu Yejie and Fang Luo Cheng, the attention was average, with the focus mainly on their own Mu Hanchuan, hoping he could go further and aim for the top 3. The unified complaint was about Ling Xiao, ranked 8th in the continent and 1st in Qing Huang, who had high expectations from the country. Half a month before the Zhuyuan reflection competition began, he even personally appeared and shamelessly boasted on social media, declaring he would definitely fight for the top 5. But he disappointed everyone with his performance, which was a slap in the face, leading to ridicule all over the internet. You may not be able to do it, but you can't pretend. Chapter 229, Mu Hanchuan began to choose rewards. The 7th to 10th places were in a reward zone, and the 7th place Yin Haozang chose 1 first, leaving 3 remaining for the 8th place Mu Hanchuan to select. Just then, a message popped up. Congratulations to Qing Huang's Ling Xiao for successfully clearing the 3rd level and achieving 9th place in the Ice Realm stage. Ling Xiao, who had just reached the finish line, was furious, having fallen short by 1 step and only getting 9th place, being outperformed by Mu Hanchuan. How could he not surpass this Mu Hanchuan? In Qing Huang, he was the strongest and would not allow anyone else from Qing Huang to outshine him. Without outsiders. Ling Xiao disregarded his image and vented his frustrations. In this level, he had given it his all but was still trampled. He felt extremely unwilling. Ha ha. This garbage only got 9th place. Although Mu Hanchuan was initially somewhat unhappy about only getting 8th, seeing Ling Xiao being firmly stepped on by himself instantly lifted his spirits. Still claiming to be Qing Huang's number 1. I don't even need Su Qingyu and that golden fox. I can step on him myself. He looked at the first reward, Sound Wave Weapon, Heart Bell, D. Chapter 230, the cursing echoed throughout the wilderness as a person and a ball fell heavily. Ouch. Still hurt. I didn't even reach the highest point before crashing. The lightning damage was nothing to the big meatball and Mu Hanchuan. The slowdown didn't matter since Mu Hanchuan was already relying on his legs to push slowly, and the big meatball didn't even have legs. The real problem was how to charge forward. 30 kilometers, still on this rugged cliff, how long would it take to run without flying? No. I have to try a few more times. Mu Hanchuan was unwilling. This time it was probably just bad luck. He rolled the big round ball back to him and threw it again. This time, Mu Hanchuan raised the big shield, ready to defend at any moment. Smack! 4 seconds later, at the highest point, once again, a person and a ball were struck by the lightning falling from the sky, both falling heavily and rolling far away. Mu Hanchuan was fine, the shield blocked it, but the big meatball's massive body could not dodge, taking a solid hit. Cool. I really can't go up there. Third time's the charm. After getting up, Mu Hanchuan decisively gave up. The tricks from the previous levels didn't work anymore, without the big meatball flying him. How to manage in this shattered cliff above the sea of clouds? Was he really going to rely on his own legs to get over? Chapter 231, First. Su-Han, who was in the middle of the trial, was stunned and accidentally got hit by the lightning from above, feeling charred inside and out. Our Qing Huang got first place. So fast, too fast. She had only run 13 kilometers, and he had already cleared it, securing first place. This level was too difficult. They had to hurry while constantly observing the situation above, not daring to relax even for a moment. Despite being fully focused, she was still hit 5 times, reducing her agility by 15, and her speed was getting slower. How did they do it? Is the gap really that big? This was a great cause for celebration. And as a member of Qing Huang, Su-Han naturally felt honored. She was just still curious, who exactly was this person? Mu Hanchuan. Mu Hanchuan. Just as Ling Xiao was about to charge the last 5 kilometers, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He really was bleeding. His ability to take hits was too poor, he couldn't withstand the pressure. He didn't know how the Ling family trained their people, with such a lack of pressure endurance. How would they handle big responsibilities in the future? In the city of Langfeng, Jing Li, Feng Ju, and others, along with Mu families Mu Di, Luok Xingmen's Fang Can, Sai Shi, and nearly all the challengers representing Qing Huang, were almost simultaneously filled with extreme surprise and disbelief. Their Qing Huang had actually managed to grab a first place. Not Ling Xiao, who had boasted, but the suddenly appeared Mu Hanchuan. Chapter 232, Mu Hanchuan took off the Dreamweaver helmet, from his head and put on the mask. The double commandment nightmare, and the helmet belonged to the same equipment slot, so he could only wear one. First, try the front side, the image gradually distorts, merging directly with the face, transforming into the appearance of the white Wu Chang, with eyes resembling rotating Tai Chi pupils, grayish-white, and the power within noticeably enhanced, while also feeling an increase in perception of the surroundings. Then switch to the reverse side, transforming into the black Wu Chang, with eyes overly stretched to the sides and closed. A third eye opened between them, with hourglass-shaped pupils. This? A bit pretentious, the eyes are closed but it does not affect vision, and even enhances sharpness to a certain degree. Interesting, the two masks have completely different forms, the front enhances power attributes by 5, while the reverse enhances physique attributes by 5, just right. When the white Wu Chang appears, I am Mu Hanchuan, and when the black Wu Chang appears, I am the Grave. Two unrelated individuals, two identities. Thus, moving on, let's test the feeling of the masks in the next few rounds. The defense of the E-grade Dreamweaver helmet is still significantly low, so I have to painfully give up and sell it later. The 4th round at Thunder Cliff has ended. The 5th round at Wind Spirit will open in 30 seconds. All challengers, please get ready. Chapter 233, the 6th round Night Abyss officially begins, deep in the canyon. Silence reigns. Mu Hanchuan stands in front of the core tower at the center of the canyon, below him is a glowing array. A circle of light blue barriers spreading out from the base of the tower, forming a hemispherical defense field with a diameter of about 10 meters. Enveloping him and the core tower. Guardian mode activated, countdown, 600, almost the moment the countdown begins, countless roars and howls erupt from above the canyon. The rock walls tremble violently, and debris falls. Shadows leap down from the cliff tops, resembling 3-meter-long hybrids of crabs and bats, the Yang Yu beasts, rushing madly towards the center below like a torrential downpour. The first wave of Yang Yu beasts quickly approaches, their sharp claws glinting coldly in the dim space, then bang. 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 They violently crash against the barrier, creating loud noises, and the blue barrier shakes slightly. Mu Hanchuan only feels tremendous impacts transmitting through the barrier, numbing his arms that hold the shield. Indeed, damage transfer occurs. All the damage from the impacts on the light blue barrier directly affects Mu Hanchuan, and he must withstand it. If he cannot hold on, the barrier will shatter, and the core tower will be attacked. Chapter 234. Mu Hanchuan is still indignant when 4 seconds later, at 5 minutes and 37 seconds, congratulations to Mu Bin of the Purple Jun Kingdom for successfully passing the 6th round. Achieving second place in the Night Abyss stage, at 5 minutes and 40 seconds, congratulations to Shu Yeji of the Yin Kingdom for successfully passing the 6th round. Achieving third place in the Night Abyss stage. Damn, the competition for the top 3 is so fierce. Only a 7-second difference among the 3. The continent's first, Mu Bin, only grabs second place, while unranked competitors Kuei and Shu Yeji snatch first and third, respectively, showing strong dominance. At 5 minutes and 49 seconds, unranked Fang Luo Cheng takes fourth. At 5 minutes and 57 seconds, the continent's third, Bai Yuanya, clears the stage, taking fifth. At 6 minutes, it's finally Mu Hanchuan's turn. After so much bloodshed, he only gets an unremarkable 6th place in the Guardian stage, which is very unsatisfactory, extremely unsatisfactory, and incredibly unsatisfactory. This is blatant discrimination. The shortest time for the Guardian stage should reasonably be set at 5 minutes and 30 seconds. At 6 minutes and 1 second, the continent's 8th, Ling Xiao, finally erupts, taking first place in the speed stage, but ranks only 7th overall, even lower than Mu Hanchuan, crushed by a 1-second gap. In the end, it turns out the value of their speed stage is the most negligible. Chapter 235. Only 2 rounds remain. Having obtained a C-grade mask and a dose of the power dormant gene injection, I'm not too satisfied. I'm someone who has advantages. And the minimum target is to get another dose of the dormant gene injection. Any type will do. I'm not picky. The 8th round, the Wood Sea, begins. Mu Hanchuan appears, standing before a vast green ocean. His eyes meet an endless expanse of emerald green, with towering trees around him. Their branches and leaves so lush they nearly obscure the sky, and the air is filled with the fragrance of vegetation. Shortly after, dense fog appears, obstructing visibility. With less than 10 meters of sight, he waves his hand to disperse the thick fog in front of him and takes a deep breath. Cough, cough. This breath nearly chokes him, causing him to cough violently for a while, feeling as if his lungs are blocked and breathing is difficult. He bends down, supporting himself on his knees, gasping for breath, feeling like every breath he takes is suffocating, weighing heavily on his chest, causing a significant sense of dizziness. What is going on? Mu Hanchuan quickly sits down, steadies his breathing, adjusts his physical condition, and drives away this discomfort. The big meatball and the big spider appear beside him, ensuring his safety. Chapter 236. As he rushes into the light beam, everything from the outside is cut off, and all discomforts from Mu Hanchuan dissipate. His body begins to recover rapidly. So refreshing. His physique and strength are all back. He quickly calls over the big meatball and the big spider, especially the big spider. He fears it might die from that wretched place outside. Summoning his 2 brothers, he immediately checks the rewards, which is what Mu Hanchuan cares about the most. The first reward, special accessory, Heart Lock. See, this is a pure white, openable heart-shaped necklace. Separated it becomes 2 halves. Awakening ability, unknown, good item. Too bad I can't use it. I have Galaxy Dew, see, and moreover, I don't even know what it can awaken. What if it's junk? I hope whoever gets it awakens some trash. Looking at the second item, skill, 3 lives bond, see, no rank requirement, attributes customizable, total 700 points, brain area capacity requirement 10, this shoots out 3 semi-transparent blood threads. Connecting 3 teammates, damage can be shared among them, each hit can be shared by other teammates up to 30. Releases a continuous healing effect every 3 minutes for 15 seconds, totaling 3 rounds. Chapter 237. Boom. A deafening explosion resounds as several of the largest stone pillars above simultaneously burst apart, debris flying, and a huge shadow slowly crawls out from above. It is a colossal creature standing 10 meters tall, covered in pitch-black scales, with 3 pairs of spiky bone wings stretching out from its back. Its head looks non-corporeal, like a constantly twisting black mist, with 6 blood-red eyes arranged in a circular pattern, exuding a suffocating pressure. It doesn't look like something I can deal with. Is the difficulty too high? All my equipment is ready. The Abyssal Beast arm, C, is equipped on my left arm. And the 9-year shield, E, has been restored to 69 points of durability, and is shaking in my hand, fully extended, resting against my left shoulder. Both arms gripping it tightly, preparing to meet the first wave of impact. The Galaxy Dew, C, has been holding onto a large healing effect. Mu Hanchuan's strategy is to go all out, to clash with this terrifying monster, exchanging health until he is severely injured. Then using the large healing to recover and continue fighting. The mask transformed into Black Wu Chang, increasing his physique by 5. The small healing had just finished cooling down. And Mu Hanchuan was preparing to use it as a last resort. What if he ended up with low health? He could secure his health line, go back, and save himself. He couldn't afford to truly die here. Chapter 238 Bang. The entire stone pillar shattered and collapsed. Mu Hanchuan blocked the punch, but was swept away, sliding several meters on the ground before flipping up. He played the Swana, clashing with the giant hand chasing behind him. Boom! Mu Hanchuan was once again knocked away, but landed steadily, leaving 2 long deep grooves on the ground. The 6-eyed giant was also not unscathed, its flesh torn open, blood gushing out, and its fist cut by the sharp mouth of the Swana. Did it really think my Swana was only for smashing? Those sharp cuts in front were quite powerful as well. Now recovered, Mu Hanchuan was no longer as passive as at the beginning, which meant that the 6-eyed monster had also consumed a fair amount of its strength. It was no longer as ferocious as at first. He had taken so many punches head-on with his solid body, it couldn't all be for nothing. His strength was still too weak. With a huge gap compared to the top 100 in the continent, let alone the fierce ones like Mu Bin, Shu Yu, Shu Yeju, and Fang Luo Cheng from the first tier. This wasn't just a difference in power, it was an all-around gap, a world apart. To them, this 6-eyed monster, which felt incredibly powerful to him, might just be an ordinary foe. They might be close to ending the battle and successfully clearing the level. Especially since they still had powerful item cards and skills, just waiting for this final stage. Chapter 239 Outside the arena, everyone was looking at Mu Hanchuan's performance. Already guessing. His physique and speed were strong, belonging to the top tier of his age in the continent, but his strength was relatively lacking. He was likely a dual attribute of physique and agility, with strength being secondary. It's no wonder they could only guess. Long before Mu Hanchuan ranked 4th in the first stage, the Qinghuang nation had started an investigation, but found no useful information. Despite being from the Mu family in Luo Sheng, the relevant data was particularly scarce, and he had never officially registered with Qinghuang, nor had any detailed data about him as a trialist been recorded. He hadn't reported his trialist information, yet was able to register normally, thanks to Su Han's personal involvement. She took him to register, and the official process was not followed. Director Liu, who helped with the paperwork, thought it was not important at all. No matter where you were, who could rely on connections and backdoor deals and still be capable? Now, Director Liu was held accountable. How could she have known Mu Hanchuan would become this strong? Wasn't that putting her in a difficult position? Fortunately, this matter involved the Su family, so it likely wouldn't escalate. It would just be a normal process of checking the situation, and would soon be forgotten. Chapter 240 With an excited heart, he returned to Qingling. He indeed wasn't in the villa arranged by Su Han, but was instead in a small apartment he rented 20 kilometers away. With such a dangerous trial, he dared not stay there. However, He also didn't want to leave Qingling directly for fear of being targeted by the Yang family. Those 2 days were crucial for the start of the Zhu reflection competition, and Mu Hanchuan didn't want any accidents that could ruin his plans. He crushed a medical pack, then stripped off his clothes and equipment, cleaning himself thoroughly and applying medicine. After doing all this, he comfortably lay on the bed. At 12:30 a.m. on September 3rd. This time the Zhu reflection competition had been going for nearly 2 days in real time, and he was truly exhausted. As the exploration of the trial star deepened, more advanced item cards would inevitably appear in the future. Sooner or later, global-scale super trial levels would emerge. He wondered what that would be like. It would definitely be exciting, and the rewards would be even higher. If it were a slaughter level, that would be even more thrilling, bound to ignite the world. Ha ha. When that time comes, I'll just observe and see if I can survive in those trials. If I can't survive, I won't go in. Who would risk their life to accompany those lunatics? They have families, forces, and nations driving and urging them. It would be impossible not to go. But I have no burdens. I don't need to fight for anyone. It's safer to just survive and develop. Chapter 241 Mu Hanchuan was taken to Su Han's residence in the Qingling Intelligence Department. Regardless of how much truth there was in what he said, it was wise to treat it with caution. Who would dare to come here and cause trouble? You'll stay here for now. I need to go back and talk to my parents. Oh? Mu Hanchuan could finally rest properly. By noon, the 12-hour cooldown for the small healing would end, allowing him to recover a bit. The large healing was still far from ready, and he didn't dare to use it. That had to be saved for critical moments. More importantly, it required physical strength to use, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Did he think his physique was free? Do you need anything? Speaking of needs, Mu Hanchuan indeed had one. His random attribute point item cards had run out, and he needed to use one on the 6th. He had to get a few more back. He couldn't waste a day. How much is a blue random attribute point item card in Qingling? Su Han replied without hesitation. 4 million. If she went to get it, it would be around 3.7 to 4 million. Mu Hanchuan thought for a moment. He only had 15.7 million on him. Transfer 8 million to me. Help me buy 2. Su Han squinted her eyes and glared at him, but didn't say anything more. After all, she was the one who asked. Chapter 242 Having already injected the physique serum last time, Mu Hanchuan understood the process and entered alone, following the procedure to inject the strength sleep gene serum first. About 10 minutes later, the injection was completed. Next, he would need to rest for 2 hours before he could start injecting the mind awareness serum, allowing the effects of the strength sleep gene serum to fully take effect. Mu Hanchuan quietly sensed it. The activation level reached 78, and his strength attribute increased by 21 points, with attack power rising by 78. What a pity. He was just a little short of reaching 80. However, he was already very satisfied with this level. After all, he wasn't focused on strength attributes. Strength, 19,021, without wearing any equipment, his strength reached 211. He didn't need equipment to boost his strength. He could already carry an axe. Additionally, his attack power increased by 78. His own attack wasn't high, but with the Swana, it was a different story. It represented a significant boost. Beside him, Su Han praised, not bad, reached 78. Just average. Su Han changed the subject. Tomorrow, we are going to the Su family. You'd better prepare a bit. Don't be too disrespectful. I understand. After all, he came from a prominent family. Did they think he had never learned etiquette? They underestimated him too much. Chapter 243 2 days ago. At the Falling Star Gate. The current master of the Falling Star Gate, a B rank, primarily focused on strength and secondarily on physique, ranked 128th globally, Xiao Jingcheng. listened to the inquiry from the old man of the Su family on the other end of the phone and fell into a prolonged silence. That newcomer, who had just achieved an excellent ranking in the continental competition, is Mu Hanchuan, one of our Falling Stargate members. Is he Dong Huan's disciple? How could he, as the master, not know? However, since this matter involved Dong Huan, it was indeed possible. The last time he returned, he suddenly said he wanted to take a disciple, and even made a round inside the gate. He didn't take a liking to any of the younger generation. And just a few months later, he actually took one outside. Is it this Mu Hanchuan? He needs to quickly contact Dong Huan. The Su family can only deal with it perfunctorily. Although the authenticity is still uncertain, it cannot be said that Mu Hanchuan is definitely not from their Falling Stargate. Sorry, this is a secret of our Falling Stargate, and it's not convenient to disclose. After brushing off the Su family, Xiao Jingcheng immediately contacted Dong Huan, but couldn't get through. The Su family was quicker, and when Xiao Jingcheng didn't give a clear answer, they directly contacted Dong Huan. Dong Huan didn't have so many taboos. Upon learning the intention of the Su family, he directly asked, "What happened to my disciple?" Chapter 244. The level of this departure was obviously different. The Su family specially arranged a private jet for Mu Hanchuan, going straight to the provincial capital of Baisheng, Songju, accompanied by several people. This was quite a show. In less than half a day, Mu Hanchuan arrived at his destination, thanked the accompanying personnel, and left alone. He took a special car, and after another day, on the 20th, he finally arrived at Qingju, the capital of the Langfeng Autonomous City, which used to be the capital of a country, but is now equivalent to a provincial capital. This was Mu Hanchuan's true destination. Xiao Shenshen specially sent someone to receive Mu Hanchuan, and took him to a 5-story super-large operation building, arranging him in a large suite on the 4th floor. This suite had 5 bedrooms, each fully equipped, serving as the operation room for him and his 4 teammates. However, the other rooms were empty, as the others had not arrived yet. He only had one item card left, the newly acquired Poison 3 Dart, E. Should he sell it to buy 2 more? He only had 7 million left and just one last blue random attribute point item card. He was out of money, which was really frustrating. He decided not to buy item cards for now, and instead went to look for skills to see if he could find a suitable E-level skill, which would provide a greater boost. Chapter 245. Jing Zhui could no longer hold back this time. Her beautiful face finally showed a change. Are you trying to use up your quota and then run away? Mu Hanchuan didn't care what she was thinking at the moment. He only knew that he wouldn't have to worry about random attribute point item cards for the next 2 months, and could focus on the trials, earning money to pay it back. In the end, Jing Zhui still helped him, and he successfully got the item card. Mu Hanchuan happily left the city and headed to the remote mountains, putting the weakness card and Poison 3 Dart, E, on the big meatball and big spider, while he carried the puppet card himself. That's how it would be. If he couldn't get it this time in the team trial, he could aim for the personal trial next time, and strive to get a stronger puppet to make up for his shortcomings. He only had a blue star key and a purple star key left and needed to buy a red star key, which would cost another 3 million. It was really a place where money was needed everywhere. Looking at the injuries of the big spider, the 3 broken legs had regrown, but it was still not fully healthy, and its combat power was greatly affected. The big meatball was fine, though. The teammates for this team trial were all quite capable, so the difficulty shouldn't be too high, and there was no need for the big spider to fight. It should be able to recover by the next personal trial. Chapter 246. When Tan Rui returned, it was already over 20 minutes later. She saw Mu, who was waiting intact and bored to the point of dozing off, almost scared to tears. This was not in line with the team's initial expectations. Is he really a tank? He arrived earlier than us by taking a different path. If it weren't for the silver key casually placed beside him, she would have doubted whether this Mu had truly gone to the burial path in the lower left corner. The team leader even asked her to go directly to that path to meet him after returning, yet he was faster than us. How did you get back so quickly? Well, I was lucky and found this key on the way, so I came back early. What a joke. In this type of checkpoint competition. He had even secured third place on the continent. Who could he be afraid of? It wasn't that Mu Hanchuan didn't want to actively look for his teammates. It was just that he was afraid of exposing the big meatball, as there was no place to hide here. More importantly, there were 3 paths in total. And if he went to find one side and the other side suddenly came back looking for him, what should he do? If communication is not smooth, all 3 sides would be exhausted. He didn't expect his teammates to be this slow. This checkpoint wasn't even that difficult. Is that really the case? Why was she so skeptical? Forget it for now. Tan Rui grabbed the key next to the tomb and quickly rushed to the burial path in the lower right corner to find Shu Shun and Sang Hanhai, hoping to combine the 3 keys into one. Chapter 247. 5 days later, returning to Nan'an City, Lu Province. Chai Long specifically came to Taiyas County to pay respects to the current 3rd place under 25 on the continent. In a small alley restaurant, Chai Long was excited. Have you heard? Heard what? You really don't care about current events, do you? This news has spread all over the continent. The 9th-ranked Wei took the initiative to challenge the 1st-ranked Mu Bin, one from Liyue and the other from Zhejuan, and they fought in the Yanglan Empire. Can Wei win? Mu Hanchuan was indeed shocked. There were all kinds of crazy people on this continent, and they just started fighting. Of course he lost. But I heard Mu Bin didn't have it easy either. He was seriously injured, and Wei's power was truly impressive. This result was expected. To secure 1st place in the 6th checkpoint, Night Abyss, Wei's attack power must be extraordinary. By the way, why did they go to the Yanglan Empire? You don't know that? Chai Long was simply amazed. It's Princess Juwasan's birthday. The Yanglan Empire's royal family is hosting a grand event, inviting the top forces and families from the entire continent. What, didn't you receive an invitation? Brother, you're the 3rd on the continent. How could they treat you like this? Chapter 248. Bailing Province had returned, and Zhu Lei and Zhu Mingyu were back. They couldn't find Mu Hanchuan, and only obtained limited clues. He had gone to Qingling some time ago, and was with the Su family, even purchasing a special item worth 91 million, likely still in the Su family. The Su family in Qingling. Zhu Shen understood that the chances of seizing him were slim, even if he was his biological grandfather. If nothing unexpected happened. He had been secretly supported by the Su family over the years, which had helped him grow to this level, and was now deeply bound to the Su family. Plus, with his engagement to Su Qingyu, leaving easily was impossible. Zhu Mingyu tentatively asked, Dad, should we go to Qingling? Zhu Lei frowned deeply. If he can casually buy an item worth 91 million, his status in the Su family must be high. I don't see much hope. Zhu Shen sighed heavily. No need. In Qingling, Su Hen came to Su Qingyu's room. The 2 sisters had already been chatting intimately for half an hour, and were now getting to the main point. I helped you observe carefully recently. Your previous views were correct. We had some misunderstandings about him. That Mu Hanchuan is actually quite a decent person, with no bad habits. He doesn't go out to mess around and loves staying at home. He's a homebody. Such a man is easy to handle, not to mention his strength is really impressive. Mom rarely acknowledges anyone. What do you think? Chapter 249. After staying on the 2nd floor for a day, the area inside was even larger than expected. It was unclear whether all the trial takers were on this floor, just divided into many areas, or if they were each in a separate blood tower. This was the trial star, not the Forbidden Star Ring. How could there be so many blood towers? Most likely, they were divided into different areas. Mu Hanchuan went to find something to eat, and casually supplemented his energy. As a man, he didn't need to care about these things. Just ensuring he stayed alive was enough. He is completely unhurried, with the galaxy dew, see, on him, and the moonlight can replenish 40 hunger, 40 stamina, and 40 moisture. Using it once can last 2 to 3 days, and he definitely won't starve even if he can't find food. I wonder if those fragrant little fairies can hold on. After checking the big spider, it's almost done digesting here, let's go, entering the third layer. In the third layer, instead of 2 heads, there are 3 heads. And they are 3 different varieties of E-level life forms, all pouncing at once. The difficulty has increased by more than half. For ordinary challenges, the priority is to escape. After leaving the danger zone, they can come back to deal with them one by one, without getting caught in a group fight. Chapter 250 Purple Personal Trial Activated, Trial Star, Silentwood Valley Trial Competition. Hidden within the vast valley are 5 bamboo shoots. The one who kills them will be the victor. Participants. 89, Mu Hanchuan appeared in the lush valley, with a greening degree of about 99-99. 89 challengers are competing for 5 victory spots. Isn't the difficulty of this purple level too high? Those who dare to enter here are definitely not trash or slackers. They must be the best among their respective races at the same level. A purple star key costs 10 million. Who would be so extravagant as to risk their lives just to come here for fun? This level of competition made Mu Hanchuan's heart race. If this purple star key is wasted, he would have to buy a red star key next month. In a daze, he suddenly realized, bamboo shoots. Damn! Mu Hanchuan jumped up in excitement. He had studied bamboo shoots in detail before. They are a very peculiar life form, with almost no attack power, and very ordinary defense. But their speed is incredibly fast, and they can hide wherever there are green plants. These are not the main points, the real core lies in their talent, which is incredibly powerful. Chapter 251 Having already collided, how could Mu Hanchuan retreat? He tangled with a member of the Light Clan, fighting fiercely for a while. Both sides were evenly matched, and they fell into a stalemate, unable to determine a winner. Suddenly, Thousand Ghost Dance. He activated his skill, slashing out a dozen swords in quick succession. The speed was so fast that Mu Hanchuan only managed to block half of them, and in a short time, he was hit by 7 or 8 swords. Resolutely, Mu Hanchuan abandoned defense, no longer focusing solely on it, and swung his Swana fiercely. If he could take it. He questioned whether his opponent could. The two exchanged blows for a dozen rounds. Mu Hanchuan sustained multiple sword wounds, while the Light Clan member was only hit twice by the Swana. However, the first to be unable to hold on was him, spitting blood and fleeing. Damn it! You want to fight me physically? Mu Hanchuan cursed angrily and ran to a large tree on a nearby hillside with a good view, hiding inside to heal. The branches and leaves of this large tree were very lush, dominating a space of several hundred square meters, with no other trees around, only some grass plants. After 5 minutes, more than 100 meters away, a member of the armored clan appeared, seemingly injured, climbing up another lush tree to hide and heal. 10 minutes later, a member of the Fiery Feather clan flew in and landed on the larger tree above Mu Hanchuan, hiding inside. Chapter 252 Mu Hanchuan was blowing his Swana vigorously when a member of the Tag clan charged up from below and slashed down. What the hell? Do I have to get slashed just for playing the Swana? I'm not even going down to help. Can't you see I'm cheering for your Tag clan? Clang! The sound of the Swana suddenly stopped as the banana shield was swung out, deflecting the Tag clan's curved blade, sparks flying. The Tag clan member did not lose momentum and swept again. Mu Hanchuan dodged the blade, retreating down the hillside, back to this side of the mountain. Making sure Jiu Yuan wouldn't see his moment of glory, he didn't deserve it. The Tag clan jumped from the top of the mountain, launching a fierce attack. With his left arm blocking, a crisp impact sound rang out as Mu Hanchuan retreated, landing 7 or 8 meters away. The battle was still raging on the other side of the mountain. Mu Hanchuan looked around, confirming his position was about right, and suddenly charged forward. The Swana striking powerfully against the curved blade. With a huge impact, the Tag clan member was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the bushes. Unable to get up for a long time. He looked at this human in shock. It turned out he was hiding his strength. His attack was actually so strong. He had been careless. Mu Hanchuan chased into the bushes, attacking again with the Swana. The Tag clan member blocked with his sword, feeling a tremendous force descend. Numbing his hands, but he managed to block it. Chapter 253. An hour passed, and it had been 5.5 hours since the trial began. One bamboo shoot, had already been killed, successfully clearing the trial, done by the Floating Light clan, leaving only 4 bamboo shoots remaining. In the northern valley, the first bamboo shoot was extremely fast, weaving through the trees, suddenly changing direction from time to time, catching the pursuers off guard. Behind it were more than 20 challengers in pursuit, and the escape path was getting narrower, with death possible at any moment. The big spider had been following far behind, reporting detailed information about itself and the first bamboo shoot to Mu Hanchuan, who had ambushed himself ahead on the inevitable path. This path had been adjusted several times. There was no choice, the first bamboo shoot was darting around wildly, and the route was constantly unstable. Watching the first bamboo shoot rushing towards him, Mu Hanchuan was secretly delighted. He finally managed to block it. Taking a deep breath, this was the best and last chance to catch the first bamboo shoot. As the trial was about to enter its 6th hour, the first bamboo shoot would refresh its teleportation ability, making it difficult to catch again. Closer, closer. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Whoosh! The first bamboo shoot rushed past Mu Hanchuan, 50 meters away, but he didn't move or launch an attack. Chapter 254. Want to catch the bamboo shoot, Did you ask me? After the battle with the Klusa clan, he was too heavily injured and had no choice but to use his healing ability. Without using the small healing ability from the mask, Mu Hanchuan still first used the Galaxy Dew, Moonlight, instantly restoring 40 wounds, 40 stamina, and 40 moisture. Fullness was not important. Physique, 49-21, taking a deep breath, comfortable. With more than half of his state restored, Mu Hanchuan disappeared from the spot, using teleportation to appear behind a member of the Scale Abyss clan, striking her into the ground with his Swana, blocking the other 3 pursuing challengers along with the large meatball. More were following the Spiked Feather clan into the dense forest. There hadn't been many before, but in this short time, a dozen challengers had popped up, all hidden. Never mind, let us drag a few. After driving back the ones in front, I'll run to a safe place and then move the third bamboo shoot next to me, making sure they can't escape. Mu Hanchuan was completely unhurried. Since it had already been marked by him, it could not be snatched away by other challengers. However, the big spider is very important. It must always keep an eye on bamboo shoot number 3. Without the puppet, Mu Hanchuan cannot sense the current state of bamboo shoot no. 3 and can only know its location. He needs to focus more on the big spider to ensure timely reports. Chapter 255. Returning to his secret base. Mu Hanchuan immediately used the mask's minor healing, recovering 20 of his injuries. This has no side effects and can be used freely when there's enough time, allowing for faster recovery. He also used 1 medical pack and then went to clean himself up and apply medicine. Bamboo shoot, followed him here and immediately found a place to hide. Born in the forest, it was still unfamiliar with this strange outside world and was very curious about everything. Mu Hanchuan sensed that this bamboo shoot, is female. So he decided to call her Little Bamboo Shoot. After resting for half a day, he planned to find Chilong tomorrow to help deal with the gear on him. Then head to the tester market to get some source marrow item cards, to enhance his pets. No matter how difficult it is, they must be trained. The competition difficulty for purple and above in the trials is too high, and the opponents are hard to kill. Right now, E level is manageable, but once it reaches D level, his 3 pets definitely won't hold up. There's no time to wait, they must be cultivated in advance. On the 7th, the skeleton still couldn't contact Blackfeather. And had no choice but to contact Guiming, inviting him to participate in this month's team trial and casually asking about Blackfeather's situation. Chapter 256. Not in a hurry to return to his lair, Mu Hanchuan first went to the valley, summoning all 3 of his pets. Eagerly, he immediately took out 3 source marrow item cards, and used them on each of them. Silver Cluster Beast, source marrow item card, used successfully. Growth length 787. Cooldown for source marrow item card, 4 days 23 hours 59 minutes remaining. This is the big meatball. Mu Hanchuan was shocked. It was the first time he realized that this thing has a cooldown limit, just like using random attribute point cards. The big meatball can use 1 source marrow item card, every 5 days. Spider Demon Mother, source marrow item card, used successfully. Growth length 655. Cooldown for source marrow item card, 6 days 23 hours 59 minutes remaining. This is the big spider. What the heck, the difference is so big. It actually takes 7 days to use one, and it looks decent, but compared to the big meatball, isn't it a bit weak? So using the source marrow item card, also depends on innate talent. This is eye-opening, really eye-opening. Fortunately, it has the talent ability to absorb external nutrients, so it will have to eat more to compensate in the future. Chapter 257, at 11 p.m. Near Pageo Bridge in Lannan City, the surroundings were silent, with only the occasional car lights flickering in the distance, casting brief shadows on the bridge surface. Mu Hanchuan, wearing the white impermanence mask, blended into the night and quietly arrived near Pageo Bridge, exhaling smoke alone, with dozens of cigarette butts on the ground. Little Bamboo Shoot had completed its reconnaissance of the surroundings, silently landing on the rooftop of a building, observing the situation. 300 meters away by the riverbank, there was a bustling large bar, contrasting sharply with the surrounding silence. This was the only large bar along the entire river, also the best spot for viewing, with no other buildings within hundreds of meters. With this geographical location, and without a strong background, one wouldn't even think about setting up a tent. They could directly build a 3-story large bar. After waiting for another half hour, 4 figures stumbled out, drunk. Among them, the middle-aged man looked particularly affluent, accompanied by a young man, with 2 bodyguards on either side. Confirmed, it was indeed Mu Haoyan. His status in the Mu family was not high, but he lived quite freely. Chapter 258. Late at night at the Mu residence, the copper bell rang. An old butler hurried in, urgently waking Mu Bin, Mu Chiming, and Huang Ji, who also got up, but their children were not home. What happened? Sir, just now, Mu Haoyan and young Master Mu Zhe had an incident in Lannan City. Mu Zhe had an incident. What happened? Mu Haoyan is not important, but Mu Zhe is a direct descendant of the 3rd house, very much cherished by the 3rd master. This is not a small matter. They were attacked, their whereabouts unknown, and their lives uncertain. How could this happen? What about the bodyguards around them? Young Master Mu Zhe was out having fun with Mu Haoyan, and didn't take bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards with Mu Haoyan also went missing, and 4 bloodstains were found at the scene, indicating a fierce struggle. Search. Immediately mobilize everyone in Lannan City to look for them. Yes? Mu Chiming's expression was serious. Father, Mu Bin waved his hand. I will personally call Director Shin and Mayor Hong in Lannan City to have them investigate thoroughly. You go contact the 3rd house and find out if they have recently made any enemies. Lannan City is also a tragedy. This year there have already been countless incidents like this, with several sweeps conducted, and today is even more serious. Chapter 259, at 8 o'clock sharp. The team trial started on time. Team trial started, Forbidden Star Ring, Picture Realm, Survival Trial. The Picture Realm may forcibly switch to a new environment at any time, or actively switch at specific locations. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, day, night, terrain and dangers will change accordingly. All actions freeze at the moment of switch. requiring immediate adaptation to the new environment. Time limit: 3 days. Participating teams: 45. The Forbidden Star Ring also has survival trials. Mu Hanchuan was astonished as he appeared in an endless desert, flat as if artificially raked, with no end in sight. The four quickly formed a combat formation to check their surroundings. It seemed there was nothing to check. They could see the end at a glance, just sand everywhere. Over there, look, there's a tree that snows. At the moment of entering the trial, Chuyu was surrounded by the four and ran behind her senior brother, shaking his arm furiously. A snowing tree in the desert. Are you crazy or on drugs? Mu Hanchuan looked in the direction Chuyu pointed. What the hell? Over 300 meters away in the sandy ground, there really was a big tree. This tree must be over 50 meters tall, lush with branches and leaves. And a large amount of white mist floated above it, with thick ice accumulating on the dense leaves, constantly dropping small ice points, looking quite beautiful. Chapter 260. The wind cut like a knife, stirring up layers of yellow sand. Chuyu's face turned pale, her lips trembled. But she gritted her teeth and held back from making a sound. Mu Hanchuan used one hand to shield her with a large shield while tightly gripping her wrist with the other, pulling her onto the ice surface beneath the big tree. Unexpectedly, the ice layer was quite thick, about 30 centimeters. The sandstorm was right behind them, and instinctively, the five ran behind the big tree. Catching their breath and looking back to see the scene behind them had turned into hell. Boom! The sandstorm roared like a furious sea, violently crashing against this icy domain. Countless tiny grains of sand shooting towards them like bullets, yet the moment they touched the edge of the ice surface, they all deflected and went around. Midnight Black Tea was overjoyed. It really works. Whitebone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this ice tree is a specific location that actively switches environments. We are very lucky, we landed nearby. Hearing Whitebone's words, the others understood the meaning of the information about the checkpoint, which mentioned that it could actively switch environments at specific locations. Were they not standing in a special spot in the desert right now? If it switched, would they end up in the ice realm within the painting? Chuyu sat on the ground, gasping for breath. She was scared to death just now. Above the ice surface, the wind continued to howl, yet not a single grain of sand fell, and even the temperature remained unchanged. Chapter 261. The others have disappeared. Chuyu's breath instantly condensed into icy mist. Let's go find them. Which way? Follow me. Xiao Zhuhao had already discovered Midnight Black Tea's position, and went to find her first. Oh? Chuyu tightly grasped Mu Hanchuan's arm, quickly following him. Truly worthy of being her senior brother, he was the first to come looking for her. Soon, the two found Midnight Black Tea, who had just crawled out halfway from the ice cave. She was also in a bad situation, having crashed through the surface ice and fallen into this deep pit. Mu Hanchuan, with Chuyu, worked hard to dig through the ice pile and pulled her out, her face pale. Don't be fooled by her slender appearance. That white flesh was quite solid. We really entered the ice realm. Midnight Black Tea looked around, murmuring, her voice echoing in the vast snowy world, sounding a bit ethereal. Where's Whitebone and Gui Ming? I didn't see them. Let's go, hurry and find them. Mu Hanchuan glanced at the surrounding peaks. There was no time left. Xiao Zhuhao informed him that unknown life forms were rapidly approaching nearby, and they had to leave quickly. Midnight Black Tea also looked around and immediately understood what Mu meant. Drawing out her weapon. Which way to go? Chapter 262. Mu Hanchuan and the other two ran quite a distance. He and Midnight Black Tea had fought hard, not knowing how many hundreds of monsters they had killed, but there were still countless more behind them. They simply couldn't finish them all. Chuyu, who was clearing the path ahead, wasn't completely useless. At least she had provided them both with a single target power boost. Midnight Black Tea was starting to struggle. Mu, what should we do? I don't know. I'm just a tank in the team. Up ahead is the exit. If it doesn't work, let midnight black tea escape alone. That way, I can use some special means without fully exposing myself, and I can take Chuyu with me. Moo. There's the exit ahead. Chuyu shouted from the front, there's nowhere to run. She didn't know whether to go out or not. Jump down. Oh. Chuyu obediently jumped down without caring whether the ice surface below was hard or not, directly falling into the snow. Midnight Black Tea disagreed, it's harder to fight outside. There's no choice, we don't have enough firepower and can't hold on any longer. Besides, Chuyu has already jumped out, we have to jump too. Midnight Black Tea had a bad feeling, should she just run away? She jumped out first, and Mu Hanchuan followed closely behind. Chapter 263, looking at this unfamiliar place. He didn't know where it was and didn't care. As long as it wasn't dangerous, he would stay and pass the time as much as possible. Mu Hanchuan leaned against a rotten pillar to rest, all that running and fighting had exhausted him. Chuyu wasn't much better, she lay down and fell asleep. Having been worn out today. After lying down for about 5 hours, Chuyu was the first to get up, regaining her vitality and full power. Senior brother. I am going to check that broken door. Chuyu walked toward the giant door that was half buried in the ground. Mu Hanchuan didn't stop her, the surroundings were very safe. And Xiao Zhuhao had checked several times to confirm there were no issues. That door definitely couldn't be opened, and even if it were dangerous, it could still draw her in. But just as she took a few steps and had not yet approached, the giant door suddenly emitted a low grinding sound. Chuyu abruptly stopped, her heart racing, and she unconsciously retreated back to her senior brother's side, deciding not to look. Mu Hanchuan was startled awake by the sudden noise. Quickly getting up from under the rotten pillar, his shirt slightly lifted, revealing the swona on his back, his gaze sharpening. Under Chuyu's astonished gaze, slowly. The noise grew louder, as the giant door ground against the floor, producing a deafening sound, dust swirling, it was actually opening by itself. Chapter 264. In the next 2 days, there were no major surprises, nor did they encounter any organized teams. Occasionally, they came across other trial takers. But they were all solo players who ran faster than them. The other minor crises posed no problem for Mu Hanchuan, who wielded the swona, along with the efficient scout Xiao Zhuhao. Chuyu exclaimed, Senior brother, we cleared the level. These 3 days have been so tough, finally. We can go back and sleep well and enjoy good food. Mu Hanchuan felt relieved as well, this team trial was too exhausting. This girl should just become a pure support, at least she'd be somewhat useful. If all else fails, she could just focus on building her physique. After all, her family had money to spare, now, she had no attack power, no defense, couldn't run fast, and her support capabilities were lacking. He really didn't know what route she wanted to take, was she really that carefree? Senior brother, do you think Whitebone and the others are okay? You're fine. So they must be fine too, they have strong self-preservation abilities. All right. Congratulations on clearing this Silver Key Team trial, Reward 1, Physique 20. Automatically supplemented due to insufficient agility, Physique, 49,416, Agility, 1264, Chapter 265, Mu Hanchuan received a transfer from Wang Qinyu's family. The moment she returned, the money came through immediately, 6 million. This was truly hard-earned money, it wasn't easy at all. Wang Qinyu also transferred the money she had promised to her senior brother. 5 million from her private pocket money, plus the 10 million commission she had promised to help Heiyu with, she sent that too. Truly a good junior sister. Definitely a wealthy lady. Earning 15 million without effort, Mu Hanchuan felt he had to express his gratitude. From now on, if she had any issues, it would be his issues too. Anyone who dared to bully her was bullying him, the third strongest in the continent. He immediately sent a message to Heiyu. I heard you got hurt. I've been bored lately and can help you out for free, we're friends, money isn't important, loyalty first. This is the mindset, this is the difference. Yu charges for help, while he offers it for free. The difference is clear, and the reputation is solid. After sending the message, he quickly took a screenshot to send to his junior sister. This 10 million wasn't he given for nothing, he truly planned to go. Casually praising his beautiful and kind-hearted junior sister. Yu didn't he reply, he didn't he know how serious the injury was or where he was hiding now. The screenshot was sent anyway, it was no longer his concern. If he was still alive, he would naturally reply. Chapter 266, Inside Crane City, Mu Hanchuan was awakened. Xiao Zhuhao encountered a crisis. What the hell, it's being chased by a large group of monks. And it's incredibly powerful, it can't possibly escape. Immediately, Mu Hanchuan used the teleportation skill. 3 big monks surrounded Xiao Huang. Bang! A powerful C-grade attack hit the frantically fleeing Xiao Huang. Just as Xiao Huang was about to use passive teleportation, it miraculously found that it was unharmed. This blow was clearly about to hit it, but instead, a large boulder not far away exploded into pieces, leaving Xiao Huang dumbfounded. The pure lotus, has been recognized by him. Another bald monk shouted in anger, and he immediately understood what was going on. The older bald monk said in terror, "What? It's been recognized. What should we do? Once recognized, it can never be unbound. It's over, it's over. Don't panic. Just kill him. As long as we kill him, it will become a masterless object again, and there's still the 4th generation. Yes, there's one more chance. Hurry up, we must reclaim the pure lotus, The 3 monks launched a coordinated assault, using all their strength to try to kill Xiao Huang. The powerful attacks completely surrounded Xiao Huang. Whoosh! Chapter 267, the sky gradually darkened, about to enter the night. Running south for 1 kilometer, a distant heavy bell tolled suddenly in his ears, echoing like a death knell over the city, shaking the entire Crane City. Following that, one huge bell toll after another continued to sound, each separated by about 30 seconds. Mu Hanchuan clearly felt that his attribute points were being suppressed by a percentage. And it was hard to estimate exactly how much. This great bell had a special sound wave debuff ability, and it was a very powerful wide-range release. This had to be at least a B-grade powerful equipment. The Heyuan Temple had some serious things, even if it didn't belong to the top forces on the continent. Its foundation should not be underestimated, not something an ordinary force could compare to. Mu Hanchuan looked at the road ahead, and as expected, the intersection was restricted. It seemed like it was going to be difficult to get out of this city. He decisively turned and blended into the confused crowd. To the north, Xiao Huang, wearing the robe made from the pure lotus, was crazily fleeing north in the night. It was just a normal outing to get something. But it didn't expect to poke a hornet's nest. If it's such a good thing, why can't you keep it hidden? Why did you have to let me see it? It's all your fault anyway. Chapter 268, Qinghuang Mu Hanchuan. Everyone nearby was shocked, the 3rd-ranked Mu Hanchuan under 25 on the continent. Xu Yeji. Even more terrifying. The 2nd-ranked under 25 on the continent. What the heck? How did the 2nd and 3rd on the continent end up in Crane City? A group of police officers retreated far away, and it was clear that the 2 meeting here was no coincidence. What else could they do? Of course, they were going to have a fight. They might have come to this border city specifically to duel because something big happened at the Heyuan Temple. And they didn't want to get involved, so they were rushing to leave. The 2 monks instinctively retreated, the 2 in front of them were not ordinary. Despite their young age, their strength was definitely stronger than both of them, and even a middle-aged monk, just entering D-grade, would not be a match. What to do? He thought it looked familiar, and now it was clear, it really was that Mu Hanchuan, the 3rd on the continent. What else could they do? Of course, report it up and let the higher-ups handle it. They definitely couldn't get involved. Fine. Given the current situation, a fight was inevitable. They couldn't stop it, only report it. Letting the higher-ups send someone to resolve it. The younger monks immediately reported it. Chapter 269, Mu Hanchuan went to the northwest Crane City and had a battle with the second-ranked Xu Yeji. The Su family. Su Han rushed home at the fastest speed to inform the family of the latest intelligence. I just received the news. Now the entire Su family was greatly shocked. All trying to understand the specifics. They certainly hoped that Mu Hanchuan, the son-in-law of the Su family, would win. How is it? What is the result? Dai Wen was anxious. This father and daughter directly wanted to hear the outcome. Su Han responded, according to the latest news, there was no winner. The Heyun Temple intervened. Dai Wen was also pleased with this result, as it meant a draw. Not bad, not bad. Mu Hanchuan is really great. Our Qingyu found a good man. Being able to draw with Xu Yeji means his strength is real, with no water added. That is the son-in-law of their Su family. And their daughter S man is capable, so the Su family naturally has face. Su Zi asked, how did he end up in such a remote Crane City? Was it a duel arranged with Xu Yeji? Su Han shook his head, not too sure. He didn't mention it before leaving. Just said he was going to participate in the team trial. When he returned, Su Han specifically called Mu Hanchuan, but no one answered. He didn't know what he was doing at that moment. Chapter 270, The efficiency is terrifying. Just the day after Mu Hanchuan was attacked, the Falling Star sect issued the most severe announcement to the entire continent. The third-ranked Mu Hanchuan, under 25 on the continent, is a second-generation disciple of the Falling Star sect. Anyone who intends to harm him is declaring war on the Falling Star sect, and the outcome will be just like these people. Then, the Falling Star sect publicly executed a degrade and more than 10 other trial participants, including their immediate family members, killing them all without leaving a single one. This degrade was the one who helped Xu Yeji deal with Mu Hanchuan yesterday. He was quickly captured by the Falling Star sect, and not only did he die, but he also implicated more than 10 of his subordinates and their families. Qiu Jingcheng, Jiao Xiuman, and Dong Huan's master had long passed away. The three of them were now the first generation of the Falling Star sect, and their formal disciples were the second generation, totaling 8 at present. Mu Hanchuan was the youngest and also Dong Huan's only formal disciple. The Qinghuang kingdom was greatly shaken. Their country's third-ranked Mu Hanchuan, who had just fought with Xu Yeji the day before, was assassinated. Even more surprising was the Falling Star sect. Mu Hanchuan was actually one of them. They had never seen the Falling Star sect release any news, nor had they seen Mu Hanchuan actively expose himself. He had hidden too deeply. Chapter 271, looking at Qiuzhu, who jumped out more than 10 meters and hid in her small room, trembling. Mu Hanchuan was dumbfounded and startled by her huge commotion. Not daring to go in for a while. What is wrong with you? Are you sick? She can't be sleepwalking, right? Are you dead or alive? I'm not really familiar with our Chuan. You really don't need to silence me. He is actually not important at all, since living is so tiring. It's better to let him be released early. What the hell? Mu Hanchuan was angry. She can't be possessed or something. Or are there others in the cave? His right hand reached for the Swana behind him, carefully turning around in the cave, checking thoroughly, but there was nothing at all. Are you awake? If you're awake, hurry up and get me something to eat. Dinner time. Mu Hanchuan was eating alone, while Qiuzhu and Dao Qianhe sat beside him watching. Dao Qianhe had actually returned. Qiuzhu, so you're alive, Ah Chuan. She had calmed down and was in a bad mood. Dao Qianhe was still observing him closely, so you weren't skinned. And that Mu Hanchuan, the third on the continent, is really you. Who spread the rumor that I was skinned? If you don't eat, why not help me change my medicine and bandage my wounds? Chapter 272, on the 29th, after saying goodbye to Qiuzhu and Dao Qian, Mu Hanchuan finally decided to leave after staying for almost half a month. Qiuzhu and Dao Qian were very reluctant and looked forward to his next visit, hoping he would bring the unwanted trash for them. Chuan, remember that primary skill slot. Chuan, I need an F-level speed skill, help me keep an eye out. Mu Hanchuan ignored these two and left quickly. Instead of going back directly, he went to the market to see if there were any suitable F-level skills. With only 3 units of brain domain capacity left, he could only learn F-level skills. He didn't want to waste it. So he planned to learn something casually to enhance himself a bit. He didn't plan to catch more puppets, he would just cultivate the 3 he had. As the consumption was too large, and he couldn't afford to catch more. Although he only spent 7 or 8 million a month now, that was just at the E level. The source marrow item card could only cultivate puppets of the corresponding level. Once it reached the D level, he would have to use D level or higher source marrow item cards. And the costs would double. Where would he get that much money? On the way, he checked his phone. It hadn't been turned on for a while. There were dozens of messages, all from Suhan. Why did you fight with Xu Yeju? Did you arrange a duel in Hacheng? Are you hurt? Chapter 273. After a good night's rest, Mu Hanchuan got up the next morning, ready to enter this month's personal trial, which was still purple. He sensed that Xiao Zhu Huang hadn't returned for 4 days and wondered where it had gone. Noticing this made him almost spit blood. It had actually left Luo Sheng. It went to the southern Yusheng, happily playing over there. It was completely letting itself go, it was truly happy. Did it forget that it was just a bamboo shoot? He forcibly summoned it back to let it rest properly, preparing to enter the purple trial. Its role was too important, far exceeding that of the big meatball and big spider, and he couldn't be careless. Originally planning to enter the trial in the morning, he delayed until 4 in the afternoon, waiting for Xiao Zhu Huang to fully recover. After carefully checking the equipment and items, confirming everything was correct, Mu Hanchuan crushed the purple star key in his hand. Purple personal trial starting, trial star, elite crown. Participants, 30, elite trial participants under 25 years old from various races. Trial challenge, 30 passages, 30 roads, 3 layers of checkpoints, 3 crowns. When the 10th elite of the first layer passes, the first crown will fall. And the one who seizes it will successfully clear the trial. Reward, D level. Chapter 274, in a distorted area of water mist. Xiao Zhu Huang dared not venture deeper, and stayed a dozen meters away. The mist was yellow, rolling like boiling water. As Mu Hanchuan got closer, he could obviously feel a wave of high temperature. When his left arm touched it, it immediately condensed into tiny crystalline grains that fell to the ground. In an instant. Swish, swish, swish. The noisy sound of breaking wind arose, and Mu Hanchuan quickly retreated, raising the Jueyun shield, in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent and violent impacts occurred, and looking again, hundreds of tiny bugs fell to the ground, most of which were blocked by the Jueyun shield, while a small portion pierced into Mu Hanchuan's equipment. These bugs had considerable strength, hitting the flesh would definitely create small holes. He pried one out from his left arm. It was already dead and rapidly shriveling. These bugs couldn't leave the area of water mist. If they did, they would die. The range of this water mist area was unknown, as was the number of bugs inside. If he forced his way in, he could hold up for a short time. But over a long period, he might get hurt. Mu Hanchuan frowned. This first checkpoint's passage was more troublesome than he had imagined. The lack of information about the details inside made them somewhat passive. No matter, he would charge in. With the body strength of the big meatball, these bugs wouldn't be able to pierce through. Chapter 275, Mu Hanchuan admitted that he had underestimated the difficulty of the purple checkpoint. The life forms here were obviously stronger than those in the blue and red trials. After going through many hardships, the time spent exceeded his expectations by more than 50. And after more than 6 hours, Mu Hanchuan finally broke through to the end of the first checkpoint. He appeared in a large deep valley, about 1 square kilometer in size, surrounded by small mountains of varying heights. The central area was a large flat land occupying half of the total area. Mu Hanchuan jumped onto a large rock nearby, thinking he had arrived quite late, but to his surprise, only 5 trial participants had emerged before him. Before coming out, Mu Hanchuan had deliberately tidied his gear, only to find it was completely unnecessary, as the others did not seem much better off than him. They all came out looking disheveled. In the northwest corner, there was a member of the Floating Light tribe. A member of the Skull tribe dominated the small mountain to the north. A member of the Kalyuna tribe squatted about 100 meters away from Mu Hanchuan. The individual strength of these 3 races was quite strong, so it was no surprise they had made it through so quickly. What surprised Mu Hanchuan was the member of the Ziz tribe at the corner of the western mountain. This was a crawling-type race with 4 strong limbs, but could also fight upright. Each hand and foot had sharp claws, and their eyes had several pairs arranged in 2 rows, giving them a very wide field of vision. Chapter 276. Taking advantage of the strongest ones battling over there. The other trial participants rushed to the crown, leading to a chaotic melee. The fastest member of the Hu tribe was missing, and the Tag tribe became the quickest. Just as they were about to grab the purple crown, the flickering figure of the Shuhua tribe suddenly appeared from the side, and a dark energy wave directly penetrated the Tag tribe's defenses, knocking them several meters away. Just as the Shuhua tribe was about to grab the crown, several bugs exploded in front of them. Although the bugs were small, their power was exceptionally great, forcing them back. The Huoshan tribe, engulfed in blazing flames, left burning marks on the ground with every step they took. Their attacks were directly violent, a fiery whip swept through, pushing back the Xingshi tribe that was trying to approach the crown, and in a flash, they reached for a corner of the crown. The Xingshi tribe avoided the whip, while producing a ranged weapon, firing an E-level projectile directly at the Huoshan tribe's face. The power was considerable. The Shuhua tribe dared not risk injury to take it head-on and decisively retreated. In that brief moment of retreat, the Gonghun tribe had already arrived, their long arms reaching for the purple crown, who dared to compete with them. Swish! The Gonghun tribe's arm grabbed empty air, and the small Tag tribe suddenly dashed in, seizing the crown first and running wildly into the distance. Chapter 277. Mu Hanchuan casually selected a passage and stepped into the identification circle, which was about 20 square meters in size. The passage didn't open immediately. It also required a 30-second wait before it could successfully open, with fewer than 20 trial participants. Why wait? However, it seemed that the member of the Floating Light tribe was in a bad situation. They couldn't get into the passage, and the Gonghun tribe was chasing them, venting all their anger from not seizing the crown onto them. Their initial sneak attack failed. They didn't die, but the Kalyuna tribe that was caught in the crossfire did. However, it seemed that this member of the Floating Light tribe was not so easy to kill. They were quite fast and had life-saving means hidden away, which they hadn't used yet. Buzz, 30 seconds passed, and the second layer of the passage opened. Mu Hanchuan no longer paid attention to the outside and stepped inside. The passage was quite similar to the first layer, just a bit larger. He immediately summoned Xiaohu Huang and the big spider. The small bamboo shoot, clad in a robe, went ahead to scout, jumping onto the big spider's back. With experience, there was no rush for this level. As long as he arrived at the finish line around the 10th position, it would be fine. An hour later, the first difficulty appeared. This time, Mu Hanchuan remained calm, slowly explored, and found a safer way to pass through without damage. Chapter 278, 19, 18, almost done. Just over 10 seconds left. Hundreds of bugs pounced, attacking a person, a bamboo shoot, and a big meatball from all angles. Mu Hanchuan grabbed the big shield and the Swona, striking fiercely. The big meatball continuously sprayed high-pressure energy, creating various explosions. The battle was intense. Only the defenseless small bamboo shoot was desperately trying to dodge. A bug broke through from beneath the ground and bit Mu Hanchuan's arm hard, in an instant. His entire arm turned black, and he couldn't even lift the swanner. This frightened him greatly, and he hurriedly stowed the swanner on his back. The big meatball's massive body bore more impact. There was no choice but to endure and think of a way to treat it after clearing the level. These bugs were too troublesome, with all kinds present, some fast, some that burrowed, some that exploded, and others that were highly toxic. With insufficient strength, they didn't even need the Soul Alliance to intervene, they could be killed by the bugs. In the distance, the main body of the Soul Alliance chased over. Surprised by the appearance of this plump creature, Mu Hanchuan threw the small bamboo shoot hard, telling it to run. They escaped again. This time with the small bamboo shoot holding the crown, taking turns to swap out. Chapter 279. Back in reality, Mu Hanchuan immediately summoned the big meatball. Using the mask's single-target healing to treat its wounds, and applied a regular medical pack to it, also giving himself one. Finally, he found the lowest level F-grade detoxification item card to detoxify it. He only had one F-grade detox card at home, and needed to go out immediately to find another one for himself. It was now 11 p.m., just the right time. There was no time to lose, so he set out right away. The big meatball should be fine now, so he let it rest there. Mu Hanchuan changed his clothes. Didn't even have time to bandage his wounds, and directly left to quickly find a detox card, feeling like his right arm was going to be useless. 12 o'clock. How much is this F-grade detox card? 250,000. So expensive. This damn thing usually costs around 150,000. It's clearly trying to rip me off. Whether to buy it or not. He saw that he was poisoned, so without further ado, he took out 250,000 and got the F-grade detox card. Quickly using it on himself. Gradually, the toxins in his body were controlled and slowly eliminated. It might not be completely detoxified, but that was fine. Once the cooldown for the large treatment was over tomorrow, he could just use it, and he would be cured. Chapter 280. On the second during the day. The small bamboo shoot stealthily brought back 3 pieces of F-grade equipment, along with an F-grade skill. On the night of the third, the small bamboo shoot stole another F-grade piece of equipment, an intermediate medical pack, an F-grade attack item card, and a yellow random attribute point item card. All stolen from that guy. According to the feedback from the small bamboo shoot, that person still hadn't noticed his home, had been robbed and was sleeping soundly. Ha ha ha. There was even unexpected wealth. There was actually a yellow random attribute point item card. Mu Hanchuan didn't care about the others, but this one he could really use. On the night of the 4th, the small bamboo shoot stole back that guy's personal E-grade weapon, and now it was really discovered. That guy went mad, searching everywhere. But how could he catch the small bamboo shoot? On the morning of the 5th, that guy moved, and there was nothing left to steal. The small bamboo shoot brought back all the stored medicines from the house, as well as a rifle and over 100 rounds of ammunition. The small bamboo shoot was particularly fond of this rifle, constantly gesturing with it. Did it really understand this thing? After thinking about it, Mu Hanchuan realized it must have learned from movies. To be honest, it might have watched more movies than he had. It was a deeply addicted senior movie fan. Liked guns. Chapter 281. Wang Qinyu returned home like a proud swan. Although she couldn't invite her senior brother back, her strength was already evident. Her senior brother had come personally to see her, which showed her status. She even got a group photo. Now she just needed to post it, making her girlfriends envious. Sister, next time your senior brother comes, take me along to get familiar with him. What if we run into each other in the trials later? Wang Bin had taken the bait. Wang Qinyu was not just a filler. Her brother, who ranked 3rd on the continent, seemed to really value her. Her brother was 26 this year, E-grade, about to enter D-grade, just made it to the under 30 rankings, and his current rank wasn't high. But his strength was definitely not weak. Wang Qinyu gave no face. You think you deserve it? Impossible. You're too inconsiderate of brother, after all. We came from the same mother, how could you do this? I'm very happy. Wang Qinyu didn't want to bother with him and planned to find her dad. Asking him to arrange for someone to help her senior brother craft a custom sniper rifle, and it had to be top-notch. This was related to her face. So she couldn't be careless. Watching the suave Wang Qinyu leave, Wang Bin felt he should also cling to a big shot, otherwise. Should he go back to Lianhua Valley to find Mu Xiaoxiu? Get him to accept him as a junior brother. Chapter 282. At 8 p.m., the mountain wind picked up. Everyone began to act, targeting the headquarters of the HR family in Xie City, adjacent to Kailan Mountain. They expected to arrive at their respective action positions in an hour. Gui Ming handed Mu Hanchuan a note, which showed his task and the target information. We're a team, acting together. Just hold him off for 5 to 10 minutes. Mu Hanchuan looked at the note. Liang Kang, the third strongest of the HR family, just entered D-grade for a year, lives in Fenghu Island, southwest of Xie City. After learning the news, he is expected to arrive at the halfway point of Huda at 9:05 p.m., intercept him at the entrance of Huda. So, he would be acting together with Gui Ming to intercept the third strongest of the HR family. A tank and a speed-type assassin, this distribution seemed reasonable. He was just a tank, most suited for blocking and supporting tasks. Acting together with Gui Ming, holding off for 5 minutes was indeed not difficult. But Mu Hanchuan had his own thoughts. He preferred to act alone, having others around made it inconvenient for him to perform. After carefully reviewing Liang Kang's detailed information, he found that he was just a rookie who had entered D-grade for a year, an ordinary D-grade without anything remarkable. Chapter 283. The vehicle was traveling at 150 km/h on the highway. Inside the vehicle, Liang King had a serious expression. Talking with his trusted aide in the passenger seat, unaware of which force had actually broken into the headquarters of the HR family. They have a deep relationship with the local authorities, and many things that are inconvenient to handle on the surface are dealt with by the HR family. Sometimes they even have to help dismantle houses. It's simply annoying. Both sides get what they need and benefit from it. In the past, whenever a major incident occurred, the authorities would always give them a heads up, but why was there no reaction this time? Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, and he jumped out of the car. The large meatball hidden in the darkness took the lead in attacking, launching 2 high-pressure energy blasts. One missed, while the other hit the left side of the vehicle. Crack! The car body deformed, and the immense impact caused the small car to emit a piercing screech. One tire flew into the air, trailing sparks and lightning. And the entire vehicle scraped along the ground and violently crashed off the road. Liang Kang had already broken the window and jumped out at the moment the car lost control, landing with a sharp gaze like a knife, sweeping towards the figure in black approaching from over 300 meters away. How could someone intercept him halfway? He only returns home once every week or so. How could they know exactly when he would return? How could they precisely know his route and schedule? Chapter 284. In the distance, a large truck was approaching. With its high beams on, honking furiously, cursing loudly about how there were reckless fools strolling on the road. Liang Kang suddenly charged forward, using his second skill. He did not activate the Jiui shield, as the Bannon shield had stronger melee defense. Boom! At the moment of impact, a prop card was crushed in Liang Kang's hand, and he executed the blade-piercing heart stab, What the hell? This thing was something Mu Hanchuan had encountered before: physical penetration, single-target explosion, ignoring part of the defense, automatically locking onto the heart, dealing high damage. Once hit, it would either be death or severe injury. A transparent shield appeared, boasting 3 layers of defense. You have attack prop cards, but I also have defense prop cards. The blade's energy shattered the 3 layers of protection, sending Mu Hanchuan flying 10 meters back, a sweet taste rising in his throat. He had managed to block this fatal blow, but he was not unscathed. Fortunately, the opponent had used 2 skills in succession, along with a prop card. If he was not mistaken, the opponent was likely left with only one last skill, which might not even be an offensive one. He had to have some defensive skill for survival, right? Chapter 285, like a fleeting glimpse of light, Liang Kang, heavily injured, was struck down by a Swana. While Mu Hanchuan quickly left with the large meatball and the big spider. He thought he was strong, but almost capsized. Fighting an enemy of a higher tier was still too difficult, even if the opponent was just an ordinary D. His advantages were mainly evident on the trial star, as the variables in the real world were too great. From another perspective, this was also his first true battle against a D-level opponent. He had previously only exchanged a few moves before fleeing, without actually fighting, so his experience was lacking. Next time, he would definitely do better. Looking at the severely injured big spider, Mu Hanchuan couldn't help but grumble that this time he had paid too much just to let it have a nutritious meal. If it didn't absorb much, he wouldn't engage in such a losing business again. The big spider made a few whimpering sounds, holding Liang Kang in its mouth, ready to swallow. This time he had wasted 3 attack prop cards, 2 defense prop cards, 1 point of physique attribute, and everyone was injured, which was a huge loss. However, he looked at the spoils in his hand, 3 pieces of armor, 1 D-level armor, and 2 E-level leg guards. 2 weapons, a D-level attack-type wrist and an E-level raw gun. Chapter 286, Pack up and hide in the mountains, not coming out for a while. Just in time to prepare for the death contract battle on the 15th. The spoils would be hidden for now, and he wouldn't lack money for the time being. On the way, Baigu sent a message. Grave, you should lay low for a while. Shigu province has sought information support from several surrounding provinces, and is fully pursuing you. Lu province has put in a lot of effort this time, confirming your identity after comparing limited information, and has started to assist in the search. Mu Hanchuan understood. Damn it, so it was Lu province that had put in the effort. No wonder his identity was so easily exposed. Shigu province is your father. What does their business have to do with Lu province, that you would exert yourselves so much? Let's go. Leaving was the right decision. His judgment of the crisis was very accurate. After I get through this death contract battle, I'll come back and make some trouble for the Mu family and Yang family. So you all have something to worry about. Thank you, find someone for this month's team trial. I can't go, my injuries are too severe. Baigu, okay. Be careful. At 10 p.m., he entered Haima Mountain. Brother, you're here. Dao Qian and Kai Kai happily welcomed Mu Hanchuan into the cave. He was focused on that primary skill slot 1. He hadn't reached E-level yet, so he hadn't unlocked the second skill. With this primary skill slot 1, he could learn an additional skill, greatly boosting his strength. Chapter 287, a night passed without incident, and after returning to sleep in the morning, it was already afternoon. Mu Hanchuan went to Yangchang City, revealing his true self, but not approaching the city center, waiting on the outskirts for his junior sister. Senior brother, I've arrived. At the South Kin Grand Hotel. She came so quickly. Damn, how did she get into the city? My identity makes it inconvenient for me to enter. Once I show my face, I'm afraid someone will catch a scent. My identity easily attracts attention. Send someone to pick me up, discreetly. Sure, senior brother. Having a senior brother is quite impressive. Wherever he goes, he attracts everyone's attention. So enviable. Half an hour later, Mu Hanchuan was brought into this 5-star hotel, where he met his junior sister in a reserved private room. Senior brother, senior brother. As soon as she entered, Wang Qinyu excitedly rushed over. Senior brother. Didn't many people go to Shigu province to deal with that HR family? Wasn't it particularly lively at that time? I heard that the battle in Xia City that night lasted all night, with the fighting being incredibly fierce. Mu Hanchuan forcibly silenced her. Stop listening to all that gossip. Wouldn't they have been surrounded by the army after fighting all night? Oh, senior brother, how many moves did you use that night? Chapter 288. On the morning of the 15th, Little Bamboo was called back early and was not allowed to go out. In the death contract battle, Little Bamboo's role was actually not significant. It could temporarily remove its mark, allowing him to bring in an extra piece of equipment. Ultimately, he thought better of it. It could also carry a prop card, which was equivalent to bringing in an extra piece of equipment. The big spider's injuries had mostly healed with his help. And Liang Kang, that D-level opponent, had already been digested, increasing its growth by 5, which was equivalent to the effect of 3 multi-source marrow prop cards. The big spider can only eat 1 card every 7 days. Saving over 20 days was quite impressive. It wasn't in vain to take a beating. Dao Qian hadn't gone out today, and Xiao Zhu had returned as well. She had entered the personal trial twice in a row because she failed the first time, and was eager to try again. Fortunately, she finally succeeded in the second attempt, which was quite rare. Chuan, are you leaving? Looking at him fully armed, the two were reluctant to part. This morning, he gave them an F-level trap item card. He had become successful, and was always willing to share with his 2 little friends. Although it hurt his pride a bit, his body reacted honestly. Are you still going to give us more? Chapter 289. This time, Mu Hanchuan really had to leave. Just now, Xiao Shenshen sent a final ultimatum: are you coming? Our golden team needs to confirm the final number of participants. If you miss this good opportunity, there may not be such lucky favors next time. I favor you, sister. He thought. Last time, it was because of your favor that I didn't even clear the silver team trial, although I didn't lose out myself. Now that the identity of the Ant network was wanted, it would definitely be inconvenient to look for a team trial this month, and he didn't dare to. What if I get sold out? Hiding his identity to find a team, with no historical battle record, who would easily take you in. If Chai Long were to find a team, he feared they might be too high level for him. He didn't have that capability. After thinking it over, he decided to go mix with Xiao Shanshan and them this month. Next month would be fine. The level of the young Master Jing Li was far above someone as insignificant as him, and he wouldn't stoop to selling himself. When does it start? On the 28th. So late. Then I can first complete the remaining personal trial, so as not to delay. I'll come on the 27th, okay, is it confirmed then? 111. In the Langfeng Autonomous City, Feng Zhu asked, how about it? Xiao Shanshan made an okay gesture. This young lady is personally taking action. How could I not be given face? Chapter 290. Purple Personal Trial open to Trial Star. No return throat type. Randomly assigned opponents, to compete against each other. Must pass within 5 minutes. Those who do not pass will be eliminated, and the final 6 will receive rewards non-lethal type. Can voluntarily give up number of participants, 96 WoW, 96 trial participants, and only 6 spots to pass. This is excessive. This is the most stringent passing rate Mu Hanchuan has ever seen. Can we still play? He appeared on a narrow platform that could only accommodate 1 person. The mountain wind howled through the cliffs, sharp and fierce. With the slightest movement, small stones beneath his feet rolled down. It wasn't deep, about 20 meters from the ground. With another 100 meters above. He was located in the depths of the cliff, with the opposite cliff only about 7 or 8 meters away, uneven in height. At a glance, the end of the deep cliff, 300 meters to the north, was the finish line, where there was a 3-meter-high gate. Push it open, walk in. And you pass this round, provided you deal with the opponent in front of you first. 50 meters above him, there was a not very strong Earth Claw tribe member. Their bodies were covered in red-orange scales, and their backs extended 2 pairs of strong wings, but they couldn't fly, they were more suited for digging. Chapter 291. Entering the second round, he arrived at a small, flat open space. There was actually a 3-hour break. The second round would start 3 hours later. Fine. I'll lie down and take a nap. while Xiao Zuhuang carefully wiped his sniper rifle. The big meatball and the big spider were also called over to rest. Out of the 96 trial participants, at least 48 would be eliminated in the first round, and by the end of the second round. There might be less than 20 left. It wouldn't take long to determine the final 6 passes. At most, it would end in 4 rounds, in half a day's time. 3 hours later, the large door in front of him opened. Feeling nearly recovered, Mu Hanchuan got up and walked in with Xiao Zuhuang. On the other side of the door, it was still flat, completely different from the oppressive feeling of the previous round. It felt much more comfortable. Very suitable for him to fight. This time, the opponent was a 3-meter tall, slender and long Kua tribe member. This difficulty was really not high. The big meatball and the big spider were called in to act separately. The big meatball was directly thrown towards the finish gate 300 meters away. After rolling out over 100 meters, it leaped and crashed into the gate. Suddenly, the ground surged, and a scorpion-like monster broke through the earth, deep brown all over. Surprisingly holding 2 stone axes. Chapter 292, Reward 1, Purple Star Key, Reward 2, Physique 18 Physique, 49,818 Very good, another highest reward. Reward 3 Auxiliary Item, same contract, D, usage level, D links your life completely with a teammate for 3 minutes, during this time. You share all states, all damage and healing received, all buffs and debuffs, all shared seems okay. It might be useful later, but unfortunately, it requires D level to use, otherwise it would be left behind. Since it can't be used, I'll sell it. There will definitely be better ones in the future. Attack skill, 1000 blades, D, requirement, D level. Strength 700, agility 500, brain domain capacity 7, attack power increase 10, transforms into dozens of afterimages, dealing 17 rapid slashes to all enemies within range, even if blocked. Each hit will still cause 1 damage based on your own attack cooldown, 12 hours. Mu Hanchuan's eyes lit up. An attack skill that still causes damage. If all hits land on one person of the same level, 17 hits could deal 17 damage based on his own attack, which is quite astonishing. Making it a small gem. Chapter 293, 4 days later, on the 25th, Mu Hanchuan entered the Langfeng Autonomous City. After finishing that wave, he rushed eastward, leaving Lushan City in just an hour, entering Tongdong Province. On the way, he casually disposed of a few E-level items he had robbed. They were illegal goods. And he wasn't aiming to make much profit, just wanted to avoid carrying them around. 3 of the E-level items belonged to Yang Nan, and 1 belonged to that bodyguard. In most countries on the continent, trialists are only allowed to carry 3 pieces of equipment when going out, except for regular public employees on duty. 3 items are the standard trial requirement. You might be heading somewhere to participate in a trial, but if you are fully equipped, then you are definitely not going to participate in a trial, and causing trouble could pose a threat to public employees, which is strictly prohibited and must be avoided, otherwise the consequences over time could be unbearable. In general, item cards are also not allowed to be carried, except for those stored in the item slot, like random attribute point item cards. The Golden Team starts on the 28th, taking a 2-day break, gathering on the 27th. I asked Wang Qinyu to mail some bullets. I don't know where she sent them to, and there's still no news. Within Luo Province, it has already exploded. Chapter 294, he was taken to a building by Jing Zuyi, rested for a day, and everyone got to know each other. Out of 20 members, 17 showed up. Feng Ju was there, but the young master and 2 other core members were not. During this time, they practiced grouping to prepare for any type of trial that might arise. In battle, every 5 people formed a small group, providing mutual cover and cooperation. If any special circumstances arise during the trial, the team composition may be temporarily changed. They practiced briefly with 3-person and 4-person pairings, quickly switching and acting. There were also demonstrations of some markings, which are crucial for team members to gather and provide support, so they must be memorized. Mu Hanchuan listened silently throughout. Not expressing any opinions, he really wanted to say that he could manage on his own and didn't need teammates at all. Xiao Shanshan was present but spent the whole time slacking off, chatting with the two girls about who knows what, her smile never fading. She was genuinely happy every day. Wealthy people really have fewer worries. Jiu Yuan had been staring at him, perhaps because he held a grudge for not helping him during the last purple trial. Can you blame me? I was also cut down. Or maybe it was because he played a funeral song for him. Chapter 295, Tomb, Breaking Through. After finishing, Xiao Shanshan urged Mu Hanchuan. Mu Hanchuan slowly stood up from the dust, brushing off the dirt. He was fine, just a bit dazed. Having underestimated the power of those two blasts. The dust had not fully settled when Xiao Shanshan leaped in front of him, her brow slightly raised, teasingly asking, "Are you okay? How could a man not be okay?" Ha ha ha. Her laughter was infectious, though it was uncertain if she dared to try it herself. With the battle here concluded, they continued forward to search for the next segment. Other directions were also facing crises. Feng Zhu and Jing Li handled them easily. A four-person group took down their opponents. Another four-person group had an injured member and was still in fierce combat. The fastest trio, Jiu Yuan and his group, made a huge discovery. A gigantic mechanical warrior standing 5 meters tall, with 6 arms each wielding different weapons. And a core energy ball in its chest emitting a chilling energy fluctuation. The 6 eyes distributed across the mechanical warrior's body lit up simultaneously, locking onto the trio. One arm raised, palm opening to reveal a rotating gun barrel, with violent energy gathering within. Boom! Chapter 296, The Seventh Layer. The giant spider moved quickly. The surrounding environment constantly changing, this was no longer a commercial area, but an office area, eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Mu Hanchuan turned for over 3 hours without encountering a single ghost, feeling genuinely frustrated. Wouldn't it be better if a few robots chased me? This should be a brand new layer, with no teams having appeared yet, and the early warning mechanism not triggered. In such a vast area, how long would it take to find that heart light by relying solely on himself? Xiao Zhuhao had already been attracted by strange phenomena. Losing interest in searching for the heart light, wandering around aimlessly. Mu Hanchuan had also given up, lying down on the back of the giant spider to rest. Only the diligent giant spider continued to earnestly search for the heart light. There's no rush, once other teams are teleported in, they will naturally start searching, and by then, they could take down a few if they could, as the earlier layers would surely be harder to find. The higher they go, the fewer the layers and the denser the teams, making it easier to fish in troubled waters and attempt sneaky tactics, perhaps even stealing back a few heart lights. The 59th layer, this layer is the entertainment layer, with various entertainment facilities distributed throughout. Chapter 297, the 16th layer, Mu Hanchuan appears. This layer is the dining layer. Glancing towards the nearest relatively large beverage shop, it was messy inside, having been rummaged through. Indicating that other teams had been present on this layer, luckily it wasn't a blank layer. Finally, it was no longer boring. Finding nutrition for the giant spider was also one of their important goals for this trial. It had the worst qualifications, and needed to accelerate its growth speed to strive for D-level. Mu Hanchuan was still surveying the area nearby when Xiao Zhuhao, having dashed out several streets, made a discovery: there was movement ahead. His eyes lit up as he spotted an alien trial participant. How efficient! With a big slap, the giant spider understood, and its 6 long legs moved simultaneously, swiftly and silently gliding along the wall. 15 kilometers away, the giant spider suddenly darted into a large store on the left, while Mu Hanchuan quietly slipped into a snack shop on the right. Xiao Zhuhao secretly hid at a distance, observing and providing accurate information for Mu Hanchuan. It was a rock lizard with 2 horns on its head, alone. It was unclear if it had failed to find other teammates, or had taken a wrong turn, ending up alone on this layer, heading towards them. Killing it was not impossible, but unnecessary. Why confront it head-on when they could ambush? Chapter 298. 24 hours into the trial, exactly one day, the rankings suddenly burst out. Current first place, Soulbound Tribe. 6 heart lights, 6, Soulbound Tribe. Mu Hanchuan was surprised. This time, the Golden Team had actually encountered the Soulbound Tribe. Wasn't first place pretty much theirs for the taking? Who could compete with them? Not only were they individually strong, but they also had more than one soul in their bodies, with several souls working together to control those bugs to search for heart lights. Which was equivalent to 100 team members attacking at once. What a joke. Although he also had helpers, he only had 3, it wasn't fair. Current second place, Fire Tribe, 4 heart lights. Current third place, Shadow Glimmer Tribe, 3 heart lights. Damn, our human tribe also has 3 heart lights, yet we didn't make the ranking. The Golden Team rewards over 20 attribute points. Teammates, you need to work harder. I'm at a critical moment striving for D level. Don't let me down. Or next time we encounter Mu Bin, Shu Yeju will be smashed. I'm carrying the hopes of the entire Qinghuang. Remaining layers, 51, only half left. It's time to exert effort. The moment to showcase the true depth of our continent has arrived. The first place will give up, fighting for third and second. Chapter 299, Congratulations, your team successfully captured the 4th heart light, ranking third, Human Tribe, 4 heart lights. The Human Tribe members on the 87th layer were overjoyed, having captured another heart light. Although, it seemed like it wasn't from their layer. They didn't know which big brother it was who didn't follow the main group, and went to another layer to reap havoc. They truly didn't expect that their young master had invited a big shot to assist this time. Perhaps the Golden Team from last month had suffered a setback. And their young master couldn't hold back, specially inviting someone to help this time. This big shot must be among the top ranks under 25 on the continent. Gu Yuan, damn, that madman has snatched another one. We only got 2 with 19 people, and he alone took 2, it's really frustrating. That tomb snatched another one. Feng Zhu adjusted his glasses, feeling very surprised. The first time might have been luck, but the second time definitely was not. Feng Zhu couldn't find any other alien trial participants, but encountered Song Rong, saving her. The Ji tribe member chasing her was very cautious, upon seeing her teammates arrive. He immediately retreated without forcing the issue. Song Rong admired, Brother Feng, the one who captured the heart light is also D-level like you. Chapter 300, 5 minutes after coming out, Mu Hanchuan killed a member of the Light Tribe. An hour later, he killed another member of the Joint Tribe. 2.5 hours in, he took down a member of the Furhorn Tribe. Damn, why is this layer so messy? There are all kinds of races. There are only 32 layers left, and the chance of encountering other races' trial takers has greatly increased. The cooldown time has passed, and the teleportation has recovered once. This is a good thing, giving me another chance to have some fun. In the 4th hour, my left arm suddenly raised. And the abyssal arm, blocked a suicidal attack from a bug, while the Swoner struck another bug dead. The last bug, realizing it couldn't sneak attack, quickly turned around and fled the area. Mu Hanchuan was taken aback, damn, the Soul Union Tribe. Little Bamboo. The big spider has been sent out to scout the situation and search for the heart light, and he was also seriously looking for the heart light himself. Not looking anymore, Mu Hanchuan summoned the big meatball and started to retreat in the opposite direction. There's no need to think that the owners of these bugs will chase after him immediately. It might not be that they can't fight back, it's just unnecessary. What if a group comes? The Soul Union Tribe is actually dispersed. They only acted collectively in the first 2 layers. The initial pace was slow, requiring everyone to work together to find it. From the 3rd layer onward, they divided into 4 groups, each with 5 people, entering doors in different directions. Each small group competes for opportunities based on their own abilities. The more heart light you acquire, the greater the reward stacked on top of what the first place earns. This is a golden group trial. Although the chances are small, there might still be significant unexpected gains. Chapter 301, The 25th Layer. Jingli appeared alone on the roof of a 3-story building, breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot, pupils occasionally dilating and constricting, lips moving rapidly as he mumbled to himself. His voice low and almost inaudible yet urgent. The wind on the rooftop was strong, whipping his messy hair. Suddenly, he let out a low laugh. A sound that seemed particularly eerie in the empty space. "Come out, I know you are looking for me." Jingli's voice was hoarse, but carried a kind of almost crazy laughter. "Since you are here, don't hide." He stared intently at the wall opposite him and saw them. Those in red clothes, those in white, and even those without clothes, paper figures crawling in the wall cracks. The paper figures moved. Fingers pointing sharply at a mottled patch of wall. "Look." It smiled. "It's laughing." But there was nothing on the wall, just a peeling crack. His hands twitched in spasms. And his whole body trembled suddenly. "I know the truth," he screamed, his voice hoarse and broken, as if squeezed out from deep within his throat. "They are controlling our heads. I know everything. Come out, let us fight to the death. Come out, don't hide, I know you are right here. Come out for a fair fight." Chapter 302, Inside the 41st Layer. Jingli had recovered a bit, at least temporarily sober. And Xiao Shanshan had been teleported to another place. Feng Zhu and Lin Jingxin, both D rank, found him along with Chen Hang, the scout. Seeing him back to normal, the few of them relaxed a little. Feng Zhu asked with concern, "How are you?" Jingli's face was extremely pale, feeling very restless, and he casually replied, "It's nothing." Lin Jingxin spoke up, "In the last few layers, 25 teams are crowded together, and it's already very difficult to act. We've gathered together with great difficulty. Now we still have some chances to take action. If we go down to the next layer, there will be no chance at all." Lin Jingxin was right. They had been relatively lucky in this layer, with a few main forces fortuitously gathering together, equivalent to having 50 of their fighting power outside of the tomb. This was their last chance to fight back. Feng Zhu's thoughts were tangled, unable to make a decision, and his gaze naturally fell on Jingli. "I'm fine," Jingli shouted, his emotions nearly out of control. He hated being treated like a patient. Feng Zhu averted his gaze. "Let's go, find our target, whoever it is. Kill them all. Time is limited, quickly." Scout Chen Hang turned and slipped into a nearby building to gather information. Chapter 303, Of course, Mu Hanchuan ran away. 2 little E ranks were easily dealt with. At this moment, he swaggered down the middle of the road, acting so arrogantly. Just now, his group had obtained a piece of heart light, boosting his confidence that there was still a chance to break into the top 3. Little Bamboo reported that he discovered other races, and there were 2 of them fighting each other. Mu Hanchuan got excited upon hearing this. He loved this kind of rhythm. "Quick, let us go pick up the leftovers, we can't let any of them go." At this moment, Xiao Shanshan was a bit worried about Mu, wanting to go check on the situation. But Li, who was seriously injured and couldn't be left unattended, her own injuries weren't light either. Mu is so strong. He's a tank with super strong defense, he should be fine, at least he won't be killed. Xiao Shanshan gave up the idea of checking on him, and thought about settling the score later for being called a mistress. She was a young, sunny, beautiful girl with both strength and beauty, embodying a fresh generation's ideals, independent and self-loving, HMPH. Northeast 1 o'clock direction. Feng Zhu's 5-person team focused on a member of the Light Clan. Judging by his recent performance, he must be a D rank. Lin Jingxin was cautious. "This one won't be easy to deal with," Chen Hang said. "The Light Clan is ranked 4th, just ahead of us. If we succeed, we can catch up." Chapter 304, The light in the 41st layer began to dim. This layer was about to disappear. Ironically, It was the Light clan that had taken the heart light from this layer, bringing their total back to 9 pieces, but unfortunately, the third place had already been snatched away. Mu Hanchuan personally obtained 5 pieces of heart light, and the other teammates also got 5 pieces. Which means the team had shown its true strength. Their performance was quite good, normal, neither too standout nor too lacking. With only 3 layers left, all 25 teams were concentrated in these last 3 layers, making it nearly impossible to teleport to the next layer. They would probably finish these last 3 layers around the same time, and if there was any interval, it wouldn't be long. The next layer was the last opportunity. Not just for the human race, but for all teams. Fortunately, their human race team had climbed to 3rd place, and the initiative was in their hands. The priority was to protect this achievement. Mu Hanchuan would definitely be fine, and he hoped they could manage it. Jing Li, hide well, don't come out again. Feng Ju reminded seriously, clearly understanding the situation his team would face next. Defense was paramount. Jing Li wasn't very happy, but didn't voice any objections. Others. If there's a chance, find your teammates, huddle together for safety, especially those with heart light, make sure to protect it well. Chapter 305. The origami city changed its external form again, resembling a bird with spread wings, and the interior must have changed as well. The Shadow Shine clan and the Soul Union tribe had already broken in, the internal fighting was intense, and the specific situation was unknown. Little Bamboo arrived first, not waiting, and directly slipped inside. It wasn't he afraid at all, and if there was danger, it would let Mu Hanchuan summon it. Mu Hanchuan was 2 kilometers away. Still on his way, hoping that the chaos inside would increase. Ideally, a group would beat up the Soul Union tribe, and when he arrived, he could join in to deal with them. Not long after Little Bamboo entered, it seemed to have just taken a small tour when urgent news came in. The fighting inside was very fierce. But the defense protecting the heart light only had 1 layer left and was about to collapse. Forget the heart light. How about that D rank from the Soul Union tribe? The Soul tribe did not break through the defense of the Guardian Heartlight. Instead, they were driving away other challengers, and had already killed 1. What the heck? Isn't this going to provoke widespread anger? There's an opportunity. Have they started fighting yet? No, the other challengers are all retreating. Damn. A bunch of useless things. Can they really endure this? They are all trash. A mob, a scattered group, without a leader, they can't accomplish anything big. They need a strong boss. Chapter 306. Boom. A burst of blinding light erupted, the Jiui shield, twisted and deformed, and the entire shield was instantly covered in cracks, forcefully blocking the Soul tribe's offensive for a brief moment. It was during this brief moment that the big meatball appeared and sprayed out 2 jets of acidic liquid. The giant spider entered the battle, with all its strength concentrated in its 2 front legs, deeply piercing into the Soul tribe's body. In an instant, Mu Hanchuan crashed out heavily. The big meatball's body tore open a large hole. The giant spider's pair of front legs broke. The Shadowlight tribe rushed up quickly. 4 grey-white eyeballs suddenly contracted and rotated rapidly, the whole body appearing 3 meters behind the Soul tribe, with a short blade piercing directly at its weak neck connection point. Sizzle. The blade penetrated half an inch, and the armor shattered. The blade cluster tribe stood up again, crossing 2 blade limbs in front of its body, producing a piercing friction sound, and without saying a word, charged towards the Soul tribe once more. The Fire tribe was fully engaged with the surrounding swarm of insects. The Soul tribe had gone mad. The Soul tribe was severely injured. There really is a chance. The onlookers were eager to try. 1 minute later, the effect of the iron wall, wore off, and the seriously wounded Mu Hanchuan used a small healing spell, slightly recovering his injuries. 2 minutes later, several onlookers finally dared to join the fray and joined the siege against the Soul tribe. Chapter 307. Reward 1. Physique 25 of Physique. 52,825 with equipment. Awesome. A group reward of 25 attribute points. Reward 2, attack skill, skykutting / C, requirement, no tier requirement, attribute points self-distributed, total 700 points. Brain domain capacity 10, attack power increase 15, strength 25, silver white blade light cuts through the heavens and the earth, like a divine axe cleaving the ground, where it passes. Mountains break and the earth cracks, capable of penetrating multiple enemies and triggering seismic waves at the endpoint of cooldown, 12 hours, this made Mu Hanchuan silent, indeed. A sea-level special reward had come, but it was an attack skill with no tier requirement. It can't be said to be bad, but it was completely useless to him. Looking at this description, could it be a bit exaggerated? Just a sea level, is it really that powerful as described? Why not split the heavens apart? He wondered about the price. If the price was good, he would sell it to the Mingqian Hen Guild, if not, he would take it back to auction. And after selling it, he would go to another large auction house to get a piece of sea-level special armor he could use. His identity as a Tomb Raider couldn't get him in, but his identity as Mu Hanchuan definitely could get him in with great fanfare. He now had a bit of extra money, if possible. He would use his identity as Mu Hanchuan to find a channel to get an original version of the agility sleeping gene injection, otherwise. Always distributing his physique attributes would affect his efficiency in upgrading to D-level. Chapter 308 Jing Family Mansion. Feng Ju, Xiao Shanshan, are you okay? He thought she was coming for healing. Normally, she shouldn't be doing skin care at this time, right? Of course, I'm fine. Inside the room were Jing Li, Feng Ju, Lin Jingzhen, as well as Jing Zhui, Ling Weiqi, and Yu Yong. Don't be fooled by Jing Zhui being only 26 years old. She is beautiful and has a good temperament, doing things meticulously. Most people would think she is just a secretary. After all, she is from the Jing family. So one can trust her. In fact, her strength is not weak at all. She just broke through to D-level this year, and is a power type. She has received the most comprehensive training from the Jing family since childhood, mastering swordsmanship, grappling, close combat, and other techniques, so she is definitely not a little lamb. As for the other two, Ling Weiqi needs no introduction. He is the strongest of the Mingqian Hen Guild, quite famous throughout Qinghuang, 29 years old. Ranked 7th in the nationwide age group under 30, and 59th on the continent. Yu Yong, 28 years old, ranked 39th nationwide, also not lacking. The people in this room are mostly the core members of the Mingqian Hen Guild. Their strength in the age group of 25 to 30 is very strong. Just waiting for Feng Ju and Jing Li to grow a bit more. Jing Li ignored Xiao Shanshan and said, "The blueprint for the Qianya Lightweight 3 has already been taken by Grandpa, and he is personally overseeing it. As for the reward for the Tomb Raider, Grandpa didn't mention it, and has entrusted it entirely to me. What kind of reward do you think he should receive?" Chapter 309 Xiao Shanshan came again, and Mu Hanchuan felt as if he was being swayed. Don't look at the 10, think about it. Our Langfeng Autonomous City is expected to start production in 4 months, with an estimated monthly capacity of 15 units. Operating at full capacity can reach 25 units. And each unit earns at least 10 million. 15 units would be 150 million, and you could get 15 million, and that is the lowest case. The actual amount received will definitely be more, and it's definitely better than a one-time reward, right? Xiao Shanshan spoke eloquently. So why don't you tell me how much cash the young master Jing Li is willing to give me for a one-time buyout, so I can compare? Due to material constraints, the monthly production capacity of Langfeng Autonomous City can only be this much. And half of it may also need to supply other provinces and cities in Qinghuang. However, the profit she mentioned really did tempt Mu Hanchuan. Not having to do anything and getting 15 million every month. Mu Hanchuan began to seriously think, focusing on whether he could live that long to recoup his investment. What if he died halfway? He didn't even have a will or a partner. Just rest assured, with me, Xiao Shanshan, here. No one in this Langfeng Autonomous City can cheat you, you can be 100% assured. Chapter 310 December 1st, passing through Jiuning Province, Chiju. Just as the vehicle entered the city area, a row of roadblocks suddenly appeared ahead, and 6 uniformed police officers stood beside the roadblocks, holding warning lights signaling to stop. Temporary inspection ahead, please cooperate. The leading police officer stepped forward, waving the warning light in his hand, signaling to slow down and lower the car window. The vehicle didn't stop. What's going on? The deputy driver, Supang's confidant, frowned. They had already understood and grasped the situation along the way. So how could a temporary inspection suddenly pop up? Should we negotiate? Instinct sensed something unusual. No, do not allow them to approach. Directly use the mechanical warriors to drive them away. They will naturally know who we are. If they don't let us pass, we'll take action. He also notified the vehicles behind to be cautious. Understood. The special police team leader nodded. They were escorting Mu Hanchuan and were not afraid at all. If anything happened, they would all go to the Qingling Su family. On the wide vehicle, 3 mechanical warriors tightly adhered to the vehicle suddenly moved, jumped out of the car. Weapons and equipment deployed, aiming at the group of police officers, blocking all personnel attempting to approach, issuing a warning, executing emergency mission, anyone approaching will be killed without mercy. Chapter 311, Waking up early in the morning, I stretched in the villa, used the mask for healing, and restored myself a bit. After that, I would take a good rest for 2 or 3 days, and I should be almost recovered. Tomorrow, I need to leave Qingling City, and go to a remote place to summon my 3 pets, and feed them the source marrow props card, E. Which is crucial and cannot be missed even once. I opened my phone. Ding! A transfer. I glanced at it, transferred 1-200-000-000. Wow, 12 million. It's from Xiaohu Huang's sister again. Which family did they harm this time? I quickly sensed it, and at this moment, Xiaohu Huang and that 1.52-meter little shorty were in the mountains, seemingly organizing stolen goods and burying them. It seems she really has a best friend, a kindred spirit. I stood on the 2nd-floor balcony for a while, lost in thought. In the distance, someone saw Mu Hanchuan, a boy about 10 years old, who screamed and ran away, as if he had seen a ghost. This boy. He definitely has no future, he screams like a girl. Mu Hanchuan looked down on him. In less than 3 minutes, a group of kids came back, led by the little boy, all under 10 years old, and there was even a 2-year-old baby. Chapter 312, December 4th. In the evening, the Su family held a family dinner, and most of the Su family members from Qingling came. Mu Hanchuan also attended, marking his first true appearance at a Su family gathering, proving his recognition. After quite some time, Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu finally completed their merger and made a joint appearance. She took him around and introduced all the Su family members one by one. Then they sat together in the corner, both lacking the interest to converse. What was the golden group facing this time? With no one around, Su Qingyu spoke first. Still very interested in the golden group from Langfeng Autonomous City. How would I know? I haven't been over there. How much did you get? I never lack money. I don't need to work hard for it. Is that so? Of course, you've been quite idle lately, don't you have work? I do have 2 jobs. Are you interested? Not at all. Aren't you afraid of Mu Bin coming after you for coming to Qingling? I'm not afraid of Mu Bin. He doesn't play dirty. Xu Yeji is more terrifying. You should be careful with your own Hu Qianfang. If the opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind trying. Just because you can't doesn't mean I can't. Chapter 313, After dinner, there was a continuous 2-hour performance. I heard many popular artists came spontaneously to sing and congratulate, creating quite a lively atmosphere. The kids had already run off to secure their spots. Suhen left to find her friends outside. Su Qingyu also left to accompany her mother, purely wanting to avoid staying with Mu Hanchuan. The women at the Su family table gradually left, leaving only the men. Mu Hanchuan remained unmoved, accompanying the elders of the Su family to continue eating and drinking, firmly refusing to go out. Going out would be a hassle, with more signatures and photos, busier and more tiring. Being famous is also a headache. There was a high chance of running into the Mu family, the Yang family, and his grandfather's family, which was even more annoying. After most had left, the conversation inside was still lively. Groups formed distinctly. The Falling Star Gate gathered with the old-school forces from Lianhua Valley. While his table had not only Su family members, but also Meng family and Shi family members, all big shots in the political system, likely starting from deputy ministerial level. Mu Hanchuan felt he had reached the peak of life, sitting at the same table with them. Staying put, weren't they all at the same table? No problem being on equal footing. They chatted about everything, most of it related to politics, while Mu Hanchuan quietly listened without interrupting. Chapter 3:14. Bidding reached 550 million, when Shi Henyuan suddenly stopped, contemplating giving up. This price felt inappropriate, and he texted his friend to abandon the bid. It seemed stable. Just as this thought emerged, 560 million. What the hell? The voice didn't come from the Shi family side, but from Lianhua Valley. That woman shouted the bid again. Does she look down on me, Mu Hanchuan? She doesn't outbid him, but raises the price when I do. Ignore it. Still raising. Su Qingyu hesitated not at all. Raised. 580 million. Mu Hanchuan added 20 million in one go. 590 million. The woman followed closely, seemingly making her stance clear. 600 million. The woman wanted to continue, but was stopped by the older generation from Lianhua Valley. Didn't they see the faces of the Falling Star Gate look bad? Moreover, this price had exceeded too much. No weapon is worth that. All right, the third on the continent, the future leader of Qinghuang, Mu Hanchuan, 600 million once. 600 million twice. There was no pulling back. After glancing at Shi Henyuan's position and seeing no one else continuing, the Meng family member responsible for the auction directly struck the gavel, congratulating Mu Hanchuan for winning the item at 600 million. Applause erupted. Chapter 3:15. Mu Hanchuan felt deflated. It was still a bit off. Su Qingyu casually said, "Do you want to borrow 20 million to bet again?" 5 interest. No matter how unwilling, Mu Hanchuan still chose to accept. How much is 5 interest on 20 million? Who cares, it might not even be 1, if 1, he would owe it first. 230 million. Mu Hanchuan called out the final price. Regardless of whether he won or not, he wouldn't bring it up again. Anxiously, 240 million. The largest international group in Liujing province, Yuchan Technology, placed a bid. Damn it. If I lose the bet, I won't even need to borrow 20 million. Forget it, it's not a big deal, there will be more in the future. Mu Hanchuan silently comforted himself, still looking for sea-level items. Do you want to borrow the last 20 million to bet one last time? No tricks, still 5 interest. Mu Hanchuan was stunned. Was Su Qingyu setting him up? 40 million, wouldn't the interest alone be 2 million a month? She had been inciting me. I would have given up long ago. You guys from Huqianfang aren't playing compound interest, are you? How could that be? We are serious, providing convenience. Solving urgent needs, no one is forcing you. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Chapter 3:16. Xu Ye just stood by a car. Noticing a patrolling drone flying overhead, his expression darkened as he prepared to jump into the car. Behind him, the air seemed to be torn apart. A scythe suddenly shot out from inside the car, accompanied by a piercing wail, and slashed horizontally towards the void behind him. Boom! The swanner and the black scythe collided violently, producing a deafening roar. Shockwaves rolled, lifting the ground, and fallen leaves shot out like blades. The vehicle behind him shook violently, cracks appearing on the glass surface with a series of popping sounds. This violent collision caused a huge commotion. And the high-ranking members of the Meng family and various dignitaries nearby noticed the anomaly first, but they didn't move. Someone would handle it. Xu Yeji remained motionless. While the ambushing Mu Hanchuan was shaken back 10 meters by that terrifying force, his right arm holding the Swana numb and trembling slightly behind his back. No. Xu Yeji is just too strong, even with the enhancement of Yunjian, it's not enough. Using the item card Iron Wall decisively, Xu Yeji roared. His knees suddenly stamping down, cracking the ground, and his whole body shot up like a cannonball. Mu Hanchuan, you have guts. Xu Yeji snorted coldly. He didn't go looking for him, yet he dared to come and disrupt my grand plans. Chapter 317, Mu Hanchuan was assassinated. And it was Xu Yeji and his accomplices who did it. In the inner hall where the big shots of the Meng family gathered, everyone was shocked. Especially the Su family and the Falling Star sect. Meng Kuaixian remained indifferent, but a rare ripple appeared on his otherwise emotionless face as he slowly raised it. You have guts to come to Qingling to cause trouble. Su Ziyi was the first to get angry. In Qingling, to kill his son-in-law. They simply didn't take the Su family seriously. If they didn't strike back hard, what face would the Su family have left? Did Jiao Xiuman have someone to back them up? Yes, where did they escape to? Since they are here, let us meet them. Dong Huan had already stood up. And Jiao Xiuman also slowly got up. Mu Hanchuan was the most core disciple of their Falling Star sect's second generation. To move against him was equivalent to declaring war, and they needed to make a move. They had temporarily lost track of him, and were conducting a large-scale search. They believed there would soon be clues. Su Ziyi couldn't wait any longer, immediately dialing a phone to mobilize the Su family's forces and resources. Getting them moving right away. They must find Xu Yeji and his group. They would be killed without question. Meng Kuaixian instructed beside him. The pests of Qingling needed to be properly cleaned up, as they were getting in his way. Mu Hanchuan did not return to the Meng family, but had already been brought back to the Su family by Su Han, where medical personnel and assistants were waiting to treat him immediately. Chapter 318. A night passed, and Mu Hanchuan was called downstairs at 10 o'clock. As he was not seriously injured. To everyone's surprise, Su Qingyu was actually at home. It was unclear what means she had used, but she appeared unharmed. As if she hadn't been beaten by her mother. What a pity. In the living room sat an elderly lady, with most of the Su family women accompanying her. Looking very kind. Her mother spoke, Come, Mu Hanchuan, meet your great-grandmother. Oh, so it was their sister's great-grandmother who personally came to visit me, the seriously injured grandson. Hello, great-grandma. Good, everyone sit down. The great-grandmother pulled Mu Hanchuan over to sit on her left side, with Su Qingyu on her right. Perhaps it was because the great-grandmother was present that Su Qingyu was spared from a beating. How is your health? Very good, nothing wrong. Not bad. In Qingling. It has been a long time since we have seen a young man reach your height. Back in the day, our Qingling was also a place of talent. That truly was history. The top 3 in the continent during the era of the Qinghuang Kingdom all came from Qingling, without exception. In fact, during a certain period, there were even 2 who simultaneously occupied the top 3, which was truly glorious. Chapter 319. As evening approached, the night gradually fell. And Mu Hanchuan stepped onto the top floor. He passed through 3 defensive gates and came to 2 paths, one leading directly to the main hall, and the other a stone path leading to the open-air garden. Mu Hanchuan walked towards the stone path on the right, and the garden, with its self-contained ecosystem, was fully revealed, covering a large area and occupying half of the entire rooftop. In the center was a circular infinity pool quietly flowing, with water rippling and flowing towards various small paths, forming little streams that ran throughout the garden, where various precious plants were carefully pruned and arranged in an orderly manner, creating a self-sustaining ecological cycle. There were 4 small wooden bridges crossing these streams, connecting various areas, and near the terrace edge stood a large pavilion. Mu Hanchuan arrived at the edge of the terrace, which was surrounded by 3-meter-high, high-strength bulletproof transparent glass. It might not withstand modified powerful sniper bullets, but blocking 70 to 80 of the damage was certainly enough. It did not obstruct the view, and stepping into the pavilion allowed him to overlook the night scenery of Qingling, which was quite beautiful. "This is life," he murmured to himself. Walking along the stone path inward, he reached an open-air reception area. Chapter 320. In the Su family, Mu Hanchuan finally faced his grandfather. It was just the two of them, with no outsiders. Mu Bin felt a bit nervous, going over the words he had prepared in his heart once again. Not expecting that at his age, facing a younger generation, especially his own grandson, he would have such a mindset. Xiao Chuan not waiting for Mu Bin to continue. Mu Hanchuan directly interrupted, "The Mu family and I are severing all ties, publicly declaring that there will be no further entanglements. From now on, I part ways with the Mu family, each living well, and all past grievances are hereby erased." He gave no chance to play the emotional card. A bad person like him wouldn't he care about such things. Mu Bin was caught off guard, his prepared words completely useless. "Xiao Chuan, we are family. What enmity could we have? The past is the past, after all, we are blood relatives. As long as you come back, you will immediately be the next generation leader of the Mu family. The entire Mu family will unconditionally support you and do everything possible to lift you up. Outsiders cannot be fully trusted, only your close relatives will truly stand by you." With the Mu family supporting you from behind, before he could finish, Mu Hanchuan interrupted again. "That's impossible. If we don't sever ties, we will be enemies in the future, either I die or you perish. There will be no other outcome." Chapter 321. Mu Hanchuan escaped into a deep pit underground. The giant bird did not deliberately pursue him, it seemed its real target was the large bamboo forest. Having grown into such a ferocious form, did it end up being herbivorous? The pit below was relatively safe, even if that huge bird appeared again. It couldn't come down. What a terrible trial, no wonder it could be actively abandoned and returned to reality. But what is the difference between actively giving up and passively giving up? If I am not quick enough to react, I will be crushed to pieces. How can I exit the trial? No need to think, it's said to be non-lethal, but at least 10 or so must die or be injured. I have to hold out for 2 days, these 2 days won't be easy to hide. First, I'll summon other equipment to wear. And then the small bamboo shoots appeared to check the surroundings. I haven't summoned the big meatball, or the big spider yet. I'll wait to understand the surrounding situation before summoning them. It had only been a minute since arriving at the bottom of the pit. And I hadn't yet recovered my stamina. Thump! Suddenly, a dull vibration came from beneath the pit. Mu Hanchuan jumped away suddenly. What was that? Crackle! Crackle! Tiny cracking sounds came from beneath his feet, and then the soil in the center of the pit suddenly heaved up, and in the next moment, the earth exploded. And debris flew everywhere. A thick tail, as large as a tree trunk, broke through the ground, entirely black, with a hook-shaped tip dripping with foul-smelling slime. Suddenly whipping towards Mu Hanchuan. Chapter 322. The ground-shaking impact was launched, charging 20 meters, breaking out of the encirclement. And Aswana smashed 2 bugs away, as he ran wildly outside. This group of bugs wasn't too fast, but they were definitely faster than Mu Hanchuan. Attack! It's quite ordinary, and doesn't cause much damage to Mu Hanchuan, relying only on their numbers. They might just be a group of small bugs at the bottom of the food chain in this region. With his strong defense, Mu Hanchuan braved countless attacks and charged out. Halfway, at a large fork in the road more than 150 meters from the cave entrance, a colleague appeared. It was a flying member of the spiked feather tribe, who was also being chased, jumping and bouncing around, but not as exaggerated as Mu Hanchuan. Probably only surrounded by 60 or 70 bugs, yet his defense was significantly weaker, already covered in holes. Speaking of which, what is a flying bird doing hiding in here? Why not go out to the vast sky? Is it not to your liking? Seeing the human figure ahead surrounded by layers of bugs. The spiked feather tribe's mindset balanced out a lot. He was worse off. Completely giving up the struggle, he decisively vanished from the spot, abandoning this purple personal trial and returning to reality. He gave up, and the bugs that were chasing him lost their target and all turned to Mu Hanchuan. Truly a miserable fate. Chapter 323. In a certain trial market, Mu Hanchuan made a big circle and finally found a red star key at a shop. Such a large place, and there's only this one. The asking price was 4 million, and after some haggling, it was finally settled at 3.55 million. After spending 2.05 million, he had only 20,000 left. He then took out 1.5 million in cash to barely make up the 3.55 million. Leaving the seller utterly shocked, unable to hold back, even feeling a bit sympathetic. Brother, things are so tough, why not try the blue one first? There's really no need to stubbornly go for the red. Life is about striving. I will never give up. I've seen many like you. They are all buried several meters deep. Do they even deserve to be compared with me? In Qianlan City, Baigu received a message from Xunlan. Baigu. This month's team trial is still short one person, can you contact Mu? Please ask him if he can come, the price is negotiable. How could this not be surprising? She actually wanted to invite Mu to join her team for the team trial. You, the daughter of the director of the Yan'an City Defense Department, want to find a wanted criminal from Lu Province to join the team trial. Even if you dare to invite him, he might not dare to come. Chapter 324, Kill Count. 2. The giant spider first swallowed the neurotic young human whole. And as for that sect, if you have the guts, come and challenge the top 100 of your world. It then went to eat the 1.5-meter tall dwarf from the Tag tribe. Not in a hurry to act immediately, the giant spider needed time to digest, and there was still a long time left. So it moved slowly. Xiao Huang was recalled, there was white mist everywhere, and it could not observe too far. Relying solely on its perception, it could only sense a couple 100 meters nearby, which was not much use, so it was better to stay close and not run far. After resting for an hour, the sky gradually darkened. Very good, night was about to fall, and the time had come, the night drop, on the giant spider could take effect. Its 8 eyes could see through the mist without any impact on vision, and its reconnaissance ability was stronger than that of Xiao Huang. Jumping onto the giant spider's back, they set off. Xiao Huang flipped and disappeared, wandering around the vicinity. The giant spider's pace was not fast, slowly moving through the eerie bone corridor. Its 8 eyes distributed all over its body, penetrating the white mist, constantly rotating, with a 360-degree view, conducting all-around reconnaissance. Its 6 sturdy long legs silently stepped on the bones without making a sound. Chapter 325. As the trial reached the 8th hour, Mu Hanchuan's kill count had only increased by 1, reaching 5, and he could not find any other trial takers. It was a bit awkward. Was this vast land of bones really that big? Or was his luck just too poor? Of course, this was also related to Mu Hanchuan not putting in much effort. He had been moving slowly, allowing the giant spider ample time to digest. Current ranking, 2, His ranking had dropped. First place, Cruiser Tribe kill count, 6. Third place, Light Tribe kill count, 4. Again, it was the Cruiser Tribe. This first place seemed difficult to seize. He hoped not to run into them. If he did, he would just eliminate them directly. If he couldn't compete with this rival, he would just remove them. A moment later, the giant spider suddenly became excited, its body fully upright, its 4 eyes simultaneously looking over, alerting its master. Southwest, 7 o'clock direction. 3 people in a melee, 1 dead and 2 injured. Mu Hanchuan perked up,
sending Xiao Huang ahead to check the surroundings for any ambushes. Although the giant spider could see through the mist and obstacles at night, it was not omnipotent and had many limitations. Detail still relied on Xiao Huang. The giant spider moved quickly, but its footsteps were silent, getting closer to the battlefield 100 meters away. Chapter 326. In the moment her thoughts flashed. She had already moved, her figure suddenly blurred, the originally weak aura instantly becoming sharp and fierce. A silver light flashed from her sleeve, revealing a slender dagger that stabbed directly at Mu Hanchuan's back, its speed far exceeding expectations. Even though Mu Hanchuan had been on alert, he could not react in time. Swoosh! The sound of the dagger piercing flesh rang out, but it did not penetrate as deeply as Liu Jing had anticipated. The right arm that had been intentionally guarding his back caught her wrist. With a shake of her wrist, the dagger was pulled out and stabbed down again. There was indeed a problem. Mu Hanchuan's left hand quickly drew out the swanner, deflecting the incoming second strike. After 2 consecutive attacks failed to achieve the desired result, Liu Jing quickly distanced herself from Mu Hanchuan, not forcing the issue. The Yuan Yi arm, was cut. The dagger easily breaking through the 9 Hells heavy armor, defense and piercing his back, if Mu Hanchuan hadn't caught it in time. His heart would have been truly pierced. Mu Hanchuan's expression turned slightly grim. This small dagger was surprisingly powerful, definitely a sea-level special weapon without tier requirements. On the opposite side, at this moment, Liu Jing had completely transformed, her gaze sharp and her posture upright, showing none of the previous delicateness. Chapter 327, Kill Count. 7 still in second place. That cruiser tribe was the fiercest, already with 9 kills, rampaging everywhere. Their tribe was like a band of robbers. In contrast, the third place only had 5 kills, a significant gap. The overall quality of this red trial was poor. Only this cruiser tribe was noteworthy. Daylight was about to break, and the giant spider's night drop, would lose its effect, unable to see the distant situation anymore. And they would have to rely on their true abilities from here on out. They would no longer return to eat the corpse of that Ember Feather tribe member. As they could not digest it anyway, occasionally, they could still find corpses inside, so they were not lacking. The plan changed, and they started to act separately. The giant spider and Xiao Huang would go one way, taking out any injured ones they encountered. Mu Hanchuan would walk alone, coughing along the way. Not afraid of other trial takers hearing, he was more worried they wouldn't hear him, using his poisonous state to lure 2 others, otherwise. It would be tough to find other trial takers during the day. They strictly controlled the distance to stay within 3 kilometers, and began to act. As the morning light began to appear, the sky gradually brightened, and the mist seemed to have thickened a bit. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Hanchuan walked slowly, his frail body struggling to move forward. Pain, it was truly too painful. Chapter 328. This great chase lasted a full 4 hours. The cruiser tribe, poisoned by 2 types of spider venom, had already been slowed down, and he found that something was always closely following him from behind. Yet he couldn't perceive or catch it. The fog was thick, visibility was only a few dozen meters, and he couldn't observe with his eyes. Every time he tried to catch up, he failed. He wanted to find a place to rest and heal, but if he stopped for more than 3 minutes, that human with the giant spider would definitely come after him. Being so clear about his location must have something to do with that thing following him, which left him no time to heal, and the toxins spread faster. After 4 hours of being chased and enduring countless hardships, he finally killed this cruiser at a spot of dry bones after a decisive battle. It was indeed difficult. Kill count, 8 current ranking, first to jump to first place. As expected, this strong cruiser I killed was indeed the first place. My biggest competitor has been eliminated, and there are no more difficulties behind. Well done. I patted the little bamboo shoot. It played the biggest role in killing the cruiser. I called over the big meatball, and the 4 of us lay together to rest for a while. We were really too tired. Chapter 329. There were a few messages in the ant web.
Chiozu. Very rarely, sent me a message asking when I would go back to see them, saying she was a bit worried. I thought to myself, where were you guys when I was being chopped up in Qingling? The next message was from Xiaoshanshan, and I immediately perked up. She actually sent me a new solo dance video. In a sexy red outfit, exposing her shoulders and abdomen, with super short shorts, dancing alluringly. And accompanied by a voice message, do you want me to dance just for you in person? Come find me, any day, I'm always available. Damn. How can I resist this? I decisively turned it off. This little third party is too good at seducing, and I, a pure little boy, really can't take it. It's really ruining my state of mind. I took out a batch of cash, 5 million, went to the trial market, bought an F-level detox card for 150,000, and used it directly. I searched around again, but couldn't find a single red random attribute point item card. Unwilling to give up, I ran for 5 hours to another place, but still came up empty. It's very hard to find this high-level stuff in the outside market, even if one occasionally appears. It's already been taken away. Random attribute point item cards are such things that truly have the ability to be used long-term, are less than one of the total number of testers. The other 99 are providers, and the demand outstrips supply, with many channels continuously acquiring them. Chapter 330. Spent 1.3 million to buy a source marrow item card, D. Let's give it to the big meatball first on the 27th. I only have 5.47 million left on me, life is getting a bit tough. I specifically sensed the little bamboo shoot. That guy really didn't put in any effort, he actually went on a self-driving trip to the seaside with her girlfriend. If I had known this, it would have been better if we both worked hard, maybe we would have already made a few million by now. The little bamboo shoot doesn't understand me. 2 days later, on the afternoon of the 27th, I first used that source marrow item card, D, on the big meatball. And it only gained 1 point of experience. Amen, then doesn't that mean I still need 98 D-level source marrow item cards to reach C level? Taking out my phone and calculating, 98 times 1.3 million is 127.4 million. Damn it. The sky is falling. This is just for the big meatball. I haven't even counted the giant spider and the little bamboo shoot. I can't sell enough blood to get that much money. Or should I sell my meat? Find a few rich beauties to support me. I can take turns to accompany them, but they must be young and rich beauties. And their age can't exceed 25, or I can't accept it. 98 D-level source marrow item cards, and the big meatball's cooldown time is 5 days, which means 490 days. And if I don't miss a single one, it would take more than a year to upgrade to C level. Doesn't that mean every day ahead will be torment? Chapter 331. The next layer appeared in a wide, slow-flowing black river domain with thick and sticky water. The riverbank wasn't sandy soil, but was paved with sharp gravel and broken bones. There was a huge grey stone bridge over the river, hundreds of meters high, hundreds of meters wide, and of unknown length. The few of them were astonished. This bridge was really made up of giant stones each over 100 meters long, and they needed to walk across to reach the other side. Gui Ming, this bridge must be about 10 kilometers long. Hey you, it's just a virtual space, there's no way there are such large stones in reality. Jiao Ming, that may not be the case, the galaxy is so vast that it might reflect reality. The group rushed onto the bridge and quickly reached the top. Standing at the edge of the bridge and looking down, the slowly flowing black river, which was 10 kilometers wide, appeared exceptionally shocking, boundless, and endless. It gave an indescribable feeling. Suddenly, Heiyu shouted loudly, and a group of people rushed over, discovering a silver small box. Gui Ming, random reward. This thing can occasionally be found in the Forbidden Star Ring's virtual space, but not often. Mu Hanchuan had picked up a few before, all of which were supply items. Chapter 332. Current total ranking of testers, 985, 627, ranking is not divided by race. Just as I was about to return to reality, the ranking popped up. And I cursed. How come I remember I was 981, 527 just a few days ago? How did I gain more than 20 attribute points? And my ranking dropped by 100. What the hell, this is a drop. Other peers from various races are also working hard. This ranking is calculated based on comprehensive strength. My own attribute points probably account for the least in strength enhancement, and more relies on skills, equipment, and other aspects. Having an S-level skill definitely boosted my ranking significantly, but behind me, there are at least tens of thousands who also reach D-level and have higher attributes than me. Maybe even more, possibly over 100,000. My performance in this trial was lacking as I didn't carry B-level instruments and C-level equipment, which significantly dropped my comprehensive strength. Pushing me down. Sigh, my current strength has hit a bottleneck, and there is no direction for improvement. My total ranking might continue to drop in the near future. Ultimately, it's still about money. If I had the money to get a second stage power dormant gene injection, maybe I could raise my strength to E-level. And my ranking would definitely rise significantly. Chapter 333. A day later, in Segu City, the northernmost part of Luosheng province, Mu Hanchuan, who was in debt, came again. Of course, without revealing his true self or entering the city. He met up with Chailong at a physical therapy shop, where the staff were all cute girls. And they could even pass cigarettes to each other while massaging. After the full package was done, he let them leave. Other projects weren't needed. And it was important to discuss business. Bro, I went on a trip a few days ago. Guess where I went? Daughter's country. Actually, I think it's about the same. I went to the Yanglan Empire. That day happened to be their national day, and Princess Juison made a personal appearance, even participating in the grand parade. My goodness. She was so beautiful, truly worthy of being the #1 beauty under 25 on our continent, captivating countless men. When it comes to Mu Hanchuan, he became a bit interested. Juison is the 7th in the mainland under 25, born in the Heavenly Palace, the only princess of the Yanglan Empire in this generation. And she is exceptionally beautiful, with a stunning appearance that captivates the world. She is like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. So beautiful that the sun and moon lose their color, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, adored by everyone across the country. Chapter 334. On the first day of the new month, early in the morning, Mu Hanchuan sent a message to Shenlan, asking her to come to Saigu City alone. While the other 3 teammates could mark their positions in advance. Shenlan acknowledged the message, and without delay had her family driver take her to the northernmost Saigu City. She had a bit too much trust in the tomb. She received a transfer of 3 million from Heiyu on her phone. In just 3 days, the lucky turntable, No. 03751, had been activated, selling for 15 million, with each person getting 3 million. The price was acceptable. After all, it was free money. Su Qingyu rarely took the initiative to message, specifically reminding, repay on the 6th, interest 2 million. Damn, the black guy even sent a message to urge for payment. Does he think I care about this? Underestimating me, the more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. At noon, Shenlan arrived at Saigu City. And Mu Hanchuan met her in a secluded alley. The tomb. Mu Hanchuan emerged from the shadows, greeting her. Shall we go in like this? Her companions were ready at any moment. No, you rest for a few hours first. We go in at 8 p.m. Okay. Where's the silver star key? Shenlan quickly pulled it out. Here. Mu Hanchuan checked it. 4 people were already marked, just missing him. Chapter 335. While the few of them were worrying, Mu Hanchuan had already rushed up. The tactic was set, just go hard. Bang! The violent impact shook the bridge slightly, making the hearts of the 4 skip a beat. As Mu Hanchuan's large shield unfolded, firmly blocking the giant's powerful punch without retreating a single step. He could withstand D-level attacks. He really seems strong. Xinlan urged, hurry up. Then she cast group speed and group attack. Wind Chaser, Blaze the other three also attacked simultaneously, with no retreat possible. They had to fight. An invisible trap was secretly laid down, the Abyssal Mire of the Grim Reaper, Not to trap the giant, but to activate the passive that reduced its physique attribute by 15. This passive is a disguised defense reduction, with a lasting effect of 1 minute. Every 180 seconds, one Abyssal Mire can be charged, up to 4 times maximum. If used properly, laying one every minute can continuously reduce the giant's physique by 15 for 5 minutes, which is quite impressive. After laying the trap, Mu Hanchuan deliberately retreated a few steps, and the giant indeed stepped forward, falling into the trap, its body sinking slightly, effectively controlling it for a while. With a reduction of 15 physique. Chapter 336, Reward 1, Physique 16, automatically supplemented due to insufficient agility physique. 60713, I made a mistake last time. The 30 physique from the B-level meteorite was already added in front. Agility, 1543, 16 points, acceptable. Reward 2, Attack Item Card, Worldbreaker Warhammer, D, Usage Level, D, causes large area high damage to the target area, and briefly creates a gravity disturbance zone. Enemies have difficulty moving. Deals an additional 20 damage to large enemies or mechanical units. A D-level attack item card with wide area lethality. Very good, can keep it for personal use. Reward 3 Skill, Resilience, requirement, E-level, Mind 200, Brain Capacity 4, passive, reduces all damage taken by 10. Shortens the duration of negative states like dizziness and confusion by 20 hours. This is considered a defensive skill, somewhat lackluster. That's it, 1 D-level and 1 E-level reward. It might be because I leveled up to D, otherwise, I wouldn't have received a D-level reward. This time the rewards were quite average, far from last time. But where to find a good team like Heiyu's last time? It's not that easy to find. Chapter 337, in the small group of 4. He, Xinlan. Is the tomb free next month? Xinlan, not sure yet. He wants to see if there are any arrangements for the Golden Large group next month. It's still early. I'll contact him again in the second half of the month. By then there should be definite news. Such large groups need to be prepared in advance. Okay, are you still in Saigu City? Xinlan, preparing to return. Be careful on the way. Zanfeng, this tomb must have reached D-level, under 25 and D-level, very uncommon. Xinyangpeng, who cares if he's ordinary? We pay, he takes the order. Both get what they need, no one cheats the other. Right, as long as he is willing to take the order, the stronger the better. Zanfeng, hope he is free next month. Crack. The drone above snapped in half. The axe was thrown again. And the mechanical dog jumped to dodge just in time, while the gun on its back fired wildly. Mu Hanchuan pulled out the large shield to block. Another mechanical dog leaped from behind, launching a sneak attack. Turning around with an axe, it failed to shatter, but a large chunk was knocked off its head, sending it flying far away. The battle police were basically in pairs, and they were closing in. No time to tangle, he crashed through a wall, actively avoiding confrontation. Chapter 338, the Swana sounded the first sharp wail in the night wind, and 2 guards panicked. Their fingers just about to grip their gun handles when Mu Hanchuan had already closed in. The guard on the left crashed into the stone pillar. The sound of bones breaking echoed, and he collapsed to the ground. The other guard fired a shot, but had his arm crushed, and his whole body was flung towards the main gate. The gunfire startled everyone in the manor, and Mu Weijun came to the window on the second floor, looking towards the direction of the gunfire. A woman rushed into the room, coming to his side, definitely one of Mu Hanchuan's people. They are here. Should I send you away first? Mu Weijun didn't move, murmuring softly, this was not our intention. He had no regrets, what was done was done. Unless he didn't come out, as long as he did, he would be killed. No matter how strong a genius is, once dead, they are just a pile of dirt. And no one would remember. Below, Mu Hanchuan didn't use the small door at all, directly smashing through the main door, stepping into the small manor. And had already engaged in battle with several bodyguards. We need to go down. The woman's face changed. You shouldn't take risks. This person is not that tomb. He uses the Swoner. Swoner. The woman's face changed again. Mu Hanchuan. Not sure. Then let's go. It's fine, it may not be him. Chapter 339, In the Forest. The moment Mu Hanchuan appeared, he fell to the ground, spitting out a lot of blood, severely injured, with several vital spots hit. Immediately, he used minor healing to preserve his bloodline, but major healing was of no use. He couldn't bear to waste that bit of physique. The giant spider called for help, leading him to run away quickly and find a hidden spot to treat his injuries. It was still night time, and the giant spider's skill, Nightfall, was highly effective, making them not afraid of being tracked. Little Bamboo quickly caught up and went ahead to scout the path. Today was not a good day. The Mu family was in chaos, and several houses received news in the middle of the night. He really made a move. Mu Bin's face looked terrible. That grandson was truly willing to turn against his family, and did not want to return to the Mu family. Mu Yanju, is Mu Weijun dead? No. But he's seriously injured, and a D-class Jiangyi died. His wife is also badly hurt. Mu Yanju, Jiangyi is dead, this. Mu Yang sighed, give it up, he won't return to the Mu family. His future potential is beyond our guess, there's no need to become enemies. Mu Yanju, I'm afraid it's too late. The third house has suffered such heavy casualties. With third uncle's violent temperament, a deadly feud has been established. Mu Yang, it's very troublesome. Mu Hanchuan is too stubborn. If we help the third house, it will truly become a blood feud between the entire Mu family and Mu Hanchuan. But if we don't help. Chapter 344 days later, on the 6th. Mu Hanchuan's injuries stabilized, and he specifically went out for a walk, while also turning on his phone to transfer interest to Su Qingyu. He couldn't let her look down on him as the third in the continent. He transferred 2 million, feeling heartbroken. This was pure interest. Without any principle included, how could it not hurt? There was no reply from her, which was quite rude. Wang Qinyu sent a message with a fighting video, the match between the 30-year-old Ding Jiajie and the 7th-ranked Mo Chong. She was a good junior sister. When she was bored, she could study it. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. What if they crossed paths someday? There was another message, senior brother, do you want women? The kind without responsibilities, all tall-legged, beautiful quality girls. This silly girl, with her identity, could engage in bad deeds, but Mu Hanchuan certainly could not. Quality beauties should also be avoided. Wouldn't it ruin my grand image as the third in the continent? If the Su family found out, it would bring trouble. Su Qingyu had not yet been shaken off, and Su Hen had not yet been captured. She was really clueless. Recently, Wang Qinyu was busy with injections, undergoing the second phase of the deep sleep gene injection. So far, she only received strength and physique injections. Agility would have to wait a week, and mental awareness would take another half-month. Chapter 341 on the 9th. A sum of 6.5 million was transferred into the account. On the 13th, another large amount of 14 million was transferred into the account. Little Bamboo was awesome, I love you. There was 44 million on hand, a very auspicious number. Mu Hanchuan's injuries healed. It was time to go out and buy another batch of Source Essence item cards, D. At night, he first went to meet with Chai Long, and took the 5 blue random attribute item cards. Brother, are you doing well recently? Chai Long was genuinely worried about him. After all, he was the third in the continent, yet he never walked the bright path, always engaging in sneaky activities, truly incomprehensible. Everything is great. Be careful not to expose your identity. What is there to fear? Those identities that spit blood can't trace back to me, Mu Hanchuan. My identity information is equivalent to Suhan and Su Qingyu, stored in Qingling, and is classified as top secret. It cannot be matched outside. Even if they really knew it was me, I wouldn't be afraid. I operate secretly against them, they wouldn't dare expose my true identity. They can only sneakily come after me, otherwise, the higher-ups of Qing Huang would intervene and cause trouble for them. Brother, you really understand the game. The key is that I fear you might not have played them yet. Chapter 342. The spirit forest fruit had not yet fallen. But the atmosphere in the silent spirit forest had already become tense. 70 D-class trial participants felt particularly crowded in this small area, with no one making a sound. In the distance, Mu Hanchuan spotted another human trial participant standing boldly in an open space, without any cover, looking quite impressive. In contrast, Mu Hanchuan had already hidden in a depression at the root of a giant tree, observing in secret, being quite sneaky. The countdown prompt appeared. The spirit forest fruit was about to appear. Little Bamboo was already summoned, ready to use her passive teleportation ability at any moment. All trial participants held their breath and gripped their weapons, waiting for the spirit forest fruit to appear. This would definitely be a brutal battle, if things went wrong. They would give up and wait for another opportunity. Most trial participants had this thought in mind, except for a few with absolute strength. At that moment, 10 green spirit forest fruits simultaneously appeared 2 kilometers around the area of the 70 trial participants, wrapped in a layer of obvious green light, visible from several kilometers away. Chapter 343. The light was dim, and the golden fox slightly squinted her eyes. She appeared on the 9th level of the broken mind layer, and the surrounding environment gradually became clear in her vision. The cold, damp air made one involuntarily shiver. Upon arriving here, she glanced around and saw a small bamboo shoot peeking out from the corner not far away. Night Bamboo, 3. The golden fox was delighted and walked over with a smile, pulling it out with a forceful tug. It was not long, less than half a meter, thin and tender, with a very deep color, but the golden fox was very satisfied. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby life forms, and soon faint rustling sounds came from deep within the tunnel. The golden fox didn't mind, putting away the night bamboo. 3. Wasn't this enough to report? The sounds grew closer, accompanied by a harsh scraping noise against the rock wall, as if intentional. The golden fox turned to look and saw a bizarre, large life form covered in a hard black shell, well suited for hiding in the dark. Its terrifying large eyes stared at the golden fox, emitting a low growl, looking particularly fierce. Seeing that the golden fox showed no reaction, it let out a more ferocious roar, but dared not attack. Even though this small life form was only 1/10 its size. Chapter 344. 3 hours later. Below a massive inverted rock formation, a faint green light flickered, lingering and not dissipating. A tall skull creature hid inside, not out of fear. He had just killed a blade cluster creature, and scared off 2 other trial participants. He was quite strong, but didn't he want to expend too much energy, as there was still plenty of time before the 24-hour mark. After a while, a small figure exuding a strong green light jumped onto a large tree 100 meters away. The skull creature was surprised but soon calmed down, pondering whether to go out and attempt to kill it directly. Killing it wouldn't earn him the 3 points of mental awareness reward, but it could lead to an easy clearance. After thinking it over, he decided against it. Observing the small creature's form and movements, it seemed very fast, and the chances of success were not high. It would also easily expose him. He decided not to disrupt the rhythm, and just needed to hold steady for 24 hours. He let the small creature go, but the small creature wouldn't let him go. After a few jumps, it surprisingly arrived above the inverted rock formation on his head. He initially thought it was just passing by, but to his surprise, it started bouncing up and down on top. The cranial tribe has a feeling. It knows that there is a version of itself hidden below. However, in just 15 seconds, 3 challengers are chasing after it, all targeting Xiao Zuhuan. Chapter 345, The Purple Personal Trial has reached the 10th hour. In a narrow, elongated swamp, a small polygamous family lives happily together, cuddling and expressing love. Suddenly, a green glowing orb quickly passes by, and by the time the 5-member family gets up, it has disappeared without a trace. Turning around, more invaders appear. As many as 5. Are they here to seize territory? The head of the family erupts in anger, roaring fiercely, unleashing powerful D-level strength. And his 4 E-level wives also join in the roar. The two sides quickly clash, with the 3 pursuing challengers being blocked, while the other 2 bypass and continue chasing the green glowing being. This being is cunning, always seeking places with strong life forms to escape, helping it evade many waves of pursuit. Meanwhile, in the opposite direction, Xiao Zuhuan has arrived. Behind him are 4 pursuers, including a member of the Clusa tribe. Unlike Xiao Zuhuan, the cranial tribe, who was not dead, instead managed to kill 2 of the pursuing challengers, showcasing extreme strength, while the Clusa member fled. If it weren't for the spirit forest fruit on him, supporting such a large green orb, the cranial tribe would have already gone to seek revenge on Xiao Zuhuan. Chapter 346, The Golden Fox joins the battle, charging head-on. Xu Yangrong pushes off the wall, spinning mid-air to slash down. The Golden Fox makes no unnecessary movements, focusing all her strength into a punch against the spear. Xu Yangrong's breath catches, a force that cannot be resisted travels from the spear to him, forcing him to retreat uncontrollably. Blood rushes back through Xu Yangrong's body, a chill shoots to his head, and he is extremely shocked. What is this woman's background? With this level of strength, she surely ranks among the top 10 on the continent under 30, which is already approaching sea level. Although he is ranked 17th under 30. This is a bit inflated. In reality, his ranking hasn't been updated in a while, and his recent trial failures have limited his progress. His true strength should be in the 20s, and the gap to the top 10 is quite significant. Where did this group of women come from? Each with such formidable strength. The Blood Fox flanks and attacks from behind, leaving the front to the Golden Fox, who is finally free to unleash her full offensive. Which is her true strength? The Flame Fox fully blocks the pathways at both ends, not giving any of them a chance to escape. The once relatively balanced battle instantly turns one-sided with the Golden Fox's involvement. Chapter 347, In less than 5 minutes, Xu Yangrong is completely defeated. The 3 big men cannot overcome these 3 women. In a desperate situation, he activates his escape skill, voluntarily destroying his broken body, transforming into bones, and teleporting randomly to a certain area within a 10-kilometer radius, concealing all traces, and waiting for the end of this B-level resource checkpoint with frustration. The strength of these 3 women is terrifying, especially that short one. Such power shouldn't be nameless, their cooperation is too seamless, likely stemming from the same force. What powerful all-female forces exist on the continent? He must investigate this thoroughly upon returning. He swears not to rest until this grudge is avenged. What is the point of one-on-one dueling? The D-level sidekick is still alive, but it's truly going to die now. In this B-level resource checkpoint, those under 25 are restricted to the top 100 on the continent to enter, but there are no restrictions for those under 30. As long as they meet the strength requirements, they can sign up. Aside from a few experts competing for those 2 B-level special items, the vast majority are here to search for resources and make money, hoping to strike it rich, including these 2 sidekicks who share the same thought. But they ran into Xu Yangrong halfway, who insisted on bringing them to find some B-level special items, planning to share the money. Chapter 348, After eating and drinking well, he takes a bright green fruit from Xiao Zuhuan. Spirit Forest Fruit increases overall strength by 10, limited to 24 hours. Additionally increases 3 points of mental awareness. This fruit can enhance strength by 10 within 24 hours, improving not just attack, but also defense, speed, etc. It's incredibly powerful. He hesitates to eat it. saving it for when he needs to engage in a big fight, considering it a trump card. Chirshue sends a message, informing him that she has received a yellow random attribute point item card, accompanied by a picture. A country bumpkin, not having seen the world, quickly sends her a picture of a purple random attribute point item card. After simply tending to his wounds, he puts away his phone and leaves. It's time to relocate. In Lannan City, after sending a message to Mu Hanchuan, Chirshue ignores his reply and starts boasting with Dao Qian. She plans to sell this yellow random attribute point item card for 2 million, then get a skill. Eat? People like them could never eat such things. Do they deserve it? In trials above blue, the value of random attribute point item cards isn't high, but in the lower tier white and yellow trials, random attribute point item cards are incredibly valuable rewards, worth her boasting about. Chapter 349, a message is sent. Given our special relationship, can we negotiate a 3-month interest waiver? Sure. Mu Hanchuan's eyes light up, completely unexpected. Su Qingyu actually agreed. So readily. This gives Mu Hanchuan an inexplicable sense of satisfaction from having connections and taking shortcuts. Sitting on the ground, Mu Hanchuan gently rubs his nose bridge, quietly contemplating, falling into a brief deep thought. Ultimately, everything still relies on strength. With strength, you can have more opportunities to obtain better rewards and earn more money. Without that strength, you won't even be able to step onto that level's platform, let alone compete with other top-tier challengers of the same rank. What do you have to fight with? Just your mouth. Others leverage billions in assets to move tens or hundreds of billions, or even more. What's wrong with me leveraging 300 million with my negative tens of millions in assets? Am I not worthy as the third on the continent? As long as I can quickly improve my strength, how much I owe isn't an issue, I'll pay it back when I have money. If I don't have money, what's wrong with being in debt? There's nothing to fear. The real fear is not even having the qualification to owe, and finding no path or opportunity to improve. That's the true misfortune. Chapter 350, there's not much to say specifically. Home visits are just like that, all following a routine. After drinking tea brewed by the tea master invited by Qingling, they chat for 2 hours. And both sides happily head to the center of the banquet. To welcome Mu Hanchuan, Wang Qinyu specifically invited all her friends, good sisters, and basically everyone visible in her social circle, especially those girls who are eager for Mu Hanchuan. It's simply crazy. After one banquet, there's a flurry of photos and girls deliberately trying to get close. Young male friends wanting autographs can't even squeeze in. Sigh. When your standing height reaches a certain limit, your charm and handsomeness automatically double, and nothing can block it. You become a heartthrob. Junior sister, I'm going to Qingling. Will you come with me? Then we'll head to Luoxing Gate. After finally finding some free time, Mu Hanchuan revealed his true intentions. Wang Qinyu was overjoyed. Shixiang, are you going back to the Falling Star Gate? Yes, I need to go there for an important matter. Great, let's go together. She wanted to take her Shixiang back to the Falling Star Gate to fiercely retaliate against those who had previously refused her apprenticeship, to personally slap their faces. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, Shixiang, are you in a hurry? Can you wait for a week? Chapter 351, in the past few days. Mu Hanchuan suddenly returned to Luoxing with great fanfare, and publicly appeared at the Wang family in Lannan City. The Mu and Yang families had naturally received the news early, and were puzzled about his intentions. The Wang family had always been low-key, and had little presence in Luoxing. Many people didn't even know there was a Wang family. While Wang's Kaifeng technology was not particularly strong on the mainland, it was still a force not to be overlooked in Qinghuang country and Luoxing, exceeding any of the 4 major families in Qianlan City in terms of scale. However, the Wang family had only a few members, and their overall strength was not outstanding. But they had a strong background, being closely related to the Lianhua Valley in Baiboja. Not just as allies, but as blood relatives. Although Mu Hanchuan had left the Mu family early and decisively, his ability to build connections was impressive. With the fiancée of the Su family, a master from the Falling Star Gate, and a junior sister from the Wang family, without these backgrounds, he might not have grown to this point. Thus, Mu Hanchuan was actually very scheming, definitely not as simple as he appeared, not fighting or competing. This was the common perception of Mu Hanchuan by both families. The Mu family had been quiet, internally. It was very chaotic due to the recent attack on core family members, with the various branches arguing fiercely and failing to reach a consensus. Chapter 352. Returning to the top floor of kitchen building with a shield, Mu Hanchuan couldn't wait to enter the remaining purple personal trial to test its power. First, he checked on Xiao Zuhuang, who had been out for more than a week, wondering what she was busy with. As expected, Xiao Zuhuang was on the run with her sister, and it seemed like the danger was minimal. They were almost escaping. They were still busy. So he decided to wait for them to finish. Work was a priority, and he couldn't delay it. The next morning, after waking up from a nap, he checked his phone first. 338.25, transferred to 7,500,000. Indeed, there was again, 7.5 million, impressive, 666. He sensed again. Xiao Zuhuang was truly fine, strolling with her hands behind her back. He decisively called her back, equipped her with an attack item card, and prepared to enter the personal trial. He shouted, "Junior sister, let me use your coldish spirit, see, I'll help you test the defense strength." "Oh, okay." Wang Qinyu readily took off her dark grey and black coldish spirit, see, and handed it to Mu Hanchuan. Unfortunately, Mu Hanchuan couldn't wear it. Chapter 353. Seeing that this human couldn't clear the level, the 3 trial takers in the group were happy. It was retribution, just as it should be. The second level opened, and Mu Hanchuan appeared at one end of a small bridge, while at the other end connected to a round building. In the center of the building, there was a clearly defined square light area, not large, about 10 square meters. In the other 4 directions, there were 4 similar small bridges, each leading to that round building. In the first level, 6 trial takers gave up and failed, being sent back to reality, with 1 clearing the level, leaving 43 remaining trial takers. Still in groups of 5, only 9 groups were left, and it was uncertain which 2 groups would strike it lucky, resulting in only 4 remaining. Glancing at the Yang stone, it lit up with 71. The Gap Demon, D, was indeed fierce, but fortunately, he had the passive of the Meteorite 1000, B, reducing 40 damage after taking 20 hits, allowing him to withstand indefinitely. A prompt sounded, occupy the central bright area, and hold it for 30 seconds to gain your group's draw quota. Is it that simple? The small bridge was a kilometer long. Mu Hanchuan wasn't in a hurry and walked slowly towards the other side, taking in the scenery on both sides of the bridge. Below was a deep valley cliff, shrouded in mist, with distant mountains appearing and disappearing, resembling an ink wash landscape painting, quite artistic and breathtaking. Chapter 354. This mirrored maze didn't seem large. Within an hour, all 6 groups finished. It was time for the draw, and Mu Hanchuan had already laid down. This time, number 1 had a 16 out of chance, still not drawn, while number 6 became the lucky one. Congratulations to the Hu clan for being drawn, becoming the 4th level clearers, and the remaining trial takers enter the 5th level. Entering the final layer, Mu Hanchuan appeared beneath an ice mountain. In the previous round, 5 trial takers were eliminated, 1 cleared the level, leaving only 20, divided into 4 groups. The first to reach the peak will gain their group's draw quota for the 5th level. The weight of the ice surface was significant, severely limiting speed. Above the ice peak, blizzards or extreme ice storms would occasionally descend, posing considerable danger, requiring great physical strength. Either one had to endure or break through, needing some outstanding ability. Teleportation couldn't be used, he had to run on his own. Mu Hanchuan had experience in this round. He summoned the giant spider. jumped onto its back, and charged directly towards the ice mountain. Whatever fell from above the ice peak would be blocked by the giant creature's massive body. Large objects would be thrown back to collide. This tactic was developed during the Juyuan reflection competition, and indeed, battle experience was always the most valuable and crucial. Chapter 355. In a moment of desperation, the giant creature and Xiao Zuhuang were summoned simultaneously. The giant creature shielded him, doing its utmost to share the damage. Xiao Zuhuang had already received orders before being summoned, and as she appeared, she immediately used the E-level attack item card on her. The summoned Xiao Zuhuang perfectly executed Mu Hanchuan's orders, releasing the E-level attack item while marking it, but before she could use her active teleportation. She triggered her passive teleportation, moving 700 meters away, and then activated her active teleportation, otherwise. Even a little residual wave could easily take her down due to her weak defenses. At that moment, the Zelta clan's bone spear had fallen. Mu Hanchuan raised his left arm in time to block this powerful blow. The D-level attack item card erupted completely at this moment. Facing the D-level attack item card, the giant shield fully expanded, protecting most of his torso, with his strongest defense deployed. Boom! First, there was a deafening silence. It wasn't that there was no sound, but the ears couldn't transmit the message in time. Then, the vision was filled with pure white, bones vibrating. Blood flowing backward. By the time he could hear, Mu Hanchuan, the giant creature, and the Zelta clan had all been blown away by the terrifying power that swallowed everything. All severely injured. Chapter 356. Current total ranking of trial takers, 987, 667. Rankings are not divided by race. Oh, my ranking has risen by 2000 again, nice. The end. That's it, just these 2 rewards. Mu Hanchuan himself didn't know whether he had lost or gained. He planned to go out and check the information to study it further. Returning to reality, falling onto the sofa, Wang Qinyu immediately used a mid-level treatment pack. Hearing the noise, she realized her senior brother had returned from the purple trial and hurried over to his room to ask him what good things he had obtained. Suhan came in as well. Ah, senior brother! Wang Qinyu exclaimed, not in surprise but in shock, as she saw her senior brother covered in blood, with hardly any intact parts. Who was it? Who dared to hurt her senior brother like this? She rushed over to heal him, almost crying, "Senior brother, hold on. You must hang in there." What the hell? Senior brother, did you fall into an ambush or get beaten up by a group? You were too careless. If you say less, I might find you cuter. Suhan, who followed in, suddenly focused on Mu Hanchuan's injuries, greatly surprised. How did you get so badly hurt? How are you doing now? Chapter 357, Qingyu. Mu Hanchuan has come to Qingling, at Chiqing Building. This time, he suffered serious injuries in the personal trial. Don't just stay at home every day, you should go see him and cultivate your feelings. The Su family. Suhan walked into Su Qingyu's room to have a little chat and guide her. Su Qingyu certainly knew that Mu Hanchuan had come to Qingling. But the latter part surprised her, he was seriously injured. Seeing Qingyu so shocked, Suhan felt a bit relieved. In fact, she still cared about Mu Hanchuan. Just pretended to be tough. He obtained a very rare and precious companion object as a reward in this personal trial, after going through an extremely fierce competition. Companion object reward. That's indeed impressive, at least Su Qingyu has never obtained one so far. Lying on the bed, she chuckled. His ranking as the 3rd on the continent wasn't a fluke. Hey, what's your mentality? That's your fiancé. It's just that, I don't feel much. Suhan retracted her earlier thoughts. With him like this, you have no feelings. What kind of person would you like then? I don't know. Maybe one day I will meet the right person at the right time. Chapter 358. After finishing her chat with Xinlan. Just as she was about to put her phone away, another message popped up. Chuan, hurry, go save Dao Qianhe, he has been caught by the defense division. It was from Qiu Zhu, and Mu Hanchuan's expression instantly became serious. His first feeling was that someone familiar to him from the Mu or Yang family had acted. What happened? Dao Qianhe went back to Lannan's Kato County, and then somehow got caught. Don't panic, do you have any news now? I went to inquire. A friend said they might want to use him to take the blame for a serious criminal. That doesn't make sense, right? How could a serious criminal just grab someone to take the blame? There are still some operational procedures needed. It feels like Qiu Zhu's words aren't very reliable. Ah Chuan. You must have a way, right? Save him. He is different now, he is the third on the continent. Don't panic. I'll make a call. Mu Hanchuan thought for a while. It would be easiest to find Suhan for this kind of thing, one call would solve it. But deep down, he didn't want the Su family to know about Qiu Zhu, Dao Qianhe, and these people close to him. It would lead to trouble later on. He was also afraid it would spread out, making it even riskier. Although the Mu and Yang families also knew their information, stalling for a while was still better. Once this matter passed, he would let them leave Luosheng and go elsewhere to make a living. As long as they weren't in Luosheng, the safety would still be high. The power of the Mu and Yang families was limited to Luosheng, and wouldn't specifically spend a lot of effort looking for two insignificant people. Chapter 359. Ziyi went downstairs, patted the head of the big dumb snake, and was the first to come to Mu Hanchuan's side, examining him for a moment. Ziyi had seen Mu Bin and Shu Yu. Mu Bin was relatively easygoing, while Shu Yu was more serious. However, their pride came from their bones. And it was straightforward to feel. But the Mu Hanchuan in front of him was different, truly ordinary to the extreme. No one who didn't know would believe he was the third on the continent. Mu Hanchuan. This 35-year-old Continental 11 spoke with a smile, not as cold as imagined. My sister Qingyu has found a good man, we will all be family in the future. For their first meeting, his father asked him to bring a gift. A small gift box was handed over. Originally just there to show face, Mu Hanchuan's eyes lit up. Could he get an unexpected gain? The Su family was indeed different from ordinary small families. They were very united internally, truly achieving a shared fortune and shared loss. Thank you. Mu Hanchuan excitedly accepted it. With his status, the gift couldn't be low grade. Would he even care for anything below sea level? Chapter 360. Suhan accompanied Su Qingyu to leave first, and before leaving, she specifically said goodbye to Su Yi. Mu Hanchuan wasn't in a hurry to leave. He had just received 70 million transferred from his junior sister's family and was happy. Planning to invite these brothers from the Su family to have a good time tonight. A little expense, heh. But he couldn't play too late. He still needed to rush the last bit of time for the 25th Bone Age Round Elite competition this month. He must not forget this. His junior sister was even happier. In such a short time, she had already learned the Shadow Fang skill very efficiently, and she wanted to try this skill immediately. Senior brother, can you use your powerful connections to find me a suitable sea-level special weapon? As long as I have a weapon, I can go mess around in the yellow personal trial. Mu Hanchuan frowned. Junior sister, you think too highly of me. No problem. Junior sister just needs to be at ease. Wang Qinyu was extremely excited. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother. Do you think that once I have all my equipment and skills ready, can I try the blue personal trial? Mu Hanchuan was startled and hurriedly said, absolutely not. The passing rate for the blue trial is high, but there are already death-type levels. Your current ability is still not enough. Chapter 361. The battle continued, but unfortunately, there were no spectators, otherwise, they would have been shocked. This was a fight between the strongest among the 25-year-olds. Xu Yeji had gathered 9 marks on his body and suddenly felt an extreme sense of crisis, but he couldn't determine where the crisis came from. Reinforcements were quickly arriving from a distance. He couldn't delay any longer and had to retreat. Xu Yeji stomped on the ground, shattering it, and rushed out like a ghost. targeting Mu Hanchuan directly, empty scar, C. Light was swallowed, sound disappeared, and the scythe spun violently, held in both hands, spinning out like a lunar wheel. With purple-black airflow exploding. The speed was even faster than before. Mu Hanchuan couldn't react in time, and could only hastily raise his arms to block. Boom! The immense force sent Mu Hanchuan flying, crashing through a wall dozens of meters away. His tiger mouth split open, and the swanner in his right hand almost slipped away. Without armor protection, his chest was drenched in blood. Su Qingyu shouted angrily and rushed in time, spinning to cut in, the sword tip stabbing directly at Xu Yeji's back. Xu Yeji had anticipated this, not looking back, and the scythe turned to sweep towards Su Qingyu's chest. A fleeting thought flashed through Su Qingyu's mind. And then it was suppressed. Su Qingyu's time scar, B, did not defend, but resolutely stabbed towards Xu Yeji's body. Chapter 362. In just a short quarter of an hour, all the official personnel in Qingling City were mobilized, and all the special police members immediately returned to duty, ready to go on a mission at any time. The Su family was really angry this time. Upon learning that his daughter had been attacked, Su Ziyi and Dai Wen hurried back home, but only saw Su Han. At such a time, she wouldn't have run off again, would she? Her mother, extremely angry, shouted, "Where is Qingyu?" Su Han was momentarily at a loss for words. After looking around and confirming several times, she slowly spoke up. Her father's frown deepened more and more. Her mother's reaction was to directly slap her on the head, saying, "You are going crazy along with her." Su Han was stunned by the slap, knowing they wouldn't believe her. If it weren't for seeing it with her own eyes and experiencing it herself, she wouldn't believe it either. Su Ziyi, where's the surveillance? He had to see it with his own eyes to believe it. Su Han replied seriously, the intrusion happened, and everything was erased. Su Ziyi, that's not just any place. How could it be so easily breached? Su Han, there was no preparation. By the time we discovered it, it was already too late. Dai Wen was not concerned about these things at the moment and asked urgently, "Where did Qingyu go now?" Su Han shook her head. "I was saved by Mu Hanchuan. Qingyu stayed behind to deal with Xu Yeji. By the time we returned, Xu Yeji had already escaped, and Qingyu had disappeared, leaving behind only the seriously injured Mu Hanchuan." Chapter 363. Number 6. Remember the interest. On Mu Hanchuan's phone, the last message was from Su Qingyu. She had been beaten half to death, and still remembered my interest. Today is the 3rd. I have over 75 million on me. So I might as well pay off her 40 million high-interest loan directly to avoid wasting 2 million every month. The 350 million is not urgent. I can avoid interest for 3 months, and only need to pay it back in April. Mu Hanchuan wanted to get a nice piece of armor, and also wanted to take a dose of the Agility Sleeping Gene Serum. Unfortunately, the tasks next month were heavy. And he needed to prepare some things. Financial conditions did not allow it, which made him a bit sad. "Senior brother, we are ready. Are we going to set off?" The followers around him were not too reassured. Wang Qinyu also sent over a few more henchmen from her home to escort them back to the Falling Star Gate together, which made her feel much better. The Wang family, upon learning the details, knew that their daughter was going to have trouble traveling with Mu Hanchuan, and as expected, they sent over a few D-level guards to protect their precious daughter. With everything settled on this side, Su Qingyu's matter would be discussed later, when the Su family came to find him. It was not urgent for him. Chapter 364. The entire continent exploded. All media, all forums, and public opinion from various countries almost immediately reported related news. Without any warning, the 6th race peak ranking competition suddenly started. With a countdown of 15 days left. Did this time draw the 25 age group? Oh no, our higher tier strength is stronger, but we are still higher tier. Our human race has never made it to the top 10. This time the results won't be that good, just maintaining the top 20 will be fine. Come on, young people have the drive, maybe we can achieve an unexpectedly good result this time. You're daydreaming. Are you still a member of the human race? You're such a scumbag. Damn it, is questioning not allowed? Is questioning considered scumbag behavior? Another person, you don't even deserve to be a scumbag, you're just a worthless man. Right, what a pathetic thing. Damn you all. The Global United Star Realm Association immediately released a global announcement, urging all trial takers, aged 25 to stand up and fight for our human race, regardless of their identity or type of trial taker. The Continental United Star Realm Association quickly followed up with an announcement for the entire continent. All trial takers, aged 25 from various countries in the Starland continent, who enter the continental ranking list and confirm their participation in this race peak ranking competition can register in their own country to receive an additional month of ranking subsidy. Chapter 365. In the next 2 days, Mu Hanchuan began frequently entering and exiting the trial taker market, looking for suitable D-level item cards. Besides auxiliary type item cards, other types of item cards had no tier requirements. Since Mu Hanchuan was currently at D-level, he could only use D-level attack item cards. He couldn't use C-level or higher. D-level attack item cards were already relatively scarce, and with the announcement of the race peak ranking competition, their prices skyrocketed over the past 2 days. After searching for 2 days, he only found one functional item card at a relatively reasonable price, which had some tactical significance. Most importantly, it could be equipped on Xiao Zuhuang, solving a major problem. Reincarnation Mirror, D, usage level, E revolves into another self. With attributes and combat power at 60 of the original, existing for 60 seconds 1. If the clone dies early, it can return 50 of the attack to the original, lasts for 1 minute 2. The clone can actively self-destruct, causing massive damage. This card costs 6 million. If used well, it could have a miraculous effect at a critical moment. At the very least, it could be used for self-detonation. It might not kill him, but could scare him to death. The issue with Xiao Zuhuang was almost resolved. He still needed 4 D-level attack item cards. Forget it. No more searching, it's too costly to buy on the market. He might as well go find Chilong and get a few cards from him. Chapter 366. He could only take the agility needle on the 9th, and time was running out. He couldn't wait until the 9th to enter the personal trial. He would enhance as much as possible, not wearing armor, just going in directly. The red star key was crushed. Red personal trial activated. Forbidden star ring, death sentence, 1 life, 1 defeat, 1 annihilation. Death type, 3 trial takers compete in a group, the victor passes, and the remaining 2 must determine one to die, while the other is eliminated and returned to reality. 2 rounds to select the 10 trial takers who pass. Participants, 19 on a triangular balance. 3 trial takers appeared, including Mu Hanchuan. In the middle, there was a throne. Mu Hanchuan quickly understood the rules of this level in his mind. 3 people in a group, 1 passes, 1 dies, 1 is eliminated. It was very simple. The first round had 30 groups, with 30 passing, 30 dying, and 30 eliminated. The second round had 10 groups, with the winning 10 being the 10 trial takers who pass, while the other 20 had 10 deaths and 10 eliminations. There were 2 ways to win. One was to occupy the throne in the middle for 1 minute, and you would be the victor, leaving the other 2 trial takers to decide their life and death among themselves, with only 1 person able to survive. Chapter 367. After returning to reality, it was already 12 hours later. No matter how long one stayed inside the Forbidden Star Ring, it would always be a fixed 12 hours to come out. Wang Qinyu was secretly rummaging through her senior brother's belongings, looking for something suitable for her to use when entering the personal trial. Her senior brother was ranked 3rd on the continent. How could he have garbage equipment? They are definitely all special classes above sea level. Unfortunately, only 1 ranged weapon was found, the Sky ID, along with a bunch of various item cards, including 2 purple star keys, while the rest are all support type, attack type, and defense type cards, with E and D levels all present, but no equipment. There are also a bunch of source marrow item cards, E and D. Isn't this for raising pets? There are no pets around my senior brother either, so how could there be this stuff? Wang Qinyu suddenly understood that it must have been taken by her senior brother in another identity. He never takes the conventional route. Just as she was flipping through, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Wang Qinyu panicked, feeling that it was over. How could her senior brother happen to come back at this moment? She lay down, closed her eyes, and fell asleep on Mu Hanchuan's bed. Seeing a person in the room, especially a woman, startled Mu Hanchuan. Is it Su Han? Chapter 368, Is this the Ming Bone? Looking at the small pill-like item in his hand, Mu Hanchuan clicked his tongue in wonder. This thing can increase strength by 5 points. Fox Qianfang has some skill, actually obtaining such a formula in the Golden Mass, although it's just the lowest level one. The effect is indeed outstanding, and it's priceless because it increases strength. He directly consumed it. Strength, 2715, not bad. Once he gets the second injection of strength, he will definitely be able to rise to E. Even if it's not enough, it doesn't matter. During the death contract battle on the 15th, he can change for 50 points of strength then. This death contract battle has no difficulty, because 3 months ago, he was just E level. He planned to go back and prepare for the second personal trial. Once that was over, he could fully prepare for the race peak ranking competition. Senior brother, what is your goal for this race peak ranking competition? Just back, Wang Qinyu rushed over, her mouth forming the shape of SSSSSSSS. Mu Hanchuan frowned slightly, looking a bit serious. S? His intuition made him feel something was off. What is S? Good? Wang Qinyu shouted excitedly, and then ran toward the hidden camera behind her. Did you hear that? Our Starland continent is third on the continent, our Qingqian's pride. The goal for this race peak ranking competition is the S-level reward. No one can stop us. Kill ghosts if we meet them, destroy gods if we encounter them, come fight if you don't agree. Chapter 369, of course. Su Han received the news and stared at the screen in a daze for a long time, her expression hard to describe. Anyway, it wasn't normal. Su Qingyu had jokingly mentioned changing the marriage contract once, and at that time, she thought her little sister was rebellious and fanciful, and it was absolutely unacceptable. But now Mu Hanchuan had also brought it up, which was really abnormal. When her sister said this, she felt no waves in her heart, only anger. But now that it was coming from Mu Hanchuan, it meant something completely different. Had something happened between them? Otherwise, how could their attitudes be so unified? Don't tell me it's a mental connection, they hardly communicate at all. Inside the car, Su Han's brows furrowed, and her forehead slightly wrinkled, showing obvious thought and unease. If this were her marriage contract, she naturally wouldn't reject it. Her initial impression was a bit lacking, but after getting to know him, she found that Mu Hanchuan was good in every aspect, with potential that was among the very top in the continent and even the world. What was there to be dissatisfied with? But he is her little sister's fiancé. If she really replaced her sister, all kinds of rumors would never stop. And there would even be rumors saying that she snatched her little sister's fiancé and forced Su Qingyu to leave the Su family. Chapter 370, Heading to the last boss battlefield. No suitable large stones were found on the way, the largest was only 5 meters in size, which was useless against a late D-level beast. Forget it, it's time to let the big meatball come out and block some attacks. From a distance, they saw the thick crying rock python coiled at the foot of the mountain, slowly revealing a huge head, glaring at Mu Hanchuan. A late D-level python is not easy to kill, let's start by giving it 2 shots. The big spider ran wildly, 300 meters away, without needing to warm up. Mu Hanchuan directly used the third teleportation. The crying rock python had just crawled out halfway when its eyes flashed, and it saw a large round mass falling from above. Its massive body pressed down, taking advantage of the crying rock python being attracted by the big meatball. He pulled out the Sky IED, and fired a black energy ball that takes 12 hours to charge. At its midsection, firing both shots directly. Boom! The black energy rampaged, and Mu Hanchuan, who was only 2 or 3 meters away, was also knocked over by the powerful energy shock. But he had raised his large shield in advance, so it was no problem. The roar resounded through the heavens and earth, before the crying rock python could attack. It was already heavily injured from the surprise attack. Chapter 371. On the 15th, Mu Hanchuan entered the thrice-monthly death contract battle. 3 months ago, he was just E-level. So this time, his opponent was naturally also E-level. Mu Hanchuan did not take it lightly. He summoned all his equipment and the big meatball. Allowing for no accidents in the remaining 3 days, not even a single scratch. The big spider was recovering, so it wasn't he participating. The little bamboo shoot seemed to have gone somewhere. Opposite him was a short-leaf tribe member, 6 meters tall, with deep blue skin, green eyes, and no pupils. This tribe has a special ability to establish a mental link with plants, allowing them to perceive a small segment of memories from the plants. The more powerful the leaf tribe member, the longer they can sense. The leaf tribe member before him was only E-level. So he could only sense a segment from half an hour ago. His complexion could not be described as pale. He was in deep despair. Matching with a death battle for a personal trial was one thing, but it should at least be fair, just, and reasonable, right? But his opponent was actually D-level. D-level, 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 and there are 2 of them. Where is the justice? Where is the fairness? Where is the righteousness? Where is the conscience? The heavens are clear, how can treachery prevail? The heavens have no eyes. They have already lost even the most basic rules. Chapter 372, 25 Bone Age Race Peak Ranking Competition Countdown, 11, 10, 9, approaching 12 o'clock. Mu Hanchuan slowly took a breath, holding the white star key, ready to enter. The big meatball and the big spider were both equipped with 2 D-level attack items. And the little bamboo shoot was equipped with a high-level medical pack and a reincarnation mirror, D, that could be used at E-level. Mu Hanchuan himself equipped a diamond weight die, D, that could be used 5 times and a D-level attack item card, the World Breaker Warhammer, D. 8 item cards. With not a single defense card, it was that extreme. In the end, after much deliberation, he chose the Shockwave Battle Knee, E, as his last piece of equipment instead of the Void Step Boots, E. The ground impact only needs 5 minutes to cool down once and can convert a lot of attacks, while the Void Step Boots, E, require 8 hours to cool down. Which is completely incomparable, not to mention that the Shockwave Battle Knee, E, also has its own basic protection ability and defensive strength. Qingling Su family. This time, 10 members of the Su family aged 25 will enter the peak ranking competition, including 7 men and 3 women, among them Su Han. They all gather at the Su family base, standing silently in the middle of an open space, quietly waiting for the start of the chaotic battle. Chapter 373. Sitting on the back of a giant spider, they ran for 5 minutes and climbed up a nearby hill, finding nothing. However, Xiao Zuhuang discovered a member of the Chilling tribe on another hill. What good is flying if you can't catch anything? Continuing to search for others. It's not necessary to find trial practitioners of other races. They can look for local life forms, which tend to guard their territory and won't easily run away, making them easier to deal with. Xiao Zuhuang understood and rushed into the complex and steep ravines below. Mu Hanchuan jumped off the giant spider's back and began selecting materials from a large pile of dark rocks, looking for 2 suitable pieces. He didn't dare to use too many markers. Besides the 3 pets, the Swona and the large shield also needed to be marked, in case they encountered a powerful opponent and needed to call these 2 pieces of equipment back quickly. This left him with only 2 spare markers. So he just had to find 2 suitable rocks. He first arrived at a flat, slightly raised stone that resembled a natural shield. He touched it on the left and knocked on it on the right, even tapping it with the Swona. The hardness was good, and the coverage area when smashed was wide, suitable for hitting the center of a crowd. Attempt to marking failed, object too large. What the heck? Mu Hanchuan was disheartened. He measured the distance from one end to the other, and at only 19 meters in length, he couldn't mark it. Chapter 374. The giant spider rushed over, its speed unrelenting. Mu Hanchuan flipped over to face it, leaving the big meatball to gather resources alone. After rushing for 10 minutes, he arrived at the area where the two members of the Rongjiao tribe were located. Xiao Zuhuang had been watching here and, upon seeing his master arrive, decisively left to find other trial practitioners and life forms, wasting no time. It was the most unafraid of hardship and fatigue, as it didn't tire at all and didn't even know what tiredness was. The two members of the Rongjiao tribe were only E-level. The moment they saw the D-level giant spider leap from the mountain top, what were they thinking? Instinctively, they turned and ran. Neither of them were speedsters. After running a short distance together, they decided to split up, hoping one could escape based on luck. The giant spider chased the slower one, closing to within 50 meters before suddenly turning to pursue the faster one. Mu Hanchuan leaped high off the giant spider's back, and mid-air, his right arm grasped a massive, thick stone with a diameter of 16 meters, which he hurled toward the Rongjiao tribe member 50 meters away. He turned around, weapon raised, ready to counterattack. But what he saw was real. The giant stone was hurtling toward him. If he had been prepared, he might have had a chance to dodge. But now it was too late. Chapter 375. The second day of the peak ranking competition, 9 a.m. A 17-meter-long conical stone pillar inexplicably appeared from above, piercing through a large D-level fire beast, D, and pinning it to the ground. Mu Hanchuan, wearing a black Wuchang mask, stood alone atop the stone pillar. From a distance, several observing trial practitioners quickly retreated from the area. This human was too fierce, and it would be troublesome if he set his sights on them. Among them was a human from the Xingyin continent, who naturally did not recognize this tomb, and had no information about such a powerful and ruthless individual in his mind. His intuition told him that this person was definitely not a good person, and might be very difficult to deal with, so he dared not approach and chose to leave. After much effort, he killed this D-level life form, gaining 15 points. Personal leaderboard: Human Mu Hanchuan, 23,415 points, ranked 10th. Kill leaderboard: Human Mu Hanchuan, 22,315 points. Ranked 19th. Mu Hanchuan felt he was strong enough and had worked hard, and with the big meatball helping to gather resources, he was still pulled down, barely squeezing into 10th place on the personal leaderboard. The kill leaderboard was now dominated by the Gonghun tribe, the Kluasa tribe, and the Longyi tribe, with very few humans in the top 100. Chapter 376. Xu Yeju rushed into the white light at the fastest speed, stepping into the level 1 resource tower. From the outside, the white light area didn't seem large, but inside it was a different world, with a very large area filled with rugged small hills, stacked on top of each other, extending far into the distance and seemingly endless, very suitable for hiding. He could see the white light at the center, 10 kilometers away. That was the core area of the level 1 resource tower. Is this it? He thought there would be something magical, but it was just like this, utterly uninspired. There were still dozens of minutes until the competition truly began, so Xu Yeju took his time walking toward the center, curious about how the resource tower would be contested while also recovering his stamina. Mu Bin arrived near the red resource tower with 2 companions. A number of trial practitioners had already gathered outside this resource tower, which occupied an area of 1 square kilometer. They were all far apart and didn't rush in, instead looking for their own tribesmen to enter more safely from any direction within this 1 square kilometer area. They could directly enter the resource tower without fear of being blocked. Several humans noticed Mu Bin and his group and actively ran over to form a group. Upon learning that the person before them was actually the first from the Xinglan continent, they needed no further words and directly pledged their allegiance, not even thinking of leaving. Chapter 377. Outside the level 3 resource tower, a large number of other races gathered, all looking for their own tribesmen to form groups. Hundreds of meters to the left, 7 3-meter-tall members of the T tribe were preparing to enter. This group was too numerous, and there were D-level members inside. It wouldn't be easy to deal with. Shifting his gaze to another side, at the foot of the mountain, there were 4 members of the Jielu tribe, all E-level. They were the targets. He could wipe them all out in one go. Looking around, he found no fellow humans, so Mu Hanchuan slowly crawled to the back slope of a small hill. Thinking it was better not to let his own tribe discover such underhanded behavior, as it would be easily spread once he returned. Xiao Zuhuang, several kilometers away in another direction, ran to eavesdrop on a group of 1. 5-meter-tall Chilling tribe dwarfs chatting to find out what they were planning. It could be confirmed that this place had the characteristics of the Forbidden Star Ring, as he could understand the words of the other races. But everything encountered here was real. The local life forms were living beings that could be eaten by the giant spider. It was incomprehensible. This peak-ranking competition was likely a combination of the Trial Star and the Forbidden Star Ring. Crawling and crawling, he got covered in black dust, which matched well with the black mask. At a distance of 300 meters, Mu Hanchuan took action. Chapter 378. The third layer had no buildings. Just a large flat area that could be seen at a glance, not very large. With only a few minutes left before the competition began, Mu Hanchuan felt that a great battle should start soon. He prepared to enter and test the rules of the Level 3 resource tower, hoping to find an opportunity to collect some meat. However, not only did no battle break out, but the entire third layer was eerily quiet. There was no fighting at all. He only saw that the area contesting the resource tower was already filled with members of the Yong tribe. In the innermost blue light area, there were 2, in the middle yellow light area, 7, and in the outer white light area, there were 21. Damn! 30 haven't been activated yet, and 30 members of the Yong clan have already taken over. Where did they all come from? Mu Hanchuan wanted to charge forward but instead took a light stroll, hands behind his back, pretending to walk toward the other end. He admitted he was strong, but not strong enough to take on 30 by himself. The 2 leaders in the innermost circle were definitely not weak, likely upper-class nobles within the Yong clan. The Yong clan is not considered a strong race, but it is the most populous, and has the strongest reproductive capacity among the 77 cultural star planets. And it is also the race with the clearest social hierarchy. Chapter 379. In 1 minute, 2,000 points worth of resources will randomly scatter throughout the resource tower, with 500 points on each level, and all rules within the resource tower will dissipate. This prompt was directed at all the challenges within the resource tower. This resource tower has been obtained by the human race, and in 1 minute, 2,000 points worth of resources will scatter, with 500 points on each level. The first level has the largest area, so it is definitely the most sparse and difficult to search. But it also has its advantages. It's less likely to be encountered by other challenges, making it relatively safe. Next is the second level, then the third level. And the highest fourth level is almost like just picking up resources, as the area is so small, isn't it just picking. Mu Bin walked outside. His companions had given their resource tower points to them, so they had to collect all the scores from the entire fourth level. In the fourth level, there were still 20 to 30 challengers hiding around, hoping to pick up some collection points. The area here is the smallest, and level 3 resources are the easiest to find. Mu Bin wouldn't he go easy on them? Without any unnecessary words, he suddenly burst out. The floating light clan was taken by surprise, drew their weapons to block, and fled back to the lower levels after barely blocking. Phut! With just one sword, his E-level weapon was knocked away, and his body was split in 2. Chapter 380. Su Qingyu single-handedly captured a level 2 resource tower. With 2 human allies in the outer circle, she didn't know how much help they were, but they shared 30 points. She obtained 60 points from the inner and middle circles, plus a special reward of 30 points for capturing the resource tower, totaling 90 points. She didn't specifically chase other alien races, whenever she saw resources worth 3 points, she would collect them, and only collected 3 points. This was a good resting time, allowing her to score while recovering. Additionally, she gained 3 instances of invincibility time for collection, effective in both the resource tower and the wild, which was very useful. She could use it to exploit a bug in the wild, resting and sleeping while collecting resources, without fear of being ambushed. She specifically checked the leaderboard and saw that Mu Hanchuan had dropped off both the personal score and kill score rankings, finally feeling relieved. I said he charged so fiercely before, he must be exhausted later, this idiot, if he is not doing well, I feel much better. Suhan mixed in with the team, following the 17 continent of the Star Spring continent, to seize a level 4 resource tower, but ended up being beaten badly. And the team was scattered. Now, he was quietly collecting level 2 resources on the second level with 2 companions from the same continent, healing. Chapter 381 The Star Realm Global United Forum erupted instantly. Our human race is ranked 17th, not bad, the younger generation is indeed stronger than the older generation. Indeed. This is just the beginning, it will definitely get better as we go on, our human race is just that resilient. Let's talk about this. How should our older generation, who focus on health, feel when they see this? It will indeed affect the mindset of the older generation. Maintaining health also requires good external conditions. What the heck, 4th in the collection leaderboard? What kind of points is this? It seems like the score isn't very high. Is it the kind of points for collecting materials? It shouldn't be. That's not something for lower tier and logistics to handle. We don't know the detailed rules inside, but Mu Hanchuan must have his own plans. Yes. Mu Hanchuan is the only one from our human race to enter the top 10 on the leaderboard, his kill score isn't low either, ranked 51st. He must have his own strategy, and his personal score will definitely catch up later. Wang Qinyu was extremely excited, feeling that it was her time to shine. Her senior brother actually made it into the top 10 of a leaderboard. Just 1 small point away from the top 3, shouldn't she brag a bit about it? To do justice to her hard-working senior brother. Chapter 382 At 11 p.m., in a small valley, the Star Devourer team had set up traps. And the bait was in place. The 6-member team was ready, just waiting for the D-level early-stage camel snake to crawl out for a one-hit kill. Above the valley, a 7-member human team was divided into 2 small groups, motionless, ambushing on both sides of the valley, waiting for the right moment. Hunting cannot be rushed. Higher up, Xiao Huang tucked away his cassock, remaining still, swaying with the wind, hidden among the treetops, observing the situation closely. The giant spider was digging underground, trying to get closer. At night, it could use its active ability, Nightfall, to cross 100 meters of obstacles and reach the surface, achieving a surprise attack effect. Mu Hanchuan, over 2 kilometers away, was collecting a level 1 resource with the giant meatball, ready to teleport at any moment to rush in for a kill. Nothing could stop his pace of collecting. He couldn't climb the kill leaderboard or the personal score leaderboard, but could he lose on the collection leaderboard? He must take first place. Hopefully, they start soon. Xiao Huang's active teleportation must be used before 12:30, or it will be wasted. He has to enter the resource tower by noon, and after 12:30, it absolutely cannot be used. He must ensure he has an active teleportation when entering. Chapter 383 At 11:30 a.m., only half an hour remained until the resource tower opened. After resting for 2 hours, Mu Hanchuan got up, letting the giant spider start attacking his shield. He only needed 15 annihilation stones to light up completely, preparing thoroughly to charge to the top level to compete for the resource tower. It's not that he didn't want to stack annihilation stones himself. He simply couldn't do it. He had to hold the shield passively for it to take effect. His other arm playing the Swana wasn't enough. It had to be external force. So, he had to let the giant spider use its large claws to strike him. Last night, that camel snake unexpectedly found the right moment, and was pierced by the 17-meter conical giant stone summoned by Mu Hanchuan, successfully killed. To deal with such large life forms, one must have such high damage weapons, otherwise, encountering a strong life force could lead to a protracted battle lasting several dozen minutes. Plus, with the kills of those 3 E-level challengers, he earned 24 points in one go. He didn't idle afterward either. He utilized the giant spider's powerful reconnaissance ability at night, collaborating with Xiaohu Huang, to wipe out 4 waves of E-level monster nests and aggressively attacked 2 D-level gap demons' strongholds. The battle was so intense that it attracted many nearby challengers. But no one dared to rush in to grab the spoils. Who would dare to compete with such a figure? Chapter 384. In the eastern area of the Level 4 Resource Tower, no other challengers could be seen. Mu Hanchuan sensed something unusual, and sent Xiaohu Huang to take a look first, only to be chased out by bugs. Instantly understanding, there were the soul-sharing clan. A small soul-sharing clan. He wasn't unfamiliar with killing them. Could they really block his path? If it didn't work out, he could just change direction to enter. The red area is so large. Big Meatball, Big Spider stayed outside, and Mu Hanchuan walked over alone. Climbing up to the halfway point of the mountain, from a distance, there was still a 1 kilometer distance to the red light column at the mountain top. He slapped down and killed a small insect. These insects have different abilities and are quite powerful. Each soul tribe raises a different swarm of insects based on their own characteristics, with varying cultivation periods. Some may take 10 days to half a month, while others only need a few days. They provide significant assistance and are an indispensable part of their strength. However, strictly speaking, if we consider individual insects, they do not qualify as true life forms. A true life form must reach level F. Come out and let me see what level you are, Mu Hanchuan shouted arrogantly. If it's level E, I'll kill it directly. If it's level D, I'll just give it a nudge. It's even better if I can defeat it. If not, I'll just take a detour. What big problem could that be? Chapter 385. Mu Hanchuan entered the white light area from the north, and a slight resistance appeared, causing his steps to involuntarily slow down a bit. Immediately afterward, his body sank slightly as the gravity doubled. Entering Level 2 Resource Tower competition area, cannot exit within 3 minutes, Mu Hanchuan was somewhat surprised. 3 minutes without the option to exit after entering. This forces you to fight. It's not like you can just come and go as you please. At the very least, you have to last for 3 minutes. The Level 2 Resource Tower has a white light area in both the outer and middle circles, meaning the gravity is doubled. The innermost circle, being the center, is a yellow light area, where the resistance and gravity will be slightly greater. With the basic rules understood, it was time to fight for that Level 2 Resource Tower. The middle and inner circles were in fierce battle, with the Flameheart tribe, the Tag tribe, the Spiral tribe, and the Mist Dragon tribe engaged in a chaotic struggle. The middle circle was an E-level free-for-all, while the inner circle was a D-level competition. The Mist Dragon tribe was not too strong, with a medium-sized population and average strength, neither strong nor weak, quite mediocre. They stood about 1.7 meters tall, with a spiral horn on their heads that flickered in and out of visibility. For most of the Mist Dragon tribe, it was merely a decorative feature with no practical function, but some might awaken a special ability during their growth, greatly enhancing their individual strength. Chapter 386. Even if I can't hold on, I must endure. Let us get started. The Tag tribe joined the attack. Its short and stout figure, referred to as short and chubby, wielded a massive bone hammer, swinging it with a whistling sound toward Mu Hanchuan's head. The shield is raised, I'll block. Mu Hanchuan could move freely now, his battle power greatly increased, and he was not at all flustered. The bone hammer struck the large shield, causing the surrounding ground to tremble slightly, and Mu Hanchuan's body slid back imperceptibly by half a step due to the immense impact. This Tag tribe member also stacked a 2 damage reduction. The Spiral tribe attacked again, this time using weapons. Its left arm extended, easily and accurately blocking the blow. The Spiral Tribe member was immediately horrified, feeling as if they were hitting a child, because they were that child. This human's strength exceeded expectations. The Flameheart Tribe's axe came down, but with 38 damage reduced, it posed no threat. The large shield turned to block the incoming axe. And the Swana was drawn out. Do you really think I have no offensive capability? Crack! The Flameheart Tribe's axe showed no power at all. Not even causing a ripple on the large shield, while he himself was smashed away by the Swana, thrown out of the guarded area. Stop fighting. Let us all deal with this human tribe, he is too strong. The Spiral Tribe member shouted loudly from several meters away, greatly intimidated by this person's strength. Chapter 387, 1 minute passed, and a strong yellow light unfolded, revealing the guarded area again. It still covered only 10 square meters, but this time there was no threat. Mu Hanchuan sat in the center, surrounded by the other 6, guarding outside the yellow light, extremely excited. They had secured their share. Having a big shot leading makes a difference. Isn't the distribution of points easy? They had to hold on tight to the leg of this masked man. In the last minute, the team began to allocate score rewards in advance. The team leader took the tank to the middle circle, and their combined strength was clearly stronger. The other 4 grouped together and went to the outer circle, leaving only Mu Hanchuan alone in the inner circle. In 30 seconds, points will drop. Please quickly select a position. The human team of 7 had already selected their scoring area. 30 seconds passed quickly, and 2 prompts sounded in his mind. Gained 30 points for the inner circle, special reward of 30 points for the trial taker, who seized the level 2 resource tower, so that's how it is. Tower takers receive extra points accordingly. Now he understood why there were those with 400 points. This wave netted him 60 points, plus a D-level kill, totaling 75 points. Not bad, not bad. Today's task was nearly completed with 14, allowing for a more relaxed approach. Chapter 388, the level 2 resource tower was genuinely trash. The second level had a considerable area, but dropped few resources, and there were still many trial takers hidden inside. Mu Hanchuan only managed to grab 3 level 3 and 5 level 2 resources, unable to find any high-level resources, and could only barely collect some level 1 scraps. He managed to scrape together 30 points, then rushed to the first level to see if he could pick up a few missed resources. It was over. There was no chance to break into the top 3 today. Junior sister, I'm sorry. Mu Bin's team captured another level 4 resource tower. And he single-handedly defeated 4 D-level enemies, including a master from the Shadow Radiant tribe. Of the 12 companions he brought, 1 was too weak to ascend to the 4th level and had to be abandoned. However, on the 4th level, he encountered 2 human beings with considerable strength. One of whom was Yinshin, ranked 97 from the Star Isle continent. This Yinshin was a not-so-pretty beautiful lady, who never imagined she would meet the number 1 from the Starland continent here. She was immediately smitten with Mu Bin. A fangirl, constantly sticking to him, looking for various opportunities to get closer, almost wanting to devote herself. Fortunately, Mu Bin had strong self-control, otherwise, if it were someone else, they might have already succumbed to Yinshin, and it would likely not entail any responsibility. Chapter 389, at noon sharp. The 3rd resource tower of the 4th day opened. Mu Hanchuan made no discoveries, but Xiao Zuhuang found something in the northeast, a white light. White light? Not even the level 1 dogs would go there. He decisively activated personal random teleportation and appeared on a vast plain. Just 1 kilometer away, a strong blue light shone. Blue? A level 3 resource tower, quite nice, suitable for my performance. Let's go take a look. His killing points reached 677, after a night of effort. He returned to rank 82. He hoped to get more kills in this level 3 resource tower, if not, he would drop below 100. But it didn't matter. He only pursued personal total scores and collection points, ignoring everything else. Xiao Zuhuang rushed ahead. Princess Juicin and Ling Xiao's team discovered a level 3 resource tower. Just let it be, don't mess around. First, find a way to capture the first resource tower, otherwise, the people below will scatter. Luck is turning. After entering the third level, she encountered a team from her smoke mist empire, and their strength was quite impressive. Juicin was very happy with their assistance. This time it was really secure. The team from the smoke mist empire was equally excited. They actually encountered their princess. Chapter 390. The third rock lizard tribe member appeared and immediately unleashed a powerful attack. Fury Crash, D. His right leg stomped on the mirror surface, creating a dull explosion in the air. His body inflated for a moment, red patterns appearing on his skin, and even the great axe in his hand grew significantly larger. With both hands raised above his head, the weapon, now transformed into a giant axe, swung down towards Mu Hanchuan with the force to destroy everything. It looked quite powerful, didn't it? Mu Hanchuan certainly didn't dare to be careless. He suddenly released the long hook with his left hand, swinging the Swoner to push back the two rock lizards at his side. His body tilted slightly, and he suddenly thrust his large shield upward, adopting the best defensive posture to withstand the blow with all his might. Boom! The giant axe struck down on Mu Hanchuan's raised shield, causing the entire mirror space to buzz incessantly. Mu Hanchuan felt his feet sink, his knees slightly bending, and he actively retreated 3 steps, dispersing the powerful force within him. How could this be? The axe-wielding rock lizard's expression changed dramatically. His strongest attack had only pushed him back 3 steps. He hadn't even been pushed back that far. The other 2 rock lizards promptly supplemented their attacks from the sides, coordinating quite well. Clang, clang, clang. Chapter 391. After 60 seconds, 1,000 points worth of resources scattered across the entire level 3 resource tower, with the third level having 333 points. Right before his eyes, a large amount of resources fell, and he immediately spotted 3 or 4 level 3 resources. The third level wasn't small, and many testers were hidden around the perimeter. Mu Hanchuan, along with his 3 pets, occupied the entire central open area, excitedly collecting resources. This time, there was a chance to earn a big collection score and push for the top 3. He didn't care about the more expansive corners outside. He didn't have the capability to manage them either. On the other hand, Juicin, the princess, had just finished her competition. It was just a level 3 resource tower. This time, without any surprises, their team successfully captured it. Princess Juicin willingly gave the occupation rights to Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao refused, insisting that Princess Juicin take the lead, while he was willing to be the silent guardian beside her. Princess Juicin felt helpless. She knew it would be like this. Her unparalleled beauty and noble demeanor were simply the greatest weapons for any man, making her an irresistible presence. And there was no way to avoid such outcomes. In the end, Princess Juicin, who didn't need to score points, had no choice but to take her position guarding the inner circle, capturing the resource tower and earning 100 points. Chapter 392, at noon, 11:40. The 4th resource tower on the 5th day was about to drop. Mu Hanchuan began again, having the large spider, which had sustained minor injuries yesterday, use its thick claws to hit the large shield. Only a few more annihilation stones were needed to light them all up, just a little more effort. He hadn't found a large monster nest last night, and the kill points were pitifully low, so he had to make it up during the day. Or he wouldn't complete today's basic tasks. Plus, he had fallen back to 4th place on the collection leaderboard. He was so frustrated. At exactly 12 o'clock, a level 1 resource tower appeared before Su Qingyu. Now fully healed, she decisively gave up and used her random teleportation chance. In an instant, she found herself in a dense wilderness, where the wild grass was almost taller than her. With her notable cleanliness obsession, she felt quite irritated. Her time scar, flailing about randomly in her hand. She moved towards the mountain top, gazing northward, and nearly 50 kilometers away, a bright red caught her eye. A level 4 resource tower. Su Qingyu took a deep breath and ran towards it without hesitation. It might be difficult, but she had to try. Meanwhile, in another direction of the level 4 resource tower, Princess Juisin and Ling Xiao's team were also heading towards the same destination as Su Qingyu. Chapter 393, That Human is Coming Over. The resource tower hasn't opened yet. Does he want to test the waters first? Don't be careless. If he dares to come over and attack together, just take him out. They had 4 D rank and 9 E rank members, not one weakling among them. They weren't afraid of anyone, just waiting to see if he dared to truly approach. With a steady pace, Mu Hanchuan was indeed coming. The black impermanence mask radiating a cold aura. The 13 members of the Void Molting tribe, who had been mocking him, gradually stopped laughing upon seeing him approach, turning wary. Oh, the mudworm isn't happy. With so many of you humans, isn't anyone coming to help you? A slender young man from the Void Molting tribe sneered. This group of Void Molting tribe members, after reaching C rank, gained an extra life for every shell they molted, allowing them to resurrect from those molted shells upon death. Although their strength would drop to that of the shell they molted from, and each realm could only molt once. Individually, this race wasn't too powerful. But their talent was indeed impressive. However, you guys aren't C rank, are you? What are you so proud of? If you die, it's really over. A bunch of fools. The human team was extremely surprised. What was this masked man trying to do approaching the Void Molting tribe? Chapter 394, Princess Juisin's team had grown to 18 members. The level 4 resource tower was a bit far away, taking some time. At 12:55, they collectively climbed to the 4th level without losing a single member. Don't underestimate this Princess' team, all members made it to the 4th level. Indicating that they weren't slacking off, and each of their overall strengths was decent. We have humans. Ling Xiao, like a cold and ruthless sword, glimmered with a chilling light, constantly showcasing his most perfect side to Princess Juisin. Princess Juisin looked over, in the resource tower competition area, near the outer circle. Her gaze was immediately drawn. There was actually a woman. This woman wore an ordinary, sparse mask and was very agile. With exceptionally strong power, because her opponent was a Soul Cohesion tribe member. Every sword strike made it evident that the Soul Cohesion tribe was struggling to defend. This person was definitely not ordinary. Go help. Ling Xiao, not boasting lately, was now working diligently and eager to perform, being the first to charge in. Whoosh! Ling Xiao moved at lightning speed, instantly rushing into the outer circle, directly threatening the back of the Soul Cohesion tribe member. Dozens of bugs fell at once, simultaneously pouncing on Su Qingyu and Ling Xiao, exploding one after another, and the Soul Cohesion tribe member immediately seized the opportunity to flee. Chapter 395, Returning to the 4th level, Mu Hanchuan didn't rush to relocate the marked E-rank Karuna tribe member. Instead, he, along with the large meatball and the big spider, began to claim territory, challenging anyone who disagreed. The competition above had already entered a heated phase, and he believed results would emerge soon. The human race wasn't lacking, but hopes weren't high. It was more likely that the Shadow Glimmer tribe would take it, as that one-eyed member was too strong, and the other 3 Karusa tribe members also had hopes. What about Xiaozu? That guy had disappeared since entering. He hadn't returned after starting to claim territory. It is an indispensable member of the team, and it cannot be missed. Let's see what it is doing now. After sensing, Xiaozu Huang is not in the resource tower at all. At some point, it ran outside and is now crouching by a small pond in the swamp, with green miasma rising from behind. It is squatting next to a cracked black rock, which contains a slime of unknown composition, glowing with a fluorescent blue color, with only a small amount left at the bottom. Xiaozu Huang imitates the 2 Maple Glass clan members who just left, picks up a small twig, dips it in the fluorescent blue slime, and begins to apply it to itself. My goodness. What is it learning now? Not wanting to disturb it. I waited until it had exhausted the little slime left before calling it back. Chapter 396, Late at Night. Only a big meatball was left outside to gather resources. Only collecting level 2 or 3 resources, refusing level 1. Tonight, we need to focus on killing points. There aren't enough people to gather resources. The harvest during the day was too little, and his personal score had dropped out of the top 100. Tonight, he must make up for it in this vast swamp area. Is there a D level inside? Mu Hanchuan brought Xiao Zuhuang and the big spider to a large sinkhole. This sinkhole goes straight down, pitch black, with an unknown depth. Xiao Zuhuang nodded. It had gone down to explore and confirmed there was absolutely no problem. All right. Let's do it. Mu Hanchuan first arranged for the big spider to quickly dig a hole to hide in. As soon as that D level appears, it would use the wall-piercing ability of Shadow Fall, C, to launch a surprise attack. The big spider understood and immediately got to work. It could go through within 100 meters, but the distance had to be calculated well. The big meatball was still gathering level 2 resources, and would need another 15 minutes. We waited for it to finish gathering before proceeding. On Su Qingyu's side, their team was also searching for monster nests in the forest. She had the ability and the willingness to compete for killing points, but the wilderness was simply too vast. Every day, 3,000 resource spots fell, and on average, they had to search within dozens of kilometers to find one, which illustrates the vastness of this trial ground. Chapter 397, at 12:30. Mu Hanchuan arrived near the level 5 resource tower. He didn't rush in, but called the big spider over to use its large claws to gather some obscuring stones for his big shield. He only gathered 50 pieces, which was still quite far from enough. Whether he would need it or not, he decided to gather first. Xiao Zuhuang snuck inside to check the environment, focusing on seeing which powerful races had appeared and whether there were any human teams to facilitate future plans. Glancing at his personal total score, human race, Mu Hanchuan, 1,500 points, 92nd place, it was just right, exactly 1,500 points. As he was about to enter the 6th day, it just happened to be 300 points per day. Not too many and not too few. As time goes on, it will definitely get harder. If he couldn't get more points at the beginning, it would be difficult to reach 10,000 points later. The question is, how to do it? Mu Hanchuan was quite troubled. This current progress was already his limit, and it was hard to gather more points. S-level rewards were indeed not easy to grab. No wonder the human race could only win once in the first 5 races of the peak tournament. Hey, are you interested in teaming up? Inside the level 4 resource tower, Shu Yeji appeared, casually resting his death scythe on his shoulder. After battling with a tall Zelta clan member, he felt that this person was quite strong and qualified to be his partner, so he invited him. Chapter 398, 2 minutes passed, and Xiao Zuhuang was forcibly called back to the 4th floor by Mu Hanchuan. No need to show up there anymore, it had no battle power at all. Who could it scare up there? Did it want the whole world to know the name of our tomb? After giving Xiao Zuhuang a good lecture, Mu Hanchuan went up to the 5th floor alone. With Su Qingyu, Juosin, and Ling Xiao there, this resource tower had a great opportunity to fight. Points were too hard to come by. Even if they had to pay some price this time, they had to give it a shot. Especially since there was an old enemy on the other side. 5th floor. Su Qingyu followed Nibiru's gaze to the staircase. Ling Xiao looked over there, then turned back, curious. Zhu, what are you looking at? Su Qingyu ignored him, staring at that direction, unwilling to leave like this. She hoped that a strong human expert would really appear. Juosin frowned in thought. Could there be an unexpected surprise? Just as she was thinking, a figure really walked out from the stairs. And it was indeed the human race. The figure was tall, upright, and handsome, slowly stepping out from the staircase and into the 5th floor. He wore a black Wuchang mask, carried a large shield on his back, and his hair hung loosely, ignoring everything around him. His gaze faintly fell on the central Nibiru, as he walked slowly toward the center. Chapter 399, Mu Hanchuan, Su Qingyu, Juosin, and Ling Xiao stepped into the outer circle one after another. Their human companions followed closely, rushing in. Their strength might not be sufficient to participate in the high-level battles inside, but they could still block enemies in the outer circle and prepare to support. They had various types among them, including area attack, speed skills, and even group healing, plus they had 5 long-range destructive weapons. As long as they huddled together without taking the initiative to attack, who would dare to come and try? The support was busy, casting area attacks and speed boosts to prepare the main forces ready to enter the inner circle. Su Qingyu specifically mentioned that she ran over to use a single target defense for Mu Hanchuan, who was about to enter the middle circle. It increased defense strength by 15, lasting for 3 minutes. It wasn't much, nor was it long-lasting, but it was a significant boost for Mu Hanchuan. 3 minutes was enough because he had Falling Star B, which was enough time to stack damage reduction. Just before stepping into the middle circle, Mu Hanchuan turned to look at the main human force. They were still somewhat useful. And he specifically glanced at the one boosting his state. A man? A man serving as support. How ridiculous, he might as well learn to be a big shield. How cool. Chapter 400. A fierce battle intent ignited in Su Qingyu's eyes as her dual swords flew, slashing out a dozen strikes in quick succession. Each one ruthless and attacking fiercely. This was her first direct confrontation with the top combat power of the Soul Clan, and it was under 5 times gravity. Nibiru was even more ruthless. If it wasn't necessary, he resolutely did not defend, meeting each blow head-on. After a series of collisions, all her moves were blocked, and she couldn't achieve any effect. Nibiru was too strong, with a perfect balance of offense and defense, making it impossible to gain a local advantage. Her time trace B couldn't hit his main body, and inflicting heavy damage on him would be very difficult. While thinking of a countermeasure, Nibiru suddenly activated a skill and launched a fierce attack, with dozens of insects bursting forth. Su Qingyu was shocked and, without hesitation, shouted, using her skill, Grave Fall, C. The shield returned, and the microphase shift of Cold Ash Soul, C, activated. Mu Hanchuan appeared in front of Su Qingyu, delivering a heavy blow, causing a blood mist to explode, directly crushing over a dozen insects. The rest of the insects that lunged at Su Qingyu were mostly blocked by him. However, Su Qingyu was still knocked away. She couldn't compete in the skill duel. Taking advantage of the situation, Nibiru bypassed Mu Hanchuan and charged forward to eliminate the human race's main body. Chapter 401, Waves of fierce attacks continued to fall. Yet they could never truly break through the defense of the masked man in front of them. This left Nibiru quite frustrated. He admitted that in his current state, he couldn't kill the masked man. The masked man harbored a huge secret. He was wearing far more than just 3 pieces of equipment. How was he able to do that? Behind him, a fierce whip lashed out, and Nibiru dodged it, glaring back with a fierce look. It was Juosin, rushing over to assist Mu Hanchuan. They had already entered the final stage of the fight. Juosin and Ling Xiao dared not hold back any longer, launching their full strength into the battle. Juosin's opponent was not particularly strong, and she easily handled them, doing her utmost to help. Mu Hanchuan had several open wounds all over his body, covered in blood, most of his injuries on his chest and back. Junior Sister's Cold Ash's spirit, C, was not enough. He simply couldn't withstand it. Su Qingyu got back up, finally recovering a bit. Can she do it? Of course. Even if she couldn't, she had to try. She couldn't lose face in front of Mu Hanchuan. This was good. Very decisively, 99 annihilation stones collectively dimmed, and a 20 attack boost was conferred onto Su Qingyu. This thing wasn't just for personal use. If you can do it, then go ahead, I will cheer for you. Chapter 402, Without stopping at the 4th level, Fearing encountering that group of soul-sharing clans, Mu Hanchuan directly rushed to the third level to regroup with Xiao Zuhuang. Summoning giant spiders and large meatballs, he immediately began gathering resources, not even needing to fight for territory since the resources had already fallen. Collect as much as possible. To his great surprise, Xiao Shanshan and Jiyu Yuan captured a level 2 resource tower, not because their team was particularly strong, but because they encountered Duan Qianyu. Ranked 151 on the same continent, a certain reader's name, inside. For some reason, he remained solo until now. So the two sides naturally teamed up to take down this level 2 resource tower. During a break in resource gathering, Xiao Shanshan curiously asked, "Hey, why are you alone?" "I just got here, and was getting a feel for the environment and nature," Duan Qianyu said seriously. Jiyu Yuan understood immediately. "Bro, you just hid away, right? We are all from the same continent, no need to be so lofty." Duan Qianyu's favorability towards Jiyu Yuan instantly dropped by 50 points. Some things are better left unsaid. Xiao Shanshan thought for a moment. "Duan Qianyu, I have some impression of you. You're from the Birch Nation, right?" Chapter 403, at exactly 12 o'clock. The 8th resource tower descended, officially entering the 9th day. There were no discoveries around Mu Hanchuan, so he decisively used random teleportation to leave the swamp. In a dense forest, Mu Hanchuan pushed aside several meters of wild grass and slowly walked towards a small dirt mound not far away. As soon as he stepped out of the grass, he sensed a malicious life form locking onto him, and the early warning system automatically triggered. A Swarna was thrown back without warning, smashing into a head. It turned out to be one of the 3 races from the Noise Planet, the Night-Eating Bat tribe. Just an E rank, and it still wanted to escape, only to be bitten in half by a giant spider. Did it not know he had a built-in warning system? It still wanted to ambush him. Upon reaching the small dirt mound, he saw a level 2 resource tower 3 kilometers to the east, halfway up a hill. A level 2 tower was quite suitable for him. The points from a level 1 tower were simply too few, and he would not consider it unless absolutely necessary. After all, he was the 3rd on the human continent. Mu Hanchuan headed towards that level 2 resource tower, knowing that for the next 22 days, whenever there was an opportunity, even at the risk of injury, he must strive to seize it and would not hesitate to use item cards if necessary. But before he could enter, he was ambushed again at the foot of the mountain. This time, it was a small squad of the Ying tribe, known for their eagle-nosed, dog-mouthed appearance. However, they were the 2nd largest race in terms of population within the galaxy. But their internal chaos meant they had never produced a true strongman, or achieved genuine unity, making their overall strength very weak. Chapter 404, at exactly 1 o'clock. He really didn't see any strong teams. Those currently competing in the circle were just 3 teams of ordinary strength, posing no threat. Duan Qianyu, it's stable. If Duan Qianyu said it was stable, then it was definitely stable. Jiyu Yuan surged with heroic spirit. Kill. Xiao Shanshan, okay, let's charge into the inner circle together. Dividing into 2 small teams. Duan Qianyu will lead one team to seize the tower, and I will assist Jiyu Yuan's team for cover. Duan Qianyu, understood. Jiyu Yuan, no problem. Xiao Shanshan, then let's go. The human team charged out. As expected, they killed 2 aliens, with one of their own heavily injured, driving off all other teams and successfully capturing the level 1 resource tower. The points weren't much, but the sense of pride was not diminished at all. They were quite content. The next day, at 11:55, they were about to enter the 10th day. Mu Hanchuan was lost in thought. The annihilation stones on his large shield fully lit up, and there was nothing to do. There weren't many life forms in this area. After leaving the resource tower at 3:30 p.m. yesterday, he had been working hard until 10 a.m. today, and had only gotten 110 points from kills. However, he earned quite a bit from gathering points. From yesterday noon until now, he had gathered a total of 64 points, catching up a bit. Chapter 405, on the 5th level, Mu Hanchuan's true form shone as he appeared. The prestige of being the third on the continent making him the center of attention as soon as he entered. At this moment, a team of light beings he had encountered midway also ascended to the 5th level from another path. Mu Hanchuan ignored them entirely, simply surveying the 5th level before strolling towards the central resource tower contention area, not caring about any race. Here comes our human race. This one looks quite impressive. Wow! Upon seeing the figure clearly, the number 1 lackey Wang Zhenxing immediately exclaimed, "Our continent's third from Xinglan continent, boss, he is Mu Hanchuan." This shout startled all the humans, who turned to look, realizing that the person before them was the third from Xinglan continent. The top 3 of each continent are like gods among their peers. How could they not be shocked and in awe? Another third from the human race appeared in this level 5 resource tower. The third from Xinglan continent. He is Mu Hanchuan. A girl exclaimed, "Wow, no way, what a coincidence." Mu Hanchuan. Ling Han immediately became more serious. This name was quite famous. At least much more so than his own. Chapter 406, 2 days later, at 6 p.m. Mu Hanchuan lay in ambush in the deep mountains, as giant spiders screeched in panic, with a whole squad of the Spiral tribe chasing after them. They were still a bit far off. He wasn't in a hurry to strike, as they would soon enter the ambush zone. In the past 2 days, Mu Hanchuan had entered 2 level 2 resource towers, once getting 90 points and once scoring the full 120, having quite good luck and obtaining all the points he should have. The resource towers were secured, and he maintained a steady pace in gathering points, still in 4th place, catching up a bit. The kill points were rising quickly, already reaching 70th place, as he had found better ways to score. When the resource tower opened, he was a lone wolf, needing only to appear slightly flustered and timidly sneak in. And he would always be ambushed, getting ambushed about 10 times along the way, only to then eliminate them all. After the resource tower was out, the conditions were no longer available. At this time, it was time to switch to the big spider, spreading across the mountains to lure. As a D-class beast, it was a big target and very popular. As long as it pretended to be seriously injured, coughed up a bit of blood, and shouted in panic, it would always attract the attention of some hidden challengers, and perhaps even lure out other D-class beasts. Little Bamboo Huan went off to find a target, and would take action once it was discovered. Chapter 407, Day 13, 11:50 a.m. Mu Hanchuan casually found some wild fruits to eat and replenish energy. The big spider was slightly injured, with one leg truly limping and needed a good rest for 2 days. At this moment, it was like a big meatball. And only little Bamboo Huan remained by Mu Hanchuan's side, squatting and daydreaming, rarely running around. The 12th resource tower was about to fall, hopefully. It would still be level 2, otherwise it would be troublesome. On Xiao Shanshan's side, their team had rescued a fat man named Wei Kai, a certain reader, in the wild. This guy was also a D-class. And as the resource tower competition was about to start, they brought him along. Jiu Yuan walked in front without looking back and casually asked, "Hey, little fat guy. What do you have?" "I have money." Jiu Yuan was annoyed and replied, "Do any of us look like we lack money? I'm asking what abilities you have that could be useful in the tower competition. Look at my body, do I need to say more? I'm obviously a tank." Xiao Shanshan looked over, pure tank. Such a statement was indeed somewhat useful, as D-class tanks were relatively rare. Of course not. I also bring some support that can enhance group defense. Oh, that's good. Can you withstand D-class attacks? Chapter 408, the human squad rushed into the inner circle, and a more chaotic battle broke out, mainly targeting the Flameheart tribe, which had the greatest advantage. The fearless Mu Hanchuan charged to the front, absorbing the most damage. His shield swung fiercely, with all 99 annihilation stones on the large shield lit up. He wasn't in a hurry and planned to give the dual-wielding Shang Qian an attack boost at a critical moment later for even more power. The medical support only had a single target speed boosting skill, the rest were healing skills, which were not very useful. Mu Hanchuan didn't want those. He just needed to boost the others. On Xiao Shenshen's side, their team had not even entered the inner circle. Nor had they touched the level 2 resource tower before being chased away, completely scattered. They didn't expect the world to be so difficult, everything was declining. Even those experts were running toward lower-tier resource towers. The high-level resource towers had started to gather in large groups in recent days. After the initial transitional phase, a large number of hidden challenges emerged, greatly increasing the difficulty of competing for high-level resource towers. These strong small teams lost their competitiveness and began to run toward lower-level resource towers. Jiu Yuan, Duan Qianyu, and Wei Kai were verbally reluctant, but still ran quite fast. Chapter 409, Congratulations, the human race successfully captured this level 3 resource tower in 30 seconds, points will be dropped, please quickly select a position. The competition results were out, Mu Hanchuan touched the level 3 resource tower, and a strong repulsion force descended, driving all the alien races out of the contest area. We did it. Awesome, brother, your defense is indeed impressive. The four were very happy, they had secured the points. Mu Hanchuan was calm, did I personally take action? Is there any difficulty? The woman later took a special look at this masked man. Her name was Li Linxin, a member of the Li family. One of the 4 great families in Qianlan City. She certainly recognized the man wearing the black Wuchang mask. He had killed members of the Mu family and the Yang family, and was on the wanted list, quite famous in Lu province. She didn't expect to encounter him here today, his strength was indeed formidable. As the points dropped, all 5 of Mu Hanchuan's group stood in the inner circle. Mu Hanchuan himself earned 80 points, while the other 4 each earned 30 points. They scored a huge amount of points, and all 5 were excited. They completely complemented each other, they had a tank, warriors, and even a medical support, making a perfect team. Shang Qian was just about to speak, when they decided to team up together, and continue to seize the tower. Chapter 410, After much difficulty. Mu Hanchuan shook off a group of pursuing T-tribes and rushed into the 3rd layer. Little Bamboo Huan, who had just finished gathering in the wild, was called over. Even if it was unwilling, it had to gather now, there was no choice, points needed to be made up. The big meatball was still gathering a level 2 resource in the wild and couldn't be called. The big spider was free and could be summoned at any time. Little Bamboo Huan wandered around, while Mu Hanchuan looked toward the central area. Suddenly, he crouched down, hiding behind a large stone. In the inner circle, there was a human team of 10, currently competing with a team of 6 from the Cruiser tribe for the level 3 resource tower. Both sides were roughly equal in strength, and it was hard to tell who had a greater chance of winning. Looking at the core battlefield, the 11th ranked in the continent. Sheng Yinghao. How coincidental, Su Han was also in there, and his big wife had actually joined that team. With 2 strong Cruiser tribe members dealing with Sheng Yinghao. The other 4 Cruiser tribe members were handling the other 9 human members. Even with only 4, they were not at a disadvantage against the 9. Resolutely, he took off the mask and tucked it into his clothes, inserted the swana into his waist, marked the large shield on his back, and threw it under the large stone. If someone picked it up, it wouldn't matter, he could summon it back directly. Chapter 411, On the afternoon of the 18th day. The competition for today's resource tower was basically over. Mu Hanchuan had lost the glory of the previous day, only managing to seize a level 1 tower, earning a total of 40 points. The gathering inside the resource tower had ended. Mu Hanchuan was now gathering resources in the wild with his 3 pets, resting until he was ready to go for kills to earn points. The leaderboard in the real world had been refreshed, and they were overjoyed. The human race had advanced 1 position, which was indeed worth celebrating. First, Light Tribe 2nd, Cruiser Tribe 3rd, Zeltar Tribe 4th, Shadow Radiance Tribe 5th, Skull Tribe 6th, Shed Soul Tribe 7th, Surge Tribe 8th, Star Devourer Tribe 9th, Fire Tribe 10th, Inkai Tribe 11th, Flameheart Tribe 12th, Night Eater Bat. Tiger Weasel, Spine Tribe 13th, Mist Dragon Tribe 14th, Human Race 7 to 7th. Spirit, the few tribes ahead of the human race were not particularly powerful, given this pace. There was hope to advance further and surpass them. The top 10 would be difficult, depending on whether the human race could keep up, and luck was also very important. Gathering points ranking Chapter 412, Liu approached, her gaze sweeping over Mu Hanchuan's face, her brow slightly furrowed. This man wearing the black Wu Chang mask was clearly not a good person. She particularly detested such sneaky individuals. Who are you? Liu's voice was not loud, but carried an oppressive feeling. Just passing by, Mu Hanchuan replied calmly, his hands hanging naturally, showing no signs of tension. They can't do anything to me. Passing by? Is this a place you can pass by? Hurry up and take off your mask. Let me see if you are an outsider. Mu Hanchuan couldn't hold back and directly lashed out, saying, "What are you? How dare you insult my character? If it weren't for the rules here, I would have broken your limbs by now." Liu, furious, shouted, "Arrogant little thief, do you know who I am? Who gave you the courage?" The two people beside her rushed up to join in the insults. In the distance, many people came running, thinking something had happened. Liu shouted to the crowd, "Who knows him? After we go out, hunt him down to the ends of the earth. His name is Mu. A wanted criminal in our Qinghuang kingdom, notorious for his crimes, killing without mercy, utterly unforgivable." Immediately, someone responded, "He is from the northwest Shigu province, of course. We know this notorious criminal." Chapter 413, the battle in the inner circle of the Level 2 resource tower was quite intense, with a total of 4 races, including Mu Hanchuan, competing. Mu Hanchuan seized the opportunity and forcefully activated the defense. In the first 5 minutes, he didn't exert his full strength, just barely managing. And several times he almost got pushed out of the defense area. In the last 5 minutes, he suddenly seemed to become stronger, activating the shield of depletion and releasing his defense range, holding off everyone by himself. In the last 2 minutes, the big meatball was suddenly summoned, spewing out a series of attacks, successfully ambushing a member of the Ke tribe and pouncing on another, entering a final frenzy. Mu Hanchuan put forth all his strength. There was no possibility of failure, and this level 2 resource tower was securely captured. This time, no human race appeared to steal points, earning a whopping 120 points and eliminating 4 E ranks, making a huge profit. It turned out that level 2 was still suitable for me. I was invincible within level 2. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Bin had also earned 400 points at this time, and Su Qingyu had gotten 150 points, currently gathering level 3 resources. Day 22, 7 p.m. Mu Hanchuan went hunting outdoors, and today he led a group of younger humans to forcefully seize a level 3 resource tower. The big spider was injured quite badly and used a D-rank attack item card. This was the first attack item card they actively used. Chapter 414, Day 23. 11:55 a.m., position secured. Mu Hanchuan stayed in the southwest, the big spider in the northwest, the little bamboo in the northeast. And the big meatball was thrown to the southeast in advance. The shortest distance between the 4 brothers was already 50 kilometers apart. If no one was found, they would keep searching outward, and the big meatball wouldn't need to. In order to find the level 2 resource tower, they were all in. Earlier that morning, the human race's overall ranking rose again, surpassing the Mist Dragon tribe, reaching 13th. This indicated that the overall strength of their human race in the 25 age group was indeed good, already considered above average. Even if they only reached 13th through outdoor gathering, that was still a skill. Why couldn't you gather anything? Mu Hanchuan's kill points ranking reached 53rd, and his total personal points rose to 55th. He was close to breaking into the top 50. But he felt that he needed to break into the top 40 to have a chance at S-rank rewards. TM felt it was a bit difficult. If he really couldn't make it, he would have to settle for A-rank rewards. The A-rank rewards could indeed bring him greater improvements at this stage. But in the long run, they were far inferior to S-rank rewards. Because A-rank rewards could be obtained, they could be measured with money. Although they were a bit hard to get, such things were basically monopolized by the big shots, and only special A-rank equipment could provide them with the greatest strength boost. Leaving little hope for the younger generation. Chapter 4:15, at 11:50 a.m., about to enter day 25. Same old tactic, the pets had all taken their positions. Ready to continue fighting for the level 2 resource tower. Earlier that morning, Wei Yang, the top of the Star Island continent, jumped into the top 100 of the kill leaderboard, but then fell back down an hour later. They could feel it, everyone was working hard and not slacking off. Su Qingyu had been gaining points rapidly these days, and her total personal points were less than 600 points away from the top 100. In the last 6 days, with Princess Juison and Ling Xiao actively giving her points, if luck was on her side, she might indeed have a chance to break into the top 100 and secure a rank. Of course, she was also working hard enough, hardly having any free time. Except for a little rest every day, the rest of the time was spent striving for kill points with her companions. At noon sharp, 3,000 resource towers descended. Right in front of Mu Hanchuan was a level 5 resource tower. Was this luck too good? He didn't want it. On the big meatball side was a level 1 tower, too trashy, decisively abandoned. He summoned the big meatball to look for something else. The big spider and little bamboo didn't discover anything, and were searching in the other 2 directions. Over at Su Qingyu's side, they found a level 4 resource tower, but thought it was too high level, and turned to another direction, where a small squad found a level 3 resource tower. Chapter 4:16, Little Bamboo had scouted ahead, so there was no need to search specifically, heading straight to the top layer. On the way, he didn't forget to tidy up his appearance, which was very important. Stepping into the 5th layer, the inner circle was already in combat. The goal was very unified, destroying the enemy was secondary, while repelling them was the main objective. Whoever could fully occupy the inner circle basically won. Little Bamboo hid in the shadows, observing from a distance, providing Mu Hanchuan with a different perspective. Finding the right position, Mu Hanchuan approached a certain coordinate near the outer circle. He didn't go in, he just stood there, back straight, perfectly showcasing his tall stature, quietly observing the battle situation inside. His position was very conspicuous. Anyone who wasn't exceptionally strong wouldn't dare stand like this. It was a bit arrogant. The reason for choosing such a conspicuous position was, of course, intentional. It was very deliberate. First, it matched his level and showcased his strength. Second, it allowed those 6 people to notice him. With their caution and observational skills, they would definitely detect him. Just waiting for them to come over and strike up a conversation. The road of genius is hard to walk, but I know how to walk it. Among the 6, the only female kept her eyes on the whole scene, and was the first to speak. Chapter 4:17, with the human race joining the battle, the situation changed dramatically. Ding Hong led the charge, seeming not fast, but once he struck, the efficiency of his attacks shocked Mu Hanchuan. He didn't draw his sword, he just threw punches. He didn't need to throw many. As long as he threw a punch, it would definitely cause serious injury, and it was impossible to defend against it. Even if you knew he was attacking, you would still be half a beat slow, unable to keep up with that punching speed. This fighting style, combining super explosive power and advanced reaction, without seeking combos or flashy moves, was typical of the human martial arts school. Coupled with Ding Hong's super strong overall combat power, it was simply invincible. Originally, Mu Hanchuan thought he was just exceptionally gifted, but it turned out he was also extremely hardworking. Integrating martial arts with his own abilities to this extent, this was much stronger than Su Qingyu's jumping around like a monkey, all flashy and showy, right? Mu Hanchuan charged to the center, directly aiming to seize the resource tower. Wu Tongzhuan led the other 4 companions to provide support. Battling in the central area to reduce the pressure Mu Hanchuan was about to face. The 5 of them had shields, control, support, and enough damage. Working together in a team formation, with extremely strong combat power, anyone who came could withstand it. With their help, Mu Hanchuan felt quite relaxed. And the series of attacks he faced were all easily deflected with one arm. Chapter 4:18 In the wilderness, Mu Hanchuan didn't run far, only about 30 kilometers away. With Xiao Zuhuang and the big spider around, as long as I left a mark, I wasn't worried about not finding them. It was impossible for them to shake me off. Whenever there was free time, I would let Xiao Zuhuang go back to observe their tracks to keep abreast of the latest developments. Anyway, Xiao Zuhuang didn't fear hardship, didn't fear fatigue, and couldn't sit still. At a level 3 resource tower, the big meatball was summoned to start collecting resources. Today, Mu Hanchuan personally collected quite a lot at the resource tower. The harvest from the 3 pets was just average, so I had to make up for that. I wouldn't compete for 3rd place, just let it go and focus on killing. At exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the leaderboard refreshed, and the Yunhai clan collapsed. They cried for the lag they had cultivated as a family. Their hope was gone, perished in this ethnic war. Today, a human from the top 10 of the human continent also fell. Suyu, ranked 7th in the Xingchuan continent, was killed by the Yangshan clan. And it was a grand death. On the human planet, people from various continents were worried for their human contestants, wondering if they could break into the top 10 and secure an S-level reward, which would be revealed in the coming days. Within the Mu family. Chapter 4:19 At 1 o'clock, 3,000 resource towers simultaneously opened for competition. They were only level 4 resource towers, so no tactics were needed. Ding Hong led his companions directly into the innermost circle, welcoming any teams to challenge them. Mu Hanchuan went straight to the center, guarding alone. Not needing anyone to help me, I wanted to perform well, or else I wouldn't deserve the points I earned. Ding Hong guarded one side alone, while Wu Tongzhuan led 4 other companions to guard the other side, with clear divisions of labor. Unexpectedly, there were indeed those daring enough to come in for a contest. A large team of Frost clan. Their skin appeared pale blue or silver white, their bodies looked like they were covered with a thin layer of frost. And their characteristic was that they weren't afraid of the cold. This clan had a low presence and overall strength was average, belonging to the lower middle tier. Seeing that there weren't many human beings, they wanted to give it a try. Ding Hong was not polite at all, killing 3 in a row. And then the others ran away. A group of weaklings dared to challenge my brother Ding Hong. It was simply a piece of cake. The level 4 resource tower that Mu Hanchuan needed to fight for with his life was easily taken by Ding Hong and his team. That was the crushing power of absolute strength. Mu Hanchuan scored 210 points, feeling great. At this pace, the S-level reward was secure. Brother Ding Hong only got 70 points. Plus the 3 he killed, barely reaching 100 points. Chapter 4:20 At 12:50. In the 5th layer of the level 5 resource tower, Mu Hanchuan and his 7 entered the inner circle. Almost simultaneously, another team from the Skull clan also stepped into the inner circle, consisting of only 6 members. Fewer than Mu Hanchuan's side. 2 of them carried 3 weapons, while the other 4 were equipped with armor. There was no need to hesitate. Both sides drew their weapons simultaneously, and could only fight. For the human race, Ding Hong was 9th on the individual points leaderboard. The leader of the Skull clan stepped forward, his gaze fixed only on Ding Hong. He was among the strongest in the Skull clan, ranking within the top 10. And even though he was at the very bottom of the list, he faced the potential number 1 of the human race without any fear, believing he could definitely win. Another member of the Skull clan beside him, also carrying 3 weapons, quietly reminded, he is very strong, extremely strong. Being 9th on the individual leaderboard was a testament to strength, and it was certain he would secure an S-level reward. Not to be compared with the strongest among ordinary races, or they would suffer greatly. While they were sizing each other up, the most arrogant member of the human race had already entered the center alone, arms crossed, standing there nonchalantly. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. He went to the side of the level 5 resource tower alone, and even his fellow humans felt that Mu Hanchuan was too conceited. Chapter 421, Karuna Clan's 5th-ranked Snwogen underestimated the group of humans, as there were actually 3 outstanding human powerhouses among them. There was still time. And they weren't in a hurry to compete for the resource tower. Su Qingyu and her group crazily pursued. And it would be even better if they could eliminate him, if not, it wouldn't matter. Snwogen moved all 4 arms, swinging dual blades in a crisscross manner, while the other pair of arm guards protected himself, forcibly breaking out of the encirclement. Ling Xiao launched a frontal assault, but was skillfully evaded. And Snwogen countered with a blade across Ling Xiao's shoulder, blood flowing. Too fast. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and retreated. Su Qingyu quickly cut in, using time trace B to land several strikes, all blocked by the arm guards. She had anticipated this, after a feint with time trace B, her left hand, using Dream Whisper C, suddenly thrust diagonally, piercing Snwogen's left upper arm. Snwogen roared, slashing towards Su Qingyu, leaping back, but Juosin had long been waiting. Her whip like a snake soaring through the air, striking heavily on his face, leaving a conspicuous line of blood. Now's the chance. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xiao and Su Qingyu simultaneously unleashed their killing moves, charging forward and backward, simultaneously executing their strongest skills. Snwogen dared not hold back any longer, otherwise he would truly lose his life here. He didn't have any life-saving skills, but he had a special ability to survive by sacrificing limbs. Chapter 422, the top 3 of the racial points leaderboard changed. First was still the Light Clan, very stable. The Zelta Clan moved up 1 place to 2nd. The Cruiser Clan was pushed down to 3rd. The 57th ranked member of the Needle Feather Clan died in today's competition. He was the only one in the Needle Feather Clan who had hope for an S-level reward, but he had to fight for it and ended up dead. Very well. The mission for the Needle Feather Clan was over, and they ranked only around 40 on the racial leaderboard, losing all ambition and goals. Today, the human race had mixed feelings. The good news was that Mu Hanchuan achieved another great result, reaching 8,868 points before 4 p.m. with more than half a day left until the end of the 27th day. Collecting around 100 more points in the wild was definitely not a problem. With 9,000 points, he would only need to secure 1,000 points in the last 3 days to achieve 10,000 points. With Brother Ding Hong around, how could there be any difficulty? The overall score for the human race today was also quite good, with many like Su Qingyu scoring points, especially the large group organized by Ji Yang, Li Yu, and Su Chaoping, which swept through everything, contributing greatly to the human race's leaderboard. Chapter 423, at 45 points, Ding Hong's team arrived at this level 4 resource tower. At 55 points, they entered the 4th layer, where the inner circle was occupied by a group of Blade Cluster Clan with mantis-like faces. They were not a strong clan. Even if their strength was decent, it wouldn't be too formidable. Mu Hanchuan took the lead and stepped inside, eliminating all uncertain factors that could affect my chances of securing the S-level reward. The Blade Cluster Clan would not yield. They didn't believe that the human race was stronger than their clan, merely relying on their numerical advantage, and using some tricks to boost their racial points. Moreover, they had a big shot ranked 98th on the individual leaderboard in their team. 5 minutes later, 6 out of 13 members of the Blade Cluster Clan were dead, including their big shot ranked 98th, while the others fled. Is this it? Who gave them the courage? Effortlessly, Mu Hanchuan scored points again. And this time even Ding Hong didn't take the points. He no longer needed the points from the resource tower. The level 4 resource tower, which gave a full 280 points to Mu Hanchuan alone, instantly raised his score to 9,318, jumping 3 places in the personal score ranking. It was more than just satisfying. It felt like having a big brother. Gathering resources and causing havoc, he could reach 9,500 today, and no longer fear any unexpected events. Chapter 424. Approaching the 29th day. After a night of effort, Mu Hanchuan's score reached 9503, stable. In the last 2 days, he only needed to score about 200 points each day to secure the S-level reward. Was that difficult? His gathering rank rose to 2nd place, which surprised Mu Hanchuan. He almost thought that Lai Fu had died, and it would be even better if the 1st place had also fallen. Upon checking the leaderboard, that wasn't the case. Not only was the 1st place alive and well, but Lai Fu hadn't died either, he had simply dropped to 3rd place. It wasn't that Mu Hanchuan was gathering that quickly, on the contrary, he was only gathering in the resource tower, having basically given up on the wild areas. Occasionally letting the big meatball gather a tree, when he had free time. Mu Hanchuan had completely given up, but unexpectedly. Lai Fu from the Pollen tribe gave up even more ruthlessly, lying flat, and not increasing his gathering score at all. The 4th place was somewhat behind the top 3. With only 2 days left, it was impossible to catch up. He wondered if Lai Fu had gone into hiding. Having stabilized in the top 3 before completely giving up on gathering and not coming out at all, Mu Hanchuan felt as if he had missed some important information. Did Su-Han not tell him something? Was there some special reward for the top 3 that made Lai Fu work so hard? Now that it was stable, he decisively withdrew to preserve his life. Chapter 425. The human group prepared to actively avoid confrontation, but at that moment, a group of 11 Ink Eye clan members rushed in from behind, dressed rather unusually, their faces obscured. Their formation was quite scattered, and they moved hurriedly, as if rushing into the resource tower. The Seoul Union clan was already approaching within 100 meters. And this sudden appearance of the Ink Eye clan disrupted the movements of both the Seoul Union clan and the humans. Were they foolish? Could they not see that the air pressure here was low and a fight could break out at any moment? If it weren't for the Seoul Union clan being there, they would have already attacked. They couldn't let them be so reckless. Mu Hanchuan remained vigilant, carefully on guard, as there were still some small bamboo stalks watching from a distance, always on the lookout for possible ambushes. Suddenly, he felt a malicious intent behind him, and turned to look just as the group of Ink Eye clan members entered the middle ground between the human and Seoul Union clans. Suddenly, without warning or sound, a flash of black light passed, and the world abruptly froze for a moment. Then Mu Hanchuan lost all his senses. The wind stopped. The light went out. The world turned pitch black, and he could see nothing. The sound vanished, and he could hear nothing. Direction lost. He couldn't tell where he was. Chapter 426. Ding Hong covered Wu Tongzhuan, while Yu Lian and the others had already run far away. Mu Hanchuan hadn't retreated yet. He called back his shield and braced himself to endure the harshest beating. He wanted to hold back that Seoul Union's Mu E, hoping he could take down 1 or 2 Ink Eye clan members. It seemed a bit difficult. There were too many experts from the Ink Eye clan, and they showed great respect for the Seoul Union clan, being extremely cautious, and not giving any chance at all. The frenzied Mu E couldn't achieve any real results. It seemed hopeless. He would remember today's grudge and deal with that Ink Eye woman later. Little Bamboo had already dashed to the east. This level 5 resource tower would definitely fall to the Ink Eye clan. Fortunately, there was still a backup plan to go to that level 2 resource tower to make up some points. He absolutely couldn't afford any accidents in the last 2 days. Mu E could no longer escape, and the gaze of Gresham and Eliza shifted to Mu Hanchuan. This frightened Mu Hanchuan. Little Bamboo, quickly teleport away. In front of the Ink Eye clan, Mu Hanchuan vanished into thin air, appearing 3 kilometers away to the east, distancing himself from the level 5 resource tower. Damn it, luck had run out, it was time to fight for himself. He wasn't prepared to find his brother and the others for now, there wasn't much time left, and he couldn't afford to delay. He had to go to the Level 2 resource tower to secure points. Chapter 427, Li Xingming, ranked 3rd on the human Starfire continent, died. He was the second top 3 casualty among the humans, killed in a clash with the Surge clan. Similarly, he also died because his life-saving skill hadn't cooled down in time, sharing the same fate. Li Xingming's family wasn't prominent, with very poor foundations. They didn't even have an A-level trial item in the family. He was just 400 points short of reaching 6,000 points. He fought hard, but unfortunately, the Tease clan member ranked 75th in personal points was killed by the Earth Claw clan. The Light clan member ranked 89th in personal points was ambushed and killed by the Goryeo clan. 3 more people in the top 100 of the personal points ranking died today, with the most shocking being the death of Mu Yi from the Seoul Union clan, leaving many curious about who killed him. At 11:50 a.m., the final day was about to begin. After a full day of effort, Mu Hanchuan's score reached 9,697. Just 303 points short. On the last day, he would give it his all and fight. At this moment, Mu Hanchuan was checking all his equipment, making final preparations. The shield's annihilation stone was fully lit, but its integrity and durability were only in the low 10s. The B-level special repair box required 4 points to exchange for durability, but he didn't dare to exchange or repair it. What if he ended up missing just a few points? That would really drive him crazy. Chapter 428, at 1 p.m. Mu Hanchuan arrived at the Level 2 resource tower to the south. Little Bamboo had already scouted the second level, which was occupied by a group of 6-meter-tall Leaf clan members, a total of 9. There were no other strong clans in the outer circle, and the other small teams had no desire to compete. On the last day, those without great ambitions only wanted to survive and didn't want to fight. Having faced setbacks today, Mu Hanchuan realized that there were few people like his big brother who were so righteous. He had no intention of looking for other human allies and went straight up to the second level. Meanwhile, the fast-moving human team from the original Level 3 resource tower slowly made their way to the third level. He was Mu Hanchuan, and he would soon obtain the S-level reward. He would definitely compete for it. Yes, if he succeeded, they could mix in and get some points. If he lost, it wouldn't affect them. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? He was Mu Hanchuan after all. What is there to be afraid of? They weren't from the same continent. Could he really come to cross continents to trouble these small fry? Exactly, he was so strong that letting them have a few points wouldn't matter. They would only get a little from the outer circle. Still, it didn't feel quite right. They wouldn't go help, but they also shouldn't steal points. Well, then you don't go. Right, you stay down here. Chapter 429, the furious attack lasted only 1 minute, both attack skills were used up. Yet the Leaf clan leader couldn't even break through the defense of the human in front of him. This dealt a huge mental blow to him. He was a pure power trial participant, and his overall ranking within the Leaf clan was at least in the top 100. How could his attack not inflict any damage on this human? Just then, Mu Hanchuan suddenly activated a prop card towards the big meatball, Diamond Scale Dice D. Throw 3, Target Area Gravity 4, Duration 10 seconds, the D level, who was responsible for holding back the large meatball suddenly sank down, and a loud rumble echoed, drawing almost all attention from the inner circle. It was a false body of Mu Hanchuan, possessing 60% of Mu Hanchuan's true strength, which eliminated the D-level sword-wielding Leaf clan member, who had been ambushed by the giant spider at the beginning. Then rushed to the side of the large meatball, and suddenly embraced the D-level before self-destructing. This D-level had already prepared for a 1v2, and had thought of many possibilities, but never expected this, and was directly blown away. The giant spider shook off the entanglement of 3 E-level Leaf Clan members and quickly pounced on the D-level Leaf Clan member, who had been blasted away by the self-detonation. While the immobile large meatball obstructed the 3 E-level Leaf Clan members. Chapter 430, Su Qingyu and their team successfully captured the Level 2 Resource Tower. Pushing the Resource Tower leaderboard into the top 100, landing directly at 96, while their personal scoreboard also entered the top 100 for the first time, settling at 98. This greatly surprised Su Qingyu, who immediately informed her teammates, and they all celebrated together. Everyone began to cheer, wondering what Mu Hanchuan would think upon seeing this scene. The human race still needed those who could lead the rhythm, especially those who could guide. Look over here, aren't they all working together? What does this represent? Isn't it because the guidance is good, indicating that Mu Hanchuan is just missing such a talent by his side. Otherwise, how could he not find someone to help? Juison was also happy for her, feeling a bit proud that her team had a person on the leaderboard, and she was the only woman among the human race. Surpassing Shushuya from the starry Ying continent, he. Juison looked at the leaderboard right away. Su Qingyu, what a nice name. She felt nothing special and had no impression in her mind. Didn't he ask further, planning to check who this name belonged to and which continent later? And she would naturally know. Ling Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a bit unsettled. Su Qingyu. Why does this name sound so familiar? Isn't it the same name as Mu Hanchuan's weak and helpless wife, who would fall over with a gust of wind? It couldn't be a homophone, could it? Chapter 431, more than an hour later, the large meatball and the giant spider had finished collecting resources, forming a circle. A small team of 4 from the Floating Light clan, dozens of kilometers away, couldn't react in time, and the first team member disappeared into thin air. Di Li. The remaining 3 suddenly drew their weapons, startled and jumping back far. The only D-level nervously asked, "What's going on?" Di Li is gone. What did you see that made her disappear? Nothing, she just vanished. How is that possible? There's nothing impossible. 30 seconds later, in front of the other 2 companions. Another member of the Floating Light clan disappeared. The remaining 2 quickly jumped away a considerable distance, still failing to discover what had attacked. It's eerie. Run, quickly. 1 minute later, the last companion following this D-level also vanished. Of the 4 companions, only he remained, nearly scared out of his wits. He ran away at the fastest speed of his life, distancing himself from this strange forest. Mu Hanchuan put away the Swana, clapped his hands, and wrapped things up. Gaining 9 points, which was quite steady. He instructed the large meatball and the giant spider to continue gathering resources while Xiao Zuhuang searched for targets. And Mu Hanchuan was responsible for taking hits, wave after wave. The last night must not have any accidents. He had to be steady and avoid capsizing in the gutter. Chapter 432, Mu Hanchuan took his 3 pets to the peak of a mountain over 3,000 meters high, with no concealed spots whatsoever. The view here was better, making it harder to be ambushed or blocked. The large meatball lay beside him, and Mu Hanchuan rested on its plump body. The giant spider hid in a large hole not far away. Xiao Zuhuang was running wild all over the mountain, unable to settle down. He had 8 item cards left. Only 1 advanced medical kit remaining, with just 1 use left. All other item cards were completely consumed, reaching maximum utilization. On the collection leaderboard, he was still second. Basically with no chance of changing, as the first one had also stopped gaining points, definitely hiding away somewhere, waiting for the end. The third, that Lai Fu. Didn't he need to be mentioned? He hadn't been seen for over 2 days and hadn't gained a single point in collection. At 9:30 a.m. changes occurred in the racial points leaderboard. The 10th ranked Mo Tong clan gained 1 more position, pushing the Xingxi clan down to 9th. That Gresham Eliza was really fierce. She was still raising the ranking with the Mo Tong clan, whose overall strength used to be comparable to that of the human race. Their team had more than just her with high scores. Several others also made the leaderboard, although not all on the personal leaderboard, which was quite impressive. Chapter 433, following closely at personal scoreboard, Mo Tong Clan, Gresham Eliza, 11910, ranking 1 Gonghun Clan, Wei Sai, 11,599 points, ranking 2 Cruiser Clan, Felix, 11,541 points. Ranking 3 Light Clan, Clissedon, 11522, ranking 4 on the last day, Felix from the Cruiser Clan surpassed Clissedon from the Light Clan, snatching third place. Breaking the long-held top 3. Skull Clan, Jeffeta, 11,255 points, ranking 5 Zelta Clan, Watlin, 11153, ranking 6 Surge Clan, Temaba, 10,985 points, ranking 7 Shadowshine Clan, Yolanda, 10874. Ranking 8 Gonghun Clan, 10795, ranking 9 Cruiser Clan, 10679, ranking 10 Wuchen Clan, 10321, ranking 14 Human Race, Ding Hong, 10,121 points. Ranking 17, due to that ambush, Brother Ding Hong hadn't moved much afterward, dropping all the way to 17th place. Yang Clan, 10,088. Ranking 23 Fin Clan, 10055, ranking 25, Chapter 434, Special Companion Creature, Soul Orchid Ash. This thing is a bit peculiar. The companion plant obtained last time. The funeral flower vine only increased consciousness and agility, but could only improve by a total of 4 points each month. This companion creature can increase by 10 points each month, and the attributes are selectable, which is powerful. I can just choose strength every month, right? Maximizing benefits. The fruits of companion creatures come with attributes. Let us see what special attributes this ash fruit has. Mu Hanchuan clicked on the ash section. Burning fruit. Selected attributes 1. Strength attribute point permanent 10, increase 10 strength visible, can be applied to equipment and skills, increase 20 attack power, increase 20 damage. Duration 1 day 2. Physique attribute point permanent 10, increase 10 physique, visible, can be applied to equipment and skills, increase 20 defense strength, increase 30 recovery speed. Duration 1 day 3. Agility attribute point permanent 10, increase 10 agility, visible, can be applied to equipment and skills, increase 25 speed, increase 30 dexterity. Duration 1 day 4. Mind attribute point permanent 10, Chapter 435, Mu Hanchuan looked at this weapon that had yet to take shape. The total attributes of the A-class special weapon had skyrocketed to 1,300 points. Fortunately, his total attribute points exceeded 1,300 by quite a bit, almost reaching 1,400. So he wasn't worried. At this rate of increase, wouldn't the total attributes required for S-class equipment exceed 2,000? At least D-class trial takers would be needed to equip it. The regret of not obtaining S-class equipment just moments ago faded considerably. If he did get S-class equipment, he wouldn't be able to use it for a while anyway. And he could only watch, which might take a long time. Finally, he looked at the 5 lines of attributes for this weapon and fell into a long hesitation. 5 choices, 3 to select. How should he choose? 1 and 2 are passive. 1 passive is definitely needed because it increases the base attack by 20. The base attack of A-class weapons is already extremely high, and with an additional 20, how could he not choose it? The second passive has no cooldown. Every time he hits the opponent, it can catalyze a clone to launch a surprise attack, with the clone's strength reaching 13 of the target's body. But it probably only has 1 strike. Regardless of success or failure, it will disappear after 1 strike, but when to catalyze it is up to him. Timing is key. It's not that it's weak, but it's limited in its strength, making it quite a dilemma. Chapter 436, Great News Across the Galaxy. Sai Clan, draw an S-class helmet from the Lucky Roulette. 90% of the trial takers have returned, and the only S-class lucky reward has been determined. Drawn by someone from the Sai clan. It would be a lie to say I'm not envious. Working hard for a month can't compare to someone drawing it. If I were her, I'd just use my head to take damage, letting everyone know how tough my head is. Among the people Mu Hanchuan knew well, not many had good luck, The best might be Shenlan, who exchanged her 511 points for a C-class special accessory, and with the remaining 11 points, she drew a C-class ordinary skill, which is a group attack skill. She could either keep it for herself or sell it, the price wouldn't be low. Xiao Shanshan exchanged for a C-class special weapon, and with 460 remaining points, she gambled and drew 460 useless items, almost making her furious. Jiu Yuan exchanged for a C-class special leg armor, and with the remaining 375 points, he drew a D-class item card. Feng Zhu had terrible luck, with over 1,700 points. He exchanged for a B-class special item card and a pair of C-class special shoes, but he didn't get the attack skills he wanted. Jing Li, however, drew a B-class special support skill. Chapter 437, Qingling, Ling Family. You came back from the mainland with only a B-class reward. Not to mention A-class rewards with your strength. You should at least have gotten 2,000 points, right? Ling Xiao's father sighed. His score was just over 1,400, and he brought home a B-class armor, which the Ling family was naturally not very satisfied with. Their ideal target was an A-class reward. Ling Xiao, did you really put in the effort? We are all from the same country. Look at Mu Hanchuan, and then look at you, comparing me to that madman. Ling Xiao was truly convinced this time. Mu Hanchuan was just too strong, and he couldn't compare at all. Otherwise, how would he be third on the mainland while they were squeezed out of the top 10? But Ling Xiao felt that the gains from this racial peak competition were still significant. Aside from being tricked by Su Qingyu, almost everything else was a gain. Dad, Grandpa, second uncle, I'm telling you, I'm planning a big move. If it doesn't work, then forget it, but if it does, our Ling family will surely soar to new heights, unstoppable. Grandpa scolded angrily, what are you planning? You've never succeeded in any of your plans since you were a child. Second uncle, I also think you should stop planning and just focus on being a decent person. Chapter 438, 12 o'clock a.m. The Grand Lottery begins, lasting for a month. All human beings over 18 can participate. Oh, the Grand Lottery has started. Anyone over 18 globally can participate. That must be several billion people. The draw rate will be high. Mu Hanchuan didn't pay attention and walked out of his hiding place. A month is a long time. Let others go in first to see how the draw works, and then I'll go. Langfeng Autonomous City. Just back. Xiao Shanshan came to the bar with 4 sisters, and has been partying since then. She didn't reply to Mu Hanchuan's message, but she was very happy. The Grand Lottery has begun. Let us go, let us try our luck. Okay, together, let us see who has the best luck. Xiao Shanshan clenched her fists, let us compete. The 5 girls returned to a small private room and then disappeared together. Xiao Shanshan found herself on a vast, transparent light platform, with starlight falling like tiny silver beads. Right around her, there were several small white boxes. Countdown, 30:29. The rules need not be stated. One naturally understands. White, yellow, blue, red, purple, black. 6 colors, 6 levels. The human race entered the top 10 of the racial rankings. And the treasure boxes contained 2 level 5 formulas or blueprints, 3 A-class rewards, 10 B-class rewards, and 50 C-class rewards. Chapter 439, Not Leaving. Mu Hanchuan found a place in the mountains to rest for a day. Brother Ding Hong's Star Trace continent might be going crazy right now, with everyone celebrating the acquisition of the S-class reward. Meanwhile, I'm hiding in the mountains. Mu Hanchuan's guess was not far off. The Ding family was indeed preparing a grand feast, with a banner saying congratulations to Ding's young master for winning the S-class reward. Fireworks lit up the night, and the banquet lasted for 7 days. Invitations had already been sent out, inviting big shots from various continents to attend, among them also invitations from the Su family, Falling Star Gate, and Mu Hanchuan, but they surely wouldn't reach him personally. Unlike Mu Hanchuan, Ding Hong had a very powerful family behind him, with several B-class members in the clan, and even one who was among the top 100 globally. The Ding family not only had strong personal strength, but also relied on the Silver Sky Alliance, a super conglomerate ranked in the top 10 globally. Controlled by three major powers, with the Ding family being an important part of it. With such a background, who would dare to easily deal with or offend them? Even the Global Star Alliance could only send high-level officials to celebrate and inquire about Ding Hong's situation, such as what S-class reward he had received, and discuss Ding Hong's future. Chapter 440, 10 p.m., Yunfu Huiyuan. Mu Hanchuan called back Xiao Zuhuang and let it go in to check the situation and specific location inside. It revealed a string of numbers on its arm, along with a group number. What is this? Xiao Zuhuang pointed and urged Mu Hanchuan to add it. I am impressed. Could it be that you all have a little friend group? Xiao Zuhuang seemed very anxious, with no choice. I could only add it to see what it was all about. This is a small group in the Ant network, entering the group number. A group name popped up, Yao Guang Secret Realm. That sounds a bit inappropriate. Hiding identity information, changing the name to Xiao Zhu, gender female, height 95 centimeters. Weight 3 measurements, menstrual status. Why do I have to fill out these things? Apply to join. After 3 minutes, I was successfully approved, especially recommended by Xiao Zhuhuang's sister. Gaining the qualification to join. Welcome Xiao Zhu, my good sister, speed, infiltration, reconnaissance, sniping, assassination, all top-notch, and has a certain special ability. The speaker is called Yu Chan. Actually Jiyu Hongyu, she is actively promoting her friend and quickly integrating into their big family. In this race event, Jiyu Hongyu obtained a B-level skill, a huge improvement. She learned that Xiao Zuhuang and her master also attended the race and received an A-level reward, very impressive. It was necessary to bring them in. Chapter 441, 10 seconds later, police arrived. With just one glance, he recognized that lying in a pool of blood was their deputy director of the Defense Department. Their deputy director had been assassinated. The death was extremely tragic. The entire Sichuan city was thrown into chaos. The alarm rang continuously on the streets in the dead of night. Everyone knew something big had happened. Not just the Yang family. All the influential forces in Luo province learned the news immediately. The core member of the Yang family, Sichuan City's deputy director of the Defense Department, D-level Yang Achen, was assassinated. One of the four major families in Qianlan City, the Hong family, what? Yang Achen was killed. In Sichuan City. How is this possible? Sichuan City is the Yang family's traditional territory, and Yang Achen is the deputy director of Sichuan City. Who is so bold as to dare to touch the Yang family's direct line? It is still unknown. Sichuan City has entered the highest state of alert. The entire city is locked down, and a comprehensive search is underway. The monitoring system is fully controlled. Yang Achen is dead. The Yang family is going to go crazy. One of the four major families in Qianlan City, the Li family, head of the family. We have retrieved the surveillance from building K37 in advance, and a large number of battle traces were found at the scene. Yang Achen confirmed dead. The condition of death is extremely tragic, with over 10 fatal wounds all over his body. A moment later, the old man slowly stood up. Who is it? Chapter 442, after taking a nap. It was already noon at 12 o'clock. Qiuzhu had returned and was cooking. A handsome guy flipped out of bed. Hey, what about Dao Qianhe? Without turning his head. Of course, he is working. Too many have died. These days are very busy. The schedule is booked until next week, with several events to attend in a day. All right then. Qiuzhu turned around. Hey, Chuan, why do I see you doing nothing? Is it that easy to get an S-level reward? Mu Hanchuan sat on the stone bench in the middle, took a sip of water. It's okay, there are over 30 people across the entire star system who got it. How hard can it be? Why do I feel like what you said makes so much sense? What I said makes sense in the first place. The dishes were served. Ready to eat. Hey, since it's so rare to come back, did you bring us any gifts? One hand picked up vegetables, the other slapped the stone table. And an F-level armor appeared just like that, then tossed it to her. Wow! Where did you learn this trick to fool little sisters? You've turned bad. Chiozu happily received the armor and immediately put it on. Marker invalidated, current marker, 67, Mu Hanchuan was surprised and looked up at Chiozu, who had already put it on. This armor that I summoned would forcibly cause my marker to become invalid after she wore it.